Aoi Hiroto led a quiet life, driven by ambition and discipline. At just 20, he stood at the cusp of adulthood, his path set toward a stable future. He was studying game design technology at university and interning at a modest game development studio. Though small, the company gave him a place to chase dreams he'd fostered since childhood, to build worlds, not just escape into them. Each morning began the same. Shirt tucked, backpack slung, he stepped into the bustling streets of the city. The same faces, same stores, same monotonous blur. He blended into the crowd, just another young man chasing purpose. At the train station, he spotted Yuka, a co-worker and someone he quietly admired. She flashed him a familiar, tired smile. "Aoi, you've been killing yourself over that game lately," she said, eyeing the dark circles beneath his eyes. "You ever think about taking a break?" Aoi sighed, tugging at his bag strap. "My vacation comes after I finish this project." Yuka frowned, arms crossed. "You'll collapse before that happens." "I get it. First indie project, you want to prove yourself, but come on, you're not a machine." He chuckled, brushing off the concern. "It'll be worth it soon." They spent the ride trading light conversation, her teasing cutting through the morning gloom. She nudged his arm, telling him games should be about fun, not obsession. He smiled awkwardly, glancing away. As much as he enjoyed her company, his life had no space for anything beyond deadlines and discipline. Yet a part of him, a part he rarely fed, wondered what it might be like to go out with her. He shoved the thought aside. At the office, routine swallowed him whole. The plain white walls, the smell of stale coffee, and the buzz of tired coders typing away created a world of its own. His boss, a stoic middle-aged man, handed him the task of the day. Improve the enemy combat AI. Make them adapt to player patterns. Understood, Aoi replied, already lost in lines of code before the man walked away. The day blurred. Yuka stopped by to bounce off a few ideas, but Aoi was too entrenched in his project to notice much beyond the glow of his screen. When work ended, he declined her casual offer to join the team for drinks. He had other plans tonight. With a polite nod, headphones on, he slipped out and disappeared into the city streets. Home was quiet. His mother was still at work. She'd been pulling long hours to support him ever since his father's passing. With help from an aunt, Aoi made it into university, but he knew the sacrifices they'd made. Everything he did now was for them. They were his foundation. He cooked a simple dinner, rice, grilled fish, and vegetables, and watched the latest episode of his favorite anime while eating. Maybe I'll go out next time they invite me. Yuka is nice. He sighed at the thought. His last relationship had ended when his girlfriend moved abroad to study. They had parted on good terms, still fond of each other, but unwilling to test long distance. Since then, Aoi had kept his focus sharp, emotions buried. Later, he changed into workout clothes and headed out for grappling training, the only other place besides coding where his mind could breathe. On the mat, everything else faded. No assignments, no expectations, just movement and clarity. "You're fired up today, Hiroto," called Kazuki, rising from the mat after a rough fall. "Or maybe you're getting slower," Aoi thought with a grin. "Nah, I think you're just rusty." Kazuki laughed, rubbing his neck. "I just found out my girlfriend's pregnant. Might be a little distracted." Aoi blinked in surprise. "Really? Wow. Weren't you two waiting until after the wedding?" "Plans change. Also, we want you to be the godfather." Aoi blinked again. "That's an honor." "All right. Sure. Someone's got to teach the kid how to fight," Kazuki chuckled, throwing a playful jab that Aoi dodged with ease. They continued chatting in the locker room, bantering about raising a future martial artist. Later in the parking lot, Kazuki offered a sheepish smile. "Thanks, man." "Seriously." Aoi nodded. The weight of his day momentarily lifted. "Anytime." Then, he pedaled home, weaving through city streets wrapped in night's chill. His body ached pleasantly from the workout, and for once his mind was quiet. He felt light, almost free, but that serenity shattered. Up ahead, a truck barreled down the road. The driver was slumped over the wheel, unconscious or worse. A group of teenagers were mid-argument on the sidewalk, completely unaware of the oncoming danger. Aoi's instincts kicked in. "Hey, move!" he shouted, pedaling harder. A homeless man was already trying to push the teens away. Aoi leapt from his bike, lunging toward them. But fate is cruel. A sudden cramp seized his leg, the price of exhaustion. He stumbled mid-jump. He reached one kid, trying to shove them away, but it wasn't enough. The truck slammed into them. There was pain, unbearable and cold, and then nothing. Twisted metal. Screams. The stench of oil and blood. Aoi's world became a blur of sound and color. His thoughts spiraled. His mother, his aunt, the unfinished game, the life still unwritten. Not now. Not like this. The pain gave way to numbness. Light faded. Darkness encroached. Then silence. Aoi's eyes opened slowly. The pain was gone. Everything felt distant, unreal. He lay sprawled on the pavement, blood spreading beneath him. Yet he felt no weight, no gravity. Something was wrong. Time bent. People screamed around him, blurred figures and flashing lights. He tried to speak, to move, to call for his mother, but nothing came out. The world dissolved into fog. In that mist, he stood before a shattered mirror, his reflection fragmented. He saw every moment he let slip by, every choice he avoided, every dream left unfinished. Then the mirror broke. Light surrounded him. His thoughts quieted. I still had so much to do, he whispered into the emptiness. The light vanished, and Aoi Hiroto was gone. I woke with a jolt, not to noise or pain, but to a strange sense of wrongness. No, not wrong exactly, just different. The air was heavier, the world sharper, too vivid, too raw. My body didn't feel like my own. I blinked or tried to. My eyelids felt thick, my vision blurry. Specks of blue light floated in the air, flickering like fireflies, distorting everything I could see. Was this a dream? Where am I? XXXXXXXXXXXX. Voices. Garbled, distorted. I turned my head instinctively toward the sound and tried to open my eyes further, but all I saw was shifting color and motion. Slowly, shapes began to form. I looked down. These were my hands. They were small, clawed, dark-skinned, definitely not human. And my ears, they were huge, fuzzy, and twitched with the faintest sound, like a wolf's or a lynx's. This isn't my body. Is this really me? The thought hit me like thunder. This wasn't Kyoto. This wasn't Japan. It wasn't home. I flexed my new fingers, trying to adjust to the sensation of alien limbs. I ran one hand over my ear, confirming its size and texture. Definitely animalistic. A tail curled beside me. Everything fell off. My memories, my sense of self, even time. I hadn't forgotten who I was, but there was a fog, a dull weight pulling me away from my past. And then it came back to me. The truck, the kids, the impact. I had died. This wasn't a dream. This was something else. The voices around me grew clearer. I could make out two distinct ones, one nearby, deep and steady, the other softer, coming from outside the tent. But I couldn't understand them. Not Japanese, not English, not even remotely familiar. As my vision sharpened, a face came into view. Large, imposing, yet strangely warm. A tall man with silver hair, dark skin, and sharp dog-like ears stared at me. His stern gaze softened the moment our eyes met. His tail wagged gently, an odd contrast to his otherwise serious expression. What is this? A furry convention gone rogue. I tried to speak, and in an H, but all that came out were pitiful baby sounds. The man chuckled, not unkindly, then turned as a woman entered. She was tall, almost scantily dressed, with long blonde hair and rabbit ears. She examined me like a midwife before nodding and slipping back outside the tent. Blurry as everything was, one truth began to crystallize in my mind. I had reincarnated into some kind of beast-like race. A child, no, a baby, among animal-eared humanoids in a vast, unfamiliar land. The tall man murmured something unintelligible and left. And then I felt it, a soft, warm presence scooping me up, a scent like leaves and skin, and the rhythmic thump of a calm heartbeat. I didn't know her, but something primal whispered in my mind. My mother, she held me like I was everything she'd ever wanted. Her white hair framed striking red eyes, and her dog-like ears twitched as she spoke soothingly. I understood none of it, but the tone was enough. Gentle, loving, comforting. I gazed up at her as sleep overtook me. The days that followed were a haze of sensation and discovery. My muscles developed faster than they should have, even for a baby. My hands were stronger than those of the other infants, my instincts sharper. Celine, my new mother, as I later understood, would carry me through towering trees and hanging vines, leaping effortlessly through the forest canopy. Should you really be doing this with a baby on your back? And yet, I was never afraid. Her movements were graceful and assured. She moved like the forest itself welcomed her. The world around me was unreal. Vast trees with leaves like umbrellas, sunlight filtered through thick canopies, filling the air with a soft, golden-green glow. The scent of moss and earth clung to everything. This wasn't Earth. Of that I was now sure. Language was still a wall I couldn't climb. I understood nothing beyond the occasional name, Celine's mine, which I heard repeated enough to recognize. But even as a baby, I understood one thing very clearly. This was a new world, and I was part of it. By the third week, I could crawl. Even that seemed to surprise the adults. I was quick, too quick. One misstep while rushing toward a pot of water, and I twisted my arm. A sharp pain shot through me, and I let out a whimper. Celine appeared almost instantly. Moments later, she returned with someone new, a tall, ethereal woman with pointed ears, golden hair, and a glowing presence. She leaned over me, whispered something, and placed her hand gently on my arm. A warm light enveloped it. The pain faded instantly. Magic. That was magic. It was one thing to guess. It was another to feel it. I stared in awe. Was she an elf? A healer? A priestess? She exchanged words with Celine, serious, hushed tones, and left shortly after. Celine looked relieved, but also worried. Her gaze lingered on me for a long time. As my strength continued to grow, so did something else. An instinct, raw, primal. I wanted to move, to fight, to prove myself. When Celine took me to a gathering tent filled with other children, the difference became painfully clear. I was stronger, faster, wilder. The other kids were fragile. I didn't mean to scare them, but I did. Why am I like this? Why do I feel the need to compete with toddlers? Even then, I tried to rein it in. If I wanted to grow strong in this world, I couldn't rely on brute force alone. I had to adapt. Celine never scolded me. Her patience was boundless. Every time I got into trouble or broke something, or someone, she would calmly scoop me up and gently correct me. Her warmth was unshakable. Then came my father, or at least the man I had come to see as such. The silver-haired beast man from the tent. He rarely spoke, but the way he looked at me, I could feel it. Pride, respect, expectation. He placed a hand on my head one day and held it there, and for a second, I felt seen, like someone had acknowledged something I didn't even understand yet. I thought about my past life often. My friends, my mother, Kazuki, Yuka. Were they grieving me? Was someone finishing the project I'd spent so many nights perfecting? I died trying to save strangers. And now, I was here, reborn into a tribe of beast folk, in a forest world filled with magic and mystery. Eventually, I learned my name, Rygar Adoldia. That name became my anchor in this strange new reality. I didn't know what fate awaited me, but I knew one thing. This new life, this strange body, this wild, untamed world, it was all mine now, and I would carve my path through it, one step at a time.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
There I was, hair blowing in the wind, head held high and chest puffed out, gazing at the vast green expanse from the top of a tree, an epic scene, at least in my mind. Because I noticed my mother laughing behind me, genuinely finding my attempt at looking heroic, despite my size, to be cute. It had been a little over a year since I reincarnated into this world, and every day brought a new challenge and discovery. From my first movements to finally being able to stand and walk, I felt that I was making progress. Today, I can run, and even though I'm not as fast as an adult, considering my size, it's already something quite impressive. I may be small, but every step, every run through the forest, is a reminder that I can grow and improve. My strength was also not typical for someone my age. If I had to estimate, I'd say I had the strength of a 6 or 7-year-old from my previous world, something remarkable for my small, still developing body. My family and the rest of the tribe noticed this quickly, especially when I was able to move things that no one would expect someone my age to be able to lift. I thought it would be wiser to hide this strength, but every time someone was surprised by it, I felt a strange but pleasant sensation. And since this strength had only been beneficial so far, I decided not to hide it. I could feel my muscles adapting, as if this body were quickly adjusting to some internal need to grow stronger. Another detail was my vision. My golden eyes, different from the red ones most of the tribe had, seemed to go beyond just a change in color. I could see more clearly and from greater distances. When I focused, I sometimes saw something around people almost like an aura. Since this was a world of magic, I thought it might be one of those aura powers from anime, or maybe just mana, since I could see this aura more clearly around the warriors of the tribe. On one occasion, I was watching my father and another warrior from the tribe train. He was strong, not just strong, his movements were truly superhuman. I focused hard because I could see the aura flowing through their bodies as they fought, but after 10 minutes of intense concentration, everything began to spin, and I passed out. I woke up hours later, and from what I could understand from my mother's conversation with Verdia, the elven healer who had treated my arm, I had suffered a mild mana exhaustion. Since then, my mother has been even more cautious with me, even limiting my time outside, which was unusual because she had always encouraged me to go out. I admit, I was a little disappointed. Being stuck inside when there was so much to explore, it wasn't easy for me to accept. But my disappointment didn't last long when torrential rains started falling across the region. Apparently, this was normal. The Great Forest experiences seasonal rains that flood the forest floor. At least I discovered why we live in the treetops. The best thing, however, happened recently. I'm finally starting to understand the language. It took a while, but after hearing so many conversations and with Selene eagerly teaching me, I was starting to get the hang of the words. My speech still needed improvement, but little by little, I could communicate. And with that came new opportunities. One morning, while my mother was talking to Verdia in the simple house we lived in, my mother stepped into another room, and I quietly approached. Verdia was sitting next to a small fire, drinking tea she had made herself. She looked so calm and serene, which fascinated me. "Have you been recovering well, Rygar?" Verdia said when she saw me approach, her voice soft but firm. "Do you feel any discomfort in your arm?" "No, it doesn't hurt," I replied after a moment to process my words. Verdia nodded with a pleased smile. "If you feel mana exhaustion again, tell your mom to call me. I have a theory about what it could be." I was mesmerized. That smile was so bright, like the sun. I had never seen anything so beautiful and pure. Damn baby body, she'll never take me seriously with this appearance. I didn't want the conversation to end there, so without thinking, I approached and asked, "How did you do that, with my arm?" My voice was filled with curiosity. Verdia looked at me, smiling with a kindness that seemed genuine but also distant, as if she knew my journey had only just begun. "Magic," she started, tracing a strange circle with her finger on the table. "It's not something that can be easily taught, little Rygar. It requires patience, control, and, most importantly, understanding. It's an energy that flows through the world, but there's much you need to learn to truly feel it." I stood there for a moment, absorbing her words. Maybe one day, I would understand this energy. But for now, I simply admired her ability, wondering how useful it might be. At that moment, my father Haunter Adoldia appeared in the doorway, interrupting our conversation. He motioned for me, and when I turned, his expression was serious but with a curious gleam in his eyes. "Come on, Rygar. I have something I want you to take part in," he said, as he walked out of the house again. "How rude." I quickly said goodbye and trotted after my father. When we reached a clearing, I saw about 10 children, around 3 or 4 years old, by my estimate, along with some adults and older children talking and laughing as they watched the younger ones. An old man, whom I remembered was called Tyro, was organizing the children into a line. The mood was lively, and I could see some of the kids mocking me. One of the older children looked at me with a sneering smile. "Hey, are you the monster kid?" he said, crossing his arms. I looked at him for a moment before ignoring him and glancing at my father, uncertain. This seemed to irritate him, but I kept ignoring him. My father then explained that this was a small race with the younger children of the tribe, a sort of tradition, and he brought me early because he thought I'd be able to handle it. He left me with the other kids and went off to talk to the others. Ignoring the kids trying to get my attention, I looked at the course, which led deeper into the forest. As I prepared, motivation and anticipation began to surge through my body. By this point, I had already realized that the instincts of this new body were very strong, heavily influencing my decisions, whether it was my instant attachment to my new mother or my respect for my father's presence of strength. I definitely hadn't thought like this before I died. These instincts also came with a drive to be strong, to be better than my peers. Sure, I practiced martial arts in my past life, but it was just a hobby. I never wanted to be the best at it. With this body, though, although I wasn't sure, if I weren't a rational person, I might have been following these instincts and become closer to a beast than a human. But this feeling wasn't just about my family. I felt an unexpected connection with the other children, with the trees, and even with the earth beneath my feet. Every day, the tribe's environment seemed less strange, less like a place I had been thrown into, and more like a home. I felt like I belonged there, and when I heard the laughter of the other children and the shouts of adults calling for their kids, something deep within me responded to it. Even though my rational mind tried to ignore it, my senses, my body, and even my heart felt increasingly in sync with everything around me. This sense of belonging was unsettling. I had never been so connected to the idea of family and tribe in my previous life. I only had 2 family members I cared about, my mother and my aunt, and a few close friends. Here, my heart and mind were in constant conflict. While my rational side tried to maintain distance, my instincts embraced this new life with an almost ravenous intensity. And this internal struggle grew every time I looked around. The Rygar who had been reborn here was more than just a reflection of the Aoi Hiroto I had been before. He was a complex blend of my bestial instincts, my human rationality, and the environment I now called home. It was as though, with each step, I was being shaped by forces far beyond my understanding, something as wild as it was ancient. And perhaps, at some point, I had begun to find an answer to who I really was now. But for now, winning this race won't hurt, so let's go. Hey, are you listening? One of the kids called out to me. With the signal from Tyro, the children started to run, and I followed them, leaving the talkative child behind. He started running behind. The race began, and like a flock of arrows shot into the air, the children darted into the forest. I was among them, my clothes ready, my mind focused, but my body still small and in development. Since it was in the forest, it wouldn't just be a test of strength, it would be a mix of speed, dexterity, and cunning. The first part of the course was simple, but the dense trees and the roots extending across the ground created a web that only an agile body could navigate. The first real obstacle was a series of thorny bushes. The children ahead of me began to stumble, their steps slowing as they tried to dodge or carefully pass through. I, however, already knew what to do. Using the momentum of my short legs, I jumped, my muscles responding with more strength than I expected. It was as though my body had been trained for these challenges. I passed through easily, not getting caught in the thorns, and gained several meters. As I ran, I felt my instincts sharpen. I knew I had the strength, but it wouldn't be enough. My legs were much shorter, and I was at a disadvantage. I needed to be smarter. The next obstacle appeared quickly, a stream, with a series of rocks forming a path. I relied on my increasingly sharp vision, clearly distinguishing which stones were usable, and jumped nimbly across the path. As I moved forward, the terrain became more difficult. The dense vegetation and the wet, soggy ground started to make the path slippery, but this didn't slow me down. I knew I couldn't stop if I wanted to keep the lead I had gained. The last major obstacle appeared right in front of me, a massive rock blocking the way. It was probably meant to be avoided, but I was already making good progress, and I wasn't sure I could reach the end in time by taking the traditional route. I decided to trust my strength, gathered my determination, and leaped forward, feeling the wind against my skin and the adrenaline coursing through my veins. As one of my feet barely grazed the top of the rock, the tree signaling the end of the race came into view. A large tree that we all had to reach and strike with our claws. It was an old tradition of the tribe, a test of strength and skill, and the first child to reach the tree and make a claw strike on the trunk would be considered the winner. Looking to the side, the others were catching up, but I was closer. The sound of heavy breathing and hurried footsteps couldn't distract me now. I would probably strike first. My instincts flared. I could feel a strange energy, albeit faint, in my body, a life force pushing me forward. I looked at the tree, its thick branches and its trunk already carved with marks from generations of small claws. With a surge of energy, I made the final sprint, feeling light, as if the very ground was pushing me forward. When I reached the base of the tree, I jumped and, with all the strength I had built up, struck the trunk with my claws in a victorious roar, which probably sounded more adorable than fierce. The impact echoed through the forest, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The others stopped, staring in surprise, and I knew I had won. I, Rygar, the little one who had been underestimated, had overcome the obstacles and come in first. As the others began to arrive, one by one, they all looked at me with a mixture of surprise and respect. Taze, the boy who had called me monstrous earlier, arrived second, but he didn't look upset. On the contrary, he seemed impressed. Hunter, my father, was watching from a distance with a serious expression, but when he saw my victory, his eyes lit up with a pride I had never seen before. And, although this race didn't mean much, I felt a strange sense of accomplishment and pride. I, Rygar, had won. And in that moment, I thought to myself that my journey had only just begun. POV Hunter Adoldia. My name is Hunter Adoldia, a warrior from the Dadia tribe. You could say I'm relatively strong. If I had to estimate, I'd say I'm at the level humans would consider advanced among warriors, which makes me one of the strongest in the tribe. I've never left the Great Forest, except for one time when I joined an expedition to rescue our enslaved people. It was also when I met and saved my wife, Selene Adoldia. Perhaps because she had been influenced by human society and had lived much of her life as a slave, she was different, but not in a bad way. When I saw the lifeless look in her eyes turn to radiant hope after I rescued her, I had already fallen in love. Selene didn't stop me when I confessed my love. It was more as though she had been eagerly waiting for it. She never spoke much about her time as a slave, saying it was a dark period, in contrast to her current cheerful and affectionate self. It was as if every second after that was making up for the lost years. But I wasn't complaining. It was that kindness and brightness that made me fall in love with her in the end. Our life reached its peak after the mating season. Selene was pregnant, and I was so excited, but I made sure to keep my exterior calm and serious. Selene, in contrast to what I expected, was calm and relaxed, not seeming worried at all, just genuinely happy. Her pregnancy wasn't without complications. The baby moved a lot, and with each movement came a wave of pain for Selene. It got serious enough for me to seek help from an elf healer, Verdia, who owed me a favor. With her overseeing the pregnancy and casting healing spells when necessary, the baby was finally born. The birth itself wasn't difficult, just the tribe's midwife was there, and that was enough. When I saw him healthy, I was overjoyed. Watching Rygar grow up was like watching a storm form on the horizon, unpredictable, powerful, and significant. From a young age, he showed something special. His eyes, his reactions, his curiosity, and especially the intensity I felt whenever I paid attention to him. Once again, I wasn't complaining. My life couldn't have been more perfect. I had an heir, and his talent was astonishing. I was worried at first because he reminded me of Ghislaine, the beast girl from the Adoldia tribe. Her feral instincts were so strong that she was more beast than man, and she really couldn't live in society. But, fortunately, my son didn't have that problem. He was the complete opposite, very intelligent, learning and absorbing everything around him quickly. His immense strength and intelligence started making me think, maybe he would be the one to take the beast race to a new level. As a result, I began pushing him harder, giving him challenge after challenge, which he solved with masterful ease. I could never show much pride, but when I felt his gaze on me, I felt as if he could see right through me. My son was sometimes frightening. Another thing that surprised me, Verdia, contrary to what she had intended, became attached to my son. She had initially planned to leave after confirming he was healthy, but due to his persistent attachment, she decided to stay a few more years until he grew up. Elves are strange when it comes to time. What feels like nothing to them could be years to us. She told me that my son might have talent for magic. I'm starting to wonder if there's anything he isn't good at. Except for those times when he's overtaken by his instincts, of course, where apparently all his cunning and intelligence vanish. I smiled as I remembered him running on all fours after a rabbit, as if it were his prey. His love for meat was evident. May the great fire's protection be in the place you seek. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now. Fireball. I did it. A child's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Verdia had called me to follow her and Rygar to a small clearing to witness something. Now I could see a small fireball floating in front of my excited son. Verdia, with her serene gaze and a smile on her face, turned to me and said, "I didn't expect less. He learns quickly." I shook my head, unable to take my eyes off him, stunned and shocked. My son can cast magic at the age of 3. Indeed, you can already consider yourself a beginner fire mage, little Rygar, Verdia replied, lifting the boy into the air by his arms. My son looked as though he had been punched by an invisible force upon hearing the last part, but soon recovered and smiled. Let's try the others now. And so, on that day, my son became a beginner mage of fire, water, earth, and wind, struggling a bit with the last one, trying 3 times before succeeding. MC's POV. These last 2 years have been filled with new discoveries, first and foremost, magic. After seeing my growing interest and insisting so much, Verdia agreed to teach me, as long as I had my parents' approval. My father agreed easily, but my mother was more demanding. She declared that she would only allow me to learn magic once I could read and write, arguing that mages needed to be intellectually prepared. While this might have seemed like an obstacle, I took it as just another challenge. I had always been interested in languages, and the morning lessons with my mother quickly had me mastering the written language of the tribe. When I asked to learn the human language too, she was surprised but pleased with my insatiable curiosity. Another thing I was able to confirm was my theory about mana strengthening. After watching many of my father's fights, it became clear that many fighters enhanced their blows with mana. I tried to replicate the result during this time, but I didn't have much success until now. When I asked my father about it, he told me that this energy was called battle aura, something you acquired naturally through training. I didn't really need it at the moment, as my natural strength was growing faster every day, to the point where my strength already rivaled the adults in the tribe. But I didn't know how far it would take me, so I continued my battle aura training for now. The most significant discovery, however, came when I realized something extraordinary about my mana. One day, after focusing my gaze to the point of exhaustion and almost passing out from a lack of mana, I noticed that, when I recovered, I could keep my magic eye active for longer than before. This discovery led me to conduct several experiments, where I confirmed that whenever I completely drained my mana reserves in a day, they regenerated bigger the next day. When I shared this with Verdia, she was surprised, as she believed, like most mages, that the amount of mana was fixed since birth. I realized that this peculiarity could be a unique advantage, as long as I continued to use it strategically. These 2 years were full of discoveries and advancements, but I knew I still had much to learn. With each small victory, my curiosity grew, and I sought to learn more about this new world. In the following months, before I turned 3 and started my physical training with my father, I spent my days discovering new things. My mother, Selene, was tirelessly kind and loving, and her affection reflected in everything she did. When Verdia began teaching me magic, my mother was always close by, often watching with a look of pride or encouraging me with kind words. Verdia, in turn, was a well of patience. I felt comfortable asking questions, even when I knew they might seem obvious or annoying. One day, while learning fire magic, I asked, "Why does magic exist?" Verdia smiled. "I've always thought it exists to remind us that limits are meant to be challenged and that even the impossible can be shaped by the right hands. Controlling it is understanding its nature, but also respecting it. That's what separates a talented mage from a reckless fool." Those words stayed with me, and I applied them to other aspects of my life. It was a good philosophy to follow when it came to magic. The sound of the wind passing through the treetops filled the clearing where we were training. My father was focused, his voice firm as he adjusted my stance during a combat drill. As soon as he noticed my talent for magic, he began my hand-to-hand combat training, fearing that I might not find it as interesting. From what I understood, warrior training usually began at age 5, but he thought it wouldn't be a problem if it were me. "Keep your center of gravity low, Rygar. That way, you can resist the impact." The first drill was a strength contest. My father was much bigger and stronger than me, but I had something he didn't expect, knowledge of grappling from my past life. When he lunged to grab me, I quickly lowered myself, using his movement to seize his leg and pull it, unbalancing him for a moment. He laughed, surprised. "Interesting? Where did you learn this?" I just thought quickly, I lied, trying to cover it up. Even so, he noticed something different. My approach was more strategic than instinctive, and that intrigued him. Gradually, I began incorporating more complex techniques, like holds and locks, which, although not perfect for my child's body, gave me an unexpected advantage. "You're small, but you fight like an experienced predator. That's rare for someone your age," he said as he knocked me down so quickly that I couldn't react. You're getting better." Again. We trained until dusk, and by the end, he gave me a proud look. "You have much to learn, Rygar. Remember, you may be strong, but you're small and inexperienced. Don't blindly rely on your strength," he said wisely. Of course I know that, but did he have to beat me so much? I'm only 3 years old? This is child abuse. I'm calling the police, of course, father. I definitely won't forget that, I said with a sinister smile, which only looked strange on my child's face. At night, after dinner, came the moment I looked forward to most, sitting beside Verdia and my mother while they told stories of places beyond the Great Forest. Verdia started, as usual, drawing maps on the cabin floor with a stick. "Rygar, did you know that beyond this forest, there are lands so different they could seem like another world?" she asked as she made winding lines. "What are they like?" I asked, my curiosity growing. She smiled. "Meles, for example, is a kingdom of religious humans. Their cities are surrounded by tall walls, and many people there follow the laws of Saint Meles. They believe in order and purity, or at least, that's what they say." My mother, Selene, leaned in, adding, "But not everyone in the world follows those beliefs. The kingdom of Azura, on the central continent, is very different. They are the wealthiest and rule as a great monarchy. It's a place of intrigue and luxury, but also of inequality." Verdia continued, her tone more serious. "Little Rygar, there's something you always need to be aware of in this world. There are those who see people like us, the beast race, as tools or objects. They're the slave traders." My mother sighed, the usual brightness in her eyes dimmed for a moment. "I was a slave myself, Rygar. I've seen up close how they treat those they capture. That's why it's so important that you grow up knowing the value of freedom." These words resonated with me. While my body sought physical strength through training, my mind sought to understand what it meant to be just and strong. After 3 years living with these people, I noticed that despite their animalistic traits, they weren't so different from humans. The idea of others thinking they had the right to enslave them just because of their race seemed repugnant. But that wasn't something I could change in this world, at least not for now. During my explorations of the forest, I began to notice that the other children looked at me differently. Some started following me wherever I went. Maybe it was my unusual ability to think logically and strategically, or my strength, which surpassed theirs despite being the same age. When we played fight or explored the more dangerous areas of the forest, I instinctively took on the role of leader. "Let's go this way," I said, pointing to a less obvious route. "The rabbits tend to hide on this side, and the vegetation is denser, so we might find tracks." "How do you know that?" asked a boy named Karun, eyeing me suspiciously. "I observe," I replied, shrugging. "The forest speaks if you know how to listen." They laughed but followed my instructions, and we ended up finding what we were looking for. Thus, my position as leader began to solidify, even though I never asked for it. It was during a family dinner that my father mentioned something that stirred the entire tribe. "Jais is excited," Haunter started, with a light smile on his face. "His wife is pregnant." Selene beamed. "That's wonderful. The next generation of the Adoldia clan is on the way." Haunter nodded, but his expression grew thoughtful. "Rouge is also expecting a child. 2 heirs to chiefs being born almost at the same time. This will strengthen the bonds between the clans." I fell silent, absorbing the information. I knew that these children would play an important role in the tribe's future, but I also wondered what kind of relationship we would have. My father said that the holy beast had also been born, but this will be kept secret from everyone until it is old enough. Legends say that this beast will join the hero who will save the world or something like that. I don't know how much I believe in this, but I guess I'll have to wait to see this holy beast first. During the quieter nights, I found myself thinking about what I wanted for myself in this world. I felt the desire to explore, to live adventures beyond the forest. But I also knew I had a responsibility to my family and my tribe. Strength without purpose is nothing. I remembered my mother's words. My decisions would be shaped by these stories, by these teachings. While my body longed for battles, my heart and mind sought a greater purpose. Something that would give meaning to the life I was given. It's been a few months since I turned 4 years old. Here, they don't celebrate birthdays annually like they do on Earth. Verdia said it's because of the high death rate before the age of 5, which is a bit morbid to think about. In the tribe, it seems they only celebrate some kind of coming-of-age ceremony, but my mother wants to have a small celebration for my 5th, 10th, and 15th birthdays. Apparently, she saw a lot of this in human society and thought there was no reason not to celebrate. That morning, I decided it would be a day of achievement. I had just returned from a successful hunt and, for the first time, I wanted to prepare my meal without help. The idea seemed simple: roast the meat over the fire I summoned with magic. However, the result was disastrous. The meat was burned on the outside and raw on the inside, and the smell was so strong that even the birds flew away. I chewed a small piece, trying to ignore the bitter taste, but gave up shortly after. Maybe cooking isn't my calling, I muttered as I tried to erase the evidence of my failure before anyone saw. I sighed and added the experience to my list of lessons learned. At least in magic and combat, the progress was undeniable. Deciding to head home, I started running and jumping through the trees, leaping between roots and branches with the agility of a true Dadia. My father had already told me that if it was purely about physical strength, I had surpassed many of the warriors in the tribe, which made me curious about how much stronger I would become once I learned to use battle aura, a technique I had been making some progress with in my training recently. Wherever I passed, tribe members waved or gave curious glances. My name was already known by almost everyone, not only because of my magical and physical training, but also because of my constant habit of running through the forest. I had already become publicly known as the little genius of the Adoldia clan, praised for my strength and my ability to perform magic at such a young age. These comments made me proud, but I didn't let them go to my head. There was still so much to learn, and with the guidance of my father, Verdia, and Gera, each day was a new opportunity. I performed magic with a natural ease that even impressed Verdia, my patient and demanding teacher. She said she had seen many things, but never a child so young capable of understanding so many spells at such an age. Not that my life was limited to spells and magic words. In addition to my training with my father, I began learning the art of sword fighting from Gera, one of the best warriors in the tribe. There were two main fighting styles among the Dadia, one that used swords and various weapons, which I like to call the Dadia style, and the other that used only the body, with natural weapons like claws, fangs, and fists being the focus. My father didn't usually use a sword, but he explained that the Dadia techniques were a natural variation of the Northern God style. Many techniques of the Northern God style were actually attempts to copy the Dadia style. The fundamentals of the Dadia style focused more on enhanced senses, instincts, reflexes, and quick movements, making full use of the environment. Use the environment to your advantage, Rygar, Gera would always say. A fight is never just about strength or technique. It's perception, reflex, and adaptation. Rygar, a sword isn't just steel in your hand, it's an extension of your senses, my father once said while watching my training. I still felt more comfortable using my claws and body to fight, it just felt more natural to me. I simply had to follow my instincts blindly, and something good would come from it. That's how I spent most of my time. Running through the forest with other children, training with Gera and my father, and casting spells creatively became my routine, a routine that made my name known throughout the village. Current status: Fire magic, Advanced. Earth magic, Advanced. Water magic, Intermediate. Wind magic, Intermediate. Healing magic, Intermediate. Detoxification magic, Beginner. Howling magic, Basic. Northern God style, Beginner. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. Intermediate. Intellectual skills, reading and writing in beast god language and human language. Mathematics, university level. Practical skills, excellent hunter. Horrible cook. My mana reserves were steadily growing. I didn't know if I was capable of casting a saint tier spell yet, but I had to use several advanced tier spells to exhaust my mana. Even keeping my magic eye active all day wasn't enough anymore, though I didn't do that because it would be strange to constantly see magical power everywhere. Still, I always made sure to deplete my reserves, ensuring constant growth. After finishing another detoxification magic lesson, I sat next to Verdia under the shade of a tree. She was resting, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched me. I took the opportunity to ask something that had been bothering me. "Teacher, can I ask you something?" She gave me an amused look. "As long as it doesn't involve spells to make soup." I blushed. I often asked her about all kinds of random magic, but it really didn't make sense. There's magic to create a devastating tornado, but none for making soup. This world has evolved in constant war, so why only think about destructive magic? It's about how I use magic. When I learned howling magic, I realized it doesn't use incantations. Why do the other spells need them? Her expression grew serious. "You noticed that on your own?" she asked, looking surprised. "Yeah, it just feels natural." But why can't I do the same with fire or water magic, for example? I rarely questioned her teaching methods because she seemed to know what she was doing, but I decided to ask just in case. Verdia thought for a moment before answering. Incantations help shape and direct mana. Think of them as instructions for your power. However, instinctive magic, like howling magic, is different. It comes from the spirit and the body, without needing words. So, does that mean I can use other magic without incantations? She smiled slightly. It's possible, but there are only records of very experienced people managing it. I've only met 3 such people in my entire life. They're rare. However, there's only one way to find out. Let's go to the clearing. The place was surrounded by tall trees and bathed in the soft sunlight. Verdia gestured for me to position myself. Let's start with something simple. Focus on a water spell, but without incantations. I don't have much to teach you about this since I don't have this ability, but try to replicate the feeling and say the incantation in your mind. It might help. I closed my eyes, feeling the mana flow like a current inside me. Normally, I say the words, but this time I kept silent. I visualized a sphere of water forming in my hand while thinking about the incantation. To my surprise, it appeared almost immediately. I did it, I exclaimed, looking at Verdia. Impressive? That's a rare skill, little Rygar. I was planning to have you try this when you were older, but it seems I underestimated your talent. She looked genuinely surprised this time. It was hard to get that expression from her. I nodded, taking a deep breath. I imagined a flame floating before me, dancing in the air. Once again, without saying a word, the mana responded. A small flicker of fire sparked, vibrant and warm. Verdia laughed, clearly impressed. Rygar, this is a truly special skill. You have a natural talent, so remember, how much you develop this ability depends on your effort. Keep in mind what I've taught you about magic, and just follow your own path. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Little Rygar, do you want to be my disciple? It would still be the same, but we would be bound by something greater than just teaching. I noticed a hint of melancholy, but I was excited. Of course, Master. I would love to. She smiled. That's when a chill ran down my spine. What was that? I murmured, instinctively activating my senses. Verdia noticed it too. Something's wrong. Stay alert. We decided to investigate the surroundings and found strange footprints marking the ground. Boot prints, as if they had been made in haste. This isn't good, Verdia said, her tone serious. Is this what my father is investigating? I asked. Over the past few days, a subtle tension had begun to build among the warriors, and my father seemed to be in the middle of an investigation. Yes. She nodded, but her eyes were filled with concern. Although I was excited, there was something in her voice that hinted at worry. Now that I thought about it, she'd been like this all day. I wondered if this was what had been bothering her. When we returned home, we found my father, Haunter, with his arms crossed, his expression stern. He looked at me for a moment before speaking. Rygar, Verdia. Something is happening in the forest. Ghislaine came to find me. He says there's strange movement to the north. Soon, Ghislaine Adoldia appeared, his imposing figure filling the doorway. Haunter, we need to investigate. These movements aren't natural, and I fear they might signal bigger problems. Understood, my father replied, turning to me. Rygar, stay home. Don't go out for anything. But Father I tried to protest, but he interrupted me. This is non-negotiable. Stay and protect your mother if necessary, he said, looking at my mother. As I was still processing his words, Verdia stepped closer, her face bearing the same seriousness. I've also received news. The elves have called me back to the village. It seems that if anything happens here, they might be affected as well. My father sighed deeply. Then go, my father said, nodding. They will need you as much as we need our defenses here. With those words, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern. My father and Ghislaine left for the north, and my mother and Verdia began to pack their bags for the journey. As they spoke, an uneasy feeling grew inside me. Something was wrong, and I knew my peace was running out of time. Night had fallen, and the village was silent. The wind passing through the trees brought with it an uncomfortable chill, but it wasn't the cold that made me uneasy. It was the moment of farewell. Verdia was standing outside our house, going over her belongings as my mother, Selene, watched in silence. I approached slowly, trying to find the right words to say. Are you sure you need to go? I asked, trying to hide the worry in my voice. Verdia looked up, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Yes, little Rygar. The elves need me now, just as you and your mother need Haunter and Ghislaine to protect the forest. I can't ignore their call. My mother, who had been quiet until then, stepped forward and held Verdia's arm. Take care out there, Verdia. We know how dangerous the situation can get, but don't forget, the tribe will always be here for you. Thank you, Selene, Verdia replied, gently touching her hand. I'll return as soon as I can. Verdia turned to me, and her eyes seemed to shine, as if she was trying to capture every detail of the moment. Rygar, listen to your mother. And, more importantly, keep practicing. You have everything you need to become someone incredible. I hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. I'll train. I'll protect everyone here while you're gone. Just, come back as soon as you can. I really liked her, I truly did. She had taught me so much since I arrived in this world, and there was this gentleness and elegance about her, an aura that was truly hypnotic. She smiled, but there was something melancholic in her expression. Don't worry, I'll come back. And when I do, I want to hear all about your progress. Suddenly, she knelt down, holding my face with both hands. Remember, Rygar, even when you're alone, you're never truly alone. Your strength lies in the people you love, and they are always with you, in some way. My words caught in my throat, and all I could do was nod. My mother placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently as if to offer comfort. Verdia, you are already part of our family. Go in peace, but know we'll always be here if you need us, my mother said firmly. Verdia stood up, adjusting the quiver on her back, and gave one last look at both of us. You're my family too. I'll come back. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the trees, her silhouette swallowed by the darkness of the forest. We stood there, my mother and I, in silence, staring at where Verdia had gone. Finally, my mother broke the silence. She's strong, Rygar. But we are strong too. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. I nodded, but something inside me still weighed heavily. The night felt darker than ever. If danger is waiting, how can I stand still? I thought, feeling the unease take over me. As I walked back home after another training session, I spotted a group of children playing near one of the smaller clearings. They were laughing and running, lost in their games. One of the kids, a boy named Killian, saw me and ran toward me. Rygar, did you see how I climbed that tree? Yeah, Killian. You're getting really good at that, I replied with a smile. As he looked at me, proud of himself, an idea came to mind. With dangers looming, maybe it was time to prepare the younger ones for whatever might come. I approached Killian, placing a hand on his shoulder. Killian, I need you to gather our group. Call everyone, I want to talk to you all. He blinked, confused, but didn't question me. Okay, Rygar. I'll gather everyone. Shortly after, around 30 children, ranging from 3 to 7 years old, were gathered around me. I looked at them, feeling the weight of responsibility. Listen up, all of you, I began, my voice firm. There are dangers in the forest. My father and the other adults are investigating, but in the meantime, we need to be ready. You're all weak, and I want to teach you how to defend yourselves. There were murmurs among the group, some curious, others frightened. This means we're going to train, I continued. You'll learn to run faster, climb better, and use your senses like true members of the tribe. And who knows, I might even teach you a little magic. The murmurs stopped, replaced by excited looks. Killian was the first to raise his hand. When do we start? I smiled. Tomorrow morning. Get ready, because I'm going to make you sweat. The children laughed, some clapping, and the group's energy shifted to excitement. In the back of my mind, I knew it was more than just a game. Preparing them was my way of keeping an eye on things, even if it was just to buy time until the adults resolved the issue. At that moment, another child arrived, panting. Rygar, there's a group of adventurers coming? They're approaching from the west trail. The warriors of the tribe are there now. My mind went into overdrive. I didn't know what this meant, but I knew it wasn't something to be ignored. Without hesitation, I turned and began to run toward the village entrance. My heart raced as I wondered what these strangers wanted from us. Upon arriving, he found the tribe's warriors alongside a group of strangers. In the clearing, Rygar Adoldia, the warrior responsible for the tribe's security, was exchanging blows with an unknown man. Instinctively, Rygar activated his magic eye. The world around him shifted. The stranger was tall and athletic, with black hair tied into a ponytail and a focused posture. He wielded a long, elegant sword that seemed to dance through the air. His movements were precise, combining direct strikes with a fluid style that Rygar couldn't entirely recognize. There was something deeply unsettling about him, a strange instinctual feeling Rygar couldn't quite explain. The fighters exchanged intense but clearly friendly blows. The sound of steel clashing reverberated through the air, and the crowd watched in fascination. Yet, Rygar felt something stirring deep within him, an aggression that began to take over his senses. When Rygar stepped back after deflecting a particularly quick strike, Rygar couldn't hold back any longer. Letting out a roar, he charged at the swordsman with explosive force, aiming directly for his throat. Rygar's attack was swift, but the stranger didn't flinch. Instead, another figure intercepted him. Before he could land his strike, Rygar was firmly grabbed and thrown to the ground in a motion as smooth as a flowing river. He tried to resist, but the strength holding him down was unshakable. "Calm down, boy," said a deep, commanding voice. "No one here is your enemy." Looking up, Rygar saw an older man with short graying brown hair and an imposing presence. He held his sheathed sword at his side, clearly ready to act if needed, though his expression remained calm and controlled. "Rygar." Rygar rushed over, placing a firm hand on the young boy's shoulder. "Stop this. They are not enemies, it's just a friendly sparring match." Rygar was breathing heavily, shame burning his face as he slowly stood, avoiding the eyes of those around him. "I'm sorry, it was instinctive." "Huh? You tried to kill me over an instinct," scoffed the swordsman. Rygar, still stern, crossed his arms. "If he did, it's because he saw something in you that we don't. Our instincts rarely fail." The swordsman raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to the other members of his group, gathered a bit farther back. As tensions eased, Fendril formally introduced himself and his group to the villagers. "I am Fendril Ashbrand, the leader of this group, the Red Dragon's Breath. A pleasure to finally meet you all," he began, smiling warmly as he addressed the wary villagers. "We are rank S adventurers, and our journey began with a rescue mission. However, what brought us here goes beyond that." Pausing, he observed their reactions before continuing. I am a sword saint, and my mission started when a beast folk slave saved my life during a battle. I was gravely wounded, and despite her terrible condition, she cared for me. Before her death, she asked me to free her son and bring him back to the Great Forest. Upon arriving here, we learned of the challenges your tribe is facing. We couldn't simply walk away. That's why I've decided to help, and my group chose to follow me here. Fendral's gaze softened as he looked at Rygar, as if wanting the boy to understand his intentions. The debt is mine, and I see it as my responsibility to repay it. He gestured toward his companions. Darien, the swordsman, gave a simple bow. I'm Darien, swordsman. Not as skilled as Fendral, but my blade is sharp. Erina, the elven archer, spoke with an indifferent tone. I'm Erina, archer. She eyed Rygar, noting the distrust still present in his gaze. Goran, the dwarf, raised his voice jovially, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Name's Goran, the drunkard of the forge? Not a saint, but good with an axe and a barrel of ale. Marla, the healer, followed with a calming presence. I'm Marla, healer. If anyone needs care, I'm here. Lastly, a halfling introduced himself with a mischievous grin. Zin, thief. A young beast folk child hiding behind him piped up shyly. I'm Jinner. The village's reception was far from warm. Despite Jinner's account, which confirmed Fendral's story and eased some tension, the villagers remained skeptical. Having lived in isolation and with internal struggles, they watched the adventurers' every move with suspicion. Outsiders weren't easily trusted, especially during such uncertain times. Who are these people? What do they want here? One elder murmured, glaring at the group. Our tribe has its own warriors, we don't need strangers. Even with Fendral's explanation, doubt lingered. It was hard for the villagers to believe that a group of adventurers would come all this way out of pure altruism. Rygar felt the unease in the air. He too harbored reservations, particularly about the swordsman Darien, whose earlier sparring match had set him on edge. Yet, Fendral's calm demeanor and sincerity made Rygar hesitate in outright dismissing him. Over the days that followed, Rygar observed the adventurers closely. Darien was almost too composed, revealing little about himself. Erina maintained a detached curiosity about the villagers, never venturing too close. The others, more willing to engage, were met with cool politeness but little warmth. Still, Rygar couldn't shake the feeling that Fendral carried a unique burden, one that resonated with him. Perhaps there was more to this group than met the eye. As the days passed, Rygar began to hope the tribe's warriors would return soon. Their presence would make him feel more secure amidst the growing tension. One day, during one of his training sessions, Fendral watched as Rygar moved with the natural weapons inherited from his Daudia lineage. His sharp claws and the instinctive agility of his body allowed him to adapt to improvised combat styles. Fendral crossed his arms, studying the young warrior as he blocked and dodged Gera's attacks. You have what I'd call natural talent, Fendral remarked. Rygar paused, looking at him curiously. Talent for what? For the sword god style. It's the way you move direct, efficient, focused on ending a fight with a single lethal blow. Though Fendral seemed impressed, he didn't dwell on the comment. To him, talent only mattered if paired with hard work. Don't let it go to your head. Talent is just a seed. Whether it grows depends entirely on you. Rygar didn't respond. While he enjoyed using a sword, he found it far easier to improve by fighting with his claws and fists. As the weeks went by, Rygar became more involved in the village's daily routines, including helping younger children learn the basics of combat and patrolling the area. Initially, it was just a distraction, something to fill his time when he wasn't training with Gero or pushing his own limits. But soon, he realized he enjoyed teaching. Focus on your balance, Rygar told a small group. If your feet aren't steady, any strike will throw you off. The children looked up to him with admiration, eagerly mimicking his stances and movements. Despite his youth, Rygar already stood out as someone with the strength and skill of a seasoned warrior. As the months passed and he turned 5, Selene held a small celebration for just the two of them. She gifted him a ring engraved with a wolf design. The adventurers were gradually integrating into the village's routine. Rygar, though still wary of Darien, began training regularly with Fendral. Despite his growing respect for the group leader, Rygar couldn't ignore something peculiar. Whenever he activated his magic eye during their training sessions, he noticed Fendral's battle aura was unlike anything he had ever seen. It's sharp, Rygar reflected during a break. Every movement is like a blade, but controlled. It's as if he doesn't waste a single drop of energy. One day, after an especially intense sparring session, Fendral commented, "You've got monstrous strength for someone your age." He rubbed his shoulder where a strike from Rygar's claws had torn part of his light armor. If you learn to control it, you could become something truly dangerous, in a good way. Rygar felt a mix of pride and frustration. Despite his strength, he knew Fendral still outclassed him in technique and experience. My strength means nothing if I can't use it properly, he thought. During training, Rygar began to blend his natural grappling knowledge, something he had learned in his past life, with the instinctive combat techniques of his new body. In one bout, he managed to take down the veteran swordsman by grabbing his arm during an attack, twisting his body, and pinning him to the ground. Of course, he knew that if Fendral had been serious, his head would have been severed before he realized it. Interesting, Fendral said as he stood up with a grin. You don't limit yourself to one style. That flexibility will take you far. It's not like I choose to do this, Rygar replied, panting. It feels like my body just reacts. Then start training your reactions, too. Fendril retorted. Reacting without thought is useful, but reacting with intent is what separates a common fighter from a master. Apparently, there were two kinds of warriors, instinctual and rational. Fendril categorized Rygar as a pure instinctual fighter and noted that, while this approach made initial progress easier, it wouldn't take him as far in the long run. Beyond combat, Rygar began practicing chantless magic, something he still didn't fully understand. During a solitary training session, he focused on channeling mana into a simple fire lance spell. By concentrating all his energy into a single burst, the spell became intense and powerful but left him exhausted. I need more control, Rygar muttered to himself as he watched the smoke slowly dissipate. The more mana I pour in, the stronger the spell gets. This could be useful for short battles, but I need to find a way to use it strategically. Over time, he realized he could quickly deplete his mana reserves by overloading spells. This prompted him to think of new ways to combine his combat abilities with magic, something that could become a decisive advantage. In one of the rare moments of rest, Rygar sat beside his mother, Selene, as she wove a fishing net. He hesitated before speaking. Mom, have you ever felt like you weren't yourself? Like something inside you was pushing you to do things you didn't understand? Selene paused, looking at him with a warm, understanding smile. Sometimes, she replied. I think it's part of who we are, Rygar. That wildness, some are born with more of it, others with less. We're connected to nature, and nature isn't always rational. But you have something special. You have a choice. Rygar was silent for a moment. Mom, can you teach me how to cook? She burst out laughing. Her words lingered in Rygar's mind, echoing as he continued his training and patrols around the village. As time passed, Fendril gradually earned the trust of the tribe's leaders. The adventurer leader maintained a friendly and respectful demeanor, never forcing interactions. He respected Rygar's space and often engaged in small conversations about combat and strategy with the warriors, asking about the tribe's fighting styles without ever questioning Gustav Didadia's authority. Rygar was surprised by Fendril's approach. His mother and Verdia had told him that sword god-style practitioners were usually arrogant and unrestrained. Yet, Fendril didn't act superior, he was more of a battle companion. He corrected Rygar's movements gently, never in a rush to teach but always with wise words. As the days went by, Rygar trained with Fendril more often. He didn't know exactly what to expect, but the experience was overwhelmingly positive. Fendril's technique was refined, and Rygar learned a great deal just by observing him. Rygar realized that Fendril wasn't just a skilled swordsman but also an incredible strategist. Sometimes, when Fendril demonstrated more advanced techniques, Rygar felt as though he was missing something, as if failing at something that should have been simple. But instead of becoming frustrated, he dedicated himself even more to his training. With every sparring match, he felt something changing inside him, though he couldn't yet identify what it was. You're already at an advanced level, Rygar, at least in your style, Fendril once commented after an intense training session. But you need to learn to control not just your strength but also your emotions. Battle isn't just about brute force. Like I said, you've gotten this far relying purely on instinct, but it'll be hard to progress much further that way. I know, Rygar replied, breathing heavily. It's hard not to follow my instincts when they feel like the best move in a fight. It's been years since I left the Sword Sanctuary, but I heard there's a new Sword King called the Black Wolf. She's also from the Beast race. I don't know if she had the same problem, but if you ever want to advance further, you could seek her out or go directly to the Sword Sanctuary. You might even have a chance to become the Sword God's disciple. Each day, Rygar became more aware of how far he was from mastering his strength. But training with Fendril was the right path. He could pinpoint Rygar's mistakes and tell him exactly what needed to be done to improve further. Rygar was steadily becoming a stronger leader, increasingly aware of his abilities. His training sessions with the village children continued, but now he incorporated techniques he had learned from Fendril, blending grappling maneuvers into his combat style. His ability to immobilize opponents before delivering a decisive blow was unconventional but remarkably effective. He noticed that his beastly nature was becoming harder to control, yet it seemed to manifest precisely when he needed it most. Over time, Rygar also grew closer to Erina, the elven archer from Fendril's group. Initially cold and distant, she eventually warmed up when she realized that he was simply curious about her mentor, Verdia. Now he knew her full name, Verdia Solarian. The forest was quiet that night. Rygar's footsteps were muffled by the dense undergrowth, his senses sharpened by months of training and patrols. He moved cautiously, yet his mind remained on high alert. Slave traffickers and smugglers still posed a constant threat in the area, and his mission was clear: patrol and protect the village. As he neared the forest's edge, where the terrain opened up, distant voices caught his attention, sharpening his hearing. His magical eye activated instinctively, and his vision focused on the source of the sound. 4 figures moved briskly through a clearing, their pace urgent. Rygar crouched low, hidden among the foliage, and observed. What he saw made his jaw tighten with restrained anger. 2 smugglers were carrying beast children, bound and teary-eyed. A wounded beast woman was slung over one man's shoulder, her body limp. The other man held her upright by a rope tied around her neck. The children, though visibly terrified, resisted as much as they could, their defiance a testament to their spirit despite their dire situation. Slavers, Rygar thought, his blood boiling. They won't leave here alive. With his heart pounding, he activated his magic eye and locked onto his targets. His perception sharpened, and the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of sweat mixed with fear filled his senses. 2 of the men carried swords and appeared reasonably skilled, though still no match for him. Nonetheless, caution was essential. The man leading the group barked, "Hurry up! The crossing will be tough if we don't move faster." The other man glanced around nervously but kept walking. "Damn beast folk. One more ambush, and we're done for. Let's get this over with." Rygar crept closer, a shadow in the darkness. With a deep, guttural growl, he unleashed his howling magic. A powerful, deafening wave of sound rippled through the clearing. The smugglers staggered, clutching their ears as they reeled from the sonic assault. The beast children and woman winced, but the slavers were left completely vulnerable. Rygar pounced like a predator from the shadows, moving with surprising speed for someone his size. His first target, a man wielding dual swords, tried to react but was too slow. Rygar's clawed hand wrapped around his throat, his sharp nails digging into flesh. A savage smile crossed Rygar's face as his beastly instincts took over. With a brutal squeeze, his claws tore through the man's neck, ripping flesh and severing arteries. The slaver crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Nearby, the second swordsman, still dazed, struggled to regain his footing. Rygar turned to him with predatory precision, conjuring a flaming spear in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear, and it struck the man square in the chest. The explosion of flames consumed him in an instant, his screams echoing into the night. The remaining 2 slavers panicked. One attempted to flee, but Rygar was faster. He sprinted after the man, tackling him with monstrous strength. Pinning him against a tree, Rygar's claws tore into his throat, silencing him forever. The final slaver, desperate, drew a knife and turned toward the beast woman. She was too weak to resist as he raised the blade, but before it could descend, Rygar was there. In a blur, he struck the man with an open-handed claw swipe, the force enough to send him sprawling. The knife clattered to the ground, and Rygar delivered a final, fatal blow. The clearing grew silent except for the labored breathing of the rescued captives. Rygar turned to the children and the beast woman, his earlier rage subsiding. His predatory expression softened as he crouched near them. "You're safe now," he said, his voice low but steady, as he began to heal their wounds with magic. Cutting their bonds carefully, he freed them. The children, still trembling, stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. The beast woman, though gravely injured, managed a faint smile of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. Rygar nodded solemnly. He picked up the 2 children, cradling them gently in his arms as the woman limped alongside him, following his lead back towards safety. His thoughts churned. This was his first kill, yet it felt natural, instinctual, a necessary act to protect those who couldn't defend themselves. But a small, primal part of him relished the hunt. Months passed with several small skirmishes around the village. Each time, the tribe's warriors swiftly handled the threats. Finally, the expeditionary warriors returned to the village. Their arrival brought both relief and unease. Exhaustion was etched into their faces, and it was clear that their journey had been grueling. Rygar stood beside Fendrel as the returning warriors entered. The initial tension between the tribe and the adventurers had eased over time, thanks in no small part to Fendrel's calm demeanor and their actions in protecting the village. Gustav, the village chief, exchanged a knowing look with Fendrel before addressing Rygar. "Come with us. You've earned your place in this meeting," Gustav said. Rygar nodded, his resolve hardening. Whatever news the warriors had brought back, he was ready to face it. The weight of responsibility hung heavy in the air, but for Rygar, it was yet another step on his path to becoming stronger for his tribe, and for himself that the familiar figures of Jais, Hunter, and a small group of warriors appeared on the horizon. In the village, murmurs of anticipation quickly gave way to worried expressions. Children ran to their mothers, while the elders exchanged tense glances. Jais, the seasoned tribal veteran, walked at the forefront, his demeanor serious and his eyes scanning the village. Beside him, Hunter bore the hardened expression of someone who had faced difficult days. Their leather armor was worn, marked with fresh battle scars that told their own story. Gustav, the tribe's leader, quickly approached, his eyes scrutinizing the group. "Just you," his voice came out colder than he intended, but the question was unavoidable. Jai stopped and motioned for the other warriors to disperse and rest. Turning to Gustav, he responded gravely. The others stayed behind. There were many problems. Hunter, standing beside him, added. "We found clear signs of movement from the underworld. Large groups. Too large for us to face directly. Part of our group remained at the borders to monitor them, but we don't know if they'll return." Jai's finished, his voice heavy with the weight of uncertainty. The news hit the village like a stone. Villagers began murmuring, and a tense atmosphere spread quickly. Some mothers clutched their children tightly, while others searched for answers in the warriors' eyes. Gustav stood silent for a moment, assessing the situation before commanding. "Come to the central tent. We need to discuss this immediately. Fendrel, Rygar, you're coming too." "Who are they?" Jais asked sharply, glaring at Fendrel and his group, his body tense. After months of fighting slavers, it was difficult to mask his bloodlust and disdain. Gustav cut him off. "They've been helping defend the tribe these past months. So wipe that look off your face and offer your thanks." Hearing this, the warriors calmed, and Jais offered an apology. Inside the central tent, the atmosphere was heavy. Besides Gustav, Jais, and Hunter, several of the tribe's most experienced warriors were present. Rygar had been allowed to participate due to his strength and recent contributions. It was the first time he had witnessed something so serious, but he knew this was an important moment to understand what was happening. Gustav looked directly at Jais. Explain in detail. What did you see? Jais crossed his arms, taking a deep breath before replying. We found organized groups at key points along the borders. These aren't just merchants or common hunters. They carry symbols of known underworld factions. They're armed and appear to be preparing for something big. We tried to send messages to other tribes, but we've received no response. Hunter added, the worst part is that they know about us. We encountered ambushes and signs that they've been monitoring our movements. And they don't seem to care that we're aware of it. Gustav furrowed his brow, processing the information. And the rest of the group? Why did they stay behind? They volunteered to continue surveillance and buy us time. They're also tasked with warning us if anything happens. We know the risks, but we had no other choice, Jais replied, his tone laced with regret. As the adults discussed, Rygar couldn't shake a feeling of urgency. He recalled the stories about slavers but had never imagined the threat could be so close. His mind raced as he decided to speak up. If we know where they are, why don't we strike first? Rygar asked, his voice cutting through the tension in the tent. All eyes turned to him. Some were surprised, others skeptical. Jais looked at the young warrior with a firm expression, though not disdainful. Attacking now would be suicide. They need so much preparation because we have the advantage in these forests. If we attack recklessly, we'll lose that edge. We don't know how many there are or how well equipped they might be. Hunter nodded in agreement. We need more information before acting. Any rash move could cost us dearly. Despite their words, Rygar felt that something was being withheld. The meeting dragged on as Gustav and the other leaders debated their next steps. The possibility of an attack on the village seemed increasingly real, and the distrust toward the recently arrived adventurers only added to the tension. When the meeting finally concluded, Jais placed a hand on Rygar's shoulder as they exited the tent. You're growing fast, boy. But remember, patience is as powerful a weapon as strength. Rygar nodded, though his clenched fists betrayed his lingering unease. As night fell, the young warrior couldn't help but look toward the horizon, where the other tribal warriors still remained. Perhaps they were fighting for their lives. He also thought constantly of his master, Verdia. Were the elves facing something similar? Worry gnawed at him. He knew that sooner or later, it would be his turn to confront the looming war. While the village remained on high alert, Rygar exhausted his mana reserves by practicing earth magic, making it as dense and rigid as possible. He was confident he could already use a saint-level spell, but lacking a proper benchmark made it hard to gauge his current capabilities. He was about to cast another spell when his heightened hearing detected movement several hundred meters away, far from the tribe. Approaching stealthily, he saw Zin, the halfling rogue. He almost called out but paused. What was Zin doing here? Without drawing attention, Rygar followed him through the forest, hiding in the shadows. When they reached a clearing, Rygar watched as Zin exchanged signals with hooded figures. He could clearly hear murmurs about the village and its weaknesses. Anger flared in his chest, and it took every ounce of self-control to keep him from leaping forward and tearing them apart. He knew that confronting Zin directly would be unwise. Instead, this information had to remain a secret. He waited for the right moment and then returned to the village, where he confided in Jais and the tribal leaders about what he had witnessed. Gustav immediately devised a plan to capture Zin and his allies by surprise, ensuring they remained unaware they'd been discovered. They decided to inform Fendril as well, reasoning that if he had wanted to harm the tribe, he could have assassinated the leaders quietly and escaped. Fendril was visibly shaken upon learning of Zin's betrayal. He assured Gustav that the treachery was isolated and reaffirmed the loyalty of Darien, whom he had known since childhood and trusted with his life, as well as Erina, his lover, who had as much to lose as the tribe's residents due to being an elf. Even so, it was decided that only Fendril would be privy to Zin's betrayal. With the growing need for protection, Rygar decided to begin training the children he deemed most mana-attuned in magic. His physical and combat training had been progressing well, but he wasn't sure if everyone would excel in magic. To test his theory, he chose Killian, 5 years old, Lisina, 4 years old, and Taze, 7 years old, the 3 children with the greatest amount of mana and potential. If guided properly, they could become a significant asset to the tribe. Rygar started with simple instructions on beginner-level water magic, using this opportunity to test a theory he had recently developed about magic in general. If he was right, he was confident he could become a pioneering force in the magic of this new world. Hunter was hurled into the air, caught in the impact of a fiery explosion. Rygar emerged from the flames, his skin scorched, but his eyes fierce with determination. A roar echoed as he unleashed his howling magic in quick succession. Hunter was momentarily stunned midair before hitting the ground. When he regained his bearings, Rygar was already on top of him, his claws hovering mere centimeters from his jugular. The clearing was silent, broken only by their heavy breathing. Too fast. Hunter muttered. Do you yield? Rygar asked, his teeth clenched. Hunter let out a short laugh, filled with pride and surprise. All right, boy, I yield. Rygar stepped back, releasing his father, and exhaled deeply, a victorious smile spreading across his face. His mother, Selene, clapped enthusiastically, while Fendril whistled in approval. You're really growing, Garo, his sword instructor, remarked with a thoughtful gaze. But remember, defeating your father once doesn't mean you've surpassed him. He's right, Haunter added, standing with some difficulty. But it was a good fight. I'd say, your best so far. Rygar nodded, trying to conceal the pride that burned within him. For a brief moment, he was not just a young apprentice, he was a true warrior. The shadow of night blanketed the forest canopy as Rygar and 3 other warriors moved silently under the faint glow of the moonlight. Rygar had his magic eye activated, scanning the surroundings for suspicious movement. Beside him, Garo led the formation with steady steps, while 2 other warriors held the rear. These tracks are fresh, Garo said, crouching to inspect the ground. Looks like they're trying to lure us somewhere. Or maybe they're just fleeing, Rygar replied, though the unease in his voice was evident. A distant snap froze the group. It wasn't the natural sound of breaking branches, it was deliberate. Spread out, Garo commanded in a low voice. The battle erupted suddenly, like thunder shattering the silence of the night. The intruders advanced swiftly, but Rygar was prepared. Using his magic eye, he immediately detected the movement patterns and positions of the enemies. Each step, every motion, was clear to him, as though a web of energy illuminated the battlefield. With a primal roar, he charged forward, already conjuring earthen spears that erupted from the ground toward the invaders. The stone's impact echoed through the forest, forcing the enemies to dodge. Rygar seized the moment, casting advanced fire magic, Flame Slice, with a swift motion of his hands. The flaming blade sliced through the air, striking one man diagonally and leaving a searing cut across his chest. The explosion of fire hurled him backward, screaming as the ground around him cracked from the force. But there was no time to revel in the success. 4 more enemies charged with renewed ferocity. Rygar surged ahead, his sharp claws gleaming in the moonlight. He grabbed the wrist of an enemy, an armored man, and, with a fluid motion, disarmed him. In a single turn, he twisted the man's arm and slammed him into the ground with a resounding thud. The enemy was left vulnerable and stunned. Without hesitation, Rygar pounced, sinking his claws into the man's throat. The move was swift and brutal, leaving no room for defense. He felt the life drain from the body beneath him, but his instincts didn't let him stop. The thrill of the hunt clouded his senses, driving him to be fiercer, deadlier. As he stood, another enemy lunged with a sharp blade aimed at his neck. Rygar ducked, letting the blade pass over his head, and retaliated with a powerful kick to the attacker's knee. The man stumbled forward, and Rygar leaped onto him, tearing him apart with his claws like a predator overpowering its prey. Nearby, the other warriors fought with equal intensity. One sliced through an enemy's neck with a clean sword strike, while Garo disarmed opponents with precise cuts, targeting vital points. But the enemies weren't simple foes. 4 more remained standing, and the battle was far from over. Rygar, now in a near-trance state, fought with savage precision. His strikes became faster, more instinctive. His mind blurred as his body moved on autopilot, driven purely by the need to dominate the battlefield. As another enemy tried to attack from behind, Rygar spun around, grabbing the man's shoulders and slashing his neck with his claws. Then it happened. One of the tribe's warriors, approaching to celebrate the victory, placed a hand on Rygar's shoulder. Reflexively, Rygar spun and delivered a violent kick to the warrior's chest. The impact hurled the man backward, slamming him into a tree with a dull thud. Rygar. Garo's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Rygar stopped abruptly, mere steps from his ally. Realization struck him like a lightning bolt, and his eyes widened in horror. His blood still roared in his veins, but something deep inside broke as he saw the damage he had inflicted. Rushing to the fallen warrior, who was struggling to rise, Rygar immediately cast healing magic, his hands trembling as the energy flowed into the injured man. The wounds closed, but the guilt in Rygar's heart remained raw. I'm so sorry, Rygar whispered, his voice thick with remorse. The warrior, still dazed, looked up at him with a mix of confusion and understanding. It's fine, he croaked. You were in combat mode. That wasn't you? Rygar swallowed hard, trying to regain his composure. He glanced around, seeing the other warriors watching him with a mix of respect and wariness. The battle had been won, but Rygar had glimpsed a far greater conflict brewing within himself. The day was clear, but something in the air felt heavy. The Dadia village, always busy and welcoming, seemed different to Rygar. As he walked along the trails that cut through the huts, he felt the gazes. Many were still warm looks of recognition and admiration, but there were also cautious, even distrustful, glances. Since the incident during the patrol, when his instincts overtook him and he attacked one of his allies, the respect he had earned began to crumble. Although the attack hadn't caused serious harm, the act itself was enough to plant doubts in the tribe's mind. He wasn't blaming them, though. He had always managed to stay in control, but lately, he wasn't as sure. He was more afraid of losing his rationality than they were. While his thoughts tormented him, he spotted Jais in the distance, standing near one of the watchtowers. The chief of the warriors stared at him with a serious expression. When their gazes met, Jais gestured for him to come over. Rygar approached without saying anything. Jais led him to a more secluded spot, where no one would overhear them. The silence between the two was heavy, and Jais finally broke it, his voice firm. Rygar, can we talk? Jais asked, bluntly. The young man nodded, feeling the weight of the words even before hearing them. Jais looked at him with a mix of respect and concern. I heard from Garo about your incident. This is not something to be taken lightly. I know. Rygar's voice was a whisper. It felt like I couldn't think, like my body was moving on its own. Jais sighed, crossing his arms. That's what worries me. You know, you remind me of someone. Do you know that? Rygar looked up, surprised. Who? My sister, Ghislaine. The name made Rygar frown. He had heard stories about Ghislaine Adoldia, but rarely did anyone speak of her directly. What does she have to do with me? Ghislaine was like you. Too strong, too wild. Since she was little, she was faster, more agile, and fiercer than any of us. Jais paused, looking at the horizon as if reliving old memories. She barely learned to speak the beast god language. She usually solved things with her fists. Always fighting, always challenging everyone around her. Then, when a wandering swordsman passed through here, she left with him. And you think I'm like her? Rygar asked, defensively. Not completely. You're different. You're intelligent, rational. You have the ability to learn and think beyond your instincts. But those same instincts are even stronger than hers, and your strength also far exceeds hers. Rygar felt a weight in his chest. Jais's words weren't said with anger but with genuine concern. What does that mean? Rygar asked, with a mix of challenge and hesitation in his voice. It means that, as much as I see your potential, I have to be honest. Jais clenched his fists, his eyes showing reluctance. Ghislaine could be controlled. She wasn't as strong as you. Your potential becomes something dangerous instead of something good. What I mean is, no matter how many contributions you make to the tribe, if one day I believe that you are a threat to us, I will have to ask you to leave. The words hit Rygar like a blow. I don't want that. I don't wish for that. Jais hesitated, his voice heavy with regret. But as the next leader, I need to protect our tribe above all else. Rygar didn't answer. He remained silent as Jais walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Rygar found an isolated spot near a stream, far from the village. He needed to think. Am I just a beast? He was reincarnated, and although he had realized his instincts early on, he always thought his rationality and adult maturity would prevail. But was that really the case? Is my place really here? These questions burned in his mind. He thought of his previous life, of who he was as a human. There, he had control. He had logic and reason. Here, however, it seemed like his instincts were always lurking, ready to take over. Am I a human reincarnated trying to live as a Dadia? Or am I a Dadia fighting against what I really am? These reflections led him to think of his mother. When Rygar got home, his mother immediately noticed something was wrong. She stopped what she was doing and walked over to him. Rygar, what happened? He hesitated but eventually told her everything, the looks from the tribe, the conversation with Jais, and his own fears. Mom, what if I really am a danger? What if I end up like a beast? His mother cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look directly at her. Rygar, you are my son. No matter what happens, you will always be my son. But, what if I can't control it? Then we'll work on it together. She smiled, a warm smile that seemed to chase away all the shadows. You're not alone, Rygar. You'll never be. Those words brought him some comfort. He knew he wouldn't resolve this problem so easily, but as Selene said, he had people who would help him. For the first time, it sparked curiosity in him. Why did he come to this world? Was it for a purpose? Was it by chance? He didn't know, and honestly, he wasn't sure if he wanted to find out. Later, Rygar joined his subordinates. He started calling them that because they asked him to, and they were increasingly acting like an organized group. As Rygar instilled discipline and knowledge during their training, they realized that they weren't living in easy times, and they adapted to this reality. His group was already 50 members strong, with 5 main leaders commanding 9 others. As for his magic apprentices, Killian, Lisina, and Taze, the training was becoming more serious, and results were starting to show. Killian, the most promising, could already cast magic without chanting, something that impressed Rygar. Lisina was also close to reaching that level, while Taze was still struggling with the basics. Good job, Killian, Rygar said, trying not to show favoritism. But remember, it's not just about power. Control is equally important. Okay, now can you teach me fire magic? Sure, I said I'd teach you once you mastered the chantless magic, but remember, fire is different from water, earth, and wind. You could hurt yourself if you get it wrong. As he trained the children, an idea began to form in his mind. The ideas about mana and magic he had theorized seemed to be correct. Mana reserves, for example, seemed to grow in childhood, contrary to what magicians believed. And from Killian's example, and soon Lisina's as well, chantless magic followed the same pattern. Even if only the most talented might learn it, it would still be a drastic change to the magical and combat systems in this world. If this knowledge was wrong, what else could be? He decided that he needed to experiment more, think outside the box. Perhaps the limitations of magic were more psychological than real. And if that was truly the case, he was confident in his creativity to create all kinds of magic. While he was reflecting on this, 2 little girls appeared, both around 3 years old. The one with cat ears, with her arrogant posture and nose in the air, approached with confidence. Are you Rygar? She asked, arms crossed. Yes. And who are you? I'm Linia. And this here is Persna. She pointed to the other child, who had drooping dog ears and was absent-mindedly chewing a piece of meat. Rygar chuckled to himself. Well, what do I owe the pleasure? I'm Linia Dadia, daughter of the future tribe chief, and I'm generously allowing you to teach us magic. Linia said arrogantly, though her arms crossed pose only made her look cute. Persna nodded her head, looking interested. I decided to give them a lesson now so they wouldn't get caught off guard by life in the future. At dusk, a secret meeting was called by the tribe's elders, including Gustav, Jais, and some of the main warriors. To his surprise, Rygar was invited to attend. In the cabin where they gathered, there was a rudimentary map of the region sketched on a table, with stones marking critical areas. Gustav, the tribe leader, began. We've received alarming information from the elves of the neighboring forests. Like us, they've been dealing with constant infiltrations by trafficker groups. These attacks are not random. They're testing us, looking for weaknesses. Rygar felt a chill down his spine hearing this. His mind immediately went to Verdia, his mentor, who was protecting their homeland. And what about ours? He asked. Until now, we've been able to maintain control. Gustav replied in a deep voice. But we know it's just a matter of time before they try something bigger. That's why we'll anticipate the attack. He pointed to the map, where a set of stones marked the tribe's borders. We'll make it look like we're gathering warriors to attack the trafficker bases just before the seasonal rains begin. However, that will only be a distraction. Jais completed the plan with a tense smile. Actually, we'll keep our best warriors hidden in the village. When the enemies come, thinking we're vulnerable, we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the plan. It was risky, but it made sense. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Zen. Fendril, the leader of the adventurer group where Zen had infiltrated, nodded gravely. We know he's passing on information, so we'll use that to our advantage. He'll send false reports about our movements to lure the enemies into the trap. It was an intelligent plan, but Rygar knew that its success depended on everyone's execution. After the meeting, Rygar threw himself even deeper into his training. He began to learn the sword styles more seriously, thinking that relying only on his instincts could become even more dangerous. Dividing his time between the sword god style with Fendril and the northern god style with Gera, he began to perceive the limits and advantages of each technique. While training with Fendril, Rygar noticed something intriguing. In moments of high tension or concentration, he would unconsciously activate his battle aura, as if it were a natural reflex. However, trying to use it consciously was a completely different experience. The sensation was like trying to hold an uncontrollable flow of energy, something he couldn't direct or maintain for long. Even with all Fendril's explanations and demonstrations, the process seemed almost like a puzzle. He didn't understand how his mentor could summon and control the aura with such precision, as if it were an extension of his own will. I'm still far off, Rygar thought, clenching his fists, determined to overcome this challenge. What would be possible if I combined the speed of the sword god with the unpredictability of the northern god? The idea of creating his own style wasn't new, but now it seemed more tangible. He realized that magic was heavily constrained by stigmas, and sword styles might be the same. After all, he knew that in his previous world, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of different martial arts. He knew he would have to learn everything he could before embarking on this path. Additionally, in his practice with magic, he experimented by combining earth and fire magic. The idea of creating lava had seemed absurd at first, but he managed some small successes. Magic is more flexible than we think. Maybe it's possible to completely rewrite what we know about it. These experiments filled him with determination. He was starting to see his strength not just as a weapon, but as a tool for change. With the young apprentices, Rygar became even firmer. He knew that to protect them, he had to instill discipline and responsibility in them. He had called Erina, the archer from the group, to teach the basics of archery to the children who were interested. Considering the difficult times ahead, she was happy to help. No matter how talented you are, without discipline, talent is nothing. He would often repeat. Killian, who had already mastered silent magic, received special attention. This is just the beginning. Don't slack off in your sword training. Physical combat is just as, if not more important than magic. Losing control of magic can be more dangerous than failing to cast it. Lisana, who was close to reaching this level, was showing signs of frustration. Don't compare yourself to others. Everyone has their own pace, Rygar advised, though he knew his words sounded empty to a child. Taze, on the other hand, was the most challenging. Though he worked hard, he clearly struggled with the fundamentals. I can't do it, he exclaimed during a training session. Rygar approached him. Don't say that. I can see with my own eyes that your mana is getting more familiar with the process. At this point, he was almost sure that the younger the student, the easier it was to teach them magic. In addition to the three, Linnea and Persna, his new students, began to approach more. Linnea, though only 3 years old, exhibited a striking arrogance. I'm Linnea Adoldia, heir to the chief? I don't need lessons. Rygar laughed. Heir or not, everyone starts somewhere. And with that attitude, it looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time, he said, as balls of mud began to form in his hands while he walked toward her. Persna, with her piece of meat always in hand, was quieter but watched everything with interest. I train after I eat, she stated before taking another bite. The two were different challenges, but Rygar knew he needed to integrate them into the group. They would be important in the future, of that he was certain. As the days passed, the tension in the village increased. The warriors were restless, and the news from the elves kept everyone on high alert. Rygar, for his part, did his best to prepare. Between training, magic experiments, and reflections on who he was, he knew the confrontation was approaching. And when the time came, he would be ready. Current status. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Water magic, intermediate. Wind magic, intermediate. Healing magic, intermediate. Detoxification magic, beginner. Howling magic, minor mastery. Merged spells, lava ball, mud field, mud trap. Northern god style, intermediate. Sword god style, intermediate. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. advanced. Intellectual skills, reading and writing in beast god language and human language. Mathematics, university level. Practical skills, excellent hunter, good teacher, horrible cook POV Ghislaine Adoldia. The rainy season was approaching. My nose itched, and the wind carried the scent of wet earth mixed with the fragrance of trees. Whenever that smell came, it meant the storm was near. It was familiar, but today, it felt different, heavier, almost suffocating. While practicing fire magic, a flame dancing in my hand, I glanced at Rygar. He was sitting near the edge of the clearing, as sharp as ever, carefully adjusting his sword. I'd seen him do this before, but today, it felt like he was elsewhere. His eyes gleamed with determination, but there was something more concern, perhaps. Rygar was never like us. From the day I saw him leaping through the trees at just 2 years old, he already seemed different. Not just because he was astonishingly strong and talented. He was more. Not in size, but in what he represented. He always knew what to do, always had a plan, even when everyone else was confused. When he stood, everyone stopped to watch. I remember the day he started training us. I had just turned 4, barely knowing anything about life. That towering figure became my teacher. I would have called him master, but he firmly forbade it. From that moment, I followed him wherever he went except during his own training. When he wasn't around, we trained and played together, our group roaming the village under Rygar's banner. No other group of kids dared to challenge us, and we eventually absorbed any rivals into our own circle. Even with this new, larger group, Rygar always remained impartial and fair, resolving every problem and complaint with ease. My respect and admiration for him grew each day. Then came the day when Rygar was officially recognized as a warrior of the tribe, not just for his power but also for his intellect and maturity. I heard he had defeated his father, one of the strongest warriors in the village. That day, we celebrated as if the achievement was our own. Despite his new responsibilities, he never abandoned us, not that anyone expected him to. He could do it all, and he never made mistakes. I think it was on that day that I realized my goal. I was learning magic, and my parents and friends already found that impressive enough. But what Rygar was teaching me was a unique skill, one that I might never fully master. You can do it, Ghislaine. Just guide your mana naturally, Rygar said, pointing at my chest and then my hand. Let it flow like a river. Don't try to control it all at once. And it worked. For the first time, I created a ball of water small and fragile without using any incantation. He smiled, and in that moment, I knew I wanted to follow him. I felt that this was my path, my destiny. As long as I followed him, everything would be fine. Since then, Rygar has become like a demigod in my eyes. Ghislaine, Taze, and I, along with the other division leaders, always looked to him for direction. And he always gave it. Even when things seemed grim, he found a way forward. Today, as I watch him, I realize he has changed. There's something heavier about him, more serious. The responsibility he carries is immense. Yet, even so, he doesn't falter. As I observed him, Ghislaine approached. Ghislaine, what are you looking at? She asked, her voice curious, a faint smile on her face. Rygar, I replied, my voice quieter than I expected. Are you worried about him? I thought for a moment before answering. No, I want to help him in any way I can. Ghislaine fell silent, but I could tell she felt the same way. We weren't just his students. Rygar was our leader. That day, I made a silent vow. No matter what happened, I would stand by him. Because deep down, I knew he was more than just a boy. He was Rygar. And Rygar would make a difference. MC's POV. The room was quiet, save for the sound of blades being sharpened and the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Fendril stood against the log wall of the cabin, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on me. Erina sat beside him. Darian stood on the other side, spinning a knife between his fingers, his relaxed demeanor contrasting with the tension in the air. The two were inseparable, childhood friends. Whenever they spoke of each other, there was a camaraderie I envied. They seemed so synchronized, so human. Beyond them, the rest of the adventurers were scattered around the tent. Fendril spoke first, breaking the silence. So, Rygar, you're saying Jais is leading a direct assault on the enemy bases before the rainy season hits? Yes, I replied firmly. We'll need your help again to defend the tribe, alongside the warriors stationed here, of course. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zin's mouth twitch slightly as he heard me. Fendril narrowed his eyes, studying me. He was quite the actor, even I almost believed his facade. It was a bold, risky plan, but it had a high chance of success if executed well. Darian chuckled, his tone light but tinged with admiration. You've got guts, no doubt about it. But, Fendril, do you think they'll fall for it? These slavers aren't amateurs. It's a risk, I admitted, keeping my voice steady, but a calculated one. They might still hesitate to attack because of the presence of a sword saint. Fendril walked to the table in the center of the room, placing his hands on it and leaning forward. He seemed to weigh every detail, glancing at his companions to gauge their thoughts. Finally, he sighed and nodded. All right. We'll do it. We'll do our best to protect the tribe in their absence. I nodded, swallowing the tension rising in my chest. I followed him silently, keeping myself hidden among the trees. Zen was careful, but not careful enough to lose me. He walked quickly, his eyes scanning the ground ahead as if afraid of being followed. And rightly so, I thought. My breathing was steady, my footsteps light. It was dark, but my eyes adjusted easily to the dim light, a gift of my race. Still, I knew that if Zen turned at the wrong moment, he might see me. He paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly. I crouched low, pressing my body to the ground, and held my breath. He glanced around, suspicious, but soon continued on his way. He left what appeared to be a letter inside a hollow log before moving on. When I was sure he was far enough away, I headed back to the village. When I arrived, I gathered Killian, Lisana, and Taze, along with Erat and Lion, the other 2 division commanders. They were waiting, their faces a mix of excitement and fear. Listen, I began, my voice firm. You cannot reveal yourselves, no matter what happens. Stay hidden until I give the signal. And if something goes wrong, we run to the forest, Killian finished, his eyes shining with determination. I nodded. Exactly. Protect the other children. And don't look back. No matter what you hear, don't stop. They nodded in unison, and I felt an immense weight settle on me. Before leaving, I went to my mother. She was organizing items in the cabin, likely trying to keep herself occupied. Mom, I called, and she turned to me, her face weary. Don't worry about me. Just, stay safe. She hesitated, her eyes filling with concern. But finally, she nodded and pulled me into a hug. Her warmth gave me strength I hadn't realized I needed. Haunter, Jais, Garu, and several other warriors stood in a tense circle, their expressions grim. Gustav repeated the plan, detailing every movement with precision. Zen has delivered the false information. This should give us the advantage we need. When the battle begins, Rygar will launch a large-scale ice attack to destabilize them. I need all of you ready to strike as soon as their formation breaks. What about the enemy's strongest warriors? Any new information? Haunter asked, his concern evident. Gustav took a deep breath. They're the biggest threat. We know Fendril is here, but the slavers don't seem to fear him. That means they have something or someone they believe can counter him. Jais clenched his fists. If they have a saint-level warrior, we can handle it, Gustav interrupted. Our losses might be greater, but no single man can stand against an army of warriors alone. I watched the discussion, conflicted. What if I lost control? It had happened before, and the fear of it haunted me, but I couldn't fail, not now. Days passed. The warriors had departed on an expedition to eliminate the slavers. To make the ruse convincing, none of the families had been informed. The farewells were somber and heart-wrenching. I was now secretly standing guard at the edge of the tribe's territory, keeping my magic eye active and scanning for any movement in the distance. Suddenly, I spotted dozens of mana signatures approaching. I quickly sent a signal to alert everyone to prepare. Moments later, I sensed a presence. Fendril emerged from the main trail, followed by Darien and several other warriors from the tribe. They were armed and ready for battle, but something felt off about Darien. He seemed uneasy. The rest of our group will launch an ambush on their rear, Darien said, his voice laced with confidence and a faint smirk. Fendril nodded, his gaze sharp as it locked onto mine through the underbrush. I returned the gesture, signaling that we were ready. The moment the enemy entered the clearing, we would begin our attack. We're under attack? Gather all warriors now, Fendril shouted, his voice commanding. The guards sprang into action, preparing for the assault. Despite everything going according to plan, my instincts screamed that something was wrong. The invaders advanced through the forest, torches and swords in hand, setting fires wherever they passed. They were well organized, their threatening silhouettes cutting through the forming mist. Dozens of them marched, but my attention was drawn to the central group, 5 swordsmen who walked with absolute confidence. They were different. Their posture, their aura, it all screamed lethality. Dressed in dark clothing accented with silver, each carried a long sword. They moved like shadows, their grace unnerving. Now wasn't the time to dwell on their strength. I gathered all the mana I could, feeling it surge and vibrate through my veins. The ground beneath me began to freeze, a thin layer of ice spreading outward as the air around me grew frigid. Taking a deep breath, I bent my knees and leaped into the air with all my might. Time seemed to slow as I soared upward. Below, the slavers turned their heads, confused, watching the shadow streak across the sky. What is that? Someone shouted in alarm. At the apex of my jump, I raised my hand above my head, channeling all the mana I could muster into a single spell. A brilliant blue orb formed, pulsating with freezing energy and casting an eerie light across the shadowed forest. Freezing Nova. I roared, my voice reverberating with power. It wasn't the actual spell, I hadn't learned it yet, but it seemed close enough to what it would be. The orb detonated as it hit the ground, unleashing a blinding explosion of ice. A wave of frost radiated outward, shards of ice raining down like spears, impaling the ground and catching unprepared enemies. The temperature plummeted instantly, and a swirling blizzard enveloped the battlefield, leaving a pristine, cutting whiteness in its wake. When I landed, the impact cracked the frozen ground beneath me, sending out another shockwave of frost. Trees creaked and shattered, transformed into crystalline sculptures of ice. Many slavers screamed, trying to flee, but the cold claimed them before they could escape. A significant portion of the enemy was caught in the storm, frozen in place with their terrified expressions preserved in ice. As expected, the 5 swordsmen dodged the attack effortlessly, retreating before it struck. One of them stepped forward, the leader, by his demeanor. He unsheathed his blade, a crooked smile playing on his face, though his eyes were calculating. I glared at them, unflinching, while the guards began their counterattack against the invading forces. The sounds of clashing steel and roaring voices filled the clearing. Fendrel and Darien approached me. What do we know about them? I asked without taking my eyes off the 5 figures. They're known as the Black Frost 5, Fendrel said grimly. Infamous mercenaries in the underworld. They've never failed a job, but they're only advanced level swordsmen. I swallowed hard. Black Frost. The name felt like a cruel irony, given my reliance on ice magic. The apparent leader stepped forward. He had long brown hair and a jagged scar running diagonally across his face, making him appear almost grotesque. His voice was clear and sharp as he addressed Fendrel. Fendrel. It's been a while. Fendrel narrowed his eyes but remained calm. Resorting to working with slavers now? I'm not impressed. The swordsman chuckled. We do what's necessary. And you? Come to die alongside these furballs. I was prepared for their provocations. It was a common tactic in the North God style. But my instincts screamed louder than ever. Something was wrong, horribly wrong. I scanned the battlefield, using every sense at my disposal. The fights around me were chaotic but didn't justify the danger I felt. It wasn't these 5, their strength alone wouldn't provoke such a reaction. Deciding not to take chances, I signaled the hidden warriors to attack prematurely. Just as I felt a fleeting sense of safety, it happened. The enemy leader charged at Fendrel, wielding what I recognized as a longsword of silence. The choice seemed absurd, given his opponent. Fendrel appeared wary, his eyes darting to the other 4 swordsmen. He activated his ultimate technique, the longsword of light. Seeking a swift death? I'll oblige, he said coldly. But before I could react, Darien moved. He was behind Fendrel in an instant, his blade slicing through the air toward his childhood friend's back. Fendrel, behind you. I shouted, acting on instinct. My warning came just in time. Fendrel deflected the strike and twisted his body, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in half. However, Darien's blade continued, severing Fendrel's dominant arm and slicing off his right ear. Blood sprayed across the snow as Fendrel stumbled back, clutching the bleeding stump where his arm had been. Darien. Fendrel gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Darien showed no remorse. His expression was cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. I'm sorry, old friend. But the world is cruel. Rage erupted within me, wild and unrelenting. Before I knew it, I was hurtling toward Darien, moving faster than I ever had. You'll pay for this. I roared, my voice raw with fury. The mercenary leader smirked as he watched the chaos unfold. Looks like the real show has begun. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the humid air of the forest. Darien faced Rygar, raising his sword. His eyes, once brimming with the confidence of an experienced warrior, now faltered under the predatory stance of the young Dadia. Rygar moved forward, low and fluid like a predator stalking its prey. He feinted a strike with his sword to Darien's left, aiming for the mercenary's abdomen, but at the last moment, he twisted his torso and slashed toward Darien's neck. Darien's blade rose to block, its steel glinting under the sunlight filtering through the trees. The clash rang out in the clearing, but the strike was a decoy. In the same motion, Rygar planted his foot and spun, releasing his sword in midair in a North God-style technique, and delivered a devastating kick to Darien's stomach. The mercenary leader was hurled backward like a stone, flying several meters before crashing against a tree. The wood groaned, and Darien collapsed to his knees, coughing and clutching his abdomen. Rygar caught his sword as it fell, his gaze fixed on his target. Before he could strike again, a commanding voice broke through the tension. Rygar, don't advance alone. Fendrel, wounded, clutched his severed arm while shouting with effort. His voice stirred something within Rygar, briefly pulling him back to rationality. Rygar blinked, the world around him realigning. Quickly, he reached Fendrel's side and cast healing magic to stop the bleeding. He lamented his lack of advanced healing magic, which could have reattached the arm if the wound were fresh. He tried pushing the limits of intermediate healing magic, but to no avail. While Rygar paused to regain focus, Darien staggered to his feet, still clutching his pained stomach. You're as impressive as ever, Rygar, Darien spat, a mocking smile on his lips. Why, Darien? Is there a good reason for this? Are they threatening the rest of our group? Fendrel asked, hope evident in his voice. The rest of the group is safe, secured somewhere, Darien replied. I don't have time for a melodramatic explanation, we're short on time, after all. Before Fendrel could respond, the remaining 5 Black Frost mercenaries began to encircle him and Rygar. But if you need a summary, Darien continued, it's about always living in your shadow, being weaker, slower, less talented. When we formed our adventurer group, you were the undeniable leader. When the woman of my dreams joined, she chose you. Call me crazy, or whatever you want, but this job pays more than we've earned in all our adventures combined, enough for me to live in peace with Erina and the others in the north. Without you. But don't worry, our friendship was real. I'll make sure they know you died a hero. His tone was cold, but the emotion in his eyes betrayed him. Fendrel crumbled, his last hope crushed mercilessly. How touching, one mercenary sneered, sharpening his blade against his hand. Let's wrap this up, kid. The sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves filled the air. One by one, the Dadia warriors emerged from the shadows. Jais led the charge, sword in hand and a deathly glint in his eyes. Rats like you should never have entered this forest, Jais said, his voice low and menacing. Haunter appeared beside him, his fists clenched and his claws already stained with the blood of earlier battles. More Dadadia warriors emerged, surrounding the mercenaries with deadly precision. Why didn't they attack our bases? Isn't that what Sen told us? One mercenary muttered, his gaze darting nervously. Something went wrong. Another replied, but before they could act, Jais raised his sword and shouted, "Advance!" The battlefield erupted into chaos. Jais charged first, targeting two mercenaries with surprising speed. He swung his sword in a horizontal arc, forcing them to retreat. Before they could recover, he roared, releasing a howling magic that stunned them. Seizing the opening, he struck diagonally, his blade slicing through one mercenary from shoulder to chest. Across the clearing, Haunter fought with raw power and precision. He punched a mercenary in the face, breaking his nose with a single blow. When another tried to attack from behind, Haunter spun, grabbing the man's arm and snapping it before slamming him into the ground with his claws. In the center of the battle, Rygar regained his confidence. Leaving the unconscious Fendrel in a safe spot, he rejoined the fray. He moved like a blur, using earth magic to create small protrusions under his enemy's feet, throwing them off balance before striking. One mercenary tripped and fell, and Rygar pounced, driving his sword into the man's throat in a diagonal slash that spilled blood onto the forest floor. Another enemy, wielding two daggers dripping with poison, approached. Rygar backed off, watching the man's swift movements. Using wind magic to boost his speed, he dodged an attack, spinning to the enemy's back. With a sharp movement, he whispered a spell, Wind Blade. The magical slash tore through the mercenary's body, leaving him screaming on the ground. Despite the Dadadia warriors' advantage, the Black Frost mercenaries were no ordinary foes. Two of them, masters of the North God style, fought side by side. Their blades moved in swift, precise arcs, cutting down Dadadia warriors as they advanced. One of them targeted Jais, who blocked the strikes but was slowly pushed back by their relentless assault. Rygar, with me. Jais called out as he fended off a series of rapid attacks. Rygar noticed the mercenary pressing Jais, his blade moving with practiced precision. Jais was forced to retreat step by step, and the mercenary, confident, surged forward for a decisive overhead strike. Without hesitation, Rygar charged to assist. He conjured earthen spikes beneath the enemy's feet, forcing him to leap to avoid the attack. The brief pause gave Jais enough time to recover his stance and strike, but the mercenary easily blocked it, spinning to deliver a quick blow to Rygar's side as he closed the distance. The impact was weaker than expected, as Rygar caught the strike with sheer force. He countered with a kick to the enemy's knee, causing him to stagger and creating an opening for Jais to unleash his howling magic. The spell hit directly, disorienting the mercenary, who clutched his ears as the deafening sound reverberated. Also stunned, but already accustomed to the magic's effects, Rygar seized the moment of vulnerability and dealt the final blow. He leapt forward, his blade slicing cleanly through the mercenary's neck. The opponent collapsed to the ground, his sword clattering against the stones. As the remaining mercenaries struggled to hold their ground, one of them, scanning the battlefield, realized what was happening. They knew everything. We were deceived, he shouted, eyes wide as he looked at Darien. But Darien was as bewildered as the rest. Even so, he raised his sword and snarled. It doesn't matter. Keep fighting. Fendrel is injured, we can still turn this around. Despite his words, the tide of battle had shifted in the Dadia's favor. Every move reminded the intruders that the forest was their home, while the mercenaries were unwelcome invaders. One by one, the enemies fell to claws, swords, and magic. Soon, another of the Black Frost Five was slain, Lonar, the guard captain, driving his blade into the man's chest. Darien and the remaining three mercenaries began retreating, their bodies covered in cuts and bloodstains. However, as they fled, one of them left an opening, which Lonar confidently exploited. But it was a feint. As his blade was about to strike, a hidden dagger flew, embedding itself in Lonar's eye. Rygar watched in horror as his ally fell, the knife lodged in his skull, his eyes glazing over in pain. Something primal stirred within Rygar. The growl that escaped his throat was deep and feral. His eyes locked onto the fleeing enemies, and his fists clenched until his nails drew blood. He no longer thought. Rage clouded his mind. He could only feel. Do not pursue. We've already taken down most of them. This is our victory, Jais declared. The hurried footsteps of the fleeing mercenaries echoed through the clearing, snapping branches and crushing dry leaves. Lonar's body lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Rygar dropped his sword and knelt beside his fallen friend, already knowing it was too late. Lonar, he whispered, his voice heavy with pain and anger. A Dadia warrior placed a hand on his shoulder. Rygar, but he didn't hear. A deep roar tore from his throat as he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the retreating mercenaries. His beast instincts took over, and his mind was consumed by a single thought, hunt. He sprinted into the forest, his senses heightened by his fury. Every heartbeat of the enemies ahead drummed in his ears, calling him to battle. His magical eyes pulsed, capturing every movement, every labored breath from his prey. Rygar extended his hand, summoning earth magic. The ground beneath one mercenary surged upward, forming a pillar that slammed him into a tree. The impact was brutal, and before the man could recover, Rygar was upon him. Without hesitation, Rygar drove his claws into the man's chest, tearing through light armor. With a feral motion, he ripped upward, rending flesh and metal. The mercenary crumpled, gasping, until a final slash across his throat ended him. Farther ahead, another mercenary turned to face him. This one wielded a long sword with refined technique, likely trained in the North God style. He advanced, delivering swift, precise thrusts, but Rygar dodged each strike with instinctive movements. The mercenary attempted a horizontal slash, but Rygar deftly closed the distance, twisting his arm and slamming him into the ground. Rygar grabbed his neck. "You're not escaping." With sheer brute strength, he snapped the man's neck like a twig. By then, the Dadia warriors had caught up to him. Jais roared, unleashing his howling magic, sending shockwaves through the forest. The remaining mercenaries staggered, disoriented by the impact. But Rygar felt the shockwave too, though to a lesser degree. His body tensed, and his mind, already frayed by the frenzy, betrayed him. He turned toward Jais, his glowing eyes filled with unbridled rage. All he registered was the pain caused by the magic, and Jais became a target. Before anyone could react, Rygar lunged at his ally. He struck with his claws. Jais dodged instinctively but still suffered a deep slash to his neck, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. Another warrior tried to intervene, but Rygar spun, elbowing him into a tree with bone-cracking force. "Rygar? Control yourself," shouted Haunter, his father, stepping between his son and the other warriors. Rygar growled low, advancing with claws raised. Haunter didn't back down. When the strike came, he sidestepped, but not enough to avoid it entirely. Rygar's claws tore into his left arm, blood dripping down the older warrior's forearm. The sight of his father's blood momentarily froze Rygar. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and his eyes flickered between fury and shock. "You're not an animal. Control yourself, Rygar," Haunter said firmly, his voice steady despite the pain. Sanity flickered back into Rygar's mind, albeit briefly. He stepped back, staring at his blood-stained claws and the wound on Haunter's arm. The sound of the fleeing mercenaries, however, pulled his attention again. He was not in control. His rationality teetered on the edge. He was afraid he might kill someone if he stayed. "I'm in control now," he told himself, but hadn't he said the same before? "Don't follow me." Before anyone could stop him, Rygar darted into the forest, chasing after the enemies alone. Dash. The remaining mercenaries had regrouped, with Darien leading them. They chose a clearing surrounded by dense trees, a favorable spot for an ambush. "He's coming," Darien said, gripping his sword tightly. "Are you sure this is a good idea? 2 of us are already dead," one of the Black Frost 5 whispered. "He's seen your faces. He's 6 years old now and already a monster. What happens in 10 years? Do you want to live the rest of your life waiting for him to come for your head?" Darien retorted. "How do you know he'll come alone?" another asked. "The kid's been half-crazed lately, but it's just a chance. If he brings others, we'll continue retreating." Rygar emerged, running into view, his breathing heavy and his gaze fixed on the group. The 3 mercenaries took their positions, while others hidden in the trees waited for the right moment to strike. "Finally alone, are you?" Darien taunted. "Did you finish off your friends back there?" Rygar's instinct screamed that something was wrong. He tried to stop, but it was too late. Arrows rained down from above. He used wind magic to deflect most, but one grazed his shoulder, and another embedded itself in his leg. He roared, snapping the arrow shaft before charging forward again. Darien advanced with 2 allies. One of them, a swordsman skilled in both the North God and Water God styles, unleashed swift, fluid strikes. Rygar dodged as best he could but was struck on the flank by a shallow cut. Reacting quickly, he used earth magic to conjure a column of stone, forcing his opponent to back off. However, another mercenary attacked from the side, leaving Rygar surrounded on all fronts. His eyes sharpened like a predator's, his ears catching even the faintest sounds. The battle dragged on. Rygar possessed extraordinary vitality, but even he was beginning to feel exhaustion setting in. Sensing danger behind him, he spun around just in time, his heightened senses alerting him to an incoming strike. He cast his howling magic to gain a brief respite, but the mercenaries were prepared. Covering their ears, they pressed forward, and a diagonal sword slash tore across his back, leaving a searing pain that clouded his mind. Driven by pure survival instinct, Rygar retaliated with a sonic blast to his right, using the recoil to launch himself in the opposite direction. He collided with one of the mercenaries, the impact leaving him disoriented. He knew he was at a severe disadvantage, his body moving on sheer willpower as he desperately sought an opening. Rolling to the side, he contemplated using large-scale magic, but his dwindling mana made the idea impossible. He felt his reserves nearing depletion, forcing him to conserve what little he had left. Rygar stumbled, his body battered and covered in cuts and bruises. The taste of iron filled his mouth, and blood trickled down the side of his face. Breathing heavily, he remained defiant, his eyes blazing with both fury and determination. The 3 remaining mercenaries surrounded him with calculated precision. Darien stood at the front, his sword poised, while the other 2 flanked Rygar with deliberate steps. "Still standing? Impressive," Darien sneered. "Now that I think about it, wasn't your elven master's name Verdia? Verdia Solarian? If you survive, you might find an unpleasant surprise waiting for you." His cold smile cut deeper than any blade. Taking it as a provocation, Rygar flexed his knees, shifting into a defensive stance. He used water magic to clear the blood obscuring his left eye and activated his magic eye to track their subtle movements. One of the mercenaries made the first move, lunging with the longsword of silence, a sword god technique. Rygar countered with earth magic, creating a slight elevation beneath the enemy's feet, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Rygar lunged and slashed diagonally with his claws, carving deep into the man's shoulder. The second mercenary wasted no time, launching a concealed North God attack from behind. The strike was devastating, but Rygar managed to raise a stone wall just in time. The force shattered the barrier, throwing him backward. Rygar collided with the trunk of a tree, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Before he could recover, Darien advanced, his blade gleaming with lethal intent. Rygar felt the cold grip of death as he sensed no escape. In desperation, he unleashed Fire Explosion, an advanced fire spell, at point-blank range. The flames engulfed Darien, but the sheer force also sent Rygar hurtling backward. The forest clearing was illuminated by the explosion, and the shockwave scattered the other mercenaries. Rygar landed hard, rolling across the ground, his body now covered in severe burns. Smoke curled from his charred skin as he rose, his monstrous physique the only thing keeping him standing. Darien emerged from the flames, limping and bleeding from multiple wounds. His leather armor was scorched, and half his body and face were burned beyond recognition, but he refused to fall. "You're a monster, kid," he rasped. Grinding his teeth, Rygar invoked mud magic, turning the ground beneath his enemies into a quagmire. The unstable footing caused two of them to lose their balance. Using wind magic to propel himself forward, Rygar targeted the swordsman blending the sword god and water god styles. With a precise strike, he tore the man's throat open before he could recover from the mud. The body fell with a dull thud. Rygar turned to the next enemy, who had already escaped the quagmire. This mercenary employed advanced North God techniques, delivering a series of rapid, heavy strikes. Rygar dodged as best he could, but one slash caught his shoulder, cutting deep. Ignoring the pain, Rygar executed a risky grappling maneuver, slipping inside the mercenary's guard. He locked the man's neck in a leg hold while grabbing his sword hand with raw strength. With one sharp motion, Rygar finished him with a lethal claw to the throat. Now only Darien remained. Both combatants were bloody, exhausted, and on the brink of collapse. Darien, unable to escape, leaned on his sword for support. He smirked. "My team's at the training grounds, 500 meters that way," he said, pointing in a specific direction. Rygar stood silent, his breaths ragged as rage consumed his thoughts. "I thought I'd fail to kill Fendrel, and he'd end me, but I never imagined dying at your hands," Darien muttered, gazing at the overcast sky. Rygar advanced, picking up a fallen sword from the ground. "I wasn't lying about your master," Darien continued, his voice faltering. "The leader of our group, the North Saint Kalinoski, was sent with a secondary mission to capture elven slaves. But his primary mission is to assassinate Rudeus Greyrat. Seems your master upset the wrong people. Is that true?" Rygar growled. Darien coughed violently, blood staining his lips. "Yes. They're probably arriving as we speak. If you leave now, you might already be too late. But hey, tell Fendrel I'm sorry, will you?" Rygar said nothing, staring at Darien as he knelt in defeat. Lifting the sword, he brought it down, severing the man's head in one clean motion. Dash. With his mana almost depleted, Rygar used what little he had left to heal his most severe wounds. He headed to the location Darien had mentioned, freeing his captured allies. Healing Marla, the healer, he gave her instructions. "Tell my parents, I'm heading to the Elven village. A North Saint is targeting Verdia. Protect our home. I'll return." Without waiting for a response, he turned and disappeared into the forest. He paused briefly, blood dripping from his hands, his mind still burning with the heat of battle. Darien's words echoed like a relentless drumbeat in his head. Looking back in the direction of his tribe, he hesitated. The fear of harming those he loved gnawed at him. He left his message and moved forward without hesitation, running through the dense woods. His silhouette faded into the night as his mind focused on one goal, saving Verdia. POV Verdia Solarian. The hot wind swept through the devastated field, carrying the scent of scorched earth and dry leaves from what was once a vibrant, energetic clearing. Now, everything around her was a desolate landscape, reduced to a circle of destruction. The battle, which had raged on for over half a day, had taken its toll. The hurricane spell, a saint-level incantation, had been enough to scatter most of the remaining invaders, smugglers and mercenaries who dared attack the elven village. However, it came at the cost of nearly all of Verdia's remaining mana. Leaning heavily on her staff, her arms trembled, and her breaths came in shallow gasps. The fatigue pulsed through her body, a stark reminder of her limitations. Despite her vast experience and power as a king-ranked mage, she was not invincible. Her body still had the vitality and resilience of her youthful elven years, but mana exhaustion was not something that willpower alone could overcome. "That was impressive," a voice broke through the heavy silence, calm, yet laced with menace. Verdia lifted her gaze. About 20 meters away, an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s walked toward her with slow, deliberate steps. To the untrained eye, he appeared unremarkable: white hair, a deeply wrinkled face, a neatly trimmed beard, and plain clothes devoid of ornamentation. Only the short sword at his side hinted at the danger he posed. "It's over," the man declared, stopping at the edge of the ruined area. His gaze weighed on her like a blade. "At this distance, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a rabbit. It doesn't matter if you're a saint level, king level, or even emperor level mage. All you mages are the same fragile. Verdia tried to gather the strength to raise her staff, but she knew it would be futile. This man was no mere mercenary. From what little she could sense, he was at least at saint rank, more than capable of dispatching a mage before they could even begin a chant. Drawing on her experience, she quickly pieced together the truth. This man wasn't here by chance. Who sent you after me? She asked, her voice hoarse but steady. She needed time to think, time to understand. At the very least, she wanted to die knowing why. The old man smiled, a thin, cold expression. An important noble from Meles, he said. 50 years ago, you and your band of adventurers killed his parents. Do you remember? Oh, of course you don't. You long-lived races always forget the people you crush along the way. But he remembers. He was just a child when you left him alive, a mistake that, in the end, became your undoing. Verdia felt a pang of recognition. During her adventuring days half a century ago, she had fought countless battles, humans, monsters, other adventurers. The world was cruel, and mercy often came at a cost. She and her party had made decisions they believed were just at the time, but they had never considered the long-term consequences. 50 years. She murmured, more to herself than to him. And here I am, the instrument of vengeance, he continued, drawing his sword with deliberate slowness. The metallic ring of the blade echoed ominously. Let me introduce myself. I am Kalinoski Jerk, Saint of the North. You've lived for centuries, haven't you? You've probably gathered countless tales, achieved countless feats. But all of that ends here, at the hands of a man who wasn't even born when you were out conquering the world. Verdia closed her eyes for a moment, acknowledging the cruel irony. She had lived so long, seen so much, yet her journey would end here at the hands of a human who, compared to the challenges she had faced, should have been insignificant. Her mind began to wander, revisiting the centuries of her life. She had been so young when she first ventured into the world, a talented but impulsive mage. Her adventuring companions, people who had become her family, were long gone now, claimed by time, violence, or both. After losing so many loved ones, she had closed herself off from the world. She became a distant observer, devoting herself to studying and preserving knowledge rather than forming new bonds. Why bother, when everyone she cared for would eventually die? But then, there was that boy, little Rygar. At first, she had only intended to ensure he was healthy and then leave. But something about the child had captivated her. His insatiable curiosity about the world, his unyielding desire to learn, and his startling talent were all remarkable. But those were secondary. What truly drew her to him was his perspective, his questions. When she and his mother told him stories, he asked things no one else would. Why does magic work? Where did it come from? If so many races are enslaved, why hasn't anyone tried to abolish slavery? If divine-level warriors are so strong, why don't they overthrow the Asuran nobility if they're so corrupt? Has anyone ever tried to tame monsters? It wasn't just curiosity. Rygar's questions were challenges, seeds of rebellion against the world's status quo. He didn't just seek answers, he sought change. Through the years spent with him, Verdia realized Rygar was a force of nature, a storm in the making. But more than that, he had accomplished something she had thought impossible. He had made her care again. She remembered the sparkle in his eyes whenever he learned something new. The way he turned stories into bold ideas for the future. He wasn't content to listen, he wanted to create something of his own. This boy will be the start of something extraordinary. But now, with Kalinoski closing in, Verdia doubted she would live to see Rygar reach his potential. Regret washed over her as she thought about how much more she could have taught and guided him. Kalinoski advanced, sword raised for the final blow. Verdia had no strength left to resist, no mana to defend herself. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for the inevitable. But the strike never came. A roar of fire split the air, a torrent of flames forcing Kalinoski to leap aside with remarkable speed. The heat of the flames scorched the air around Verdia, but she didn't care. Master, are you all right? Rygar's voice was deep but carried a genuine note of concern. Verdia opened her eyes to see the young boy standing between her and the Saint of the North, his figure outlined by the glowing embers of the flames he had conjured. Little Rygar, she murmured, emotions welling up inside her with such intensity that she couldn't even name them. Be careful, Master. I'll need your support, he said firmly. MC's POV. Rygar sprinted at full speed, healing his wounds as his mana regenerated. His strength and stamina returned, even during his frantic dash. Upon arrival, he saw a few elves firing arrows at fleeing mercenaries. He quickly dispatched the attackers and demanded to know where Verdia Solarian was. After getting a direction, he dashed off without a second thought. He silently thanked himself for his haste. His master was on the brink of death when he arrived. Without hesitation, he unleashed an advanced fire spell, Flame Lance, forcing the old man to retreat. It seemed to work. Master, are you all right? She looked exhausted, but her eyes lit up upon seeing him, likely a mix of relief and gratitude for being spared from certain death. However, the situation was grim. Rygar had never defeated Fendrel, and if this saint was as strong as him, he would need help to kill him. For now, he just needed to catch the enemy off guard. He would make him underestimate his abilities. Little Rygar, Verdia murmured softly. Still calling me little. Rygar thought but chose not to say it aloud. Be careful, Master. I'll need your support. The tower they were in was spacious, but fighting here was still dangerous for his master. Rygar quickly scanned his surroundings, analyzing the terrain. Kalinowski maintained a relaxed posture, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his sharp focus. He was evaluating every movement Rygar made. You seem strong, kid, Kalinowski said, casually twirling his short sword with fluid skill. It'll be a shame to kill such raw talent. Rygar gripped his sword tightly, the blade he had taken from Darien, and activated his magic eye. The world around him seemed to slow for an instant, and he caught Kalinowski's faint movement before the man even executed it. The flow of battle aura around him was eerily similar to Fendrel's. Rygar couldn't afford to lose focus now. Kalinowski lunged with an explosion of speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. His sword sliced horizontally, aiming for Rygar's torso. Rygar reacted instinctively, parrying the blow with his sword and twisting his body to the right, using his strength to push Kalinowski back. The old man was shockingly agile, but he lacked Rygar's brute force. He's fast, but if I can trap him in a bad position, I can overpower him. The sound of rustling leaves drew Kalinowski's attention. Too late, he noticed Verdia's arrow flying toward him. He spun around, deflecting it with his sword, but the impact distracted him for a crucial moment. Rygar charged in, attempting to disarm Kalinowski with a vertical strike. But Kalinowski smirked. Do you know who you're fighting, boy? Suddenly, his sword vanished, not in a flash of magic, but in a blur of speed so precise that the blade seemed invisible. Rygar felt the air slice near his face and instinctively leaped back. He barely avoided the strike, but the edge still left a clean cut across his forehead, sending blood spraying. What was that? Rygar gasped, quickly healing the wound. No one becomes a saint without skill, brat. Before Rygar could fully process his opponent's technique, Kalinowski was on him again. His sword, now seemingly invisible, slashed in unpredictable directions. Only Rygar's magic eye, which vaguely perceived the flow of mana, saved him from fatal blows. Even so, small cuts began to accumulate on his arms and legs as he narrowly evaded. Damn it! Rygar muttered. He needed to catch Kalinowski off guard with magic. Looking at the nearby trees, an idea struck him. Master? Keep up the pressure with arrows, he called out. Be careful, Rygar. Northern God-style users always have a hidden trick, Verdia warned. She unleashed a flurry of arrows. Kalinowski dodged them with ease, leaping to avoid a strike from Rygar. His jump took him to a tree branch overlooking the clearing. Surprise flickered across his face when a well-placed arrow shattered the branch beneath him. Rygar capitalized on his fall, swinging a lateral strike that would have cleaved Kalinowski in two. But the saint twisted midair, using the force of the blow to propel himself into a safer position, barely escaping. Even so, Rygar's strike cratered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, some of which grazed Kalinowski. What absurd strength! Kalinowski muttered, slightly impressed. Rygar didn't let the opening slip away. He retreated toward the trees, forcing Kalinowski to follow. This is getting fun, boy. What other tricks do you have? The old man taunted. The dense forest restricted Kalinowski's movements, making it harder for him to use his invisible sword technique effectively. The saint attacked again. The two clashed as they moved through the dense vegetation, roots, and vines slowing them down. Rygar deliberately used the terrain to his advantage, a strategy that didn't go unnoticed by his opponent. You're clever, boy, but still too green. Kalinowski suddenly hurled his sword at Rygar, who barely dodged it. In the same instant, the saint drew two short blades and lunged low, aiming for Rygar's ankles. Rygar evaded, but a stray root caused him to stumble, leaving him vulnerable. A deep cut slashed his left leg. Ack, got you. Kalinowski shouted, going in for the kill. Before the blade could reach him, a single arrow whizzed past, grazing Kalinowski's head. It was just enough to disrupt his attack, sparing Rygar from a fatal throat wound. Master, Rygar called out, grateful. Verdia, hidden behind a tree, knocked another arrow with precision. Despite her exhaustion, her aim was steady. Rygar seized the moment to counterattack, extended his hand, whispering a spell, Sonic Burst. A sudden gale hurled Kalinowski backward, slamming him into a tree. His surprise was evident as he collided, momentarily losing his orientation. Rygar didn't waste the chance. He invoked earth spikes, summoning jagged stone pillars beneath the saint. Kalinowski reacted with monkey-like agility, leaping away. But the spikes tore through his torso and left leg. The old man laughed through the pain. Ha ha ha, chantless magic. Rygar gave him no time to rest. The two clashed fiercely among the trees, each aiming for vital points throughout the battle. Rygar used his strength and magic to press the North Saint into a corner, while Kalinowski relied on his technique and experience to try to maintain control, though his bleeding leg and torso hindered his movements significantly. The battle was starting to shift in Rygar's favor. He could tell Kalinowski was slowing down, and his magic eye was beginning to predict the old man's movements. Just one decisive strike. Rygar thought, panting but resolute. He kept his breathing steady, even as sweat dripped down his face. His body was covered in cuts and scratches, and he was starting to feel dizzy. His strikes grew more erratic, and his senses blurred. It didn't take long for him to identify his condition. Damn it, poison. Kalinowski, on the other hand, was also showing signs of exhaustion. His technique was still impeccable, but his movements had lost their fluidity. Verdia, hiding among the trees, carefully adjusted her bowstring. Even with her evident fatigue, she knew she couldn't stop. Each arrow she fired served to keep the North Saint under pressure and provide Rygar with much-needed openings. Are you immune to poison, kid? You should have been on the ground by now. Kalinowski shouted, his voice laced with mockery as he backed away slightly. You two are more persistent than I expected, he said, his tone heavy with frustration. But this little game ends now. With a swift motion, Kalinowski stomped his enchanted boot against the ground, activating a series of magical runes beneath him. A blast of wind erupted, sending dust and leaves flying as he propelled himself high into the air. Master, watch out! Rygar shouted, using a gust of wind magic to propel himself forward in a desperate attempt to intercept. When the dust settled, Kalinowski was perched on a tree branch near Verdia. In one fluid motion, he leapt down with both short swords aimed at her. The air rippled dangerously as he closed the distance. The boy's tough, but if I complete my mission, this will be worth it. Rygar screamed in desperation, bounding between the trees with all his might. He knew he wouldn't make it in time. What kind of boots are those? A magical item, he wondered briefly before realizing he had no other choice. If he couldn't close the gap physically, he'd have to gamble everything on one move. Even if it didn't work, it might be enough to save his master. He lacked the time to cast a spell, so he theorized that he could channel the magic directly into his sword. A technique like Flame Slice would be perfect. With a quick motion, Rygar poured his mana into his blade. Intense flames erupted around it, forming a blazing arc that illuminated the devastated clearing. Kalinowski caught sight of the flames in the corner of his vision and calculated quickly. He believed he could still kill Verdia and dodge the incoming attack. He didn't slow down. Verdia threw herself backward, trying to avoid Kalinowski's blade, as Rygar timed his strike for the last possible second. Flame Slice. Rygar swung his blade in a fluid arc, releasing a fiery crescent that surged forward like a blazing bolt of lightning. The heat was so intense it made the air ripple visibly. Kalinowski tried to evade at the last moment, but it was too late. The fiery blade struck his side, sending him flying backward with an explosive impact. He crashed into a massive tree, splitting its thick trunk nearly in half. A cauterized wound ran deep across his torso. Rygar held his stance for a moment, panting heavily as the flames around his sword gradually subsided. The North Saint was still alive but barely. Blood dripped from his mouth as he leaned against the cracked tree, a faint smile on his face. Heh, killed by a kid. Hey, brat, make sure you tell people I was the first Saint-level opponent you defeated. That'll give me some fame in the afterlife, Kalinowski coughed, blood splattering with his words. I didn't expect to find such a gem at the end of my life. If we'd been on the same side, I'd have loved to teach you the way of the sword. His voice grew weaker until his eyes finally lost their light. Rygar turned to his master. Are you hurt, master? He asked urgently. Verdia, still catching her breath, gave him a faint smile as she glanced at his battered and bloodied body. Not a scratch, she replied, her tone light despite the exhaustion in her voice. With the North Saint defeated, Rygar and Verdia hurried back to the elven village. When they arrived, the sight was sobering. Though there hadn't been many casualties thanks to their efforts, each loss was deeply felt. The surviving elves were already working together to rebuild what they had lost. The village leader approached them with reverence, bowing deeply. We couldn't have survived without you, he said, gratitude filling his voice. Rygar, however, seemed distracted. He glanced at Verdia, who was clearly exhausted but still standing. Master, are you okay? Yes, little Rygar, Verdia replied with a soft smile, though her face betrayed her fatigue. What about your tribe? How are they? Rygar hesitated, his expression growing somber. Memories of his last actions before leaving flashed through his mind, and he felt a pang of guilt. Master, can I stay here in the elven village for a while? He asked anxiously. Verdia seemed surprised but nodded. Of course, Rygar. Stay as long as you need, but send a letter home, all right. Rygar nodded. He had much to think about and even more to do. The silence of the forest felt denser than usual as Rygar adjusted his breathing after his morning training. He had already realized that his magic wasn't fast enough for high-speed battles, even when cast without incantation. After landing a surprise first strike, he would struggle to hit a prepared and agile warrior. Because of this, he was training to replicate what he had done in the battle against the Northern Saint, trying to reduce his magic's casting time. As always, Verdia watched him intently, evaluating every move. The past 2 months spent with her had been eye-opening, not just due to the intensity of the training but also because of the stories she shared. His mentor was far more than she appeared. Her knowledge of magic was astounding, but what truly stood out in her narratives was the weight of her adventures. Rygar discovered that she wasn't just an experienced mage, she was a king-level mage in wind and earth, as well as a water saint. According to her, she had made enemies during her ventures, and her power remained a threat to the successors of those enemies, even though she bore no grudge against them. Despite her confidence, Verdia revealed a more human side when addressing her struggles. Rygar, in turn, shared the issue that gnawed at him internally, his lack of control over his savagery. He explained how, in moments of rage, he was on the verge of completely losing control, his rationality vanishing as his feral instincts took over. This had led him to attack his father and other warriors in the tribe. Verdia had no ready answers but promised they would find a solution together. During the 2nd month, Verdia brought him news. An elder elf named Ilya wished to meet him. Intrigued, Rygar followed her to an isolated clearing where the presence of the silver-haired elf was almost mystical. Her eyes carried the weight of centuries, and her voice was as calm as the whispering trees. You resemble your grandfather, Rygar, Ilya began, her gaze studying the young Dadia. Except for your eyes, of course. Verdia told me about you. I believe my knowledge may be helpful for your problem. What do you mean? Your struggle to control your instincts. Ilya explained that many years ago, her mother had told her stories about the second beast god, Rygar. He, like Rygar, had faced bouts of savagery in his youth. He was the first recorded case, though there may have been others before him who didn't leave as much of an impact. According to her, the problem wasn't uncommon among the most talented of the beast race. All those who displayed extraordinary potential faced similar challenges. She cited a personal example, Rygar Adoldia, a warrior who had reached the rank of emperor 600 years ago. She had been very close to this warrior during his lifetime. Rygar was wild as a child. I can say that because I saw him grow up from a baby, Ilya said nostalgically. When he chose the path of the warrior, a demon passing through this area accepted him as a disciple. Years later, he returned, and his savagery had become a controlled weapon, no longer something that dominated him, though he was still quite energetic. I asked him what had changed, and he told me he had learned to channel all his aggression into his axe. He wasn't very bright, after all. But you are, or so Verdia tells me. You should understand. Ilya then shared her theory. Knowing that Toki, or battle aura, is the mana flowing through an individual's body, she hypothesized that when disciplined, it allows one to gain greater control over strength, speed, senses, and, consequently, instincts. From her understanding of battle aura, people gained better control over it upon reaching the rank of saint. She recommended Rygar aim for that level as a starting goal. It wasn't easy. Of course there had been few cases, but Rygar didn't need to fear or suppress his essence. He needed to learn to control the strength that stemmed from it. This revelation sent Rygar into deep reflection. He began re-evaluating his recent actions, his attacks on his allies, his impulsive decisions in combat. Perhaps his growing strength was both a blessing and a curse, something he needed to master to achieve his goals. From what Verdia has told me, your strength is already absurd for your age, so it shouldn't be too hard, she concluded, sizing him up. That night, as he gazed at the stars, Rygar decided it was time to return to his tribe and share what he had learned. Knowing that others had faced this problem and overcome it made him feel more confident. He knew the journey ahead would be long, but now, more than ever, he had a renewed focus. Verdia decided to follow him to continue his training. They said their goodbyes and set off. The journey back to the Adoldia tribe was silent yet meaningful. Verdia walked beside him, occasionally sharing small observations about the surrounding landscapes but respecting the young man's introspection. When they arrived at the village, the atmosphere felt tense. Some villagers watched them with distrustful glances, while others showed expressions of concern. Rygar's outburst months ago was still fresh in many minds, and the rumors of what he had done and endured in battle only fueled divided opinions. The first person to meet him upon entering the village was Selene, his mother. Her worried eyes scanned her son with the intensity of a protective parent. She noticed the small scars on his arms, the steadier gaze, and the more disciplined posture. "Are you okay, my son?" she asked, pulling him into a tight hug. "I am, mother. I'm sorry for worrying you this time." Selene seemed relieved, but there was still tension in the air. It wasn't just concern, there was something more, as if she knew Rygar's decisions would lead him down an even more dangerous path. Soon after settling in, Rygar requested a meeting with Gustav, Gijs, Fendrel, and his father, Haunter. He knew he needed to clarify everything that had happened and pave the way for moving forward without leaving loose ends. At the meeting, he began with an apology. "I made a mistake. My outburst wasn't just a reaction to the situation but a reflection of my lack of control over myself. And because of it, I almost killed one of our own." Gijs spoke sternly. "It wasn't just that. You disobeyed orders not to pursue the enemy, forcing us to follow you and putting your companions at risk." Haunter glared at him but said nothing. Rygar felt the pressure. No one would defend him here. If something had gone wrong, he could have caused a disaster. He had been lucky, and he knew he couldn't keep relying on luck. "This is by no means an excuse. I won't shy away from my responsibility, but I've discovered the reason for this lack of control and how to fix it during my time in the Elven village." He then shared what he had learned from Ilya, including all the relevant information to help them understand. "I made an unforgivable mistake because of this, but now I know I can control it, and I promise I won't let it happen again." The room was silent for a moment before Fendrel spoke. Having lost an arm in Darian's ambush, he wore an expression of seriousness. "You're still young, Rygar. Sometimes I forget that because you seem so mature and are already so strong. But I feel a bit guilty, with 4 of us intimidating a child. Young or not, we all make mistakes. What matters is what you'll do with this now. If you're committed to correcting your errors, I'll be here to help you, even with 1 arm." Fendrel then offered his assistance in Rygar's training, emphasizing that despite his physical limitations, he was still the only saint-level warrior in the tribe. His words brought an unexpected sense of unity to the group. Rygar finally relaxed a bit, the weight on his shoulders easing significantly. He then recounted the events that had led him to the Elven village, the battle against the final 3 members of the Black Frost, the confrontation with Darian, the fight against the Northern Saint, and the revelation that the noble who had hired the assassins might still pose a threat to Verdia. "I can't ignore this danger," Rygar declared firmly. "If this noble tried to eliminate Verdia once, he might try again. And if he's a threat to my mentor, then he's a threat to me as well." Gustav and Gijs agreed, albeit with some reservations, recognizing Verdia's contributions to the tribe during her time there. Haunter, on the other hand, supported his son with a subtle nod. Rygar's decision to confront such a powerful enemy directly was dangerous, but it also showcased his unwavering determination. After the meeting, Selene surprised everyone by inviting Verdia to live with them while continuing Rygar's magical training. Though hesitant at first, Verdia ultimately accepted, noting that there was still much she needed to teach the young Dadia. That evening, as the village quieted down, Rygar revisited his reflections. He stared up at the star-filled sky, recalling Ilya's words, Verdia's teachings, and the repercussions of his past actions. He realized that his goals needed refinement. The wind rushed through the forest, rustling leaves and cooling Rygar's face as he organized his thoughts and actions. He understood that moving forward required more than apologies or promises. It demanded strength, discipline, and reliable allies. In the courtyard of his home, alongside Verdia and his mother, Rygar began to strategize his next steps. Recent events had profoundly shaped him. His mind wandered back to the battles he had fought, the lessons learned, and the dangers looming on the horizon. The world around him was far vaster and more perilous than he had imagined, demanding preparation beyond what he thought was necessary. The morality of this world differed sharply from his previous one, as it brimmed with superhuman beings, near-omnipotent magic, gods, and demons. If this world has its own rules, I need to learn them, Rygar murmured, staring at his sword. I need to grow stronger not just for myself but for my tribe, my family, and so I can live according to my will. He mentally organized his goals. Reach Sword Saint level and control his savagery. Controlling his power was his top priority. To achieve this, he committed to intensive training with Fendrel, his father, and other warriors while delving into the theories shared by Ilya. Build a network of strong allies. Rygar understood that individual strength alone wasn't enough in a world where even the most powerful kingdoms were ruled by weak kings. He resolved to gather trustworthy and capable individuals to protect his tribe and tackle future challenges. Eliminate the noble who is threatening Verdia. He couldn't ignore the man who attempted to take Verdia's life. This enemy was a persistent danger, and Rygar vowed to ensure the threat would no longer linger. Lay a foundation for the future. Beyond addressing immediate concerns, Rygar saw his strength as a resource with greater purpose. Everyone around him referred to him as a rare talent, and he resolved to make the most of it, contemplating how to unite and mobilize those around him to create something enduring. The following day, Rygar assembled the young warriors and mages he had previously trained, along with his 5 chosen leaders, Killian, Taze, Lisina, Erat, and Lion. With a determined gaze, he addressed them. You've done well in your training so far, but there's still much to do. The challenges ahead will be unlike anything you've faced before, and I need you to be ready. If anyone here isn't willing to continue, I won't stop you. In fact, I encourage you to step away because this group will only move forward with those who have unwavering determination. He paused, observing them. No one moved. Instead, their eyes gleamed with admiration and excitement. Strange. They're just a bunch of kids. I thought some would be intimidated. Could this be the spirit of unity? He then announced the creation of an organization, a group bound by a shared purpose, to protect the Great Forest and expand their influence to ensure the Dadia tribe's survival. The name he chose evoked strength and unity, the Iron Legion. The Iron Legion will be the wall that shields our people but also the blade that cuts down any threat, Rygar declared. Train hard and hone your skills because each of you will play a vital role in the future. This day would later be remembered as a turning point in world history, the birth of the Iron Legion. In the weeks that followed, Rygar immersed himself in rigorous training with Fendrel and Verdia. Under Fendrel's guidance, he progressed rapidly in the sword god style, finding it almost tailor-made for him. He also began mastering the fundamentals of Toki, the battle aura he had unknowingly used before but now sought to wield consciously. Verdia intensified his magical studies, particularly in elemental control and advanced spellcasting across all schools of magic she knew. During these sessions, Rygar felt himself transforming. His explosive, untamed power was gradually becoming refined, focused, and even more formidable. One evening, as he stood overlooking his tribe at sunset, Rygar reflected on everything he had learned so far. He acknowledged that this was just the beginning of his journey, but for the first time, he felt a clear sense of purpose. This world isn't like my old one and never will be, he thought, gazing at the horizon. But maybe that's what makes it so challenging. If there's something I can do to protect the people I love and change the course of this place, I'll do it. I'll live on my terms, and anyone who threatens my family will become my enemy. His thoughts drifted briefly to his previous life. After 6 years, the sense of loss had faded. This world was now his reality. He wouldn't forget who he had been, but he wouldn't let it hold him back either. His mind then returned to the noble who endangered Verdia. Allowing such a danger to persist was unthinkable. He knew action would be required sooner rather than later. With that resolve, Rygar closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his decisions and the clarity of his newfound determination. He was ready for whatever came next. If this world demands strength, then strength it shall have. But don't blame me if the damage I cause is irreversible. Current status. Age, 6 years and 3 months. Mana reserves, king level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Water magic, intermediate. Wind magic, intermediate. Healing magic, intermediate. Detoxification magic, beginner. Howling magic, minor mastery. Mixed spells. Lava Ball, Mud Field, Mud Trap, Blizzard, Fog Wave. Combat Skills. North God Style, Intermediate. Sword God Style, Advanced. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. Advanced. Battle Strength, Saint Level Warrior. Intellectual Skills. Reading and writing in Beast God and Human languages. Mathematics, University Level. Practical Skills. Excellent Hunter, Good Teacher, Terrible Cook. If you seek power, travel onward. Your destination is the Demon Continent. Journey through its lanes. Ascend to Necros Fortress. Before the Demon King, prove your strength and you may wish for even greater power. Only then can the power of conquest be yours. The sound of blades cutting through the air, spells crackling, and coordinated shouts echoed through the forest. The smell of overturned earth and embers filled the air as around 10 children faced a colossal creature, a land lizard nearly 4 meters long, with a rigid, sun-reflecting carapace. A young Dadia with dark brown hair marked with lighter streaks and red eyes stood at the forefront, leading the attack. His serious gaze, rigid posture, and determined movements showed that he took his role seriously. Frontline group, distract it but keep your distance. Magic unit, attack with long-range spells. Rygar observed from the shadows among the trees, his sharp eyes following every detail of the scene. Good choice, he thought, analyzing the situation. Engaging this creature in close combat would be suicide, but will they find a way to finish it off? Lead it closer to the trees. Killian shouted as he ran, beginning to focus a wind spell. 2 young warriors followed his orders. One conjured a stone bullet that hit the lizard's face, grabbing its attention, while the other used a gust of wind to steer the already injured creature toward the forest line. Killian had accumulated enough mana for his wind spell. Jumping between the trees, he leaped over the monster and shouted, "Wind Blade." He slashed in a perfect arc, his sword channeling the magic into the lizard's neck with surgical precision, severing its head. Blood oozed slowly, staining the grass as the creature collapsed with a muffled thud. Rygar stepped forward from the shadows, clapping slowly, the sound drawing everyone's attention. The children turned to him, some sweaty and breathless, but all with a glimmer of pride in their eyes. "Excellent work," Rygar said, satisfaction evident in his voice. "You coordinated your attacks well. Killian, your leadership was impeccable. Doug, your use of magic was clever. Loin, be mindful not to overuse mana in your spells, it burns too quickly when overloaded." The children nodded, some exchanging excited glances, others shy under the weight of his praise. Killian, however, beamed with pride. "Thank you, Chief," he replied, sheathing his sword. "We just followed your teachings as best we could. We're not as strong as you yet, but strength is just one factor," Rygar interrupted, his expression serious but kind. "You demonstrated teamwork, and that's something not easily learned. Keep it up." The young warriors celebrated quietly, tending to their minor injuries. Rygar watched them for a moment, his thoughts drifting. They're growing quickly. Soon, they'll be able to face challenges that even veteran warriors would struggle with. Perhaps even more than that. The Iron Legion had grown far beyond what Rygar had envisioned when he first created it. What started as an experiment with children had now attracted adult warriors veterans who volunteered to train under his leadership. He hadn't expected such acceptance. "They trust me, but do they understand what I'm doing?" he pondered as he walked back to the village, hearing the distant sound of the children laughing and talking about the battle. Training so many warriors and building a unified force could be seen as a political move. But here, everyone is just happy to see the tribe grow stronger. That's one of the advantages of the beast races. When he reached the village, he was greeted by the warm smile of his mother, Selene, who was busy carrying baskets of herbs and freshly gathered fruit. "How was the training, dear?" she asked, handing him one of the baskets. "Did young Killian do well?" "He did. He's definitely talented," Rygar replied, taking the weight effortlessly. "They'll be ready if needed. The attacks have subsided, but we know it's only temporary. And I won't always be here to protect them." Selene paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she studied her son's face. "When do you plan to leave?" Rygar hesitated but couldn't lie to her. "Not yet. I hope to learn as much as I can from Verdia and Fendrel before I go, but maybe in a year or 2. "Then there's still time," she said softly. "Guide those children well, not just in strength, but in principles. You may be young, but I trust your wisdom to make the right choices." Rygar nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier on his shoulders. Later that evening, after dinner, he headed to the clearing where he often trained alone. Under the faint light of the stars, he began conjuring wind magic around his body. He was working on perfecting his dream spell, Flight. Inspired by the propulsion boots used by the North Saint in their battle, Rygar had developed ideas of his own. Although the spell was functional, it was still unstable. That night, he focused on improving its control. This took longer than expected. "I guess Master was right when she said wind magic wasn't my strongest suit." Hovering a few meters above the ground, he felt a surge of energy flow through him, connecting him to the surrounding environment. Landing softly, he exhaled heavily but smiled. "I'm getting there. Soon, I might even soar like the eagles that fly over the great forest." Besides developing his flight magic, he had also been training to imbue his sword and fists with various magical enhancements. Now, he was working on accelerating his spellcasting as much as possible. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar presence. Fendrel, his sword god-style mentor, stood nearby, watching him with crossed arms. You're playing around with magic too much, kid, Fendril said. If you want to reach Sword Saint level, you need to focus. No distractions. And what if my path is to combine the two? Rygar challenged, his gaze unwavering. Fendril let out a short laugh. With your talent in both, I wouldn't doubt it. But for now, you need practice. Come on, let's spar. Drawing his sword with his single arm, Fendril gestured for Rygar to attack. Rygar smiled, unsheathing his blade as the stars illuminated their makeshift battlefield. The next morning arrived under a clear sky. The village buzzed with anticipation. Today, the sacred beast believed to one day save the world alongside the hero would be introduced to the tribe's leading members. Until now, the creature had been kept hidden, as it was still very young, and the tribe was contending with frequent attacks from slave traders. Rygar, accompanied by his mentor Verdia and several elders, walked toward the sanctuary where the sacred beast was being safeguarded. His mind brimmed with curiosity and speculation. If the sacred beast is truly connected to the spirits of the forest, does that mean it has its own mana, or is it merely a conduit for the energy around it? He pondered. And why does only one emerge each generation? Is it a natural phenomenon or something more mystical? Verdia, noticing Rygar's furrowed brow, chuckled softly. Trying to uncover its secrets before you've even laid eyes on it, Rygar. He offered a faint smile. Perhaps. But you must admit, it's incredibly intriguing. Sometimes, mystery is what makes something valuable, Verdia said. Not everything needs to be understood right away. He nodded but knew his curiosity wouldn't be quelled so easily. Upon reaching the sanctuary, Rygar felt a shiver run down his spine. A subtle but potent magical barrier enveloped the space. Inside, nestled comfortably, lay the sacred beast, a young, endearing creature with fur as radiant as freshly fallen snow. Its jet-black eyes shimmered with innocence and curiosity. Rygar caught his breath. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable connection, not merely through sight but something deeper, almost spiritual. It's incredible, he murmured. Was this something innate to his race's bond with the sacred beast? No wonder they revered it as divine. Verdia approached, her gaze shifting between the creature and Rygar. The sacred beast is more than a symbol, Rygar. It is the link between our tribes and the spirits of the forest. Caring for it is a shared responsibility for all of us. As Rygar met the sacred beast's eyes, a flicker of mana coursed through his body. The creature stared back with an intensity he'd never experienced, as though it were evaluating him. Then, without warning, the sacred beast wagged its tail energetically and trotted toward Rygar, leaping into his arms with a delighted bark. Sacred beast, one of the caretakers exclaimed, rushing forward to gently guide it back. Everyone present was stunned. The sacred beast had taken an immediate liking to Rygar. It barked again, and Rygar felt its energy settle into a calm rhythm. He wasn't sure what it meant, but he felt a strange sense of acceptance. Later, after leaving the sanctuary, Rygar returned to the training grounds where the children of the Iron Legion were gathered. Killian, Lysina, Taze, and the others were immersed in combat drills but quickly paused when they saw Rygar approach. What's the sacred beast like, Chief? Killian asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's hard to put into words, Rygar replied thoughtfully. It's powerful, but in a way that transcends physical or magical strength. It feels as though the forest itself is alive through it. The children exchanged glances, visibly awed. Do you think we'll still be alive when the hero appears? Persna asked softly. What are you talking about? Of course the hero is the chief. Killian declared confidently. Yeah, if there's any hero who'll save the world, it's the chief. Linnea chimed in. The group burst into laughter, their camaraderie lighting up the training grounds. After their session, Rygar headed to the makeshift arena where Fendril awaited him. The grizzled warrior, who had taken it upon himself to instruct Rygar in the sword god style, stood with his blade already drawn, his stance as rigid as always. You're late, Fendril grumbled, though there was a teasing undertone to his words. I was busy with the sacred beast, Rygar said, unsheathing his sword. But perhaps it will inspire me today. They faced off in an intense duel. Fendril, despite missing an arm, was relentless. His skill as an advanced-level swordsman forced Rygar to constantly adapt his stances and movements, relying solely on the sword god style. You're already at the peak of advanced level, Fendril said between strikes. What's left is refining your longsword of silence until it becomes a longsword of light. I know, but it's a difficult barrier. I can see the path, but I can't seem to break through it. Later that evening, as Rygar made his way home, he was interrupted by familiar voices. Linnea and Persna burst into his workshop, Linnea bounding in energetically while Persna trailed behind, chewing on a piece of meat. Chief, we finished today's drills, Linnea announced. But they were too easy, Persna added, her tone casual. Rygar chuckled. At 4 years old, their growth was astounding. The more he trained them, the more he recognized their talent not only in magic but also in physical combat. Linnea seemed drawn to the sword god style, while Persna showed promise for the water god style. Finding a suitable instructor for that school of swordsmanship was now on his growing to-do list. Easy, huh? Then let's move on to something more advanced, Rygar said, leading them to a nearby field. He picked up a short sword, channeling Frost Nova into the blade. With a swift horizontal swing, a wave of icy energy erupted, freezing the entire training ground. The trick isn't just channeling magic but controlling it. Your weapon should feel like an extension of your body. First exercise, reshape the magic after it's been created. That's simple. Linnea exclaimed, attempting to form a fireball and alter its shape midair, only for it to dissipate into embers. Persna tried using water magic and fared slightly better. Not bad for a first attempt, Rygar said, encouragingly. But remember, this isn't just about strength or technical skill. It's about intent. If the magic doesn't flow naturally, it will never reach its full potential. The two nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. Do you think we can become as strong as you? Persna asked, her voice filled with hope. Rygar hesitated for a moment before smiling. If you keep working hard, who knows? You both have immense potential. Just always remember the reason behind your pursuit of strength. Deep down, he doubted they would surpass him unless he allowed it. His own relentless training ensured his edge. Yet, with their talents, Linnea and Persna were destined to become pillars of the beast race. It would be his duty to guide them, ensuring they didn't succumb to needless arrogance, for that often led to ruin. Current status. Age, 7 years and 2 months. Mana reserves, Emperor level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Water magic, advanced. Wind magic, advanced. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, intermediate. Barrier magic, elementary. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. North God style, advanced. Sword God style, advanced. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. advanced. Battle strength, high saint level warrior. Intellectual skills. Reading and writing in beast god and human languages. Mathematics, university level. Practical skills. Excellent hunter, good teacher, terrible cook. In the middle of the night, a beast-like boy leaped from tree to tree in a remote area far from the tribe. As he ran through the forest under the moonlight, Rygar found Verdia. The mage was sitting on a log, surrounded by small fireflies that softly glowed, casting a special charm on her golden hair. Shall we? She said, not even looking at him. Yes, I'm ready. We then traveled deeper into the great forest. The night brought some beasts, but we didn't venture into any dangerous territory. This will be safe, she declared, her voice calm and serene. Now, little Rygar, I will demonstrate once, so pay close attention. The young Dadia nodded reverently, his pointed ears leaning forward, showing his full attention to the moment. She closed her eyes, holding her staff firmly, and began chanting. The air around them became dense, as though the earth itself was waiting in anticipation. The stones beneath their feet began to vibrate, and a golden aura surrounded Verdia, radiating an ancient power. Ancient earth, guardian of the ages and foundation of the world, hear my call? Rise from your eternal depth, rise like mountains that challenge the skies and manifest your unshakable glory. Cloak me with the unbreakable strength of your domains, make me the bastion that faces the infinite. Divine manifestation of eternal firmness, fortress of the Colossus. The ground trembled deeply as the magic took shape. Rocks and minerals began to spiral upward, molding into towers and walls that grew taller than the trees. Massive pillars held up a colossal stone roof, reinforced with golden cracks that ran through the structure like veins pulsing with magical energy. The fortress of the Colossus stood imposing, with impregnable walls and powerful bastions, radiating the essence of unshakable earth, as though it had emerged from the depths to protect everything within its reach. Rygar watched in awe, the complexities of creating this magic clearly visible to his magical eye. Verdia finished the conjuring, and though the occasional fortress was no longer as strong as it had been while being reinforced by magic, the stones now revealed their true nature. It was still very impressive. Rygar nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Then he stepped forward, while Verdia watched him closely. He began, Ancient Earth, guardian of the ages and foundation of the world, hear my call? Rise from your eternal depth, rise like mountains that challenge the skies and manifest your unshakable glory. Cloak me with the unbreakable strength of your domains, divine manifestation of eternal firmness, fortress of the Colossus. As the magic began to take form, the ground trembled. From the earth, green stone pillars began to rise, connecting as though sculpted by an invisible artist. He noticed how different minerals were used, minerals he hadn't recognized before: an extremely resistant brown mineral, another that seemed resistant to heat. As he channeled his mana through the structure, everything held together, emanating a pulsating energy. He recognized the complexity of saint-level magics. As he watched the fortress grow, he realized that it wasn't just a physical barrier. The way the minerals interacted created points to absorb impact and dissipate magical energy, making the structure nearly impossible to collapse. When it finished, a formidable stronghold stood before him, as resilient as it was functional. Rygar nodded, satisfied, realizing that he had created not just a defense, but a marker of his evolution as a mage. Congratulations, little Rygar, you can now be considered the youngest saint-level mage, a true saint of Earth, said his master, smiling joyfully, looking proud. The next day, Rygar called one of the tribe's warriors, a member of the Iron Legion who patrolled the outskirts of the Great Forest. He was someone Rygar trusted absolutely, someone he had observed for a while. I have a mission for you, Oiger, began Rygar, his tone serious, making him sound twice his actual age. I want you to find an instructor in the water god style in the human cities. Advanced level, if possible, but there's a higher priority, trust. The warrior furrowed his brow, absorbing Rygar's words. I understand, Chief. But the Great Forest attracts adventurers of dubious interests. How can I be sure the right person will be willing to teach here? Rygar took a deep breath. This was his concern. That's why I trust this mission to you. You've always been good at judging people. Find someone who poses no threat, even if they're not advanced level. The priority is ensuring that anyone who comes here doesn't jeopardize our security. They must be trustworthy above all. The warrior nodded and gave a respectful salute before departing to prepare for the journey. In the following weeks, Rygar delved even deeper into his magical experiments. His focus on learning from Verdia included barrier magic and saint-level wind magic, and recently she had begun teaching him about magic circles. His small workshop, situated at the edge of the village, had become almost a sacred space. There, surrounded by stones and minerals, study scrolls, and makeshift tools, he explored the infinite possibilities of magic. That afternoon, as he manipulated a stone cannon shaped like a cone, made from heat-resistant rock, Rygar tried spinning it as fast as possible, creating intense friction, almost setting it on fire, eventually making the spell lethally powerful. Seems good. I need to test wind spells to create vacuum magic, like Shimura Danzo in Naruto. This could be dangerous. I have to take precautions to ensure nothing goes wrong. But if I succeed, it will be deadly. He jotted down notes in a notebook, his mind teeming with ideas. Traditional magic was effective, but also limited. He wanted more. Summoning magic of the armored Dragon King's spirits, Aromanfi's light, the brilliant, even gravity control from the Dragon King's sword Kajakat. According to my master, all of these are real. If these kinds of spells truly exist, learning them would elevate my combat power to another level. But it's not something I can create out of nowhere without references on how they work. This isn't like creating magma or steam. I need a place to learn high-level magics when I leave here. My master already knows Wind and Earth King's magic. I hope these two will give me new ideas like the Fortress of the Colossus. Rygar then felt the need to test his combat skills. He needed to surpass his own limits, both in magic and hand-to-hand combat. He left the village alone, running lightly and quickly through the dense vegetation. The forest became more alive at night, with predators ready to ambush at every step. Rygar held his sword at his side, his eyes glowing with determination. His mind, however, was restless. He had already learned all Garo could teach him in the North God style, and there was no teacher to show him how to go further. In the Sword God style, he was close to Saint level, but something was still missing, a connection between technique and speed. He was agile, yes, but not as fast as he imagined he could be. I need to think outside the box. As he moved, he remembered his past life. There were characters in anime who were incredibly fast, moving almost as if they vanished from sight. Techniques like Shunpo from Bleach and Soro from One Piece came to mind. He could try replicating those with Toki and wind magic. I already know how to fly with magic. Why can't I use the same logic for the ground? If I manipulate the wind and the momentum, maybe I can create something similar. The forest opened into a clearing, and Rygar paused for a moment. He would test his theories here. Summoning his earth magic, he shaped the ground beneath his feet, creating a perfect circle of durable earth. To begin, you need a solid foundation. He took a deep breath, channeling mana into his feet. The idea was to use wind and earth magic simultaneously to amplify his movements, along with using Toki in a burst of speed. With wind magic, he reduced friction on the ground and around his body. With earth magic, he created small bursts that would propel him forward at high speed. If it works, I'll have something close to what I've seen in anime. He started slow, first reducing the friction around him. He felt the air lighten, almost as if he were about to float. Then, he bent his knees and focused energy into his feet. The first leap was short and awkward, but he could already feel the difference. The movement was faster than anything he had ever experienced. Not enough. He tried again, this time adjusting the flow of mana. The earth magic pulses had to be more controlled, synchronized with the moment his feet touched the ground. The next movement was a success. He moved almost as fast as Fendril with the longsword of light. His heart raced with adrenaline. Almost there, still not usable in combat yet, though. It requires too much concentration, and my control is awful. I could fly straight into a monster's mouth, but it's feasible. Rygar spent some time trying to repeat the movement but realized his control over earth magic still wasn't good enough. He had excellent control over wind magic due to his flight training. He reinforced once again that gaining greater control over the elements would only bring good things and allow him to create many new techniques. If this works in combat, I'll be able to face much stronger enemies. The technique still lacked a name, something that represented the concept of fast and precise movement. He thought for a moment before smiling. Flash step. It sounded simple, but Rygar knew that this skill was just the beginning of many techniques he planned to create. The moon lit the forest as Rygar walked, attentive to every sound around him. He was looking for a worthy opponent, something that would truly test his newly developed skills. It didn't take long for the opportunity to arise. A deep roar echoed through the forest, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. He approached, climbing a tall tree to assess the terrain. There it was, a colossal creature about 15 meters long, covered in scales as hard as steel, the scaled tyrant, a monstrous crocodile of rank A, known for its immense strength and almost perfect camouflage in swampy terrains. This is it. A perfect challenge. The tyrant detected his presence, turning its massive head toward Rygar. Without hesitation, he jumped from the tree, sword in hand, and cast an offensive spell before hitting the ground. Stone Cannon. A cone-shaped stone projectile was launched at high speed directly toward the creature. The impact resounded loudly, lifting a cloud of dust and forcing the monster to retreat a few meters. However, when the dust settled, Rygar saw that the monster had barely been scratched. These scales are really tough. The monster roared, charging with surprising speed for its size. Rygar propelled himself into the air with a jump and wind magic, watching the tyrant smash the trees around it. In midair, he cast another spell. His sword glowed red, fire gathering on the blade, another one he would have to discard after the battle, as none of them could withstand this magic. Flame Slice. His sword blazed with fiery light before releasing a fiery arc that sliced through the air toward the monster. The flame hit the tyrant's flank, exploding in fire around it, causing a roar of pain, but not enough to bring it down. Rygar landed quickly and began to alter the terrain to his advantage. He channeled mana into his feet and struck the ground with force. Rising Wall. Stone barriers rose around the monster, limiting its movement and creating an improvised maze. The tyrant, furious, began to blindly attack the walls, creating openings. Rygar took advantage of the distraction and advanced, strengthening his legs with Toki, clearly seeing the monster's movements with his magic eye, even behind the walls. As the crocodile destroyed another wall, Rygar ran through the broken walls, reaching a spot out of the monster's sight, and used the characteristic move from the Sword God style, Longsword of Silence. He slid along the monster's flank, leaving a long cut. This provoked a wild roar from the creature, which narrowly missed him with its tail. He cast another spell, this time focusing on restricting the monster's movements. Channeling mana into the ground, a mud field emerged, wrapping around the monster's legs. Mud Trap. The scaled tyrant struggled violently to free itself, but every second trapped was an opportunity for Rygar to strike. He ran forward, charging his sword with even stronger flames, and delivered a horizontal strike to the same wound as before. The flames engulfed the battlefield. This time, the cut was deeper, breaking scales and exposing half-burned flesh. The monster finally broke free and launched a sudden attack, swinging its massive body and slamming its tail like a battering ram. The impact was devastating, destroying the remaining stone walls and hitting Rygar, who was sent flying. He spun a few times before skidding across the ground, jumping to the side to avoid the beast chasing him, grateful that he had used wind magic at the last second to throw himself back, reducing the impact. Rygar landed on the ground and began to channel mana on a large scale. He pressed both hands to the earth, channeling his mana. Icicle Field. The ice quickly reached the tyrant, charging toward him like a bull, freezing the lower half of its body. Seizing the opening, Rygar ran at high speed, channeling mana into his legs and arms. He jumped directly over the monster's head and prepared his most powerful spell. Blue flames began to flow along his sword as it reached extraordinary temperatures. Explosion. His sword was enveloped in a concentrated fire mantle. With a shout, Rygar brought the blade down directly onto the monster's right eye, focusing all his strength and mana into the attack. The sword pierced through, and the resulting explosion illuminated the forest, as the scaled tyrant let out one last roar before falling. Dash. As Rygar looked at the shattered blade of his sword and analyzed the creature's body, he felt the weight of the battle in his muscles and the disturbed mana flow. He couldn't remember the last time he felt tired or low on mana in battle. Even this fierce battle hadn't taken much from him, even using several spells in succession. His body, extremely strong and resistant to constant training, reached levels of resistance he couldn't measure, and his mana reserves were already much greater than his master's. He speculated that he was at the Emperor level. This monster was really formidable. I need to improve my magical efficiency. Every technique has its value, but fighting something this resistant requires more refined strategies. As Rygar returned to the tribe, he reflected on many things. Everywhere he went, whether among warriors or villagers, they greeted him. It was impressive how his presence had already become a figure of respect in the tribe. It wasn't just his strength, but also the way he treated others. He inspired confidence, as if trusting him was the right decision. How far will my natural strength grow? That question echoed in his mind, especially after the fight with the scaled tyrant. No warrior in the tribe could match him in pure physical strength. Some of the strongest warriors were still superior in combat due to their vast experience and refined techniques over the years, of course, only if he didn't use magic, but Rygar felt that was only temporary. He had been improving so quickly that the gap seemed to shrink day by day. Moreover, his mana reserves continued to grow. It was almost intoxicating. He could feel the vastness of his capacity gradually increasing. But this made him think about something recently mentioned. Taze said his mana reserves stopped growing recently, 2 months after he turned 10. Maybe that's true for all of us. He didn't know if it was the same for everyone, as he no longer had any references. If there was a natural limit to mana reserves, he had just over 3 years before reaching his peak. This only strengthened his resolve to use every day to get even stronger. He thought about the children of the Iron Legion and the future of the tribe. Training them would be crucial, but he also needed to seek knowledge beyond the forest. When he entered his cabin, he found his parents eating. "Son, are you hungry?" Selene asked, serving him before he even answered. "Yes, Mom, I am," he replied with a smile as he sat at the table. The sound of leaves rustling in the morning breeze filled the air as sunlight filtered through the tall branches of the great forest. The training field buzzed with energy and enthusiasm as Linnea and Persna engaged in an intense sparring match. Their wooden swords clashed rhythmically, creating echoes that blended with the chirping of birds. Rygar, seated under the shade of a large tree beside Verdia, observed the match thoughtfully, his keen eyes picking up areas where both girls could improve. The duel carried a playful tone, yet it was clear they were taking it seriously. Linea's aggressive attacks were swift and forceful, while Persna maintained a defensive stance, waiting patiently for an opportunity to counter. Linea is faster than before, Rygar noted, his sharp gaze following the girl's movements. Verdia, sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hand, shifted her gaze between the training field and the clear blue sky above. She has spirit, she replied with a small smile. But she lacks patience. That's something Persna cleverly uses to her advantage. The two fell into a companionable silence, their focus drawn back to the sparring match. Rygar felt an unfamiliar yet soothing calmness in Verdia's presence. She seemed more at ease in this moment, her usual enigmatic demeanor softened by the relaxed atmosphere. Master, Rygar began, breaking the silence. What stops me from simply stealing higher-level healing magic from Melees? Many have tried, Verdia said, her voice tinged with a touch of amusement. But the Melees Church is relentless. They don't just pursue the thief, they go after their friends and family. Even the strongest aren't safe, they'll hire assassins, as they did with me, although I have my own particular enemy. Rygar fell silent, mulling over her words. Finally, he spoke, so replacing the entire upper echelon of their leadership would be necessary. Verdia gave a faint smile. That would be the case. He exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting skyward. Heya, it's so complicated. I'll leave that for the future. Verdia chuckled softly, her laughter almost musical. The world does have its share of complications, but it also holds wonders waiting to be discovered. There's so much to live for and countless memories to be made. She held up her staff, adorned with an enormous red magic stone. This staff came from a red dragon my group and I killed when it attacked a village. Afterward, the village celebrated for 7 days and nights without pause. The atmosphere is something I'll never forget. She then touched a star-shaped pendant with 6 points hanging around her neck. This was given to me when I helped a princess reclaim her throne. It's said to have been passed down through generations of her royal family. I stayed there for a time. That was 200 years ago, but I still vividly remember the gratitude of the servants and villagers for overthrowing the former ruler. Sometimes, changing a nation's leadership can lead to an entirely different future. Rygar looked at her with admiration. You've truly lived a life full of adventure. But, if you love traveling, exploring, and adventuring so much, why did you return to the forest? From the way you describe your adventures, I'm surprised you're not out wandering the world right now. Verdia tilted her head, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Her gaze lingered on Linea and Persna, now exchanging blows with greater intensity. Even adventurers need a break sometimes, Rygar. A place to recharge, reflect, and decide their next steps. The forest is peaceful, and the elves welcomed me kindly. But the truth is, she paused, watching as Linea landed a decisive strike, winning the duel. The girl raised her wooden sword triumphantly, her infectious joy evident as Persna folded her arms, already plotting her comeback. The great forest can't hold me for long, Verdia finished with a nostalgic smile. I've lived in many places, Rygar. Among humans, demons, elves, even the beast tribes. I don't belong to any single place. I've always been a free spirit. Rygar stayed quiet, absorbing her words. He had always known Verdia was unlike anyone else he'd ever met, but hearing this so directly made him admire her even more. And you've never thought of settling down? He asked hesitantly. Maybe getting married? Finding a place to call home? Her answer came as a laugh, light and unrestrained, as she leaned toward him with a playful look in her eyes. Are you trying to see if you have a chance with me, little Rygar? His face grew hot, and he averted his gaze, stammering, that's not what I meant. You're adorable when you're flustered, she teased, her laughter softening into a warmer tone. To answer your question, I've never had that kind of luck. I've had a few unrequited loves, yes, but I've also turned down many suitors. Like who? Rygar asked, still struggling to shake off his embarrassment. The sword god from 3 generations ago, for one, she said casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. But I found him far too arrogant, and it was the same with the others. There was never a time when both sides were interested at the same moment. And over time, I realized I might be destined to be alone. Destined. Rygar's tone was filled with curiosity. Verdia sighed, her gaze growing distant. It seems that way. I've spent so much time wandering the world that I've lost any deep connections. Perhaps it was my choice, perhaps it was fate. I'm not entirely sure. But the truth is, I lost interest a long time ago. Rygar wanted to say something, but before he could find the right words, Linea's voice called out from the training field. Boss? Persna says my move was wrong, even though she lost. He stood, still reflecting on their conversation, and glanced at Verdia, who gestured encouragingly. Go on. They're raw talent waiting to be refined. Do your job, trainer. At the training field, Linea and Persna were panting but still brimming with energy. Rygar grabbed a wooden sword and began guiding them, correcting Linea's stance and showing Persna how to transition more quickly between defense and offense. You're putting too much strength into your arms, he told Linea. Use more of your hips to generate power. Persna, your stance is solid, but you need to work on your timing. Wait for the right moment to counter. The two absorbed his instructions with focus, and Rygar couldn't help but admire their talent. Though young and immature in some ways, they pushed each other to grow and improve. As he trained them, his thoughts briefly wandered to the rest of the tribe and the changes his influence had brought. Reflecting on the promising younger generation, Rygar felt a surge of pride. They were the future he hoped to guide toward greatness. After the final round of training, Linnea and Persna huddled together, debating animatedly about who had performed better. Meanwhile, Rygar stepped away, only to be approached by one of the warriors. Rygar, the warrior said. The tribal leader, Gustav, wants to speak with you. With Verdia's words still lingering in his mind and the progress of his students fresh in his thoughts, Rygar made his way toward Gustav, ready to face whatever the future held. Upon arriving at Gustav's cabin, Rygar noticed the heavy atmosphere in the room. Gustav sat in his carved wooden chair, arms crossed over his broad chest. His intense gaze followed Rygar the moment he entered. Rygar, Gustav began, his deep voice resonating in the small space. Sit down. I want to talk. Without hesitation, Rygar took one of the rustic chairs in front of him. The young man noticed more than just seriousness in Gustav's expression. There was a hidden concern in his tone. I've been watching you, Gustav said, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Not just as a warrior, but as someone who is becoming increasingly important to our tribe. Your growth in strength is remarkable, as is your ability to teach and inspire the younger generation. Rygar tilted his head slightly, sensing there was more to the praise. Thank you, Chief Gustav, he replied humbly. But I know you won't stay in the Great Forest, Gustav continued, his tone shifting to something more solemn. I want to talk to you about the future of our tribe. Rygar pondered what might have led to such seriousness. For years, Jais has been the natural successor to the leadership role, Gustav explained, crossing his arms. He is strong, courageous, and loyal. However, like his sister, he lacks the necessary qualities to lead the tribe as a whole. This statement took Rygar by surprise. He had always respected Jais, a model warrior, but it was true that the man had an impulsive nature. Jais is impatient, Gustav elaborated, sensing Rygar's thoughts. He acts too quickly, without considering the consequences of his decisions. A leader must see the bigger picture, understand not only immediate dangers but also the long-term impact of their choices. And Jais lacks that vision. Rygar reflected on this, wondering where the conversation was heading. That's why, Gustav continued, his eyes locking onto the young man, I've been considering other options. And who do you have in mind? Rygar asked, his brow furrowing. The heiresses of the Dodadia and Adoldia tribes, Linnea and Persna, Gustav said with a faint smile. They have something he doesn't, the ability to learn and grow. They're young and inexperienced but full of potential. With the right training and guidance, they could become exemplary leaders. Rygar thought about these words. Linnea and Persna were undoubtedly talented and had the potential to become exceptional leaders. Do you think they're ready for this? Rygar asked, trying to understand Gustav's perspective better. Not now, Gustav admitted, shaking his head. They're still young and have much to learn. But the natural talent is there. That's why I plan to send them to study at the Renoa Magic Academy when they're older. There, they'll gain broader knowledge, refine their skills, and expand their horizons. Renoa. The name of the famous magic university echoed in Rygar's mind. He knew the place was renowned, not only for its magical teachings but also for the wealth of knowledge it offered. And what about Jais? Rygar asked carefully. Gustav sighed, a heavy expression crossing his face. He won't be happy, but I know he loves his daughter and wants the best for her. I have no doubt that, deep down, he'll understand that this is the best decision for the tribe. However, it will be my responsibility to deal with him when the time comes. The weight of leadership became clear to Rygar in that moment. Gustav wasn't just leading the tribe, he was carrying its hopes, fears, and internal struggles. And you, Rygar? Gustav asked, changing the subject. Have you thought about what you'll do when you leave the tribe? I have a few goals, Rygar admitted. That's good, Gustav advised with a faint smile. The world out there is vast and dangerous. You'll need to be ready for what lies ahead. Rygar nodded, thanking him for the conversation before standing and leaving the cabin. Rygar arrived home at the end of the day, still reflecting on his conversation with Gustav. Inside the cabin, his mother, Selene, was leaning over a table, writing a letter. His father, Haunter, was gesturing animatedly while speaking with Verdia, who listened with a faint smile and a closed book in hand. You're quiet today, Rygar, Haunter remarked, noticing his son's silence upon entering. Conversations about the future tend to do that, Rygar replied as he approached. How about a sparring match? Haunter laughed, slapping the table enthusiastically. Still trying to beat me without magic, boy. He stood and leapt toward the yard beside the house. Rygar grinned, cracking his knuckles in anticipation as he followed. Selene and Verdia paused their activities and stepped onto the porch to watch. Positioned at opposite ends of the yard, the duel began. Rygar used the swift strikes of the sword god style, trying to land a blow on his father, who countered with kicks and claw-like attacks from every angle. You're getting stronger, Rygar, Haunter said with a smile, spinning to deliver another blow. But you're still hesitating at critical moments. Maybe you're just getting old, Dad, Rygar teased, smoothly dodging the next attack. He took advantage of the opening to strike, but Haunter blocked with ease. Verdia, observing with interest, crossed her arms. So, what was the conversation with Gustav about? Rygar replied between attacks, Gustav wants Linnea and Persna to become the tribe's leaders. He plans to send them to Renoa in the future. Haunter chuckled, spinning and landing a sidekick that made Rygar stagger back. That's ambitious. But they have what it takes if trained well. Rygar straightened and attacked again, his movements now more calculated. I agree. They're talented and have strong personalities. I'll start teaching them some leadership skills. Good idea, Haunter said, blocking another attack. But leadership isn't something learned through words alone. It requires experience. Rygar stepped back, his eyes fixed on his father. Something changed in his stance. He seemed to be waiting for a moment, a single instance of weakness. When Haunter advanced again, Rygar sidestepped completely. Using his father's momentum against him, Rygar's sword stopped inches from Haunter's throat. The yard fell silent. Selene and Verdia watched in surprise as Haunter exhaled, standing up with a smile. Well, it seems the boy has finally done it, Haunter admitted, brushing the dust off his clothes. And when was the last time you lost control in a fight? Rygar grinned victoriously. I knew it would happen sooner or later. He continued, about control, it's been a while since I fought a life or death battle with a tough opponent. Maybe that's dulling my senses. I feel stuck at the advanced level. Could that be the reason? Perhaps. If this persists, ask Fendril. He might know something about it, Haunter advised. His mother and Verdia congratulated him warmly. As night fell, Rygar thought about the challenges that still awaited him in the Great Forest. Rygar stood before a broad, empty space in the clearing, surrounded by shattered stones and patches of earth scattered with small craters. This clearing served as his testing ground, a place where he could experiment freely without worrying about damaging the village or endangering its residents. Yet, even here, the dangers of his practices were ever present. He was about to test a new concept he'd been developing, vacuum magic. If I can control the pressure and create a stable area, he murmured, focusing mana into his hands. The concept involved creating a space devoid of air, generating a vacuum field. With this, he hoped to recreate techniques similar to Danzo Shimura's vacuum abilities and amplify his fire explosions. He channeled mana in a specific pattern, attempting to mold the magic with precision, or at least trying to. The required level of control was far beyond what he anticipated. The result was catastrophic. The unstable magic compressed into a singularity before violently exploding. Rygar felt the imminent danger of death, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. His body reacted instinctively, using Flash Step to dart out of the danger zone. A shockwave erupted in one direction, while a sharp, blade-like rift of compressed air shot in the opposite direction, striking one of the millennia-old trees in the distance. The colossal trunk was sliced cleanly as if it were paper, and the massive tree toppled with a thunderous crash that echoed through the forest. Rygar staggered back, his heart pounding. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the devastation he'd caused. That was too close. He exhaled deeply, trying to steady his nerves. One mistake, and I could have been killed. He had severely underestimated the level of control required to wield vacuum magic. The precision needed was likely at a molecular level. Determined to avoid such near-death experiences, he resolved to significantly improve his control before attempting any similarly dangerous magic again. Experimentation shouldn't feel like gambling with his life. Returning to his scattered notes, he began mentally cataloging the possibilities and limitations of the magical elements he mastered. He recalled the day he tried channeling the maximum amount of mana into an explosion spell. The flames, normally orange, shifted to yellow and then to a fierce blue, indicating an exponentially higher temperature and destructive potential. The intense heat was still fresh in his memory. If I gain enough control over fire, could I do something like Yamamoto's Bankai? The idea fascinated and terrified him in equal measure. Flames of that magnitude would be devastating to his enemies and himself, if mismanaged. Looking down at the ground, he remembered the Saint-level Earth Magic Colossus Fortress. After mastering its structure, he could rapidly create platforms and reshape them as needed. It revolutionized his battlefield mobility, enabling him to leap, dodge, and craft impromptu structures with ease. Yet, he aspired for something greater: control at a molecular level. Water magic, however, left him unsatisfied. While useful for creating ice, it didn't seem as versatile. Maybe if I focus on pressurizing water, he pondered whether he was overlooking something or if the element's limitations were inherent. He hoped that exploring the saint-level water magic his master Verdia mentioned, one that involved rainstorms and lightning, might provide inspiration. Barrier magic was another challenge. While some barriers, like elemental magic barrier and intermediate physical barrier, were practical, most had highly specific purposes, such as sealing or blocking particular forces. Creating a fast, versatile barrier was still beyond his reach. Unfortunately, his lack of talent in the field made casting barrier spells without incantations difficult, though he'd managed the magic barrier through sheer effort. Healing magic, on the other hand, was an area of rapid progress. His current goal was to heal without direct contact, aiming for something akin to continuous regeneration. His initial results were promising. Having reached an advanced level in detoxification magic, he decided to set it aside temporarily to focus on more pressing pursuits. Rygar sighed as his thoughts drifted to his curiosity about summoning and teleportation magic. If only there was someone to teach me. Unfortunately, according to Verdia, these magics seemed to be lost to time. It was something he'd have to uncover on his own if he chose to pursue them. Failing that, he resolved to visit the flying fortress of the armored Dragon King someday, home to the greatest summoner. Among the magics he wanted to create, lightning magic was a top priority. Inspired by the storms conjured through saint-level water magic, he planned to use it as a foundation. Additionally, he aimed to refine howling magic. If he could control its intensity and apply it on a larger scale, it might resemble the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, a technique that intimidated and subdued foes in his vicinity. The idea was clear: turn experiments into practical tools. As he ran through the forest back to the village, Rygar contemplated the possibilities and limitations he faced. His magic was progressing well, both traditional and experimental, but his advancement in his sword techniques worried him. Still, today's accident with vacuum magic served as a stark reminder of how far he had to go. When Rygar arrived at the village, he saw Killian training a group of children and adults in the training field, including Linnea and Persna. Approaching, he called out, "Killian, come with me." Though only 7 years old, Killian displayed unwavering dedication to the Iron Legion. His efforts to train everyone while managing administrative tasks made Rygar consider him his right-hand man, a role Killian seemed thrilled to fulfill. Killian quickly followed, trailing Rygar to a more secluded area. There, he began his report. "Taze is nearly at the advanced level. He'll be ready to follow you when you leave." Rygar nodded, satisfied. He was considering establishing an external branch of the Iron Legion, and Taze, who was both talented and mature, seemed like the ideal leader. At almost 11 years old, Taze showed promise, which was why Rygar had asked Killian to monitor his progress closely. Killian continued, detailing the children's and adults' progress. Lisina excelled in water magic, particularly ice, but struggled in close combat. Taze, on the other hand, showed a natural affinity for the North God style practiced by the tribe. However, starting later than others meant his magic proficiency only reached the intermediate level, with his mana reserves being modest. Among the adults, many were learning magic, although they could not use incantation-free casting, but most joined for the unique physical exercises Rygar introduced, courtesy of his grappling expertise from his previous life. Rygar listened intently, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each member. "Have you found any solutions for the swords?" he asked after the report. "No. The tribe doesn't have the best blacksmiths, and we certainly don't have a sword capable of withstanding your magical enhancements," Killian replied, disheartened. Rygar glanced at the sword on his waist. "All right, let me know if there's any news." He then dismissed Killian. By late afternoon, Rygar reached Fendrel's home. He heard laughter and animated voices as he approached, leaping to the treetop house. Fendrel and Garo were there, seated with full mugs, and to his surprise, his father Haunter was also present. It was rare to see him in moments of relaxation, but here he seemed at ease, chatting casually with the others. "Ah, Rygar!" Fendrel exclaimed as he saw Rygar approaching. "The prodigy of the Dadia tribe decides to bless us with his presence." "Oh, did you muster some courage after drinking, Fendrel?" Rygar replied with a playful smile. He knew it was a joke, but the compliment still made him slightly uncomfortable. "Ha ha ha ha, have you forgotten you can no longer beat him, Fendrel?" Garo said as he finished the rest of his mug. "Come, sit down." Haunter inclined his head in acknowledgement, and Rygar felt the familiar warmth of being among trusted people. He settled onto one of the benches and accepted a mug Fendrel handed him. "So, what brings you here?" Haunter asked, looking directly at Rygar. "It's not every day you join us for moments like these." Rygar hesitated for a moment before answering. "I'm struggling," he admitted. "I want to reach the saint level in the sword god style, but I feel like I've hit a wall. The more I train, the more I realize how far I am from it." Haunter smiled, a mix of pride and understanding in his expression. "You're far from it because you're aiming for something great, Rygar. No one reaches the saint level without effort. Even the greatest masters faced challenges. But there's no need to rush," Fendrel added, gesturing with his mug. "I've seen plenty of warriors, and none of them came close to achieving what you can do at your age. You're the most talented we've ever seen, kid." "And that's the problem," Rygar said, letting out a sigh. "Everyone expects me to overcome these challenges quickly. I expect it of myself, too." "That's the weight of talent," Garo commented, resting his chin on his hand. "But let me tell you something, talent isn't everything. Resilience, patience, and the ability to learn from mistakes are just as important." Haunter nodded in agreement. "Garo's right. Remember, Rygar, the path to strength isn't a race. It's a journey. You have time. If you keep training, you'll reach the saint level sooner or later." "I think the reason for this might be a lack of real danger," Rygar explained. "My techniques are improving, but my battle instincts aren't being challenged, which is also why I haven't lost control anymore." Fendrel, a swordsman at the saint level, had lost an arm to an old friend, leaving him without the strength to represent a challenge. That is indeed a problem. Moreover, you don't have a clear example to follow. You've seen the longsword of light, but it would help if I could show you now. At the sword sanctuary, you'd always have stronger opponents to face, Fendrel said. Haunter chimed in. "There aren't many beasts that would challenge you unless you used only your sword, but you'd always feel like you could escape easily with magic." The conversation flowed naturally from there, with the three warriors sharing stories and advice. At some point, Garo suggested, "You said you exhaust your mana every day, right? Why not go into battle with those beasts after spending your mana? That way, you wouldn't have magic at your disposal." Rygar was surprised. "That is actually a great idea." Fendrel added, "That could work, but I think you need to train for that type of combat first. You're too used to fighting with your magic. If you fought an A-rank monster without magic now, you'd lose badly, even with your supernatural strength. Haunter offered his perspective. I agree. Besides, if you really want to make this battle your spark, your techniques must be as refined as possible. Garo nodded in agreement. Rygar listened attentively to their advice. But then Fendrel shifted the tone of the conversation to something lighter. Now, changing the subject, are you into your master, kid? Fendrel was already laughing before Rygar could respond. Rygar was caught off guard, surprised by the abrupt change of topic. It's not like that. He tried to steer the conversation away, but Fendrel pressed on relentlessly. HOH? So you're planning to marry one of the two heiresses and become the leader of the tribe? Or maybe both? Haunter rolled his eyes, but a faint smile escaped. Rygar replied more seriously, actually, I see them as my little sisters, or maybe disciples. Then you're not denying Verdia. Fendrel countered, laughing loudly. Rygar realized he'd fallen into a trap. Laughter echoed through the porch, breaking any remaining tension. Even Rygar couldn't help but laugh. Moments like these reminded him that, despite his challenges and responsibilities, he was part of a community that supported him. After a few more stories, the conversation returned to combat-related topics. Rygar, you've been experimenting with magic while training in the sword god style, right? Garo asked. Yes, I've been trying to integrate magic into combat, Rygar replied. It's not easy, but I've had some successes. I need to find ways to do it without losing the advantages of the style. That's something only you can figure out, Fendrel said. No one else is combining magic with sword techniques at your level. It's uncharted territory. But don't let it overwhelm you, Haunter added. You have time. Remember, even the greatest warriors had to learn slowly. Rygar nodded, feeling a bit more relieved. He knew there was still a long road ahead, but he also knew he had the support of those around him. As night fell, they continued talking, alternating between battle stories and light-hearted moments. Rygar left that meeting with a new perspective, determined to follow his path without rushing but with unwavering determination. Back at his house, Rygar sat at his desk, picking up his notebook again. He reviewed his ideas, adjusted strategies, and made plans for the coming days. Despite his fatigue, he felt clearer about the path he needed to take. Talent without effort is useless. Strength without purpose is waste. Even with his resilience, this night reminded him of one thing. In his past life, he'd worked hard, sacrificing many things for his future, only to die with no one to blame but himself. He decided that even while dedicating himself to training, he would remember what he was trying to achieve. He would remember to enjoy life with the people he sought to protect. And even with his lofty goals, he wouldn't forget his roots, where he came from, and who supported him along the way. As he turned off the light and lay down, Rygar no longer felt the same anxiety that had haunted him before. The day had been long and productive, and he was ready to face whatever came next. The dry sound of an impact reverberated through the clearing, followed by the violent displacement of leaves and dust. The force of the strike caused nearby trees to tremble. At the center of the commotion stood Rygar, his expression serious, sword in hand, chest rising and falling rhythmically as he maintained his combat stance. 4 Dadia warriors surrounded him. Facing him stood Haunter, his father, a man whose presence was synonymous with authority. Beside him, 2 seasoned veterans of the tribe, their scars a testament to countless battles fought. The 4th was a rising young warrior. All of them were advanced-level fighters. Rygar relied solely on his physical strength, sword, instincts, and the techniques he had refined since childhood. No magic. His movements were a seamless blend of the sword god style's aggression, with its swift and lethal strikes, and the adaptability of the North god style, filled with calculated dodges and devastating counterattacks. What truly set him apart, however, was his creativity. Rygar incorporated powerful kicks, acrobatic spins, and unconventional strikes that disrupted the rhythm of his opponents. Haunter was the first to move. His straightforward punch was so powerful that the air itself seemed to vibrate, scattering dust before it even reached its target. Rygar dodged by the narrowest of margins, his movements as fluid and swift as a feline's. His motion stirred dry leaves into swirling eddies, a spectacle that captured the other combatants' attention. Without losing momentum, Haunter attacked with a feint using a North God distraction technique, but Rygar spun on his axis and delivered a powerful sidekick. The blow connected with one of the warrior's torsos, sending him flying backward as if struck by a battering ram. The thunderous impact echoed through the clearing as the warrior slammed into a tree, collapsing to his knees, clutching his broken arm. Don't stop! Haunter roared, his voice thunderous. The remaining 3 advanced in unison, forming a pincer around Rygar. The tension in the air was palpable. Every move seemed meticulously calculated as the seasoned warriors sought to force Rygar into making a mistake. But Rygar was in control. He ducked under a diagonal slash, the blade grazing close enough to sever a few strands of his hair. A blade strike quickly followed, which Rygar blocked with his own sword before countering with a direct punch to his opponent's stomach. The strike was so forceful that the ground cracked under the shockwave, and the warrior collapsed unconscious on impact, rolling dozens of meters before coming to a stop, frothing at the mouth. The next warrior hesitated for a split second, and that was all Rygar needed to seize the offensive. He surged forward with impressive speed, delivering a sequence of sword strikes. Shallow cuts appeared on the warrior as he desperately tried to parry with his blade. Before Haunter could intervene, Rygar disarmed the warrior and stopped his blade after leaving a shallow cut on the opponent's neck. In the end, only Haunter remained standing. Father and son faced each other, both breathing heavily but neither showing any sign of yielding. You've improved a lot, son, Haunter said, a predatory grin spreading across his face, a challenge in itself. Just a little. Rygar's smile was confident, but not arrogant. He knew how strong his father was, and every fight against him pushed him to his limits. Rygar moved first, executing the longsword of silence so quickly that it left a streak in the air. Haunter ducked at the last second, spinning to the side and countering with a sweeping kick. Rygar leaped over it, but Haunter had anticipated the move. Rising fluidly, he unleashed an upward hook punch. Rygar released his sword midair, receiving the blow but using the momentum to slip inside his father's guard. In a flash, he executed a grappling technique, pinning Haunter to the ground. His claws stopped millimeters from his father's throat. Yielded. You win. Haunter raised his hand, laughing as he caught his breath. The other warriors, still recovering, watched the scene with smiles of respect and admiration. Rygar extended a hand to help his father up, which Haunter accepted with visible pride in his eyes. You pushed me to my limit today. Thank you, Rygar said, bowing his head in gratitude to the other warriors. You've earned it, kid. It's not every day we see someone so young master techniques at this level, remarked one of the veterans, still massaging his shoulder after taking one of Rygar's blows. Haunter dusted off his clothes and looked at his son with curiosity. And now, resting or do you have more plans for the day? Rygar grinned, energized. I'm learning saint-level wind magic with Master Verdia today. Tornado. Want to watch? Haunter's expression turned intrigued. Of course. That's not something you see every day. As they walked back to the village, the relaxed atmosphere between them was filled with chatter about the approaching rainy season. Oiger should arrive with the water god-style instructor before the rains begin, Haunter commented. I hope he's found someone worthy. If he chose personally, it must be good enough. When they reached home, Rygar managed to convince Selene to join them. His mother accepted with a smile, always willing to support her son's achievements. Rygar led the group through the forest, followed closely by his students and subordinates, Lisana, Killian, Linnea, and Persna, with his master, Verdia, just behind. Haunter, his father, and Selene, his mother, had also decided to come along to witness Rygar's training in saint-level magic. Selene stayed close, her expression full of pride as she watched her son walk confidently. You're growing so fast, my child. It feels like just yesterday you could barely conjure a small fireball, and now, she said, smiling warmly. And now he's dragging us along a trail full of roots and rocks, Linnea grumbled, stumbling as she tried to keep up. Slow down. We're not all machines like you. What's the matter, Linnea? I thought you were stronger than Persna. I don't hear her complaining, Rygar teased, looking over his shoulder with a playful smile. How does your master keep up? She's a mage. Linnea groaned again. Verdia chuckled. I'm also a rather skilled archer. The group continued until they reached a wide clearing, its ground covered with short grass and bathed in intense sunlight. The area was perfect for practicing powerful and potentially dangerous magic. Verdia stepped into the center of the clearing, turning to face the group. Now, I'll demonstrate once. Pay close attention, little Rygar. Wind is your weakest element, so it's okay if you don't get it right away. Rygar crossed his arms, watching her intently. She began chanting the spell, her voice echoing through the clearing, blending harmoniously with the breeze. Oh, ancestral spirits of the winds, who have witnessed ages of glory and destruction, unite in eternal pact and grant me the power of the primordial storm. Let the skies weep in vortexes, and the earth tremble at the furious dance of currents. Tear the heavens, rise in endless spirals, and bring judgment with every twist. Manifest your boundless fury, tornado. The natural breeze soon turned into strong gusts, lifting leaves and dust into the air. Spirals of wind formed around her, quickly growing in height and intensity. The tornado roared, displacing the air with such force that even Haunter took a step back, shielding Selene with his arm. This is incredible, Selene murmured, awestruck. Indeed, formidable, Haunter agreed, his tone heavy with respect. He could tell that if they were any closer, they'd all have been swept away by the violent gale. Verdia dispelled the magic with a wide gesture, and the clearing returned to silence. This is Tornado, she explained. A saint-level wind magic spell. Controlling such a spell demands more than power. It requires absolute concentration and a focused mind. Verdia turned to Rygar, her eyes filled with expectation. Are you ready to try? I am, Master. Verdia gestured for him to step into the center. Show me what you've learned, Rygar. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to feel the wind's flow. Years of training flashed through his mind, the repeated attempts to manipulate air for flight spells, his enhancements for high-speed movement techniques like flash step, and his failed attempts at vacuum magic, which, despite not succeeding, still gave him experience. In truth, wind magic was arguably the element he controlled most adeptly. Wind is motion and force, but it's also balance, he muttered, more to himself than to the others. He began to chant, raising his arms slowly. Oh, spirits of the ancestral winds, witnesses of eras of glory and destruction, unite in an eternal pact and grant me the power of the primordial storm. Let the skies weep in vortices, and the earth tremble at the furious dance of the currents. Tear the heavens, rise in eternal spirals, and bring judgment with every rotation. Manifest your endless wrath, Tornado. The air responded immediately, as if eager to heed the call. Currents began forming into gentle but precise spirals. As the tornado took shape, Rygar recalled something he had seen in his past life, a documentary about hurricanes and tornadoes. Tornadoes form from colliding masses of hot and cold air, creating intense rotation. But hurricanes, they require heat and water. A strong central pressure can turn something destructive into something even greater. The idea struck him like lightning. He decided to try. What if I increase the pressure and add more layers? He murmured, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. Rygar concentrated, adjusting the airflow within the tornado. He began manipulating the outer layers to spin in opposite directions while intensifying the pressure at the core. The tornado started to transform. Its edges widened and became more defined, while the core grew in power and density. Instead of a chaotic whirlwind, what emerged was a miniature hurricane, spinning with such intensity that cracks began forming in the ground below. The roar of the wind became deafening, and nearby trees swayed violently, as if ready to snap. The winds were so fierce that Verdia cast an intermediate barrier spell to block them. Rygar's magic was visibly more powerful than the tornado Verdia had conjured earlier. The tornado lasted several minutes, devastating the land and toppling trees that were tens of meters thick. A distant mountain suffered landslides as the spell raged on. When Rygar finally lowered his arms, releasing the magic, the hurricane dissolved slowly into a wave of wind that swept through the clearing, tooling everyone's hair. Silence fell. Persna was the first to break it. What was that? Linnea shook her head, speechless, while Killian and Lysina stared at Rygar as if they were in the presence of a living legend. Verdia, however, stood still, incredulous. She walked slowly to the center of the clearing, looking at Rygar with a mixture of amazement and fascination. Where did you learn that? She asked, her voice low but firm. Rygar scratched his head, slightly flustered by his master's intense gaze. I don't know. I just did it instinctively. He lied. For a moment, everyone thought Verdia would be furious. But, to everyone's surprise, she began laughing. It wasn't a polite or restrained laugh, it was a deep, joyous, genuine one. He did that instinctively, she exclaimed between laughs. Everyone was even more shocked. Verdia had never laughed before. Even Haunter, who had known her the longest, stood open-mouthed. Rygar, on the other hand, was mesmerized by her laughter, as if angels were luring him closer. He blushed and looked away. When she finally stopped laughing, she ruffled his hair, her smile radiating pride. With that magic, you can call yourself a Wind King. Wind King, Rygar repeated, confused. That technique you just used, turning a tornado into a hurricane, it's a king-level spell, something only a handful of magicians in the world can perform. Even among the greatest, it's rare. I myself have mastered this magic, but what you just did. She shook her head, awestruck. It seemed even stronger. Rygar looked at her, stunned. He hadn't realized he had achieved something so significant. Am I a king-level magician? Verdia laughed again. You can bet on it. Dash. The group's light-hearted energy lingered as they returned to the village. However, upon arrival, the mood shifted. A crowd had gathered in the village center. Uyghur stood with two humans, an elderly woman with a dignified posture and a teenager with bright, wary eyes. Jais was at the forefront, interrogating them with near-aggressive intensity. Rygar stepped forward, with Selene and Haunter close behind. Their presence was enough to draw the crowd's attention. Jais, can I handle this? Jais hesitated visibly but reluctantly stepped back. Rygar had to admit, the beast folk's philosophy of respecting strength was genuinely useful. The elderly woman stepped forward, bowing her head slightly in a gesture of courtesy. Thank you for intervening. My name is Eleonora, and this is my grandson, Idar. Uyghur, who are they? Haunter asked, looking directly at the warrior. Eleonora is an advanced-level swordswoman in the water god style. She offered to become an instructor, but under one condition: we help buy her other grandson, who was sold as a slave. Eleonora's sharp gaze fell on Rygar, narrowing slightly. Uyghur said your leader was very strong. But, you're just a child. Before anyone could respond, Idar spoke up. If you're so strong, prove it. The clearing fell silent. Idar, about 13 or 14 years old, with sun-kissed blonde hair and wheat-colored eyes, radiated arrogance. Rygar smiled, crossing his arms. After a moment, Rygar turned to Taze, who had been watching silently. Taze, Rygar called, his voice calm but firm. Fight him. The young beast folk, with reddish-brown hair and golden eyes, stepped forward, dropping his casual demeanor. He smiled slightly as he unsheathed his sword. It would be an honor, Chief. Idar frowned, confused. You're sending someone else to fight for you. Rygar's gaze sharpened as he replied. You seem to misunderstand something here. No one is obligated to accept your challenge. This is merely my whim, as I wish to test my subordinate. His tone grew more serious, releasing a faint bloodlust. Idar flinched, his arrogance faltering slightly. Eleonora intervened. Very well. Let them fight. There's no need for further tension. Rygar nodded, stepping back to observe. The two young warriors positioned themselves in the center of the clearing, swords in hand. Taze took a stance from the North God style, his feet planted firmly, breathing steady. Idar adopted the fluid posture of the Water God style, his movements almost like a dance as he awaited Taze's first move. What followed was an intense duel that left everyone astonished. As soon as the fight began, it was clear that neither of them was weak. Taze moved swiftly, his strikes slicing through the air unpredictably. Idar, however, maintained a solid stance, blocking the attacks with precision. The clash seemed balanced at first, but Idar soon began utilizing the flow of the water god style to put pressure on Taze, forcing him to retreat. Each counterattack deepened Taze's disadvantage. Idar was likely an advanced level practitioner of the water god style. That's when Taze revealed his true strength. Without warning, he conjured sharp earthen pillars beneath Idar's feet. Idar reacted quickly, leaping backward, but the attack pierced his foot, throwing him off balance. He recovered almost immediately, but there was no time to counterattack. The pillars had obscured his view of Taze, and when he searched for him again, a flaming blade was already mere meters away. He hastily used the flow technique to cut through the magic, but the resulting explosion still burned him and pushed him slightly back. Silent casting. Idar murmured, shocked. He had no time to process this further as a blade was suddenly placed against his throat. Is that all? Taze asked with a grin. How did you do that? Taze sheathed his sword. Trade secret. Rygar praised him. Well done, Taze. Once you reach the advanced level, you will be even deadlier. Thanks for the opportunity, boss. He then turned to Eleonora. Now, let's discuss the terms more thoroughly. With that, the tension in the clearing began to ease. Taze received congratulations from his companions, while Idar seemed more inclined to listen and observe. Rygar had noticed several things about the water god style that interested him: its counters, its ability to cut through magic, definitely techniques worth incorporating. The rains had finally arrived in the great forest. The sky remained grey and dense, with clouds so heavy they seemed only a few meters above the treetops. The constant sound of water dripping from the trees and rooftops was hypnotic. Trails that were once solid had turned into rivers, but this was customary. Their system of bridges and elevated pathways had endured many rainy seasons before. Inside his home atop a tree, sheltered from the storm, Rygar sat before Verdia, his mentor. The room, illuminated by torches, exuded the tranquility of a safe haven in contrast to the chaos outside. Verdia was explaining the theoretical complexity of Cumulonimbus, a saint-level water spell capable of creating colossal storms. This was part of the final segment of the curriculum she had prepared for him. Her last lessons covered king-level earth magic, saint-level water magic, advanced barrier magic, and an introduction to magic circles. Additionally, she was teaching him the demon god language, as Rygar planned to visit the demon continent someday. Pay close attention. This spell isn't just a powerful conjuration, it's a balance of forces. You manipulate air and water, creating a dynamic system that can spiral out of control if the balance is lost, she explained. Rygar listened attentively, committing every word to memory. In the next room, his mother, Selene, was training intensively with Eleonora. Rygar could hear the rhythmic sound of wooden swords clashing, interspersed with the deep voice of the elderly instructor of the water god style. Selene had practiced the water god style during her time as a slave to protect her masters, but she had only reached the elementary level. Now, she had decided to see if she could achieve the intermediate level. Rygar glanced at the doorway, observing the scene. Eleonora's posture was rigid, her movements precise despite her advanced age. Her facial scars and the severity in her gaze told stories that few dared to ask about. Meles. Rygar thought, recalling the story he had heard when she was officially hired. Eleonora had lost her children to slave traders, and her grandchildren had been sold to a noble of Meles. Upon learning this, Eleonora had gathered all her savings and approached the noble to buy back her grandchildren. The noble agreed, and when she felt relief, he returned only one grandchild, claiming they had only agreed on the price for one. He then demanded the same price to buy the other. The hypocrisy of that nation, which prided itself as a bastion of justice, was infuriating. She used everything she had to save them and was still deceived, Rygar reflected, feeling a mix of anger and sympathy. Eleonora was in the tribe because she had made a deal, trained the warriors until one reached the advanced level in exchange for financial support to rescue her other grandchild. Her story seems true, but it never hurts to be cautious. Redirecting his attention to Verdia, Rygar mused, my impression of that nation worsens each day. The noble pursuing my master's life won't last much longer either. I believe I'll leave the Great Forest by next year. Between moments of study, magical practice, and physical training, Rygar reflected on his progress. He was learning the water god style with Eleonora, and although she considered him very talented, he wasn't as gifted as he was in the sword god style. In the North god style, he was competent but not exceptional. Even so, he valued the learning process. Each technique, each style, each fragment of knowledge was a piece he intended to combine in the future, creating something unique. However, he knew this idea of forging his own style would have to wait until he fully understood the use of Toki, a skill still beyond his grasp. One step at a time, he reminded himself, turning back to Verdia and her explanations about magic. Master, are there any living mages at the god level? God level mages. Verdia paused, thinking for a moment. Yes. Are there any currently? To my knowledge, the armored dragon king Perogius Dola and the demon god Laplace, who is sealed but alive, were the last confirmed god level mages. Perhaps the dragon god or the technique god are at that level, but I've never seen them in person, nor do I know who they are. Some say there are ancient demons hidden away who might have reached that level, but I can't confirm the truth of such claims. Rygar absorbed the information. Although far from reaching such a grandiose level, he felt a growing urge to push his limits. Later, Rygar participated in a hunt organized by the tribe's warriors and the Iron Legion. The floods caused by the rains had brought aquatic crocodiles close to the tribes, posing a threat to the residents. Hunts like this were common during this season and also served as an opportunity for Rygar to train his combat-based magical skills. Combining strength and speed, Rygar stood out in confronting the creatures. His mind, however, remained focused on something greater, the future. He planned to leave the Great Forest once he reached the Saint level in swordsmanship and mastered King level earth magic and Saint level water magic. When the time came, he intended to take about 30 members of the tribe to establish an Iron Legion base outside the Great Forest, with Taze as the group leader. This will be a good start, he thought, watching the crocodile corpses being swept away by the current. To prepare for this, Rygar had begun teaching Killian about leadership and what it meant to bear the responsibility of guiding others. He planned for Killian to assume leadership early on after his departure. Despite being just a child, Killian could already use advanced wind and earth magic, earning some respect. Rygar had also decided to restrict teaching magic to only the tribe members who showed great potential and loyalty. The more he learned about magic, the more Rygar realized its destructive potential. Even in his current state, he believed he could wipe out a large portion of the Great Forest if he poured all his mana into a hurricane spell. This knowledge, if wielded by the wrong hands, could be catastrophic, he reflected. It's better to be selective and cautious. Recently, Rygar had also been dealing with a growing restlessness. The tribe's mating season was beginning, and he noticed changes in his instincts. At times, his thoughts wandered while observing the women of the tribe, which deeply troubled him. Not because he was opposed to acting on such thoughts, but because he feared losing control and forcing someone against their will. I'm barely 8 years old. What will happen when I'm older? The thought alarmed him, further solidifying his resolve to leave the village as soon as possible. I need to reach Saint level before that happens. After the rainy season, I'll put Gara's suggestion into practice facing an A-rank beast without using magic. I'm ready. I've already chosen my opponent. As the rainy season continued transforming the Great Forest, Rygar dedicated every day to preparing for his departure. He knew leaving the tribe wouldn't be easy, both emotionally and logistically. It wasn't a common decision, but his vision went beyond the immediate challenges. A saying from his previous world often came to mind, a society that doesn't know its history is doomed to repeat it. He delved into the history of the beast folk. The second beast god, Geiger, had once deterred any enemies or threats to the Great Forest. He had lived for a long time, but after his death, history repeated itself. Attacks, slavers, and other dangers returned because the deterrent force was no longer there. Rygar had no intention of following that same path. In the family cabin, Selene and Verdia were discussing Rygar's recent progress. He's obsessed with improving, Selene remarked while cleaning her sword after sparring with Eleonora. His instincts are getting stronger by the day. He doesn't realize it, but he's gradually reacting more aggressively or acting impulsively. Verdia nodded. His talent is rare, but also dangerous. If he weren't so hardworking, he probably would have lost himself by now. I've considered telling him to take it easy, to say there's no need to rush, but it's quite the opposite. He can't rest now, and that truly saddens me. Selene exchanged a brief look with Verdia but remained silent. Rygar gathered Taze, Killian, Lisina, Linea, Persna, and other key members of the Iron Legion to discuss his plans. The improvised meeting room was lit by torches, and the sound of rain was muffled by the wooden walls. We need to prepare to establish the Iron Legion's headquarters outside the Great Forest. Taze, you'll lead the initial group. It will consist of about 30 warriors. I want you to choose some and I will make a selection to see which ones will go. Taze looked at him with determination. And where will we go? To a city just before Milese's capital Tanaver. We need a location that's strategic but safe enough to establish the base. For now, focus on picking the right people. Meanwhile, Rygar began instructing Killian on leadership and strategy. It's not just about strength, Killian. Leadership means understanding people and ensuring that every decision benefits the group. This is even more important when you possess knowledge others don't. Killian nodded, though his expression was serious. Do you really think teaching magic is such a big risk? Rygar sighed. Yes. For now, I trust teaching magic only to members of the tribe. Even then, I'm extremely selective. This power cannot fall into the wrong hands. Killian seemed to reflect on Rygar's words as he continued explaining how to balance responsibility and trust. Elsewhere in the village, a meeting was taking place. Gustav, the tribe's chief, was accompanied by Jais and 2 other experienced warriors. On the opposing side were Selene, Haunter, Verdia, and Garo. Rygar's absence was notable but intentional. He was training with Fendril at the time. Jais was the first to speak, his voice firm. Rygar is strong, perhaps the most promising our tribe has ever seen. He shouldn't leave the village. His strength is vital to protecting our people. Selene immediately retorted. Jais, this is ridiculous. We've never stopped our warriors from exploring the world. Why should it be any different with him? Because he is different, one of the other warriors exclaimed. We've never had someone with such potential. If something happens to him out there, it will be a loss for all of us. Haunter, Rygar's father, intervened, his voice calm yet firm. If we keep him confined here, we'll be killing that potential. He needs to grow, explore, and learn. Our tribe cannot be his limit. Frankly, he would have left already if it weren't for Verdia and Fendril being here. Verdia remained silent, observing the exchange, while Garo crossed his arms and finally spoke. I agree with Selene and Haunter. We can't keep Rygar here. He's already proven his responsibility and vision. To confine someone like him to the village would be a waste. The debate continued, with both sides intensifying their arguments. While Jais and his allies emphasized the importance of keeping Rygar as a deterrent and safety measure, Selene and Haunter argued that Rygar deserved to choose his own path and that his departure would bring long-term benefits. Finally, Gustav raised his hand, calling for silence. I understand both sides. But in the end, the decision must be Rygar's. He's young, but he has shown enough maturity and strength to make his own choices. Let us respect that. The room fell silent for a few moments before everyone reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Rygar, unaware of the ongoing discussion, was training intensively with Fendril. Amidst strikes and dodges, his thoughts wandered to the preparations he still needed to make. He knew leaving the village would not only be a personal milestone but also an emotional break from everything he had ever known. I'm still not strong enough, he thought. But that's only a matter of time. Weeks passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The tribe remained busy during this season, with constant movement as everyone dealt with the challenges brought by the relentless downpour. Amidst the bustling activity, Rygar focused intently on his plans. That morning, he was overseeing the training of his subordinates. When we leave, it won't be a simple journey, Rygar began, locking eyes with everyone present. We carry the name of our tribe and the responsibility to represent it. Taze, you will lead the group that will establish our base outside the Great Forest. Lisana and Killian, you will stay here to lead the remaining group. Linia and Persna, listen to them. Most of your time will be focused on training. You have potential, so make good use of it. He then gave several instructions to the other key members. Do you all understand? Yes, Chief, they answered in unison. Rygar placed a firm hand on Killian's shoulder. I trust your judgment, but remember this, magic is a double-edged sword. Teach only those who demonstrate not just strength but also wisdom. This knowledge in the wrong hands could be more dangerous than any blade. Killian nodded seriously. I understand. As Rygar walked back home after the meeting, he felt his beastly instincts stirring again. It was mating season, and he could barely ignore the glances from the women of the tribe, which, under normal circumstances, wouldn't bother him. This is a problem, he thought. It's getting out of control. What will become of me if I stay here until the next season? The real issue was that the women weren't helping. They had started commenting on the way he looked at them, and instead of being restrained, they seemed eager to seduce him. From the young ones, around 11 or 12 years old, to the older women, their behavior was both unsettling and distracting. Strength, it seemed, was a strong incentive here. This urgency only reinforced his desire to leave the village soon. If the worst happened, he hoped it would be with a more mature woman. Even though he had spent 8 years in this world, he still hadn't fully adjusted to the casual view of childhood sexuality. Some psychological barriers from his past life remained, and he didn't think they would disappear anytime soon. At the very least, he intended to respect this world's age of maturity, 15 years. Later that day, he was called to a meeting with Gustav and the other leaders. Upon entering, he felt the tension in the air. Jais and 2 other warriors who shared his views wore stern expressions. On the other side, Selene, Haunter, Verdia, and Garo appeared more confident but alert. Other elders were also gathered in the tent. Gustav stepped forward. Rygar, I know you've already made up your mind, but I hope you'll consider the matter of leaving the Great Forest carefully. There's disagreement about what's best for you and the tribe. Keep in mind that the final decision is still yours. Before Rygar could respond, Jais interjected. Rygar, you know how much your strength means to us. If you leave, we'll lose one of our strongest defenders. Last time, we barely managed to hold off a North Saint. If a king or emperor-ranked opponent were to appear, the losses would be devastating. It's a selfish request, but I'm asking you to stay for the tribe. My mother, Selene, raised her voice in response. This is absurd. How many warriors leave the tribe every year to explore the world and are never stopped? Why should Rygar be any different? Keeping someone like him here is condemning his potential. Gustav turned to Rygar. What do you have to say, boy? Rygar took a deep breath before answering. He was beginning to feel a slight irritation toward Jais. The man claimed to act for the good of the tribe, but his persistence was grating. Speaking clearly and without hesitation, Rygar said, I understand the risks of leaving the village, and I also understand everyone's concerns. But I am not abandoning the tribe. I am strengthening it. My departure isn't an end, it's a beginning. I want to carry the name of the Iron Legion beyond the Great Forest, and that begins with me. The silence that followed was heavy but full of respect. Jai still seemed unconvinced, but he couldn't oppose Gustav's earlier statement that Rygar's decision would be his own. Finally, Gustav nodded. Then it's settled. Rygar, you'll have the tribe's support, but the responsibility will rest entirely on your shoulders. With the decision made, Rygar began preparing for his journey and his upcoming battle against the beast. If he couldn't reach Saint level in this fight, his departure would be delayed. He wouldn't risk exploring the world while losing control of himself. Amidst his tasks, he found a moment to sit with Verdia, who was watching him silently. Master, Rygar began, do you think I'm ready for this? Verdia, with a subtle smile, replied, ready or not, Rygar, you're doing something few have the courage to attempt. Strength isn't just in your abilities but in your determination to move forward. Rygar nodded, feeling the weight of her words. I could come with you if you want. I had planned to stay a few more years, but I wouldn't mind leaving a little earlier, she offered. Rygar hesitated before responding. There's no need, Master. I have some things to do on this journey, and I don't want to interrupt your break. He lied. In truth, he thought it would be too dangerous to bring her along, considering what he intended to do. He would have loved her company otherwise. She seemed about to say something but stopped midway, her expression a mix of concern and affection. All right, little Rygar, but be careful. He only nodded, and the two, master and disciple, sat quietly, watching the rain fall as night descended. Current status. Age, 8 years and 2 months. Mana reserves, Emperor level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, Saint. Water magic, advanced. Wind magic, King. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, advanced. Barrier magic, intermediate. Howling magic, mastered. Combat skills. North God style, advanced. Sword God style, advanced. Water God style, elementary. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. advanced. Battle strength, high saint level warrior. Intellectual skills. Reading and writing in beast god and human languages. Language of the demon god, knows a lot of vocabulary, but incommunicable. Mathematics, university level. Practical skills. Excellent hunter, good teacher, very bad cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death. Excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer. The rain, which had poured over the great forest for months, was finally taking its last breaths. The grey clouds still lingered above the treetops, but the air was lighter, the raindrops falling sporadically, and the fresh scent of the earth mixed with the soft aroma of the leaves. Rygar was perched on one of the massive trees, his eyes closed and his mind calm. He focused on the sounds around him, letting the forest speak to him. He could hear the small animals moving through the leaves, the cautious steps of a deer in the distance, the soft sound of a squirrel digging the ground, and even the distant flight of a bird. But what caught his attention the most was the sound of the wind, carrying with it the sense of plants and wildlife, whispering secrets that only he could perceive with his sharp senses. As his ears filtered the environment, he could smell a nearby stream, the damp touch of a tree, and the fragrance of flowers that were just beginning to bloom. The end of the rainy season always brings a sense of renewal. How the forest breathes and prepares for the next season. It's curious how everything in the world seems to follow a cycle. I will miss this. Lost in thought, Rygar reflected on the life he had lived so far, the relentless training, his journey with the Adoldia tribe, and the bonds he had forged with friends and mentors along the way. Although only 8 years old in this world, he already carried the experience of 28 years, shaped by the memories of his 2 lives. In such a short time, Rygar had already begun to distance himself from the person he once was in his previous world. He was maturing rapidly, not only physically but also in spirit, gradually adapting to the harsh realities of his new existence. Despite his young age, his appearance told a different story. His still developing frame already resembled that of a 10 or 11-year-old, marked by firm muscles, a piercing gaze, and the posture of a seasoned warrior, someone who had faced battles far beyond his years. Opening his eyes, Rygar activated his magical vision. His eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity, and for a moment, the world around him expanded. The forest stretched before him like a detailed painting, the mana surrounding all the vegetation, and he could see hundreds of meters with astonishing clarity. The trees, the animals, even the small details of fallen leaves on the ground all became visible, as if reality itself was unfolding before his senses. He felt a surge of energy, as though he were at the peak of his growth spurt. With a swift motion, he activated Flash Step, and his body was enveloped in an explosion of energy, instantly vanishing from the top of the tree and darting toward the tribe. He could feel the strength in his muscles, his incredible speed, and the wind slicing across his face as he covered the kilometers in the blink of an eye. Dash. Rygar landed nimbly in the center of the village, his feet making a faint sound as they touched the ground. Around him, the atmosphere was completely different from usual. The smell of food in the air, the laughter, and the shouts of excitement gave the impression that the entire tribe was in a joyous frenzy. The rainy season, which had made their lives so difficult, had finally ended, and everyone was ready to celebrate the almost non-existent casualties that season. No great battles, no disasters. A reason to celebrate. This was mainly due to Rygar testing his techniques, but also thanks to the focused training done in the Iron Legion, in addition to the 7 young warriors who could use magic without incantations, making things much more convenient in battles. He watched the frantic movement of people around him. Some warriors were preparing the meat for the feast, using large knives to cut pieces, others were setting up tents and tables, and a few more distracted ones were sparring in friendly duels, using wooden swords. It was a spectacle of simple fun but full of energy. Rygar. Verdia appeared from afar, her face with a smile that he could swear was a magical effect that made her glow. Her golden hair was loose and swaying hypnotically. She wore a simple dress, different from her occasional mage cloak, making her look like an angel among mortals. When she saw him, she gestured for him to come closer. Rygar stood in awe for a moment before walking toward her. "You're getting tall, little Rygar," she said, her voice full of pride. "Soon I won't be able to call you little anymore." Rygar laughed, looking at his master. He felt immense affection for her, a mix of deep respect and a bond that transcended just the master-student relationship. He knew that she had been instrumental in his development, both in magic and in mindset. Amid his confusion on how to handle the new truths of his society, she had been his guide, teaching him so much about life with her experiences and patiently listening to all his doubts. Soon, Selene approached, with a warm smile. That warrior's body is already taking shape, isn't it? She commented, looking at Rygar with a playful gaze. What Rygar liked most about his mother was her laid-back nature, which, despite her difficult past, had allowed her to adjust to life in the tribe. Selene and Rygar shared a strong bond, as his mother had always treated him with unconditional love, regardless of his mistakes or difficulties. Soon, they reached a campfire where Rygar's father, Haunter, was sitting. He was imposing, with powerful muscles and a posture that commanded respect. Despite the harsh way he treated others, Rygar thought of him as a classic tsundere. Hey, Dad, do you need help cooking the meat? Rygar offered, wanting to be useful, but the air changed instantly when he heard 3 consecutive refusals. No need, Haunter said seriously. How about we go play darts instead, son? His mother said, steering the conversation away. Yeah, we can talk while doing that, little Rygar, his master added. The emotional blow was significant. Was my skill really that bad? Rygar forced a smile and agreed. Sure, let's play darts. Meanwhile, Fendrel and Gera, his fencing instructors, were among the fighters dueling with wooden swords. Fendrel, always serious, was facing Gera, who had a more relaxed attitude but was equally skilled after Fendrel lost his arm. They exchanged quick, precise strikes, their swords clashing with force but leaving no marks. Rygar observed intently, absorbing every movement, every tactic used by the two. Around them, other warriors were engaged in equally lively activities. A group of younger warriors was involved in a fist fight, laughing as they exchanged punches carelessly but with the contagious energy of youth. Nearby, some older members were playing a knife-throwing game, their expressions more serene, yet just as absorbed in the competition. The sound of laughter and celebration filled the air. The mating season was in full swing. The sacred beast was also there, in a small sanctuary, visibly excited when it saw Rygar. Its white fur shone, and it watched him with glowing eyes, as if eager for Rygar's next move. Whenever he approached, it let out a small bark of approval. Amid the celebration, some of the Iron Legion warriors started to chat eagerly about what was coming next. The chief is going to challenge an A-rank beast without magic, right? One of the warriors commented quietly, but loud enough for Rygar to hear. I heard it's in 3 days. The news spread quickly, and the conversations grew more animated. What madness? We'll need a group of the best warriors to kill one safely. In a corner, Gustav, the tribe's leader, climbed onto a small makeshift platform and raised a cup. All eyes turned to him. Today is a day of celebration, he said in his strong, commanding voice. We've overcome another rainy season, another tough time. And, more importantly, we came out of it stronger than ever. The Dadia tribe remains united, and for that, we must toast to our strength, our courage, and the future that awaits us. The crowd applauded, clapping, and shouting in approval. The atmosphere became even more vibrant, with everyone sharing the sense of unity. Rygar, observing his tribe members, felt a strong connection to them, something he hadn't felt in his previous life, a sense of belonging. Even knowing that he would leave soon, the feeling of being part of this tribe, this family, was something he would never forget. As the feast continued, Rygar stepped aside to a quiet corner, chatting with friends and simply enjoying his rare moment of rest, soaking in the warmth of the night and the feeling of camaraderie. The party raged on as the festive mood took over everyone. He walked a little and saw Killian, who was showing some of the tribe's children how to throw stones. His movements were quick and precise, the wind magic he used to control the stone's direction seemed magical to the children. Your control is great, Killian, Rygar commented with a smile. Killian smiled back, his eyes shining with confidence. I've been training a lot, Chief. Keep training, then. Being young, you need to at least be strong enough to lead the Iron Legion. Rygar observed the young man, one of the most promising of his generation, with the ability to use advanced wind and earth magic. Killian was still a child, but his determination was unwavering. Rygar had also seen that he had potential for the water god style, so he told him to train more seriously in that style. He had already decided that, one day, Killian would take on a leadership role in the Iron Legion. Further along, Taze was helping Lysina assemble a set of improvised weapons for a small combat tournament. They were having fun, but Rygar could see the intensity in their gazes. Taze, with his earth magic skills, and Lysina, with her talent for barriers, were getting closer to an advanced level. It was remarkable how they communicated with just their eyes, their abilities complementing each other perfectly. Taze, Lysina, don't forget to rest as well. Rygar called, but they were so focused on preparing for the fight that they hardly noticed his presence. Linia was further ahead, engaged in a friendly match with other warriors from the tribe, testing her strength and agility. She still seemed so small, but already demonstrated the skills of a fighter. Her fire magic made her opponents hesitate, and her quick, precise attacks were impressive. Hey, don't be so aggressive, Linia. Rygar warned. It was you, Chief, who told me that in the sword god style, aggression is always the answer, she said proudly, with her arms crossed, as if she had discovered the truth about life. Amid the entire celebration, he found Persna, who was sitting in a corner, observing the party, with a large plate of meat hidden behind herself. The girl was absorbed by the atmosphere around her. She was quiet but always attentive, although it seemed as if she was protecting her meat. She even glared aggressively at him when he passed by. Rygar then went to look for his master. She was talking to another woman from the tribe. As he approached, he noticed how the firelight from the campfire reflected in her hair, creating an almost magical aura around her. She was more radiant than ever. The beauty of Verdia seemed to increase as time passed, not just because of her appearance, but because of the confidence and kindness she radiated. "So, Rygar," she asked, her eyes observing him with curiosity. "Are you having fun?" "Yeah, but I might be a little nervous about facing the beast in 3 days. I've already defeated one with magic, but with just the sword, I'll be very limited." "You'll make it, and even if you don't, you can try again and again. You'll always have us to support you," Verdia said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Rygar felt a comforting warmth in his chest when he heard her words. She always knew how to give the right kind of support at the right moment. He smiled back at her, feeling more determined to continue his journey. "I know, Master. One day, I'll surpass all these limits." Verdia smiled, a sparkle in her eyes. "I know that. Just don't forget to enjoy the celebration while you can, Rygar." Rygar nodded, and for a moment, got lost in her eyes. He tried to imagine what his new life would be without her, and once again realized how important she had been. The music and dancing continued around them, but Rygar was calmer now. He knew what he needed to do. The party was coming to an end, and the night slowly descended upon the tribe. The last laughs and conversations began to fade, and the flames from the campfires began to die down, leaving only a soft glow illuminating the tired faces of the warriors and villagers. When everyone had gone to sleep, Rygar got up. He knew this would be his only chance to face the A-rank beast without anyone interfering, as they were all tired. So he lied, saying he would face it in 3 days, so he could truly challenge himself. He was sure there would be warriors lurking to save him if something went wrong, so what would be the point of facing it without magic? When the last group of warriors retreated to their homes, he silently sneaked back to the exit of his house, aware that most of the tribe was already sleeping. As he opened the door, Rygar was surprised by a sight that made him stop for a moment. On the branch just ahead of the door, carefully hanging, was a sword. It was adorned with intricate details and a blade that emanated a unique aura. He approached cautiously, not recognizing the sword. It was a piece he hadn't seen before. It had a unique appearance, unlike anything he had used before. The scabbard was black, with golden and blue details. He carefully took the sword by the hilt, the weight of the blade perfectly balanced in his hand. With a sense of reverence, Rygar unsheathed the sword, examining it more closely. The blue blade extended before him with impressive lightness, almost ethereal, with a soft glow that seemed to change in intensity as the night light touched it. At the beginning of the blade, the name was engraved, Tsukikage, Moonshadow. There was something about it that unsettled him, as if it was more than just a simple weapon. This is definitely not an ordinary sword, Rygar thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The weight of the sword and its exotic appearance made it clear that it was not just any weapon, but something forged with great care, perhaps even magic involved. He raised the sword before him, and for a moment, he felt as though the blade was asking to be used. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the sword was aligned with him, ready to unleash all its power. He then looked at the small note hanging with the sword. He then laughed. She knew, of course, she knew. The note left with the sword had the simple message, "Good luck, little Rygar." This phrase at that moment touched his heart deeply. With every word he remembered, he felt a weight of responsibility, but also a quiet pride. Verdia believed in him, trusted him, and this sword represented much more than just a weapon to kill for him. With one last glance at the room and the tribe sleeping in the distance, Rygar turned and left the house, determined. He could wait no longer. His journey was about to begin. The A-rank beast awaited him, and he had to be ready. He crossed the forest, the sword in his hand emitting a soft glow as he advanced, as if every step was bringing him closer to his destiny. The sound of the leaves whispered in the wind as Rygar advanced through the dense forest, his feet pressing firmly into the damp soil, the strong scent of earth filling his nostrils. Sunlight barely pierced through the canopies of the towering trees, creating shadows that danced around him. He carried 2 swords. At his waist hung Tsukikage, the sword entrusted to him by Verdia. On his back was his regular sword, the one he had initially planned to use. He breathed deeply, preparing for the challenge he had set for himself. He had already exhausted all his mana constructing extremely dense earthen structures before entering that territory. It was a dangerous gamble but a necessary one. He had been training to reach the saint level for 2 years now. Fendril had told him that with his talent and the speed at which he reached the advanced level, he should already be there. However, the lack of strong opponents and real pressure had caused him to stagnate. As he approached the area where he knew the silver mist wolf reigned, his instincts began to scream. The sensation was like an electric shock through his nerves, a shiver climbing his spine. He was out of mana, approaching a dangerous enemy. His body was warning him, but he shook his head, pushing the fear aside. The whole point was for it to be dangerous, after all. He kept moving forward, senses sharp, ignoring the growing discomfort. The air felt denser here, almost oppressive. The sounds of the forest had diminished, as if even the insects feared disturbing this place. Suddenly, the surroundings opened into a clearing. The ground was littered with battle marks, and pieces of flesh scattered across the area exuded a metallic scent of blood. His eyes fell on the remains of the ruler of that territory, the original Silver Mist Wolf. Its massive body, over 7 meters long, lay destroyed. The powerful claws and silver fur, which should have symbolized its strength, now lay motionless, covered in deep wounds and bite marks. The figure responsible for the massacre was feasting on the fallen opponent's flesh. The new wolf was half the size of the original Mist Wolf but equally impressive. The creature was unlike anything Rygar had expected. Its blue-green fur shimmered with a supernatural hue under the forest's diffuse light, moving as if alive, and its eyes gleamed with terrifying intelligence. A mutation, Rygar thought, recalling Verdia's lessons. Mutated monsters were rare but incredibly dangerous. Before he could react, his instinct screamed again, more intensely than ever. Run. It was a primal command, straight to his core. For a moment, he hesitated. But then the wolf turned its head, fixing him with eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. He saw the creature's muscles tense, and in the next instant, it charged with a speed he could barely follow. Rygar leapt back, trying to evade the attack, but wasn't quick enough. The creature's claws grazed his throat, leaving a deep cut. Pain exploded in his mind as blood began to flow. Without time to process, he activated Flash Step, though a version using only Toki, which made it less effective. The movement was instinctive but poorly executed, and he stumbled upon landing, feeling the impact in his knees. Damn it! With the wolf on his heels, he broke into a frantic run, dropping to all fours to gain more speed, a classic technique of the Dadia tribe. His arms and legs worked in perfect sync, propelling him across the uneven terrain. Branches scratched his skin, but he had no time to think about it. With each step, he felt the wolf drawing closer, its figure just a blur moving through the forest. The attacks came relentlessly. The wolf leaped between the trees with deadly precision, cutting off Rygar's path like a predator toying with its prey. He barely dodged the strikes, the beast's golden eyes glowing in the mist that began to shroud the area. Rygar knew he was being tested. If I could use magic, you'd already be cut into 100 pieces, he growled, frustrated. This monster was fast, so fast he couldn't hope to react to its attacks. His magic eye, active from the start, helped him track the creature's movements, but even then, he couldn't land a hit. The wolf was too fast, and its shimmering blue fur created illusory images as it moved, further complicating the fight. The chase went on for what felt like hours, wounds and cuts accumulating across his body. Rygar was running out of breath, the blood from his throat leaving a crimson trail in his wake. The clarity of his thoughts was beginning to fade. He knew he couldn't escape. The wolf was toying with him. It could have caught him at any moment. I need to fight. Now. Rygar's mind worked quickly as he ran. He needed a plan. He couldn't win by running, and a direct attack was suicide. He would have to outsmart the monster. Cutting a detour in his path, he slightly slowed his pace, feigning weakness. His legs trembled, and he allowed the wolf to see it. It was a risk. If he failed, it would be over. The monster growled, its eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. It charged again, claws ready for the final blow. A pure arrow of force and speed, aimed directly at Rygar. He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his body entirely on alert. Seconds stretched into eternity as he prepared his response. At the last moment, Rygar sidestepped, nearly crawling on the ground to evade the creature's claws. He drew the blue sword, attempting the fastest longsword of silence he could muster, but the strike hit nothing but air. The creature was too fast. As Rygar glanced back, he saw the wolf already repositioned just a few meters away, its predatory stance unchanged. But it wasn't just speed. The illusions created by the monster's shimmering fur made tracking its real position almost impossible. Every step left visual echoes, afterimages that confounded his senses. Rygar tightened his grip on his sword and adjusted his breathing. His eyes narrowed as he focused his magic eye again, studying the wolf's movement patterns. Even with the ability, tracking it was like trying to catch a bolt of lightning amidst a storm. The wolf lunged again, but this time, he was ready. Rygar rolled forward, dodging the sharp claws that slashed through the air just above his head. Rising fluidly, he swung Tsukikage in a downward arc. The blade glowed with the force of his Toki, but once again, it struck nothing but empty space. The monster leaped back, its growl morphing into a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the air. It circled him, its glowing eyes filled with calculated malice. It seemed to savor the fight. Rygar was putting up a predator playing with its prey. Rygar gritted his teeth. He was losing blood fast, and his strength was waning. Each movement felt heavier, slower. It's wearing me down. The clearing around him seemed to close in, as if the environment itself was conspiring against him. The ground was slick with damp leaves and streaks of his own blood. The surrounding trees formed a natural barrier, limiting his escape options. I need an opening. Anything. He kept his eyes locked on the wolf, tracking its movements carefully. The creature began to pick up speed, running in tighter and tighter circles around him. The sound of its paws against the ground created a sinister rhythm, a prelude to his impending death. Then the wolf attacked again, leaping toward him with claws extended. Rygar swung the longsword of silence again, but the monster evaded at the last moment, twisting its body in an almost impossible motion. It's intelligent. The strike grazed the wolf's flank, leaving a shallow wound, but before Rygar could capitalize, searing pain erupted in his right leg. The monster's jaws clamped down on his thigh, the sound of teeth tearing through flesh and muscle echoing across the clearing. He let out a primal scream, the pain cutting through the forest's silence. Reacting quickly, he brought his sword down in a desperate slash, but the wolf released his leg and jumped back before the blade could connect. Rygar collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from his wounded leg. His breathing was labored, and the world spun around him. The pain was unbearable, but he knew he couldn't stop. If I fall now, I'm dead. The wolf began circling him again, like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His blood dripped steadily onto the ground, and the clearing seemed to spin. With immense effort, Rygar forced himself to his feet, using his sword for support. He steadied his stance, ignoring the throbbing pain that consumed his body. His hands trembled, but his eyes remained locked on the creature. I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I can fight. The wolf suddenly halted, crouching low. Rygar recognized the stance it was preparing for a high-speed charge. This was it. Now or never. As the monster lunged, Rygar did something unexpected. He threw himself to the side, feigning a fall and leaving himself completely exposed. The creature surged forward, believing its prey was defenseless. At the last moment, Rygar focused all his remaining strength into a single movement. With a roar of effort, he swung his sword in a swift, precise arc aimed at the wolf's neck. The blade connected, but only superficially. The wolf instinctively twisted away, and Rygar felt the slight resistance of his cut. Before he could follow through, a sudden, devastating force struck his chest. The wolf had used its hind legs to kick him mid-turn, the impact like a speeding truck. He felt his ribs crack and the air rush out of his lungs as he was hurled dozens of meters away, rolling violently along the ground. He groaned but didn't let go of his sword. Regaining his spatial awareness, he forced himself to stand again. Rygar was on the ground, bleeding and exhausted, as the wolf circled him like a living shadow. Each movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his body. He knew he was on the verge of passing out. I can't last much longer. Yet he continued to breathe, forcing himself to focus. He would need something beyond strength or skill. He would need a miracle. The sound of Rygar's ragged breathing was drowned out by the wolf's low, constant growl. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as though awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Every muscle in Rygar's body screamed for rest, but he knew that giving in meant death. The wolf, now with blood staining its maw, watched him with predatory patience. It circled the young warrior like a shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. Every movement seemed calculated, as if it already knew the fight was over. Rygar staggered as he rose, his injured leg barely responding. Using his blue sword as a crutch, he straightened and faced the wolf. I won't fall here. I can't fall here. The creature attacked again, but this time, Rygar evaded purely on instinct, rolling aside and breaking into a desperate sprint. He had no plan, just the overwhelming urge to survive. His breathing was ragged, and every step was agony, but he pushed on, moving like a beast clinging to life. The trees blurred past him as he ran, leaping from trunk to trunk, ignoring the pain and driven only by instinct. But the wolf was relentless. Its pursuit was merciless, its footsteps pounding through the forest like a drumbeat of death. Rygar knew he was at his limit. His body should have given out long ago, yet he remained standing, fueled by sheer determination. During a leap between two trunks, his leg finally gave out. He felt the tendon snap, and his balance faltered. The world seemed to slow as he fell, the wind howling in his ears. Acting on instinct, he hurled the common sword from his back toward the wolf. The strike carried the precision of a North God technique, but the creature easily dodged, twisting its body in midair without losing momentum. Rygar crashed into another tree, the impact reverberating through his battered body. But the sword he had thrown bought him a single second. Turning his head slowly, he saw the beast leaping toward him, claws and fangs poised for the final strike. Ignoring his shredded leg and countless wounds, he launched himself at the creature, using the tree as leverage. This is it. In that last moment, something within him clicked. A spark of clarity flashed through his mind as he gripped Tsukikage with both hands. He had no strength left, but his mind, honed by years of combat, guided him instinctively. At least I'll take you down with me, you bastard. With an almost automatic motion, Rygar raised the sword and executed the most familiar technique from his training, the longsword of silence. But this blow felt different, faster, sharper. The blade gleamed briefly, a golden streak that sliced through the air in a horizontal arc, aiming for the wolf's neck. The creature dodged, but the speed and precision of the strike surpassed anything Rygar had ever achieved. The blade struck the wolf at the top of its skull, slicing through flesh and bone before stopping. The monster's body kept moving, crashing into Rygar and slamming them both into the trunk of a nearby tree, the sound echoing through the forest. The wolf's lifeless body collapsed on top of him, motionless. Silence enveloped the clearing. Rygar, still leaning against the tree, crawled out from under the wolf's corpse. The creature was undoubtedly dead, its breathing fading until it ceased entirely. He let out a long sigh, feeling the weight of the moment sink in. I did it. His thoughts grew hazy, and he realized he was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, his vision growing blurry. As his awareness faded, he focused on the sound of his own heartbeat, still pounding, and the cold air filling his lungs. For all his injuries, for all the pain, he was still alive. And then, for the first time in years, Rygar succumbed to physical exhaustion and fainted. Rygar slowly opened his eyes, feeling a gentle pulse coursing through his body, as though he were being wrapped in a comforting warmth. His vision was blurry, but his ears caught a familiar, kind, and warm voice. And let him recover with a healthy body. Exhale. The magic radiated over him, gradually restoring his strength. As his mind cleared, he saw Verdia crouching beside him, her gaze fixed on him with evident concern. When she noticed that Rygar was regaining consciousness, her expression softened, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Are you all right? Verdia's voice was soft, but it carried a subtle note of concern that Rygar rarely heard from her. She watched him intently, probably waiting for any sign that the healing had fully taken effect. Rygar forced himself to sit up, feeling his energy returning. He used a healing spell on himself and gave a faint smile as he felt his strength spreading through his body. Yes, I'm feeling better now. Thank you, Master. Verdia stood up, relief crossing her face. That's good. I came looking for you after you were gone all night. I was so worried. You still need some time to recover, but the worst is over. There were some complications, Rygar admitted. That wolf over there was a mutation. It had already killed the silver mist wolf when I arrived. I had to fight for my life. He paused, reflecting on his near-death experience. But, maybe I should thank it after all. He grabbed the blue blade and focused on the toki flowing through his body. A moment later, he smiled. Moving forward, he accelerated rapidly, far faster than he ever had with his previous flash step technique. He shot past a tree like a bullet, leaving only a deep slash at its base. The trunk toppled over with a resounding crash in the silent forest. This was the true signature move of the sword god style, the longsword of light. Verdia observed him for a moment before clapping excitedly. A joyful smile spread across her lips as she congratulated him, her pride for him shining even brighter than his own. Congratulations, little Rygar. You're now a sword saint, she declared, stepping closer. I hope the sword has been useful. Rygar's eyes focused on the blade. Its elegant blue design was both sleek and aggressive, emanating an almost predatory aura. I bought it from an elf who had kept it in his collection for years. It's one of the 49 blades crafted by Yulian Jalisco, the demon realm artisan, using the bones of the Dragon King Kajakat. It's yours now. Rygar's eyes widened, feeling the weight of the gift. I was torn between giving you a staff or a sword, Verdia continued with a faint smile, but I chose the sword because you can embed a magic stone in it. That way, it can act as your casting focus. However, to do that, you'll need to visit the Dwarven territory. Only they can modify such a blade without compromising its properties. Rygar blinked in surprise. Properties? What kind of effect does it have? Verdia smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. Tsukikage becomes sharper and more durable the hotter its surroundings get. For a moment, Rygar was speechless. His mind raced with possibilities, imagining the potential of such a weapon. That means... He trailed off, gazing at the blade in awe. I can use my fire magic with it almost without limits, can't I? Verdia nodded. I haven't confirmed it with your level of magic, but when I tested it with an advanced spell, it seemed to handle it perfectly. Rygar's heart raced as he gripped the Tsukikage tightly, feeling the energy it exuded. The blade seemed attuned to something within him. Thank you, Master, he said, genuine gratitude evident in his voice. She had spoken casually about it, but finding a sword that perfectly matched his combat style surely hadn't been simple. Let's return to the village. You need to truly rest now. Rygar agreed, and the two began walking back toward the village. Along the way, they continued their conversation. Rygar couldn't help but ask about the future of the Iron Legion and, more importantly, the sharing of magical knowledge he was developing. Master, what do you think about making knowledge of chantless magic and the idea that mana can grow during childhood public? Rygar asked, studying Verdia closely. He already knew this was a delicate subject, but her answer felt crucial to his plans. Verdia pondered for a moment, her eyes focused on the path ahead. I agree that this knowledge should be shared, but it must be done gradually. We can't just throw it out into the world unprepared. There are too many implications. It's not something to be rushed. Rygar nodded, understanding her caution. Do you think it could be taught more widely someday? Yes, eventually. But for that, you'll need to be stronger first. If you intend to spread these methods, many will come after you. Your strength, both magical and physical, must be unquestionable. And I'm telling you this because I know you have that potential. Verdia looked at him with a soft smile, as if appraising him. When you decide to focus on your magical research and developing your potential, Renoa would be a good place. There, you can delve even deeper into your studies. I'll stop by at some point to visit a disciple. I've already decided I'll go there at some point, Rygar replied, but first, I need to ensure the Iron Legion is ready for the future. Their conversation shifted to other topics. Verdia spoke of her own future, revealing that she would leave the Great Forest in a few years. I'll be leaving the Great Forest soon too, young Rygar. Perhaps in 5 years or so. I've been here a long time, and my journey will eventually take me elsewhere. Perhaps we'll meet outside the forest if fate allows. Rygar already knew Verdia was a free spirit, but hearing it aloud made him feel that their time together was drawing to a close. The sense of impending loss was inevitable. The Great Forest wasn't his ultimate home, just as the tribe wouldn't be his permanent origin. Rygar nodded, and Verdia continued sharing stories and offering him advice about the world beyond the Great Forest. When they arrived at the village, the scene before them was familiar and welcoming. Warriors and villagers moved about, greeting Rygar with respect. He waved back with a smile, though his mind was elsewhere, contemplating what was to come. Soon, they reached his home. Training outside were Haunter, Garo, and Fendril. Before he could say anything, Rygar was caught off guard by his mother, who ran to him, her face filled with concern. Rygar. She wrapped him in a tight hug, almost knocking the air out of him. Are you alright? You left without saying anything. You drove me crazy. Her voice shifted between relief and scolding. Rygar, still being crushed, responded with a tired smile. I'm fine, Mom. And I did it. She let him go, frowning in confusion. Did what? He raised Tsukikage and said proudly. I am now a sword saint. Fendril was the first to react, letting out a hearty laugh. Huh? I knew you had it in you, kid. He walked over to Rygar and gave him a strong pat on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Haunter and Garo nodded enthusiastically, Rygar's father looking at him with a conflicted expression. A sword saint at such a young age. Garo murmured, clearly impressed. You're going to make history, kid. You're already far beyond the rest of us. Haunter smiled, his voice filled with fatherly pride, mixed with a touch of unease. Our tribe has never had a warrior of saint rank so young. While Rygar's mother announced she would prepare a special dinner to celebrate, Fendril stepped forward. Well done, Rygar. With this, my goal here is complete. His voice was clear and direct, but there was a trace of satisfaction in it. I'll leave the great forest and return to my kingdom. Erina and I have our own paths to follow. The announcement caught many by surprise, but Fendril raised a hand to silence any objections. This has already been decided. The time I've spent here will stay with me forever, but I also have Erina, and I want to have children of my own. And Rygar. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. I know the whole world will hear your name one day. I truly recommend that you visit the Sword Sanctuary to refine your skills further. To my knowledge, the current sword god became a sword saint at 15. You've already surpassed him in that regard, and I'm sure your potential can take you even further than he has gone. Rygar nodded, absorbing the farewell words. Even though Fendril wasn't his master, he had still been a teacher, imparting almost everything Rygar knew about the sword god style. Meanwhile, his mother crossed her arms, looking at him with a half-maternal, half-playful smile. Sword saint or not, you're still my little boy. She pinched his cheeks, eliciting laughter from those around, while Rygar contemplated how to salvage his dignity. Verdia, who had been silently observing until then, finally spoke. This is just the beginning. Her voice was gentle but carried a note of pride. Honestly, I've never seen anyone with as much talent as Rygar. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a legendary figure like the Armored Dragon King or Kalmanai. They then headed inside to celebrate the occasion. Verdia also informed him that his final graduation would take place in 5 months. As days passed, Rygar began training in new techniques he had devised after learning to consciously control his Toki. While observing the tribe, he realized that as they grew in scale, they would need a better hierarchical system for organization. Thus, he began working on it. One day, while walking to the training field where the members of the Iron Legion were exercising, a sense of pride welled up within him as he watched how the tribe and its allies were evolving. The terrain, shaped with earth magic to be more resilient, was perfect for training. The magically reinforced soil not only created a robust field but also increased durability, allowing warriors to train without worrying about damaging the environment. He paused for a moment, watching the warriors' movements. Some were engaged in hand-to-hand combat, practicing the tribe's unarmed style, others were using magic or training with swords and other weapons, showcasing skills inspired by the North God, Sword God, and Water God styles. The Iron Legion had grown impressively since its foundation, uniting members of the tribe and others from surrounding tribes under a common purpose, defending the Great Forest. Some were seasoned fighters, while others were just beginning, but all seemed committed to becoming stronger. Killian spotted him and approached, noticing Rygar's contemplative stance. Chief, do you have something in mind? Anything else for the training? Rygar turned to him. Yes, Killian. We need to be more versatile. The Iron Legion currently has 4 combat methods available, the tribe's unarmed style, North God, Sword God, and Water God styles. He paused, watching the warriors practicing these styles. I want you to guide the warriors in testing their aptitude in each of these styles, even the more experienced ones. Some may naturally excel in one over the others, but this will help us better utilize everyone's potential. Killian nodded, understanding the logic behind the proposal. I see. Should I do the same with magic? Exactly, Rygar confirmed with a nod. It's important for them to become more adaptable. We can't rely on a single style in combat. Our ultimate goal goes far beyond that. Each warrior needs to be capable of reacting in different ways. He approached one of the warriors training with a sword, observing their movements. I've also gathered information about the surrounding tribes. Many of the warriors here, whether official members or not, are already part of the Iron Legion. We need to expand it, Killian. Extend the Legion to the neighboring tribes. To do this, I've prepared a hierarchy system to be implemented once the number of members exceeds a certain limit. Rygar pulled a notebook from his clothes and handed it to Killian. The notebook was filled with detailed records of various styles, spells, and tactics he knew. It also contained information about the neighboring tribes, with suggestions on integrating new members and establishing a more efficient command system. This notebook contains everything you need to implement this hierarchy. It will help make our legion more structured and ready for the future. Killian flipped through the pages attentively. All right, I'll start working on this immediately. As second in command, you need to be strong, Killian. Don't try to do everything alone, delegate tasks. You're already an excellent magician, but you still need physical training, especially in the water god style, Rygar added, tilting his head slightly. He knew Killian had impressive magical abilities but also understood that physical training was crucial in this world. A pure mage was as fragile as paper against saint-ranked warriors. Killian nodded seriously, a hint of determination in his eyes. I know. I won't let my magic be my only strength. I'll improve in everything to meet the chief's expectations for the future. Killian seemed to regard him as some kind of deity, taking every decision he made as absolute. While Rygar didn't see this as inherently bad, he knew he wasn't infallible. One day, Killian would realize he was just another person, with flaws and strengths. Rygar turned his gaze back to the training field, his eyes landing on Lisina, who was training in the distance. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away, as if caught in the act. Rygar felt a small smile forming on his lips but refrained from commenting. He had already deduced it was a childhood crush, but he saw her as nothing more than an adorable kid. He turned to Killian, who had also noticed the silent exchange but said nothing. Rygar decided to share his future plans. When Linea and Persona leave for Renoa, you and Lisina should follow them. By then, the Iron Legion should be more stable, and you'll also need to gain experience. We can't afford to halt growth. Killian looked at Rygar with a thoughtful expression. Understood. We'll follow your lead. The Iron Legion needs to be strong, but it also needs time to mature. When the time comes, we'll be ready to go. Rygar nodded. This would certainly not be a small project, but he was confident. With the hierarchy system in place, diversified training, and the integration of neighboring tribes, the Legion was on its way to becoming a formidable force. Ask me about anything you're unsure of while I'm still here, Rygar said, refocusing on Killian. My master told me I'll learn saint-level water magic and king-level earth magic on the same day. That will also be my last day in the tribe. Fendril had departed from the tribe the day before, his absence leaving a quiet void in the village. Many had gathered to bid him farewell, their voices filled with encouragement and bittersweet pride. Alongside him was Erina, her determination matching his as they set off together. Their departure was a reminder of the paths that lay beyond the safety of the great forest, paths that not all could walk but which some were destined to follow. The clearing was bathed in the morning sunlight filtering through the treetops. The crackling sound of flames echoed as Rygar swung his sword, now imbued with fire. The heat around him was intense, yet he remained focused, controlling each flicker of the flame as if it were an extension of his own body. Verdia stood a few steps away, watching him intently. Your control keeps improving. With your ability to summon flames at will, few opponents will be able to stand against you now. Rygar reduced the intensity of the fire, adjusting it until it became a thin, steady layer along the blade. I can maintain it throughout a battle, but I still need to fine-tune the timing. Good. Your talent has always leaned more toward fire and earth magic. It's a shame I only know advanced level fire spells, his master commented. Rygar gave a faint smile, a challenging gleam in his eyes. My control over fire has already surpassed wind. Earth is close behind, too. He raised his hand, and a translucent barrier formed beside him, solid and well-structured. I can now cast at least one intermediate barrier spell without chanting. Verdia nodded. Though your aptitude for barriers lags slightly, that's only in comparison to your other spells. Your progress is still remarkable. Before he could reply, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Warriors began emerging from the forest, armed and prepared for combat. Among them, Haunter stepped forward. He looked directly at Rygar, his expression serious. Are you ready? He asked firmly. Rygar didn't hesitate. He sheathed his sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. Always. Haunter's lips curved into a faint, proud smile. He raised an arm, signaling the warriors around him. Let's see what you're capable of. Her master moved away so as not to be caught in the crossfire. Rygar took the first step, and vanished. The ground beneath him cracked as a shockwave rippled through the clearing. He reappeared in the midst of the warriors like a bolt of lightning, moving too quickly for the naked eye to follow. Within seconds, 4 warriors bore deep cuts across their bodies. The remaining fighters quickly adjusted, converging on him from multiple angles. Rygar's speed, amplified by Flash Step, allowed him to dodge their attacks and strike before they could react. One warrior swung a massive axe at him, but Rygar effortlessly evaded, delivering a sidekick that sent the opponent flying. He leapt back, conjuring a platform of earth and walls around him to shield against stray arrows. Hold the formation, a veteran shouted. The warriors advanced in groups, attempting to use their numbers to their advantage. Rygar, however, didn't give them the chance to organize. He summoned earth pillars beneath their feet, throwing them off balance or forcing them to dodge, then followed up with a flame slice, sending a wave of fire that burned everything in its path. 3 warriors attacked simultaneously, but Rygar met them head-on. Wielding the longsword of light, he dispatched them effortlessly. As Rygar pressed forward, one of his strikes cut too deeply into a warrior. Even amidst the heat of battle, Rygar didn't hesitate. Extending his hand, a soft glow radiated from his palm, healing the warrior's wound. Rest easy, Rygar said as the healing spell took effect. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as relief washed over him. Rygar offered a small smile before vanishing once more into the fray. He wasn't sure if it was because he had reached the saint rank or because the challenge felt trivial, but his instincts had become a formidable weapon. If he relied solely on magic, He believed he could overwhelm the entire tribe alone, let alone a single division. This allowed him the luxury of holding back. The last 10 warriors closed in together, forming a circle around Rygar. For a brief moment, he stood still, closing his eyes. When they launched their attack, his eyes snapped open, and he vanished again, moving with surgical precision. Combining swift strikes and calculated spells, Rygar systematically brought down each opponent. He ended the bout with a gust of wind that sent the final 2 crashing to the ground, concluding the sparring session. As the last warrior fell, Rygar stood at the center of the clearing. He began healing the more seriously injured fighters using magic. The warriors rose gradually, exchanging glances filled with admiration. Haunter was the first to approach him. You've surpassed everyone here, Rygar. But don't let that make you complacent. There are plenty out there who can match your skill. Never overestimate yourself. Before Rygar could respond, another voice chimed in. Even if that's true, I doubt many could rival him. It was Eleonora, the instructor of the water god style. Idar will accompany you on your journey and deliver another of my grandchildren to your uncles after you purchase him, Eleonora declared. I hope you will consider keeping him with you afterward. He's talented, nearly at the saint rank, and only 15. Idar grumbled, whether I go with him or not, I can travel to the Azura kingdom on my own. Rygar nodded. I'm still at the intermediate level in the water god style, so having someone to train with will be beneficial. If our paths align, we'll journey together. Idar seemed far less arrogant than when he had first arrived. Though not pleasant company, Rygar wouldn't mind traveling with him. Moments later, Taze appeared in the clearing, bringing news. Rygar, the selected warriors are ready to depart. They're waiting for your confirmation. Rygar glanced around at Haunter and Verdia. Each of them watched him with a mix of pride and expectation. Taking a deep breath, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. After all, he had chosen this path, and he would see it through to the end. Rygar walked toward his home, the weight of the approaching farewell settling over him. The path was familiar, yet it felt as if he were treading it as a stranger. Warriors and villagers from the tribe greeted him as he passed, their gazes respectful and their nods solemn. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. When he reached his home, the familiar warmth welcomed him, yet something felt different in the air. His mother stood at the door, her expression a mixture of seriousness and tenderness, as if she were preparing to say something important. Rygar, she called, her voice low and calm. We need to talk. He frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. Something in her tone quickened his heartbeat. Of course, mother. What's wrong? She stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. He followed her, noticing the unusual silence inside the house. She led him to the center of the home, where they sat on a simple wooden bench. She sighed deeply, as though gathering the courage to speak. I've never told you this before, she began, staring at her hands. Because I didn't want to burden you with the weight of the past. But now, it's time for you to understand. Rygar studied her closely, worry etched across his face. She seemed more tense than he'd ever seen her, a rare sight that unnerved him. What happened, mother? She hesitated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. When I was a slave, I gave birth to a child. But shortly after he was born, he was taken from me. I only saw him once as an infant, and I never learned what became of him. The warriors of the tribe, including Haunter, killed those responsible when they rescued me, but my son never returned. Her words fell like a silent bomb in Rygar's heart. He sat motionless, processing what he'd just heard. The pain in her face wasn't just sadness but a mixture of regret and acceptance. She didn't seem to harbor overt resentment, but Rygar knew the story weighed heavily on her, unspoken and unresolved. I'm telling you this, she continued, her voice softer now, not so you'll seek him out, but so you'll understand. Slaves are often treated as less than trash by their masters. That's the norm, especially among humans. She paused for a moment. I never told anyone about this except your father. It was such a distant part of my life. I had already given up on everything before I was saved. This life we have now, this wonderful life, I never expected it. Having friends to talk to, a husband to rely on, and watching a son as extraordinary as you grow up. It's almost like divine intervention. I even started to believe in the Saint of Meles for a while. She chuckled faintly before turning serious again. But despite all of that, I don't want you to hate humans indiscriminately. Fendril is an example that not all humans are bad. Your judgment will be your greatest guide on this journey. Rygar felt a surge of emotions: shock, sadness, and compassion. He had no idea his mother had endured such hardship. She always seemed so joyful, so strong. But now, for the first time, he could see the cracks in her armor, the fragility beneath her strength. He realized how deeply this pain had been buried within her, hidden from everyone. I didn't know, mother, he said softly, struggling to process her story. I can't even imagine how you must feel. She nodded, her eyes with unshed tears, but she didn't let them fall. It's something I've never spoken about, Rygar. And I didn't want it to overshadow the life you've built here. You've always been so dedicated to the tribe, to the Legion, to our future. It's only because of the path you've chosen that I felt it was time to share this with you. He sat in thoughtful silence, reflecting on her words. He thought of his lost brother, who might still be out there, a slave since birth, robbed of any chance to grow and live freely. A deep sense of loss consumed him, along with a rising anger. I don't care if it's the norm, Rygar said firmly. Norms are made by people. and if they can create them, others can change them. His mother looked at him, a mix of pride and sorrow in her gaze. You're right, Rygar. I know that. And I know you'll make a difference. All I hope is that you remember you can always count on your family. You will always have a home to return to. He took a deep breath, determination radiating from him. I'll remember that, mother. Always. That's a promise. They sat in silence for a while, each lost in their thoughts. Then, Rygar rose, his resolve clear in his expression. I'll go to the sanctuary of the sword, and the Iron Legion will leave its mark wherever I go. His mother smiled, a bittersweet smile full of pride. I know you're ready, my son. Go and fulfill your destiny. And know that, no matter what happens, you have my blessing. Dash. The next day, she saw him leave to learn king and saint level magic, her heart full of pride and hope. Rygar was prepared to face the future, not just as the leader of the Iron Legion but as someone determined to reshape the world's rules. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but with every step, he felt closer to achieving the change he envisioned. Outside, Verdia waited. Shall we go, young Rygar? Yes, he replied, more to himself than to his master. I'm ready. Verdia Solarian. Age, plus 500 years. Mana reserves, king level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, king. Water magic, saint. Wind magic, king. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, advanced. Barrier magic, advanced. Combat skills. North God style, elementary. Bow and arrow, advanced. Battle strength, saint level warrior, depending on the distance, it can kill a king. Intellectual skills. Reading and writing in beast god, demon god, fighter god, and human languages. Mathematics, basic arithmetic. Practical skills. Excellent hunter, excellent teacher, excellent cook, excellent seamstress, excellent alchemist, excellent enchantress, excellent singer, excellent dancer, and many other skills. Rygar ran alongside Verdia, both of them in a comfortable silence. The air of the great forest was filled with the soft sounds of nature, but neither seemed inclined to break the moment. For Rygar, each step on this journey felt like a quiet farewell. He glanced at his master, mentally recording every detail of her confident posture, the lightness with which she moved, and even the way the breeze swayed her hair. The hill they were seeking was farther than Rygar had ever gone before. They climbed a slope, reaching a large hill. When they reached the top, the view was breathtaking. The vastness of the great forest stretched as far as the eye could see, with the blue sky blending into the horizon. Verdia broke the silence. This is the perfect place to test what you've learned. As you've already learned, this Earth King level magic can cause some irreversible damage if you're not careful. Rygar nodded, taking a deep breath and letting the scenery fill his senses. Verdia looked at him with a firm, encouraging gaze. Let's start with cumulonimbus. The water saint level magic. As I mentioned, this magic can be transformed into the king level magic, Thunderbolt. Just like how the tornado can turn into a hurricane. I will demonstrate it once, pay close attention. She then began the chant, Great Spirit of Water and Imperial Prince of Lightning who ascends to the heavens, grant my wish and bring forth a wild blessing. Show your power to insignificant beings. Astonish with a strike of your divine hammer on the anvil and cover the earth with water. Rain. Sweep everything else and expel all. Cumulonimbus. The clouds rose quickly, forming dark towers that seemed to touch the sky. The air grew thick, and a cold wind swept across the field, carrying leaves and dust. Lightning pulsed within the clouds, illuminating their outlines like glowing veins. The rain started suddenly, heavy and relentless, transforming the previously calm forest into a tempestuous chaos. Thunder roared like a primordial warning, and the strength of the storm felt overwhelming. Verdia maintained the magic for 1 minute before gradually dissipating it. Your turn, little Rygar, go ahead. Rygar closed his eyes, letting his mind connect to the mana flowing around him. He began to recite the chant Verdia had taught him. Great Spirit of Water and Imperial Prince of Lightning who ascends to the heavens, grant my wish and bring forth a wild blessing. Show your power to insignificant beings. Astonish with a strike of your divine hammer on the anvil and cover the earth with water. Rain. Sweep everything else and expel all. Cumulonimbus. As he recited, he felt the mana around him stir, as if the air carried a heavy energy. He opened his eyes and saw clouds beginning to form above. The sky, once clear, began to darken. The wind picked up, and he felt the humidity in the air condensing as the clouds gathered. Rygar extended his hand to direct the flow of magic. The feeling was powerful and overwhelming, like trying to control a wild beast. Lightning flashed within the growing cloud, and raindrops began to fall. He closed his eyes again, feeling each drop, each gust of wind, and the pulsing of the lightning inside the cloud. Slowly, the storm began to respond to his command. He shaped the clouds into a large whirlpool, controlling the reach and intensity. As the magic raged above, Rygar felt the mana pulse around him, a dance between water, wind, and electricity. He closed his eyes, trying to understand the flow of the magic. Focusing on the lightning, he extended his hand, guiding one with effort. For a moment, he managed to shape its trajectory, feeling the electricity vibrate through his body. But the energy was untamable. When he tried to stabilize it, the lightning dissipated in an explosion, vanishing into the cumulonimbus. He breathed deeply, frustrated. I neglected to control the water magic, he thought, acknowledging his failure. Still, he didn't let himself be discouraged. He had learned the saint-level magic and could try again whenever he wanted in the future. After receiving his master's approval, he dissipated the magic, a bit disappointed. When the magic finally dissipated, Rudeus smiled. Very well, Rygar. You have mastered cumulonimbus. You can now consider yourself a water saint-level mage. Rygar sighed, a mix of relief and complaint for not achieving what he wanted. He had always trained less on water magic because the immediate usefulness of his other magics was much greater. His logic was simple: what hurts more, a stone cannon or a water cannon? He looked at the clouds slowly dissipating in the sky and then turned to his master. Earth magic now. Yes, but let's wait a bit. Casting a saint-level and king-level magic consecutively is my mana limit. After a brief pause, Rudeus led Rygar to the next challenge. Now, let's move to the Earth King level magic, Earth Rift. This is a powerful magic, and the most devastating magic I know. I tried to learn the superior version of it 400 years ago, but I didn't have enough mana. The next level is the Emperor level magic, Earthquake. I don't know if you will be able to use it right away, but I recommend not testing it here. It could be dangerous. She then recited the chant clearly, O spirits of the eternal earth, hear my call. I invoke the power of the deep heart of the world. May the primordial forces that sustain mountains and valleys awaken at my command. Split the foundations of creation, unleash your unyielding roar, and may your fury carve the earth beneath my feet. O ancestral spirit who dwells in the depths, show your immeasurable strength and reveal the hidden abyss. May those who dare challenge your stillness tremble before your unwavering power. Let the earth open and the hidden truth come to light. I command you, spirit of stone, king of the unfathomable depths. To you I call, Earth Rift. With the final cry, the world seemed to hold its breath for a moment before exploding in a terrifying spectacle. The ground opened up into an immense abyss, a crack that seemed endless. The earth roared violently, echoing through the forest like the roar of a colossal beast. Rocks shattered, dust was thrown into the air in a suffocating cloud, and the smell of damp earth filled the air. When the earth finally settled, silence reigned again. Before them, an impressive rift crossed the clearing, its depth and width so vast that it seemed impossible that something like this could have been created by mortal hands. Rudeus appeared somewhat exhausted after using the 2 spells. She said, go ahead, use your magic alongside mine, or else you could damage the forest. Okay, master. Rygar then closed his eyes, connecting to the mana, but this time to the earth beneath his feet. He recited the incantation. O spirits of the eternal earth, hear my call. I invoke the power of the world's deep heart. May the primordial forces that support mountains and valleys awaken at my command. Split the foundations of creation, release your relentless roar, and let your fury carve the earth beneath my feet. O ancestral spirit dwelling in the depths, show your immeasurable strength and unveil the hidden abyss. Let those who dare challenge your stillness tremble before your unshakable power. Let the earth open and the hidden truth come to light. I command you, spirit of stone, king of unfathomable depths. To you I call, Earth Fisher. Feeling the power accumulating, the earth began to tremble lightly, as if responding to the call. Suddenly, he felt something different. It was as if his consciousness stretched beyond the surface, reaching deep layers of the earth. He could feel the subsoil very deeply, the heat and pressure hidden beneath his feet. It was an overwhelming feeling, but also exhilarating. Carefully, he channeled the power to create a controlled rift. The ground before him split in a straight, deep, and well-defined line. But at the same time, Rygar realized the destructive potential of that magic. He felt he could go deeper, manipulate the tectonic plates, and replicate something close to an earthquake. He hesitated. He felt this magic was within his reach. The temptation to test this absolute power was there, but responsibility spoke louder. If something went wrong, the great forest could be devastated. He interrupted the flow of mana and observed the results of his magic cautiously. Rudeus stepped forward. By the hesitation on your face, I can see you could have used the earthquake, couldn't you? Yes, I think so. I'll have to find a more desolate place to test it one day, he replied resignedly. She smiled, proud. In terms of magical ranking, there's nothing more I can teach you. It's been 5 years of learning, with some breaks, but I can safely say you're the most talented disciple I've ever taught. Rygar smiled back, but the moment was bittersweet. He knew that this milestone also meant the end of his time with her as his master. The farewell was getting closer. Rygar and Rudeus returned to the village, talking about the possibilities of magic. She advised him to go to the dwarves' territory to embed a magic stone into his sword, Tsukikage, saying that a better focus for spellcasting would greatly improve his magic. The weight of the moment hung between them, but neither needed to speak of it for the other to understand. As they approached the tribe, he saw the crowd gathered. Much of the tribe was there, waiting to say goodbye to one of their own, a young man whose strength and determination had inspired many, but who would now follow his own path. Rygar felt a wave of emotions seeing everyone together. He hadn't expected so many people to come to say farewell. Children looked on with admiration, adults with respect, and some with concern. He walked toward his family, where the most important members of the tribe were also waiting for him. His father, Haunter, was the first to approach. His usual serious posture showed no signs of weakness, but Rygar could see a hint of pride in his eyes. Haunter pulled him into a rare embrace. Don't forget where you came from, Rygar. Whatever you find out there, carry the name of the Dadia tribe with honor. Rygar nodded, returning the embrace. I promise, father. His mother, Selene, came next. She couldn't hold back her tears as she hugged him tightly. Take care of yourself, my son. The world out there is dangerous. Even though you're strong. She gently stroked his hair. I'll be back soon, it'll only be a few years. As Selene stepped back, Jais approached with his characteristic scowl. He crossed his arms, looking bothered. I hope you know what you're doing, kid. It's not just you who will be in danger. Everything you do out there will reflect on our tribe. Be careful who you make enemies with. Rygar kept his calm in the face of the harsh words. I understand, Jais. I'll be careful. Jais grumbled something inaudible and walked away. Then, Gustav, the tribe leader, approached with a slight smile. He placed a hand on Rygar's shoulder. You've got a long journey ahead. No matter the challenges you encounter, remember that we'll always welcome you back. Rygar bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Killian was next. He turned to the Legion warriors behind him and shouted, Legion. All the warriors kneeled on one knee and responded in unison, at your command. Rygar was shocked. He had never taught them that. Was it Killian? Where did he get this idea from? Was it from the stories I told him? Rygar smiled awkwardly, still feeling good about it, though he couldn't deny it. Killian turned and spoke, we'll give our best to live up to your expectations, leader. I expect a lot from all of you. Surprise me, he said, thinking that he didn't need to say much more than that. Almost all members of the beast races respected the strong, and if they chose to follow him for his strength, he would give them a purpose. Lisina was watching him from a distance, holding back tears. She had tried to convince him many times to take her with him, but he had refused over and over again. She was still just a 7-year-old child, innocent and immature, and not strong enough. He knew it would hurt her, but this wouldn't exactly be an easy journey. Many things could go wrong. Soon, 2 small girls, Linnea and Persna, appeared. Both stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes, their tails drooping sadly, showing the mix of sadness and anger they felt. You're so cold-hearted, Chief. Heartless. You're abandoning your best students. Linnea complained. How can you leave like this? Persna added, still chewing on a piece of meat despite her sadness. Rygar gave a faint smile and leaned down to meet their gaze. Don't let this distract you. Keep training hard. Listen to Gustav and Killian. I want to see both of you stronger when I return. Linnea pouted but nodded. Persna wiped her stubborn tears with her sleeve. They hugged him, trying to hold back their sadness as Rygar gently patted their heads. The circle of goodbyes seemed to be finally coming to an end. Rygar turned to Verdia, who had silently watched everything unfold. Ready. Rygar looked around once more, taking in the faces that would now be part of his memories. He took a deep breath, the weight of responsibility mixing with the emotion of departure. Yes. Rygar walked to the outskirts of the tribe, where the 30 warriors who would accompany him were gathered. They were lined up in groups of 10, their weapons at the ready. The group included experienced veterans like Kaibar, a warrior with over 30 years of experience, and young hopefuls ready to prove their worth. The supplies were carefully packed into large backpacks, enough food for weeks, medicinal herbs, and water reserves. Taze was at the center of the bustle, checking everything for the 3rd time. He looked up at Rygar when he arrived and nodded. Everything's ready, Chief, Taze said, his face serious. Despite being only 11 or 12 years old, Taze had grown quickly, already standing at 1.60 meters. He would likely be very tall in the future. Rygar felt a sense of anticipation and pride as he looked at them. He scanned each of the warriors, studying their expressions. There was determination, but also anxiety. Some whispered to each other, exchanging words of encouragement. Others were silent, focused on what lay ahead. Do you trust me? Rygar asked, his voice firm. Yes, the group responded in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. Rygar nodded and walked to the front of the group. He stopped, took a deep breath, and then began to speak. This is a journey that will mark our lives. We will be pioneers, explorers who will forge paths for our tribe. What we do here will not only be for us, but for all who come after. The world out there is vast, filled with dangers and opportunities. It won't be easy, but together, we are stronger. Remember this, no matter what we face, we will triumph. The warriors' eyes shone with renewed determination, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. As Rygar finished speaking, something caught his attention from across the path. Verdia was there, dressed for travel, with a small backpack on her back. He walked over to her, surprised. You're leaving too? She smiled softly, crossing her arms. I'm heading back to the Elven village. I've said my goodbyes to everyone. I'll spend the next few years resting there. If you return, come find me. I might lose track of time. Rygar fell silent for a moment. He felt that this was his last chance to say what he felt to his master. He didn't consider himself worthy. His master had lived for hundreds of years and had never found someone. Why would he be the one chosen? But he wasn't willing to give up just because of a few setbacks. He might be a child now, but beast races lived long lives. He could take his time to win her over. For now, he would take the first step. Master, what would someone have to do to win your heart? The question caught Verdia off guard, but she laughed, a light sound that seemed to dance in the air. That's a tough question, she said thoughtfully. I don't think it's something anyone can force. Destiny is the one who dictates such things. We don't choose who we fall in love with. She paused, her gaze drifting to the blue sky. But, if I had to say something, I've traveled to many places, mountains, deserts, cities, and forests, but I've never had the chance to fly freely in the skies or explore the depths of the seas. After all my travels, those dreams remain unfulfilled. Whoever could achieve that would surely earn a few points. Rygar smiled. He knew her comment wasn't a promise, but it wasn't a refusal either. A chance, that's all he needed. Those words were etched in his mind. He tilted his head in respect, a gesture that spoke more than words ever could. Then, until we meet again, Master, he said. Until then. Rygar, Verdia replied. They exchanged one last look, and Verdia turned, leaping nimbly through the trees. Rygar then returned to the waiting group. Taze raised his hand, signaling the warriors to prepare. Rygar looked to the horizon, his heart pounding with anticipation. He took the first step, followed by the 30 warriors. Their destination was the port city of Zant. The future was full of uncertainties, but Rygar was ready. In the middle of a clearing shaded by dense trees, Rygar watched intently as his group faced a pack of leaf tigers. These rank B monsters were known for their ferocity and tendency to hunt in groups. However, his companions were making progress. Taze and Kedar, the most experienced warrior, led the charge. Idar and Taze moved in sync, keeping the tigers at bay with precise strikes and elemental magic. Kedar stood tall and muscular, his bronze skin crossed by scars, with feline ears twitching at the slightest sound. His piercing red eyes matched his short, graying hair, emphasizing his beast-like heritage. Most male members of the Adoldia and Didadia races didn't wear shirts, and Taze had embraced this trend. Rygar, however, decided to keep his on for now, planning to follow suit when he was older. Perched on a tree branch, Rygar analyzed the battle. His golden, magically enhanced eyes gleamed like a predator's. A subtle movement in the underbrush caught his attention. A leaf tiger, braver than the rest, creeping toward him, thinking it could take him by surprise. The moment the tiger leapt, Rygar was ready. With a fluid motion, he dodged, letting the creature brush past him. A faint glow ran along his arm as he concentrated his toki with precision, channeling the energy into his right fist before striking the beast's side. The impact was devastating. A sharp sound echoed through the clearing as the tiger was hurled away like a cannonball. The sickening crunch of breaking bones and crushing flesh was immediate. Rygar stood still, critically observing the now motionless creature. Still not good enough, he muttered, flexing his fingers. Toki control was a skill he had been honing tirelessly. Inspired by Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strikes, he sought to replicate a similar effect. So far, he had managed to slightly amplify his strikes, making them marginally more powerful. The process, however, was risky. A mistake in channeling could cause the energy to recoil, inflicting serious internal damage. He allowed himself to experiment only because of his healing magic. Maybe that's why no one does this, he pondered. The risk is too high, but if I can achieve perfect control, this could be viable. The idea of transforming Toki into more than just a defensive layer or raw amplifier was challenging, but he was determined. This was just one of the many concepts simmering in his mind now that he could consciously manipulate the energy. He was also eager to explore new boundaries in magic. Lightning magic, with its speed and lethality, was a priority on his list. He was currently improving his water magic to complement this and felt success was within reach. Another concept intrigued him deeply, the relationship between the mana within his body and the ambient mana. He noticed no fundamental difference between the two, which raised an intriguing question: could Toki be imbued with elemental or even healing properties? The possibilities were tantalizing. Earth element Toki could bolster his defense, making him nearly impenetrable. Wind element Toki could push his speed to absurd levels. The idea was promising but far too complex for now. He needed more practice and control. Recently, Rygar realized that every technique he wanted to master demanded a higher level of control, whether in magic or Toki. The only way to improve was through relentless, grueling practice. After years of this routine, he had grown accustomed to the exhaustion, though it never became easier. Determined to tackle the simpler challenges first, he decided to master lightning magic and refine his Toki impact technique. His thoughts were interrupted by a crimson flash. Taze, wielding a flame-cloaked blade, delivered the final blow, decapitating the last leaf tiger. The boy turned to Rygar, wiping sweat from his brow. Boss, we're done here. Rygar nodded slightly, stepping down from the tree branch to join the group. Good work, he said, casting an evaluating gaze over them. Kedar maintained a serious expression, though Rygar noticed the fatigue in his eyes. Idar seemed more at ease, even smiling, while Taze sheathed his blade with a hint of pride. Rygar sharpened his senses, which had reached unimaginable levels. He could faintly hear the murmur of distant conversations and detect the scent of spices and salt carried by the wind. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact distance, he knew it was still far away. We're almost out of the Great Forest. Another day, and we should reach Zandport, Rygar announced, gauging the reactions of his companions. He could sense the tension among them. And what's the plan once we get there? Idar asked, tilting his head curiously. Rygar crossed his arms, methodically outlining the next steps. Only Kedar, Taze, Idar, and I will enter the city initially. We need to find a base of operations and gather intelligence. The rest will stay outside for now, at least until we've secured a solid plan. The others nodded, understanding the need for caution. Zandport was a hotbed of illicit activity. Smugglers, mercenaries, and slave traders operated freely there, making a careless approach potentially disastrous. Idar, your brother is in Milishan. We have some business to attend to here first, and it might draw attention. You don't have to get involved if you don't want to. Idar thought for a moment before replying, I'll help. I'm already on your side anyway. Besides, you're going to save my brother. Sitting on the fence wouldn't feel right. Rygar nodded and continued, everyone else already knows this, but I'll tell you, on this journey, I plan to attack the slave traders' main base in Zantport. Idar looked shocked, glancing at the warriors around him and realizing it wasn't a joke. After a moment, he seemed to reach a decision. Fine, but my identity can't be exposed. I don't want to implicate my brother or grandmother in this. Rygar agreed, his gaze shifting to the horizon, where the sunlight hinted at the forest's edge. It was a significant milestone, the start of a new chapter. Clenching his fists, his mind raced with ideas and possibilities. But he knew he needed to focus. Every step from now on required careful planning and skill. While the group reorganized to resume their march, Rygar felt a familiar weight on his shoulders. Leadership meant bearing everyone's expectations. He knew he couldn't afford to fail. These warriors' lives were in his hands. The gates of Zantport were simple, made of reinforced wood and dark iron, marked by years of wear and tear. 2 guards armed with swords stood on either side of the entrance. Their sharp eyes immediately turned to the approaching group, lingering on the necks of Rygar, Taze, and Kedar. Rygar felt the sting of their suspicious gazes. In port cities like this, it was common practice to check for slave markings on newcomers' necks, and anyone from the Great Forest naturally drew suspicion. As they drew closer, one of the guards stepped forward. He was a burly man with an unkempt beard and eyes as sharp as a vulture's. Ignoring Rygar and the others, his attention zeroed in on Idar, the only human among them. What brings you to Zantport? The guard asked, his tone full of distrust. Before Idar could answer, Rygar stepped in, his voice firm but polite. We're just passing through, he replied. The guard raised an eyebrow, scanning Rygar from head to toe with thinly veiled disdain. Humph. He muttered something inaudible, then gestured for them to pass. Rygar clenched his fists, resisting the urge to teach the man a lesson in respect. Discrimination was nothing new, he'd been warned about it countless times. Still, knowing didn't make it any less infuriating. The thought that he could flatten this entire city if he wanted, yet these people dared to disrespect him, only stoked his irritation. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the task at hand. Once inside, the city revealed its vibrant, bustling nature, especially in the early morning. Stone-paved streets bustled with hurried townsfolk, merchants setting up their stalls, and workers hauling crates of goods. The salty tang of the sea filled the air, mingling with scents of fresh fish, citrus fruits, and exotic spices. It's lively, at least, Idar remarked, looking around. Too lively, Taze muttered, frowning as he noticed the sidelong glances directed at them. Rygar noticed as well. Most people ignored them, but some stares were more intense, laden with disdain. It wasn't unusual for city dwellers to view beast folk as inferior or savage. As they walked, a scene unfolded that caught everyone's attention. In front of a stall, a burly man held a dwarven child by the collar. She couldn't have been older than 5, her face smeared with dirt and her eyes brimming with fear. How dare you break that? The man bellowed, slapping her across the face. The girl fell to the ground, whimpering, as the merchant raised his foot to kick her. Bastard. Taze growled, his eyes blazing with fury as he stepped forward. Taze, stop. Rygar ordered, his voice low and commanding. He felt his own anger burning, but he knew they couldn't act impulsively. Before he could say more, Kedar intervened. You need to stay calm. Drawing attention to ourselves now would jeopardize everything. Our priority is gathering information, not ruining our chances because of momentary rage. Kedar's tone was cold, but Rygar knew he was right. Verdia had warned them they'd only get one shot at catching their enemies off guard. After that, the slavers would scatter and hide, making it impossible to strike effectively. Taze hesitated but reluctantly stepped back, his hands trembling with anger. Rygar turned his gaze away from the scene, swallowing his fury, and led the group onward. The surroundings began to change as they walked. The makeshift stalls and simple homes gave way to more refined buildings with well-maintained facades and wider streets. The contrast was striking. The city center, Rygar observed. Eventually, they arrived at a modest but well-located inn. Rygar led the way inside and approached the counter. A young, lanky attendant with messy hair greeted them with a bored expression. We need accommodations for 30 people, Rygar stated directly. The attendant glanced up, his eyes filled with disdain as they swept over the group. What are the animals from the Great Forest doing here? He sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Rygar's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his sword, and he took a step forward. He felt that he would have to impose some fear to get even the slightest bit of cooperation from these guys. Before he could respond, a deep voice interrupted. Shut your insolent mouth, boy. An older, overweight man in expensive clothing and adorned with rings emerged from the back. He slapped the attendant aside and turned to the group with a forced smile. Apologies for this fool. He doesn't know what he's saying, the man said. His eyes flicked to the sword at Rygar's side, and his expression softened. We have space for your group. You're most welcome here. Rygar relaxed slightly but kept his tone measured. Thank you. Now, about information. We need to get up to speed on what's happening in the city. Do you know where we can find what we're looking for? The older man smiled warmly, though his cautious eyes betrayed his calculating nature. There's no need to look far. I can provide the information you need. With all the merchants and sailors passing through, I'm always well informed. Rygar narrowed his eyes, studying the man. He seemed genuine, but there was an unmistakable air of opportunism about him. In Zantport, information was clearly a commodity. Of course, my services don't come cheap, the man added with a sly grin. Fine, Rygar replied curtly. Let's get settled first, then we'll talk. The tribe had entrusted him with some funds for this journey, but he knew resources were limited. He'd have to ensure any information was worth the cost. Once they'd been assigned their room keys and the group began settling in, Rygar turned to Idar. Idar, rent 2 of those covered wagons we saw on the way in. Go with Kedar to retrieve the rest of our group from the forest. Use the western gate, it's for merchants, and the guards don't check it thoroughly. Understood, Idar replied, leaving to inform Kedar. The two departed shortly after. Taze, stay here and wait for the others. I'll scout the city. With that, Rygar moved to a window in his room, opened it, and leapt out, disappearing into the bustling streets below. The port city of Zant was a chaotic blend of sounds, smells, and constant movement. The main streets were filled with merchants shouting to advertise their wares, while sailors, adventurers, and common citizens moved amidst the unrelenting noise. Rygar walked among them, staying alert, his eyes scanning every detail around him. He had ventured out because he felt the need to understand the environment, prices, and people, as well as to gather useful information for his mission. It had been a long time since he had interacted in a human society, and his opinion of the humans in this world wasn't very positive. This was largely due to the many slavers he had faced and the stories Verdia and his mother had told him. However, Fendril had made him believe that there might be better humans out there. As he passed through an open market, he noticed a stall apparently selling paper and maps. The vendor, a thin man with graying hair and a tired expression, was engrossed in a book as Rygar approached. The man glanced at him without much interest, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Rygar was a young member of the beast race. Stepping closer, Rygar asked, "Hello, do you have any maps of the city available?" "I've got 2, one detailed and one simple," the vendor replied indifferently, pointing at 2 stacks of seemingly hand-drawn maps. Rygar examined the maps. One cost 2 mealy silver coins, while the other was 5. He wasn't sure if this was expensive for a map, but it felt a bit pricey. "If you can't read, the simple one is 2 silver coins, and the detailed one is 5, the vendor said, his tone uninterested as he returned to his book. "All right, I'll take the detailed one," Rygar replied, thinking at least this man wasn't trying to scam him. He retrieved the coins from his pouch and handed them over. "Thanks for your purchase. If you find any important landmarks in the city not shown on the map, let me know. If I find it worth noting, I'll give you a silver coin," the vendor said in a slow, dragging tone as he handed Rygar the map. Examining the map, Rygar assessed its utility. It was rudimentary but detailed enough to show key points such as the port, commercial areas, and several main streets. This will do for now, he thought. As he walked away, his thoughts drifted to the funds his tribe had provided him: 30 mealy's gold coins and 50 mealy's silver coins. In the Dododia tribe, such money was practically useless since they lived off hunting and direct bartering. The amount was sufficient to establish themselves for a few days and purchase supplies for the journey to Milishan. Still, Rygar knew he had to be careful with his expenses. He continued exploring, observing workers, adventurers, and the slaves laboring in the streets. Some were human, others beast races, and even some of demonic origin. Nobody seemed particularly disturbed by this, even some slaves didn't look particularly sad or despondent. He already knew that abolishing slavery in this world would be an incredibly difficult task. Many slaves were captured during raids on tribes, villages, or caravans. However, there were also those who sold themselves into slavery after incurring debts they couldn't repay, willingly accepting servitude for a set period. There were also those enslaved as punishment for crimes, prisoners of war who had to choose between death or servitude, and even orphans who sold themselves for food, shelter, and protection. These and other reasons made such moral rules deeply ingrained in the societies of this world. Changing it would take generations. He wasn't that interested in all this work and didn't think it was necessary for now. Maybe if the opportunity arose he would try something. Of course, most slaves were still obtained through kidnappings and attacks, particularly targeting beastly tribes and isolated villages. But Rygar already had a plan to address this. It was simpler than he had imagined. Why were demonic races far less enslaved than beast races? There might be other reasons, but he was convinced that much of it was due to the powerful demon kings ruling each province. Few dared to invade their territories to capture slaves. It had been the same during the era of the second beast god, Geiger, and that was exactly what he intended to replicate. According to his master and Gustav, he was already considered a force to be reckoned with on a global scale. His ability to cast king-tier spells without incantations and his standing as a saint-level warrior were massive deterrents. He just needed an opportunity to showcase this power. If he succeeded, even the major underworld powers would hesitate to act against the Great Forest for fear of the potential damage he could inflict. Of course, this wouldn't yield instant results, but it would be a significant first step. The Iron Legion would closely follow his lead, paving the way he opened. The people's gazes varied as he walked. Some ignored him completely, treating him as just another passerby. Others glared at him with disdain or hostility. He noticed that much of the animosity came from well-dressed individuals or those in positions of authority. Ignorant people will always exist, he thought to himself. Reaching the port, Rygar paused to observe the sea. The salty breeze brought a wave of nostalgia. He remembered his past life and the beaches he had visited. It was his first time seeing the sea in this world. Boats of various sizes were anchored, with crews busily loading and unloading cargo. He approached a burly man with a thick beard who seemed approachable. "Hello, could you tell me how much a trip to the demon continent costs?" Rygar asked. The man looked him over before answering. "Depends. A simple trip with no guarantees would cost about 10 silver coins. Want luxury, protection, or speed? The price goes up." Rygar nodded, thanking the man for the information, and began heading back toward the inn. As he walked, he sensed something odd. He had noticed he was being watched since leaving the port, and now he was certain. His keen instincts picked up subtle movements, footsteps that stopped whenever he turned around. "I'm being followed," he thought, remaining calm. He made his way toward a more isolated area, filled with narrow alleys and deserted streets. If they were hostile, he would deal with it there. The footsteps continued, keeping a cautious distance. Rygar breathed deeply, his beast-like ears picking up every sound around him. He walked unhurriedly, his eyes scanning the worn walls of the alley and the debris scattered on the ground. When he finally reached a point where the noise of the bustling streets disappeared, he stopped. Perfect, he thought. For a few seconds, only the wind passed through the narrow alley. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Before he could fully turn, a shadow lunged forward, and a blade of iron gleamed as it descended toward his back. Rygar moved with precision. He raised his left hand, gripping the blade firmly. The metal didn't even cut his skin. The attacker, a rough-looking man in tattered clothing, widened his eyes in shock. "What?" the man stammered, trying to pull the blade back. Before he could react further, Rygar murmured something under his breath, and an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air. The man's arm was severed with surgical precision, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain as he clutched the bleeding stump. The second pursuer, a few meters behind, hesitated for a moment, his uncertainty clear in his eyes. But when Rygar turned to look at him, the man spun around and started running. "At least he's smart." Rygar raised his right hand slightly, and the ground ahead of the fleeing man trembled. A wall of earth emerged, blocking his path. The man struck the wall with his sword, but only sparks flew. He turned around, but before he could react, another wind blade slashed through his legs, bringing him down with a cry of agony. Rygar walked toward him calmly, ignoring the man's groans of pain. With another hand motion, he used quicksand magic to make the ground beneath the man give way, trapping him up to his neck. The earth hardened around him, forming an improvised prison. The man, terrified, began to hyperventilate. Meanwhile, the first attacker, now crawling desperately on the ground in a futile attempt to escape, was interrupted by a firm kick to the back from Rygar. The man screamed again, but before he could pass out from the pain, Rygar cast a healing spell to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. "We still have a lot to talk about." Rygar dragged the man back and placed him next to his companion, who now sat in complete silence, too terrified to scream. Both of them were visibly horrified, but Rygar paid no mind. "All right, let's talk. If you cooperate, you leave here alive." "Understood." The two men nodded quickly, desperate. "Who do you work for?" Rygar asked, staring at the man with the severed arm. "And no one," he stammered. "We just saw a feral kid walking around, thought it'd be easy money." Rygar narrowed his eyes. The answer made sense, but he wasn't ready to believe it so easily. "And where were you planning to sell me?" he pressed. There are lots of places in the city," the man trapped in the earth replied, his voice trembling. "Merchants, selling points, anyone would buy." "Show me," Rygar said, pointing at the man with the severed arm. "Use your finger to mark the places on the map you know. Don't even think about lying, it won't end well for you." The man hesitated for a moment, but Rygar simply stared at him in silence. Trembling, he pointed out the locations, trying to be as detailed as possible. "Good," Rygar said, storing the map away. "Now, one more thing, who else is involved in this?" "We don't know. We just do small jobs. We're low-level adventurers. We don't know anything else, I swear." Rygar stayed silent, watching the two. He could smell the fear radiating from them. When he finally stood, the men sighed in relief, thinking they might actually be released. "Thanks for the cooperation." Before they could react, Rygar slit their throats with a wind blade, silencing them forever. He stared at the bodies for a moment, then used magic to bury them in the earth and hardened the ground, leaving the alley clean and without traces. That should avoid any trouble for now, he thought, dusting off his hands. Without further delay, he leaped onto the nearby rooftop and began moving across the buildings, heading back to the Black Sails Tavern. The sun was already setting when Rygar reached the rooftops near the Black Sails Tavern. From there, he could see the street activity starting to wind down as workers ended their days and merchants closed their stalls. He descended nimbly from the rooftop, landing silently in a narrow alley beside the tavern. Walking toward the main entrance, he noticed the weathered wooden sign swaying in the wind, the words Black Sails nearly erased by time. Upon entering, he was greeted by the stuffy atmosphere and the smell of stale beer and old food. The barkeep, a wiry man with thinning hair and shifty eyes, watched him enter. There was something different in his gaze now, perhaps fear, perhaps distrust. Either way, Rygar didn't care. He approached the counter and spoke in a firm tone. "Call the old fat man. Tell him I need to speak with him." The barkeep quickly left without another word. While he waited, Rygar scanned the room. A few regular patrons glanced at him briefly but didn't seem inclined to start a conversation. A few minutes later, the barkeep returned and nodded. He's waiting for you. Back room. Rygar followed the barkeep down a narrow corridor to a plain wooden door. Upon opening it, he found the old fat man seated behind a desk, his expression shifting between interest and caution. He was a corpulent man with a short, well-kept beard that contrasted with his otherwise disheveled appearance. Beside him, 2 armed men stood watch, their eyes fixed on Rygar. The fat man gestured to a chair on the other side of the desk. Take a seat, boy. I don't know your name yet, and I haven't told you mine. I'm Pycock, the owner of this humble inn and tavern. He introduced himself with a proud smile. Rygar accepted the invitation and sat down. He knew this meeting could be crucial for his next steps. I'm Rygar Adoldia. I hope it's a pleasure to meet you. Rygar sat at the tavern table, adjusting his posture on the worn-out chair as his gaze wandered across the dimly lit hall. The portly owner of the establishment, commonly referred to as Pycock, seemed perpetually observant. I won't talk about the slave traders yet, Rygar thought, noting that the man was as much a seller of information as he might be a seller of secrets to others. Despite his confidence in his own strength, he knew he couldn't shield all of his subordinates from a potential ambush. Better to keep the conversation safe for now. I'd like to know a little about the world in general. To start, Rygar said, breaking the silence between them. Pycock frowned briefly, then shrugged and adjusted himself in his chair. What kind of question is that, kid? The world's the same as always: adventurers, bandits, kingdoms, and the like. What exactly are you looking to learn? I'll decide the total price for the information after we're done. Rygar had a few questions in mind. His master had told him a lot about the world, but she had also advised him to update his knowledge since everything she'd shared was at least 50 years old. His mother's knowledge was limited to their immediate surroundings. For instance, the 7 great powers. Are they still the same as they were 50 years ago? Any changes? The old man scoffed, crossing his arms. That's a tough one. As far as I know, the only change is that the sword god's been replaced. The new guy's name is Gulfarian, and they say he's far superior to the previous one. The rest of the 7 great powers? Quiet as ever. Most of them are missing, anyway. Honestly, I wouldn't put much stock in those random rankings if I were you. Rygar nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Gulfarian was the new sword god. Fendril had left the sword sanctuary over 20 years ago, and he wasn't the sword god at the time. Rygar found himself intrigued to meet this Gulfarian someday. And the rulers? What about the kingdom of Azura? Chiron. Pycock snorted, clearly unimpressed. Azura's still Azura. Useless nobles stabbing each other in the back for power. The king's the same as 50 years ago, but he's getting old. I'd give him another 10 years before his children start tearing each other apart for the throne. For now, things are stable, though. As for Chiron, I've heard the previous king was overthrown. Bit of a mess, but now his brother rules. They say the new king's got a kid blessed with phenomenal strength. Rygar asked further about the kingdoms of the central continent, from north to south. Pycock didn't know much about some of them but had basic knowledge of their rulers and situations. Rygar had to admit the old man was well informed, or perhaps it was just that he himself knew so little about the world. He made mental notes of these changes. His master had often told him, if you want to understand a kingdom, look to its rulers. This advice, she said, was timeless. And Mealy's? Who's the pope now? Oh, he's been in charge for quite a while. Harry Grimoire, if memory serves. He's supposedly more progressive, but Mealy's is still the same. Knights with their noses in the air, intolerant as ever. Pycock spat on the floor. Rygar nodded. Mealy's was their next destination after Zant. He needed to learn about a noble named Linster. When he'd asked his master for the name of the boy she spared 50 years ago who was now hunting her, she could only recall his first name. Is there a noble in Mealy's named Linster? HOH? That's specific. Yeah, there is. Linster Joilery of House Joilery. Mind telling me why you're asking? Pycock's curiosity was evident. That's none of your concern. Rygar continued updating himself on Mealy's current authorities and nobility, then shifted the topic to the demon continent. Pycock didn't know much but mentioned it was divided into provinces ruled by demon kings. He also shared a saying that drew many powerful warriors to its shores. If you seek power, travel onward. Your destination is the demon continent. Journey through its lanes. Ascend to Necros Fortress. Before the demon king, prove your strength and you may wish for even greater power. Only then can the power of conquest be yours. Rygar made a mental note to visit this Necros Fortress someday, though he had more immediate priorities. And what about the beast folk swordsman who became the Sword King? Know anything about him? Pycock raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. Ah, you mean Ghislaine Didadia, the Black Wolf? A formidable woman. They say she's the first of her kind to claim that title in a long time. Rygar froze momentarily, digesting the revelation. He'd heard many stories about Ghislaine Didadia, most of them unflattering within his tribe. Still, he sympathized with her struggles, knowing she likely didn't have the advantage of reincarnation and had to face her instincts head-on as a child. The daughter of Gustav, makes sense, he murmured, recalling the theory that stronger instincts in childhood often indicated greater talent. I need to meet her someday, he thought. At 9 years old, Rygar could already feel his instincts growing stronger daily. For now, he managed them well, but he doubted reaching the saint rank alone would suffice. Ghislaine, as a sword king, might be able to help. Do you know where she is now? Pycock shook his head. No idea. Last I heard, she was part of an S-rank adventurer group called the Black Wolf Fangs, but I don't know her current whereabouts. Rygar felt slightly disappointed and shifted the focus of the conversation. Tell me about the trade in magic items. Who produces them? Who sells them? Things like that? Pycock scratched his scruffy beard thoughtfully. Azura dominates most of the trade, but the dwarves have their specialty shops for magical weapons and items, mainly in the northern mountain regions and here in Meles. Besides them, the halflings are the real experts in magical tools. In this city, there's a decent shop near the main market. Nothing too impressive, but you might find some interesting items there from time to time. Rygar made a mental note to check out the shop later. The conversation continued for a while, with Rygar absorbing information about adventurer guilds, caravan routes, and rumors of dangerous zones in the region. He smoothly transitioned into asking about criminal factions in the city and in Meles, careful not to reveal his true interest. He managed to gather a few names, though nothing immediately actionable. Finally, he thanked the tavern keeper and paid 2 Meles gold coins. Pycock explained that most of what Rygar asked was common knowledge, with only a few pieces of exclusive information. Returning to the inn, Rygar found that the other 26 warriors had already arrived and passed through the entrance without much scrutiny. Gathering Taze, Kedar, Idar, and another warrior whom he considered a secondary leader of the group, Rygar began a strategy meeting. The others would stay on standby while he shared his observations. Some people in this city seem indifferent to us, but others clearly aren't. He unfolded a map on the table, pointing at the marked locations. 2 adventurers tried to kidnap me, but I managed to get some information from them. Tomorrow, the 5 of us will explore some of these areas. No deep investigations or suspicious behavior. Our goal is to stay unnoticed while gathering visual and sensory information. The dominant underworld group in this area seems to be called the Black Troll. Kedar scratched his chin, studying the map. And the rest? They'll remain here, prepared for combat. Rygar paused, looking at Taze. Stay alert. 2 men have already tried to attack me. Likely because I looked like an easy target as a child, but it shows hostility. Idar is human and won't have that problem, and Kedar has the look of an experienced warrior, which should make them hesitate. Taze nodded, his expression serious. Understood. Our main goal is to identify the primary base, correct? Exactly, Kedar interjected, crossing his arms. That's why, if you find any slave outposts that aren't the main base, don't interfere. This goes for you too, Chief. Stick to the plan. The group spent some time discussing strategies before Rygar finally dismissed them. Later, alone in his room, Rygar began training his magical control, focusing on water magic. He conjured physical barriers to drain his mana, which also served as practice for his slightly weaker barrier magic. His mana reserves were already incredible. He hadn't met anyone with more mana than him so far. He suspected he had surpassed some sort of threshold recently, potentially reaching the god level in mana capacity. However, he wouldn't exhaust it entirely during this mission. It would be too risky. At least he didn't expect this operation to last long. As he worked, his thoughts wandered. We can't linger here too long. The longer we stay, the greater the chance of being noticed. Determined to wrap up the preparations in the coming days, Rygar concluded his training and rested, already planning the next day's actions. The next day arrived. Rygar and his small group set out early. The plan was simple: explore the marked points on the map, avoid drawing attention, and gather as much information as possible. Taze, Idar, Kedar, and the other warrior Ralpher split off from Rygar, each with a basic copy of the map. Rygar headed to the first marked location, a shop used as a front for slave trading. The shop was located on a narrow street with tightly packed buildings and small windows. Its facade was unremarkable, a heavy wooden door with a faded sign that read Port Antiques. Seems ordinary, Rygar thought, frowning as he examined the building. Rygar moved slightly away from the people walking nearby, circling the area to get a clearer view. He quietly climbed a stack of crates and positioned himself on the roof of an adjacent building, activating his mana eyes. Let's see what's hidden here, he thought. The magical vision revealed a grim scene. Behind the shop, in a partially covered area, there were several cages. Inside them, he saw human, beast, and other figures, some barely recognizable due to their deplorable state. Many were malnourished, and some had untreated open wounds. Rygar's frown deepened as he observed more closely. 5 attendants in the front, 4 poorly armed guards near the cages. Weak breathing, some of the slaves are on the verge of death. Doesn't look like a main base, just a smaller sales point. He continued observing, looking for any sign of a subterranean entrance or anything unusual, but nothing stood out. After some time, he noted the entrances, the number of guards, and the conditions of the slaves before returning to the streets. It's exactly what it seems, a small sales point. Nothing underground, just a stockpile of slaves in the back, Rygar thought, scanning the surroundings before moving on. He blended into the bustling crowd, leaving the area. The next location on the map was in a quieter part of the city. When he arrived, Rygar noticed this point seemed even smaller than the previous one, a small, run-down house with heavy curtains covering the windows. There were no obvious signs of movement, except for a faint trail of footprints in the mud leading to the entrance. Rygar activated his mana eyes again. The magical flow inside the house was almost non-existent. There was little indication of many people being present. Nothing here. Either it's empty or too insignificant to bother with, but also easy to deal with if needed. Rygar took on more locations himself since his mana eyes sped up the process. After checking his targets, he headed to his next destination, a magic item shop recommended by Pycock. The magic item shop was vastly different from the other locations he had visited. Its facade was inviting, with a polished wooden door and display windows filled with gleaming artifacts and enchanted stones. When Rygar entered, the scent of burned wood and dried herbs filled the air, creating a mystical atmosphere. Behind the counter, a thin man with graying hair was busy adjusting a pendant on a chain. He glanced briefly at Rygar but paid him little attention. With his mana eyes still active, Rygar quickly realized the shop was more than it seemed. Many items bore traces of advanced enchantments, and some artifacts emitted an energy unlike anything he had seen before. Interesting. Definitely something here worth a closer look, he thought. He picked up a small blue magical stone from a shelf and studied it for a moment. The magic within it felt unstable yet powerful. Returning the stone to the shelf, he took a final look around before leaving. He decided he would revisit the shop when leaving the city, once he had more time. When Rygar finally returned to the inn, he was met with an unexpected sight. Upon entering his room, he found a young dwarf boy, dirty and frightened, huddled in a corner. The boy held his knees to his chest, wide-eyed and watching Rygar warily. Taze stood beside the boy, looking slightly uneasy. He asked for help, Taze explained, raising his hands as if to fend off reprimand. He was running from someone, and there wasn't anyone else around. I thought he might be useful. Rygar approached slowly, his stern expression softening slightly. All right. If no one saw him, you did the right thing. He crouched down to the boy's level, who recoiled slightly. The boy had short red hair and looked around 4 or 5 years old. There's no need to be afraid. We're here to help, Rygar said calmly. Rygar looked at the young dwarf in front of him. The boy still appeared shaken, his face covered in soot, and his gaze hesitant, as if he wasn't sure where he was or who he could trust. Rygar decided to earn his trust first. He crouched down to the boy's level and tried to smile, attempting to appear friendly and harmless, but it ended up looking a bit awkward. Hey, it's all right now. You're safe. Rygar's voice was calm but carried an undertone of firmness. What's your name? The boy hesitated, his eyes diverting for a moment before answering, almost in a whisper. I don't have a name yet. Rygar raised an eyebrow, surprised. No name? Ah, that's right, dwarves only get names at 7 years old. The boy nodded nervously. Rygar slowly nodded. He had heard about dwarven traditions in his lessons with his mentor but had never encountered a young dwarf to confirm it firsthand. I see. But tell me, little one, what happened to you? And how did you escape that place? The boy took a deep breath, still reluctant, but began to speak. It was with the help of a man who works there. One of the bosses. They called him Twin. Rygar tilted his head, intrigued. Twin. Yes. The boy replied, his eyes filling with a mix of fear and hope. He wasn't any different from the others, but last night, he came to me and took me to a place, a hidden sewer pipe, behind one of the warehouses. He told me to cross to the other side and find someone with. He hesitated, looking at Rygar with curiosity. Animal ears. Rygar was intrigued, even a little cautious. Did this twin send him to look for them because he knew who they were, or did he think they would help the boy? And that's what you did? When you got to the other side, did you find Taze? The boy nodded slowly. Yes, I did what he said. When I saw the man with the ears, I asked for help. He brought me here. Rygar was silent for a moment, processing the information. A trafficker who helped slaves escape? That seemed contradictory. There was definitely more to this. He needed to speak with this man first. He looked at the boy again, this time more seriously. Do you think you would recognize this man, Twin, if you saw him again? The boy bit his lip, hesitating, but finally nodded. I think so. Rygar nodded back, his mind already formulating the next steps. Then, I need you to help me identify him. This could be the key to saving others like you. The boy's eyes widened, and he took a step back. I don't know. What if they catch me again? Rygar placed a firm but comforting hand on his head. I won't let that happen. Don't worry, I'm very strong. The boy looked at him for a moment, as if deciding whether he could trust the promise. Finally, he gave a small nod. Rygar stood up and looked at Taze, who had been nearby, watching the interaction. Taze, write down everything I say. Taze nodded, quickly grabbing a piece of parchment and a quill. Meanwhile, Rygar began to describe the results of his investigations that day. He described all the points he had investigated, the guards, the layout of the place, the number of employees, and all kinds of details. He paused, allowing Taze to keep up with his words. Then, he continued, if the boy is telling the truth, then this twin might be our best chance to capture someone from the higher ranks, that is, unless he himself is one of them. He seems to have access to the facilities and a motivation to help. We need to find out more about him. Kedar, who had approached during the explanation, crossed his arms and looked at Rygar. What's the plan? It's simpler than we thought at first. Most of these places only have advanced warriors at best, the smaller ones only have weak guards. Maybe the leader of this group is a saint-level warrior, but it won't go beyond that. Kedar laughed and replied, of course, you're the anomaly here. It's not strange that there's just one saint. Rygar smiled. Since that's the case, let's just capture a higher-ranked person who knows where their main base is and the whereabouts of most of the members, and interrogate him. After that, I'll invade and kill them all, with some of you making sure no one escapes. The others will attack other bases, Taze will lead one group and you will lead another. Idar will come with me. Rygar thought for a moment. Rygar looked at Kedar and Taze with determination. Gather the information I've given with everything the other warriors have gathered so far. Let everyone know. I want them ready to act as soon as we have something solid. Kedar nodded, his expression serious. And you? Rygar looked at the young dwarf, who still seemed nervous but determined to help. I'll go with him. We're going to identify this trafficker and have a conversation with him. Kedar gave a small approving smile. Understood. Let's prepare. Taze continued organizing the information they had gathered. After a few minutes, Rygar checked to make sure everything was recorded before giving his final instructions. Taze, finish organizing everything and then share it with the others and Idar when he arrives. I want everyone to be aware of your group and your targets tomorrow. Taze nodded without hesitation. Yes, boss. Rygar then turned to the young dwarf, kneeling again to be at his level. Are you ready for this? The boy hesitated for a moment before nodding, his small fist clenched at his side. Despite his fear, there was a spark of courage in his eyes. Rygar smiled. Good. Let's go then. He stood up, signaling for the boy to follow him as they prepared to leave in search of the trafficker named Twin. The sun was already setting, and the city was gradually growing darker. As they walked through the streets, Rygar took the opportunity to ask the little dwarf some questions. He wanted to get to know him better, and perhaps, with that, ease some of the tension in the boy. So, tell me, what do you like? Rygar asked casually, glancing at him briefly. The boy hesitated for a moment, seeming surprised by the question. What do I like? I think I like high places. Rygar raised his eyebrows, intrigued. High places. Yes. I used to live in the mountain ranges. From up there, everything looked so small. It was peaceful, and we were close to the sky. There was nostalgia and sadness in the boy's voice, and Rygar felt the weight of what he was saying. It seemed more than just a preference for landscapes, it was a memory of a place he'd probably never see again. That must have been an amazing place to live, Rygar commented, trying to keep the conversation light. The boy nodded, but his expression soon changed, becoming more somber. It was, but we had to travel to visit my father's friends. Rygar gently asked, as he believed it was good to share these kinds of things. What happened? The boy took a deep breath, as if he needed to gather strength to speak. We were traveling on the Sword Road, my parents and I, and we were attacked by bandits. Rygar looked at him attentively, noticing the effort the boy made to continue speaking. I only remember there were many of them. They surrounded us. My parents tried to fight, but... His voice faltered for a moment. They killed them. They told me it was my parents' fault for resisting, and that now I would be an orphan slave. Rygar sympathized with the boy. This was one of the main reasons he had trained and fought so hard since arriving in this world. The fate of becoming a slave was worse than death for him, and the best way to avoid it was by being strong. They threw me into a cart with other kids and brought me here. The silence between them was heavy. Rygar knew that nothing he said would erase the boy's pain. Still, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Your parents were brave. They did what was right, even knowing the cost. The boy looked up, surprised by Rygar's words, and then nodded slowly. Rygar continued, don't think you shouldn't fight because your parents died doing that. On the contrary, to avoid suffering the same fate again, you need to fight. After a while, they arrived at the location Taze had indicated. It was a busy area, with people coming and going, even at that hour of the night. The lanterns illuminated the streets poorly, casting shadows that danced on the walls of the surrounding buildings. Rygar looked at the little dwarf and pointed to a more secluded corner where he could wait without being noticed. Hold on to me. I'm going to climb that building. From up there, we'll have a better view of the exit. The boy nodded obediently and held on to him. Rygar, with agile movements, climbed the building and reached the roof. From up there, he had a clear view of the entrance and exit of the establishment. He looked down, seeing the boy watching him with curiosity. Stay alert. When he shows up, let me know. The boy nodded again, but seemed nervous. Rygar decided it was a good moment to bring up another subject. You need a name, you know. The boy blinked, surprised by the sudden change of subject. A name. Yes. It's strange for me to keep calling you, don't you think? The boy seemed to think about the idea. But, I only get a name when I'm 7. Well, that's your race's tradition. But you're here now. We can give you a nickname for now. The little dwarf hesitated but seemed intrigued. Rygar continued, in my homeland, there was a name that meant something like being red-haired. I think it suits you. How about Rufus? The boy's eyes brightened. He repeated the name, as if testing the sound of it. Rufus. I like it. Rygar smiled, satisfied. He had chosen the name casually, but it seemed to please the boy, which was the most important thing. The night went on, and they remained alert. Rufus kept his eyes fixed on the entrance of the establishment, while Rygar monitored everything from above, analyzing every movement. Finally, after some time, Rufus pointed. It's him. Rygar followed the boy's gaze and saw a man coming out the door. He had long brown hair tied in a braid and was carrying a jug of alcohol. Despite his relaxed appearance, there was something in his posture that suggested experience in combat. The man seemed to be middle-aged, and his jovial behavior contrasted with the image one might expect from someone associated with slave traders. He greeted the people around him with laughter and waves, as if he were a well-known figure in the area. Rygar swiftly descended from the building and approached the man. Are you sure? I am, Rufus answered, the conviction in his voice outweighing any hesitation. Rygar looked at the man again before lifting Rufus into his arms. All right, let's follow him. The man walked for some time, turning several corners, as if he were simply heading home or finishing a typical night. Eventually, he entered a quieter alley, far from the curious eyes of the main street. It was the perfect moment to act. Rygar gently placed Rufus on the ground, indicating for him to stay hidden behind a pile of nearby crates. Stay here. Don't move until I come back. The boy nodded, though his eyes showed concern. Rygar silently advanced toward the man, moving with the grace of a predator. When he was close enough, he used his howling magic at short range. The powerful roar echoed through the narrow alley, completely disorienting the man. He stumbled, barely managing to grab the hilt of his sword before collapsing, stunned by the sonic impact. With agility, Rygar lifted the unconscious man over his shoulder and returned to where Rufus was waiting. Without wasting time, he scooped the boy up and began climbing the nearby buildings. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, he kept a steady pace until he reached the tavern, where he entered discreetly through an upper window to avoid being seen. Once inside, Rygar placed Rufus on the ground. Is he going to be okay? Rufus asked, his voice filled with concern. He saved me. Rygar observed the boy for a moment before answering honestly. That depends on him. If he cooperates, there's no reason anything bad should happen. Rufus nodded slowly, still a little worried but trusting Rygar's words. The boy ran off to find Taze, and Rygar carried the unconscious man to his room. There, he called one of the warriors who had accompanied him on the mission. Tie him up. Use reinforced ropes. I don't want to take any chances. The warrior nodded and began to work, while Rygar went downstairs to check for updates on the investigation. He found Idar in the main hall, speaking with one of the warriors. When Idar saw him, he approached immediately. Idar, why did you take so long? Rygar called out. I was posing as a traveler at the guild and managed to gather some information. All right, let's talk inside. They headed back to the rooms. Okay, what do you have? Rygar asked. Idar replied, I asked some subtle questions about which organization was behind the slave trade in the city. Apparently, their main base is a little outside the city, but not too far, and it's named after their leader, who is called the Black Troll. Rygar crossed his arms, absorbing the information. Great work. This will save us some time. Did you find out anything about him? Idar thought for a moment. I think he's from a demon race, and he doesn't practice any of the 3 sword styles. He seems to use an axe to fight, and of course, he's known to be really strong. He continued, but it seems like someone else showed up recently. I couldn't get any information about the new guy, but they seem to treat him with respect. Rygar nodded, already formulating strategies in his mind. All right, we'll discuss this more later. Call Kedar. I've captured the man who freed the dwarf boy. I want to interrogate him. Idar didn't waste any time and went to find Kedar, while Rygar returned to the room where the man was being held. A few minutes later, Kedar arrived, entering the room with his imposing presence. Now, only the 3 of them remained, Rygar, Kedar, and the captured man. Rygar approached the man and shook him lightly until he began to stir. The man's eyes blinked several times before finally focusing on Rygar and Kedar. He tried to move, but the tightly bound ropes kept him in place. What? Where am I? Who are you? He asked, confusion clear in his voice. Rygar leaned in, crossing his arms as he looked directly at the man. Just travelers. We hope you can help us clear up a few questions. The man blinked again, still dazed, but the tension in the air made it clear he didn't have much choice. The room was filled with a suffocating tension. Yan, bound to a chair with reinforced ropes, was sweating profusely. His eyes, though full of fear, carried a faint glint of hesitant defiance, as if he were still trying to find a way out of the situation. Rygar stood before him, arms crossed, while Kedar silently observed from the side, his hands resting on the hilt of his long sword. Let's start with the simplest, Rygar began, his voice firm. Who are you, and why did you save the dwarf boy? Yen took a deep breath, looking away, but Rygar didn't leave room for hesitation. He stretched out his hand, using a controlled fire magic to burn his fingers little by little, making screams echo through the room. Then, a healing light cured the burn, making the entire nightmare feel like a dream. As you can see, this can last a long time or a short time. I'd cooperate if I were you. I have plenty of mana to burn. The prisoner, still with fear in his eyes, swallowed hard. Okay. My name is Yan. I'm one of the collectors in the trafficking network here. I help transport and sell slaves. That's what I do. Kedar clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword, his expression growing even darker. So you admit to being a slave trader? Yen shrank back but continued. Yes, as for why I saved the boy, I save some of them from time to time, especially little children. I try to help when I see someone's fate is worse than death. Explain that, Rygar ordered, narrowing his eyes. The man took a deep breath, fighting the panic. The dwarf boy. I knew he was going to be sent to a human noble from Azura. A filthy bastard who has strange tastes when it comes to food. He's in Mealy's now, on a diplomatic trip, but my superiors said he wanted a young dwarf, and it was decided that he would be sent. When I heard about it, I helped the boy escape. Rygar felt extremely disgusted and repulsed when he heard what Rufus's fate would have been, as he had sympathized with the boy. He wondered how such scum managed to stay alive and prosper. He narrowed his eyes, evaluating Yan's words. And you thought handing him over to us was a convenient solution. I heard warriors from the beast race had recently arrived in the city. Yan blurted out, his voice tinged with desperation. I thought you might be able to protect the boy. I didn't have many quick options, did I? It was that or let him die a horrible death. Rygar fell silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Yan, analyzing every detail of his expression. He could hear his heartbeat, and his physical reactions told him that he was probably not lying. After a few seconds, he turned to Kedar. What do you think of this? Kedar seemed as furious as he was, but also concerned. He shook his head slowly. If he's telling the truth, then the organization already knows we're here. That's worrying. It's true, Rygar murmured before turning back to Yan. What else does your organization know about us? Yan lifted his head, sweat running down his face. They know you're about 30, and that there's a beast boy among you who seems to be dangerous. They say he seems very strong and carries a special sword. Rygar paused for a moment. He knew that, even without meaning to, his presence drew attention. He hadn't expected to remain completely hidden, but it was good that they didn't even suspect his intentions for now. That's not a problem, Kedar said. Rygar nodded but kept his focus on Yan. And what about your superiors? Where are they now? Their main base is outside the city center, Yan began, speaking more quickly now. And each larger branch has a secondary leader. Rygar analyzed the situation. These were all pieces of information he already knew, but someone from the inside would certainly have knowledge of all the details about the bases and their inner workings, as well as their participants. Yan began to panic when he saw Rygar's calm demeanor. I'll tell you everything I know, please, let me live. I did what I could to help the boy. You think that absolves you? Kedar growled, his voice low and threatening. How many lives have you destroyed before you decided it was worth helping one or two? I had no choice. Yan retorted, his voice trembling. It's the system. Either you work for them, or you get crushed. I was born into this, and I have a family to take care of. Spare me your excuses, everyone has a choice at some point, Rygar interrupted, his voice firm and authoritative. He leaned in closer to Yan, locking eyes with him. You have two options now, Yan. And pay close attention, because this is your only chance to leave here alive. The prisoner blinked, fear paralyzing his body. You can choose to give us all the information we want and stay alive, Rygar continued. I'll cut off your dominant arm, and you will become a slave to the Iron Legion, serving under its command until I decide it's enough. Keep in mind that it might never be enough. And the other option? Yan asked, his voice barely escaping his dry lips. The other option, Rygar replied coldly, is to tell us everything you know, right now, and accept a quick death, courtesy of you having saved the dwarf. Choose. Yan was silent for a moment, his eyes rapidly shifting between Rygar and Kedar. He knew there was nowhere to run. Finally, he lowered his head, defeated. I'll help you. I'll do whatever it takes. Please, let me live. Rygar stepped back, crossing his arms. We'll see if you're useful, Yan. If you try to deceive me or escape, your punishment will be worse than death. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yan responded desperately, shaking his head. Good, Rygar said. Now, tell us more about the leader of the branch. We want to know everything before we make our move. Yan began providing more detailed information about the organization's bases. After some time, he said something that caught their attention. The leader of the branch I worked for is the brother of the Black Troll, Yan revealed, his voice low, almost as if afraid of being overheard by invisible ears. He knows much more than I do about the organization's operations. I only handle transport and logistics. Rygar leaned in, analyzing every word. The name of the Black Troll was already familiar, but learning that there was a family connection with a subordinate in an important position was valuable information. He turned to Kedar, who listened in silence, his penetrating gaze making it clear that he was absorbing every detail. Kedar, I want you to interrogate him thoroughly about all the organization's bases, routes, schedules, the number of people involved, their methods. Nothing should be overlooked, Rygar ordered. Kedar nodded firmly. Consider it done. In the meantime, Rygar turned to Yan, draw a map of the branch you worked for. I want to know every detail, the entrances, exits, guard positions, and where your boss is located. Yan swallowed hard but began working. His hand trembled slightly as he drew, but he did his best to create a clear and detailed sketch. Rygar watched his progress for a moment before stepping back. He needed to organize the next steps. After receiving the map, he would make the next move. I'll go there, Rygar declared. I need more complete answers about the organization's strongest members. Yan doesn't know enough about that? Yan looked at him with a mix of fear and relief. The man knew his life was still at risk, but for now, it seemed he had escaped the worst. Before leaving, Rygar went to Taze. He found him training his control over earth magic. Taze, prepare everyone to act before dawn tomorrow, he instructed. Taze frowned. Do we have something planned? I'm working on it. Make sure everyone is ready to leave on my command. Understood, Taze replied, immediately adopting a more serious tone. With that settled, Rygar left the tavern and stepped out into the dark streets of the city. As he walked, his mind began to fill with thoughts. He reflected on his decision to spare Yan. There were many factors involved, but the main one was the impact it would have on Rufus. He had truly liked the little dwarf and knew that if he killed the man who had saved him, it might break the boy's trust. But that wasn't all. He also saw this decision as a test for this world as a whole. Rygar remembered his mother's words, which she always told him, even in the midst of darkness, there would be good people. Words that contrasted with what his father taught him, that anyone who harmed the tribe was an enemy. Verdia, Rygar's master, on the other hand, believed that everything depended on circumstances and perspective. She believed that everyone could change. She considered herself an example of this, saying she had been very different in her youth. He remembered a particular conversation in which she told him about the nobleman who had tried to kill her because her group had killed his parents 50 years ago. I can't blame him for wanting revenge, she had said. But if I could go back in time, I would still spare him. He was just a child back then, and that's my limit for what I could accept. It doesn't matter what reason I had, I took away his family, and he resents me for it. Rygar pondered these words as he walked through the quiet streets. The world was full of conflict. Different perspectives led to inevitable confrontations. His master had told him that decisions were often ambiguous, but as long as you had a moral compass, you could move forward. He agreed with that. How far would he go? What would he be capable of doing to protect his own and achieve his goals? As long as he kept that clear, he believed he could live without regret. There were many nuances between what was right and wrong, and Rygar knew this better than most. Everything depended on perspective. For some, he would probably be considered a villain for killing everyone who opposed him. But for him, things were simple. If you attack someone, you need to be ready to be killed in response. He wasn't foolish enough to think that everyone he had killed was evil by nature. He knew that among them, there were those who didn't want to be there, who had been forced by circumstances or others. However, as his master had once told him, they just ended up on different sides of a battle. He was born into a beast-like race, while these enemies were born human and became mercenaries. The conflict between their species was not new, nor something that could be easily resolved. From the moment they were born, both sides were destined to clash, just as many races in this world were. And this is the world I live in now, Rygar thought as he walked the streets toward the organization's branch. A place where strength dictates what you can or can't do. As long as you're strong enough, you can protect whoever you want, fight against whoever you want, and even kill those who oppose you. In the end, this wasn't his old world. Most of the problems could be easily solved if you were strong enough. This harsh reality was something he accepted, but at the same time, he recognized there were limits. He considered himself a reasonable person, but he still didn't know what his moral limit was. This was the main reason he had spared Yan. A test, not just with Yan, but with this entire world. If Yan was capable of improving and evolving, it would influence Rygar's decision regarding his moral limit. Yan is weak. He poses no threat to me or to others, he reflected. His actions so far show he has some decency, even though he's involved in slave trafficking. Let's keep an eye on him for now. He had entrusted Kedar with the task of keeping Yan under surveillance and extracting everything they could from him. Not just information, but also a deeper understanding of the man they had before them. As he walked through the dark streets, his mind continued to dive into the layers of his own thoughts. He remembered his master's words, no matter the reason, sometimes you'll end up killing someone who, in other circumstances, could have been a friend. There's no absolute right or wrong, just different points of view. What matters is knowing how far you're willing to go and understanding your own limits. If Yan really changes, it will mean something. If he doesn't change, he'll eventually pay the price, he thought. If Yan knew the weight that his subsequent actions would bring to the world, he would surely have collapsed mentally under the responsibility. Rygar thought, in the meantime, I'll see this brother of the Black Troll. I want more complete answers. It's never too much to be cautious. Finally, he reached his destination, the branch of the organization. The building was discreet, almost invisible among the chaotic architecture of the city. But the signs were there for those who knew what to look for, disguised guards, strange movements, and an air of danger surrounding the place. Rygar stopped for a moment, adjusting his posture and preparing for what lay ahead. He knew he was entering hostile territory, but his strength dispelled any hesitation in his steps. Yan's fate and the actions of everyone involved were yet to be decided. But Rygar had one thing clear in his mind, he would continue following his own path, climbing higher and higher, protecting those he considered dear. With this thought, he advanced into the branch's interior. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Central Continent, Fido Region, Buena Village. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. I'm Rudeus Greyrat. At 6 years old, my life has been, well, very different from what I imagined it would be. After reincarnating into a new world when I died being run over by a truck, I decided I would take this new chance seriously. After all, I didn't do too well in my past life, being a NEET at 34 years old. My parents in this world are Zenith and Paul, and we have a maid named Lilia. When I learned how to read, I set out to learn magic, something that every reincarnated person would want, and I ended up having some talent for it. Thanks to that, I got the best teacher I could ask for, Roxy Megardia. Her sacred treasure was still there, hidden in a chest in my room, which was comforting. Well, thanks to her, I became a water saint at 5 years old. It seemed like a big deal from her reaction, but I can't get arrogant. After all, I had the advantage of being reincarnated. My talent might just be slightly better than others. She also helped me heal my trauma, and now I can leave home without fear, which really meant a lot to me. Little by little, I'm adapting. And I made a friend, Sylphy, who's a girl from our village. She has green hair and a sweet, but also very courageous, personality. She's really cute, and since I started teaching her magic, our friendship has grown quickly. Recently, something big happened. My mom, Zenith, revealed that she was pregnant again. I was happy to know I'd have a little brother or sister. Sylphy and I continue our training and play. With her around, things seem easier. Life is still unpredictable, but I know I can count on her. Now, with my mom pregnant and a promising future ahead, I feel like I have something important to protect. What will the future hold for us? A month later, a new problem emerged. The maid Lilia was found to be pregnant. And the father was Paul. The dawn was silent. Rygar moved like a predator among the shadows, his footsteps leaving no trace. He had memorized the locations on the map drawn by Yan, following the least guarded path to infiltrate the branch. The city still slept, and darkness was his greatest ally, his heightened senses alerting him to any nearby presence. Observing the main building of the branch, Rygar noticed 2 guards stationed at the front entrance. They spoke in hushed tones, but he didn't bother trying to listen. Confronting them directly would alert the others. He scanned the structure until his gaze landed on a partially open window on the upper floor. With a swift leap, he used wind magic to propel himself upward, gripping the windowsill with precision. Pulling himself up silently, he slipped inside. The room was dimly lit, carrying the faint smell of mildew and candle smoke. Rygar landed lightly on the floor. He glided down the narrow hallway, guided by the faint glow of light at the corridor's end. Upon reaching the room marked as the chief's office, he paused and listened. The sound of a pen scratching against paper and steady breathing confirmed the presence of someone inside. Rygar approached carefully, as silent as a wolf. Inside, a demon-like man sat at a desk, engrossed in his writings. The figure's skin was dark gray, nearly black, with 2 short horns curving back from his forehead. The flickering candlelight partially illuminated his face, revealing a focused expression and narrow eyes. He was so absorbed in his task that he didn't notice the blue blade of Rygar's sword pressed against his throat. If you resist, you die, Rygar murmured, his voice firm and as sharp as his blade. If you call for help, you die. If you fail to answer any question I ask, you die. Understood. The man swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the glowing blue sword reflecting in the candlelight. Why yes, he stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Rygar studied him for a moment before continuing. What is the strength of your brother, the Black Troll, and who are the strongest in this organization besides him? The man hesitated but, feeling the increased pressure of the blade, began speaking quickly. My brother, he's strong. Very strong. He recently defeated a North Saint who joined us. It was a tough fight, but he won. I'd say he's on that level. Rygar narrowed his eyes. It was what he expected regarding the Black Troll's strength, but this North Saint was new information. And the others, the man continued, our organization has about 50 advanced level warriors spread throughout the city, with more than half stationed at the main base. But most of them aren't loyal, they're here for the money, nothing else. Still, they're experienced and well-trained. Tell me more about this North Saint, Rygar commanded. The man exhaled shakily, trying to steady his nerves. His name is Gallus Cleaner. He arrived recently with a proposal. He suggested we launch an operation to capture a large number of beast slaves. He learned about our recent failure and brought news that the sacred beast was born a few years ago. He believes that if we don't act quickly, a new military force among the beast races, called the Iron Legion, will make future attacks much more difficult. Hearing this, Rygar's eyes narrowed. The Iron Legion is already becoming a problem for them. That's good, but it also means we need to act quickly. What special abilities does your race have? Rygar asked. We possess significant physical strength, the man replied. But nothing beyond that. We have no unique magic or anything like that. Rygar remained silent for a moment, weighing the man's words. He didn't sense any lies, but caution was always warranted. Where are the organization's records? The man swallowed hard again and pointed to a cabinet in the corner of the room. Over there. All the names, routes, and operations of this branch are in that cabinet. Without lowering his guard, Rygar extended a hand, summoning a light gust of wind that opened the cabinet door. As it swung open, a trap was triggered, a hidden arrow shot out, narrowly missing them. The sudden movement surprised Rygar for a fraction of a second, but his reflexes quickly kicked in. That brief distraction was enough for the demon-like man to make his move. He drew a short sword hidden beneath the desk and lunged toward Rygar's heart. But before the blade could even come close, the man's world flipped literally. In a single, fluid motion, Rygar sidestepped the attack and decapitated the man with one precise strike. His sword cut through the air with lethal efficiency. The demon's head rolled across the desk, his eyes wide in a mix of shock and despair. His body collapsed a moment later, knocking over the candle and plunging the room into semi-darkness. You resisted, Rygar muttered, cleaning his blade on a cloth from the desk. He turned his attention to the cabinet and the scattered papers. At least the documents were indeed here. Wasting no time, Rygar began scanning the records. Once he confirmed the information matched what the man had said, he set the papers aside. Rygar stood silently for a moment, staring at the decapitated body before moving. If those guards check on their chief periodically, I need to ensure no one gets in. With a subtle motion, he conjured a compact, reinforced earthen wall over the doorway. The barrier fit snugly into the frame, completely blocking access. It wasn't an elegant solution, but he wouldn't take long to return to this place anyway. He moved toward the window he'd entered through. Using his mana-enhanced vision, he scanned the branch. The flow of energy through the walls revealed several guards patrolling the area, along with a group of slaves confined to a larger room in the back. He also detected 2 particularly strong mana sources, confirming the presence of the advanced level warriors the demon had mentioned. 2 advanced warriors. Tensei can handle them if necessary. If I attack now and someone escapes, the main base will be alerted, complicating matters. He resolved to stick to the plan. This branch would be an easy target once everything was ready. Until then, no one could suspect a thing. Moving with the same precision as before, Rygar slipped out through the window and vanished into the early morning shadows. 2 saints and several advanced warriors. I've never faced anything that strong, but I'm confident I can win, as long as I don't make any mistakes. With his objective clear, he headed back toward the city, moving quickly through the empty streets until he reached the inn where Peacock, the innkeeper, resided. The building's shabby exterior exuded the same decrepit aura as the man himself. He entered without hesitation, finding Peacock snoring loudly in a corner of the main hall. With a sharp bang on the nearby table, Rygar startled the old man awake. Who dares disturb me at this hour? Peacock grumbled, blinking furiously as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. When his eyes landed on Rygar, his face twisted in alarm. Oh, it's you. What do you want in the middle of the night, beast boy? I need you to prepare supplies, wagons, and horses for a convoy, Rygar said bluntly, his voice firm and non-negotiable. Everything must be ready by late tomorrow afternoon. Peacock's eyes widened in surprise. A convoy? What convoy? Who are you planning to transport? And if you want this by tomorrow, it'll cost you a fortune, boy. It's not easy to get all that on such short notice. Rygar leaned forward, a cold smile spreading across his lips. I'll soon have plenty of travelers for you. I'll give you the exact number in a few hours. As for the money, it will come with them. Just start the preparations immediately. Peacock hesitated, looking at Rygar with a mix of fear and irritation. You think it's that simple? I need to know more details. You'll know enough when the time comes. Rygar cut off any attempt at an argument. I know you sold our information to someone, so consider this payback. The merchant swallowed hard, mumbling something unintelligible as he began to rise, but Rygar didn't wait to hear more. He disappeared into the darkness before Peacock could lodge further complaints. When he reached the inn, the sky was beginning to take on a faintly lighter hue, signaling the approaching dawn. Rygar entered the inn without ceremony. The group was scattered across various rooms, taking advantage of the brief respite before their next move. He knocked on Tensei's door, and the warrior, ever alert, opened it almost instantly. Gather everyone in one room, now, he ordered curtly. Tensei nodded without question and left to carry out the task. Rygar remained there, waiting as the others were summoned. Within minutes, the small room was crowded. Tensei, Kedar, Idar, Rufus, the slave Yan, and the other warriors stood ready, either sitting or leaning against the walls. Rygar stood at the center, his piercing gaze sweeping over them, feeling the gravity of the moment. The Iron Legion, even in its nascent stage, had already proven itself a promising force. This would be its first real operation outside the Great Forest. Listen carefully, Rygar began, his voice as sharp as a blade. As Tensei should have informed you, we act today, before sunrise. The operation will be swift and precise, like lightning striking before anyone realizes it's there. He paused, ensuring he had everyone's attention. Kedar and Tensei will each lead 13 warriors. We will strike the slavers' bases simultaneously, starting with the largest and working our way down to the smallest. The goal is to eliminate as much resistance as possible before they have a chance to react or flee. The 2 warriors nodded, absorbing the instructions. Rygar continued. Idar, he called out, and the young human immediately straightened. You and 2 other warriors will follow me to the main base. Your job is to eliminate anyone trying to escape and ensure nothing goes wrong while I deal with the organization's leaders. Idar nodded, his expression serious. Once I'm done with the main base, I'll assist the rest of you with the other bases. Kill anyone who resists or attempts to flee. If some escape, it doesn't matter. He smirked slightly. In fact, it's those fugitives who will spread the news of what happened. The warrior's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy. Rufus, the young dwarf they had rescued, sat in a corner, listening intently. Rygar turned his attention to him. Rufus, he called, and the boy immediately sat up straighter. You'll go with Idar. Follow his orders and observe. Learn as much as you can. Rufus nodded vigorously, masking his anxiety with determination. Rygar then addressed Yan, standing near Kedar with a cautious expression. And you, Rygar began, his voice as unyielding as stone, will accompany me to the main base. Yan's face turned pale, but he dared not object. Rygar stepped closer to him, stopping mere inches away. In one swift motion, his sword ignited into a blazing blade, slicing off Yan's left arm. The wound was instantly cauterized by the heat of the magic, but the man screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. What you do from now on will determine your future, Rygar declared, his gaze piercing. Rufus looked at the man with a hint of pity. The room fell silent except for Yan's labored breathing. Rygar turned back to the group, his harsh demeanor softening slightly as he surveyed their determined faces. "This is the Iron Legion's first step beyond the Great Forest," he said, his voice firm yet tinged with emotion. "Each of you will be a part of this. What we do today, I hope, will be remembered as the beginning of something greater." The warriors nodded, their eyes alight with renewed resolve. Rygar stepped back, satisfied with their energy. "Be swift, be lethal," he continued. "As for the slaves, offer them two choices, regardless of their race, return to their homes or join the Iron Legion. Don't force anyone, but make it clear they owe us a debt." He raised his voice. "Questions?" A chorus of voices replied, "No, Chief." Rygar smirked, pleased by their spirit. "Then we're ready. We strike before the first light of dawn. Show the world who we are. Show them what we're capable of." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving the group in a fervent silence. The Iron Legion was about to take its first major step and Rygar was certain it would be one the world would never forget. The moon was still high when the warriors gathered on the roof of the Black Sails Inn. The sun was beginning to hint at its arrival as the group stared at Rygar in complete silence. "Kedar Entes, listen carefully," his voice was firm but low, so as not to break the silence of the night. "If anything goes wrong, retreat. This is a mission of extermination and rescue, not a mission for you to throw your lives away. If you think you can't retreat, shout my name as loud as possible. Don't hesitate. I will come to help, no matter where you are in the city." The two leaders nodded, absorbing the gravity of his words. Without further ceremony, Rygar raised his hand and signaled for them to disperse. Like shadows, each group moved in a different direction, leaving only the wind as their company. Rygar led his group toward one of the city's gates. Their main base was located a few hundred meters outside the city. He ran ahead with Yen close behind, Idar carrying Rufus on his back, and the two additional warriors completing the rest of the group. The tension in the air was palpable, and even their careful steps seemed to echo loudly in the dark of the night. As they advanced, Rygar instructed his group. "Yan, you'll enter through the main entrance and kill everyone you can, using the fact that they recognize you as an ally." The man nodded seriously, with a hint of fear, adjusting the sword at his waist with his remaining arm. Rygar then looked at Rufus, his gaze firm. "Rufus, your position is behind Idar. Always. Watch everything Idar does. I plan to start your training right after this operation." "Understood, boss," Rufus replied, trying to appear serious, which only made him seem more adorable. They exited the city by jumping over the small wall, without alerting the guards, and continued running through the forest. Rygar could already hear various voices and smell the scent of many people in the distance. After running along a small trail, they finally saw, ahead of them, the target of their mission, a massive complex surrounded by high walls. In the center stood a main building that seemed sturdy and imposing, with a faint glow from the torches still burning around it. His sharp senses made Rygar hear muffled laughter and the sound of music coming from inside. "A party," one of the beast warriors murmured in surprise. "Looks like it," Rygar replied, narrowing his eyes. He activated his magic eye. The field of vision around him changed drastically, allowing him to see the mana of the people beyond the walls. Inside the main hall, a large group of men were gathered, their movements carefree, with mugs and weapons within reach. His eyes scanned the underground area, where something very different caught his attention. An extensive subterranean space, lined with cages packed with people. Fatigued faces, thin bodies, and eyes full of despair. Slaves. Many slaves. A hell hidden beneath the earth, he muttered to himself, his jaw tight. Deactivating his magic eye, he turned back to the group. "I'll infiltrate. I'll eliminate as many as possible from the side I enter, fast and silent. Only after will I head to the main hall. With all the commotion, many of them will probably head to the main hall to help, but some may choose to flee." He pointed toward the visible entrances. "Stay alert to the entrances. Kill anyone you see, unless it's a slave fleeing. Once they realize what's going on, many will try to escape, likely through some secret exits, but as I said, we don't need to kill them all." They all nodded, their expressions rigid and tense. Rygar gave them one last look before disappearing into the darkness, like a shadow gliding along the walls of the complex. He ran toward the side where he had noticed the highest concentration of people earlier. The eastern wall rose before him, tall but unprotected. He adjusted his stance and propelled himself with an agile leap, using wind magic to soften the impact as he landed on the other side. His boots touched the ground lightly, but not enough to avoid the attention of two guards patrolling nearby. The men immediately turned, but Rygar was already in motion. His blue sword gleamed in a clean arc, the brilliance of the longsword of light briefly appearing in the darkness. The strike was so fast the guards had no time to react. He passed swiftly between them, aiming for their throats. Both collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their necks, their bodies motionless in an instant. Rygar quickly wiped the blade, the tension in his muscles evident. He looked toward the complex ahead, activating his magic eye again. The mana presences glowed like flames in the dark, revealing the positions of several people, some patrolling, others sleeping, or scattered in corridors. The largest concentration was still in the central hall, celebrating. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. Most are in that hall, but many are still patrolling or resting in their rooms. I can't afford to explore every room, and destroying everything at once would alert the main hall. His eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. Maybe it's time to test that technique. He extended his index finger, and a small wind sphere began to spin at its tip. After many failed attempts to create a vacuum magic, he realized it wasn't something he could achieve quickly, as the control needed for it was immense. Rygar then simplified the idea, a wind compression, dense and deadly. He called it the supersonic bullet. Its greatest advantage was that it was a very silent technique, and when released, it cut through the air with impressive speed. It could easily penetrate these wooden walls. Although his control was still imprecise, the technique was effective for taking down distant targets. He was confident he could hit enemies up to 40 meters away with enough accuracy. Rygar stepped forward, moving like a shadow between the walls. He identified 2 guards stationed behind a side door. Raising his finger, he aimed and fired the supersonic bullet. The small sphere cut through the air like an invisible lightning bolt, passing through the wall and leaving a small hole as it struck the first guard's neck, dropping him with a thud. The second guard barely had time to comprehend what had happened before being hit directly in the temple. He collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Seems functional. Moving through the complex's outer corridors, Rygar slipped by with agility. His magic vision guided him, allowing him to anticipate the guards' positions. Around a corner, he saw 2 men talking in low voices. Without hesitation, Rygar prepared and leaped toward them, his sword already ready. As the guard turned the corner, the blue blade described an arc so fast it seemed invisible. The strike split the man's neck, and he fell with a muffled sound. The second guard turned in alarm at hearing the body fall, but before he could react, a supersonic bullet shot through his forehead. Rygar continued forward, his steps becoming increasingly precise. As he advanced through the eastern complex, he occasionally encountered more guards patrolling or napping in dimly lit corners. He eliminated them without hesitation. Each swing of his sword was clean and calculated, with no wasted motion. He encountered a few slaves on the way and only knocked them out so they wouldn't draw attention. At one point, he saw 3 guards in a narrow corridor, separated by 2 walls. Rygar prepared 3 supersonic bullets simultaneously, firing them in quick succession, hitting each target with surgical precision. The subtle sound of the impacts was almost inaudible, and the bodies fell without knowing what had hit them. As he advanced, Rygar felt the heat of adrenaline mixed with the coldness of strategic thinking. If I'm careless, someone might escape and alert the main hall. Eventually, he exited the eastern complex and reached the entrance of the central building. This area was more heavily guarded, with 4 men positioned near the reinforced wooden doors, looking strong and unwilling to risk surviving a wind bullet. Rygar took a deep breath and adjusted his grip on the sword. He leaped forward in a fluid motion, the blue sword cutting through the air. They all appeared to be strong warriors, reacting quickly to the attack, but his flash step gave him the speed advantage needed to prevent them from yelling. He swiftly took down 3 of them with the longsword of light. The 4th guard, however, was more prepared. He quickly stepped back, reaching for a small alarm bell attached to the wall. Rygar noticed that the man would reach the bell even while dying, and at the last moment, he decided to sever the man's hand. His blade struck with precision, but the guard managed to partially pull his arm back, losing only a few fingers. Reeling from the pain, the man reached for his sword and began to scream for reinforcements, but Rygar was quicker. In an explosive motion, he plunged a hidden dagger from his sleeve straight into the man's windpipe. Almost. Rygar murmured, silently thanking himself for bringing backup weapons as he sheathed the dagger. With the entrance secured, he opened the doors and infiltrated the central structure. The interior was a maze of narrow corridors, dimly lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Rygar activated his magical eye once more, detecting the mana presences in the nearby rooms. He advanced silently, eliminating anyone in his path. Some guards fell to his blade, others to his supersonic bullet, depending on the circumstances. As he moved deeper, the sound of laughter and music grew louder, and the air became thick with the mingling scents of sweat, beer, and food. The banquet hall is close. Rygar crept down one final hallway, his steps as light as the wind. The sounds of voices and celebratory cheers became sharper, clearer. He could hear mugs clinking against each other, followed by raucous laughter and shouts of camaraderie. Through his magical eye, the scene ahead came into focus. The hall was packed, with dozens of figures seated at 3 long tables. Each mana presence shimmered intensely, indicating advanced levels of strength. These were seasoned warriors, veterans of countless battles. What truly caught Rygar's attention, however, was the dominant presence at the center of the hall. The sheer intensity of its mana dwarfed the others, radiating a powerful and oppressive aura. The source was a towering figure, whose laughter boomed above the din, filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence. That's my target. If I take him out first, the rest will fall easily. As Rygar moved closer, the lively revelry only grew louder. He could feel the heat from the torches in the suffocating air and the pervasive smell of spilled beer, greasy meat, and unwashed bodies. But something below diverted his focus. Using his magical eye, he looked down and saw hundreds of cramped cages beneath the main hall, filled with slaves. The stark contrast between the opulence above and the suffering below filled him with grim determination. The wooden floor muffled most of the noise from the banquet hall, but the slaves could still hear faint echoes of their captors' celebration. They'll wish they were down there soon enough. Turning the last corner before the banquet hall's entrance, Rygar began channeling his magic. His blue sword glowed, not only with light but also with fierce orange flames licking along its blade, fueled by his mana. The heat was intense, and the flames danced violently, their light casting ominous reflections on the walls. 2 guards stood at the doorway, reacting instantly upon seeing him. But Rygar was faster. In a fluid motion, he surged forward, his blade slicing through the air in a low arc, severing both guards' necks with surgical precision. Blood spiraled through the air as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The door was open. Some of the hall's occupants noticed him immediately, their heads snapping toward the entrance as they began to shout warnings. But Rygar had already locked onto his target, the massive figure at the center of the room. The Black Troll. Seated in a colossal chair, he was a monstrous figure with dark gray skin, bulging muscles that strained against his black armor, and 2 curved horns jutting from his head. His menacing presence was undeniable, and his aura was suffocating. Rygar took a deep breath and released a roar. But this wasn't just any roar, it was his howling magic in its most powerful form, a skill he had refined meticulously to create an effect akin to the Conqueror's haki. Using his basic knowledge of acoustics and wave physics, he had perfected the technique. The shockwave spread like an invisible explosion, sweeping through the hall and sending dishes, cups, and utensils flying. The music stopped abruptly. Laughter turned into stunned silence. The echoes of his magic were like distant thunder reverberating through the space. Many of the weaker individuals collapsed unconscious on the spot. The stronger ones staggered, disoriented, struggling to regain their footing. Even the servants and slaves present at the banquet fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the residual force. Rygar didn't stop there. He activated the pinnacle of his speed techniques, Burst Step, a combination of explosive fire and wind magic. Flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward with a velocity that shattered the limits of human perception. His impulse was accompanied by a muffled burst, propelling him with even greater speed than his traditional flash step. The force of his movement bent the air around him, creating a concussive blast as he broke the sound barrier. The floor splintered under the sheer pressure of his acceleration, leaving cracks and debris in his wake. His target was clear, the Black Troll neck. As Rygar closed the distance, he activated his fastest technique, Longsword of Light. The blue blade intensified, the flames turning an otherworldly shade of blue tinged with purple, glowing like a star about to explode. The light streaked toward the Black Troll throat with unerring precision, aiming to sever his head in a single, decisive strike. The blade struck. But at the last moment, an unexpected force intervened. A radiant black energy enveloped the Black Troll neck, forming an ethereal shield. Rygar's blade bit into the defense, carving a 2-centimeter deep gash into the creature's flesh, but it wasn't enough. Damn it! Rygar cursed internally, retreating just as a sword arced through the space he had occupied moments earlier. The delayed shockwave of Rygar's burst finally reached the hall, scattering tables and chairs and knocking weaker individuals to the ground. He looked at the one who had thrown the sword, a burly man of medium height, with a slightly disheveled appearance. His hair was thin and brown, his eyes small and calculating, with a smile on his face. This must be Gallus Cleaner. The Black Troll rose slowly from his chair, his hulking form casting a long shadow over the chaos. The chair groaned under his weight before toppling backward. He touched his bleeding neck, his fingers coming away coated in dark crimson. His lips twisted into a sadistic grin. "You're dead, boy," he growled, his voice a deep rumble that carried the weight of his towering presence. The failed ambush had set the stage for the true battle. The hall was steeped in tension. Rygar gripped his glowing sword tightly, now dimming the intensity of the flames to conserve mana, his eyes scanning every movement. "I've lost the initiative. The situation isn't in my favor. I need an opening. Hua, your brother, even in death, lied about your race not having innate abilities. He was sad about not being invited to the party, you know," he taunted, directing his words at the Black Troll. "What?" The Black Troll roared, lifting his axe in fury and preparing to charge. But before he could, Gallus shouted at him, "Calm down, River. He's provoking you? Don't forget, this brat almost took your head off a moment ago." Ahead of him, Gallus Cleaner remained calm, his right hand already holding a new sword to replace the one he had thrown. The North Saint wore a cold smile on his face, while the Black Troll, a massive creature, had slightly calmed, though his rage still burned beneath the surface. "So, you're not the leader, huh? Looks like you're just a lapdog." Rygar tried again, readying himself for the inevitable clash. "Do not underestimate him," Gallus warned, his voice sharp as steel. "If you hesitate because he's a child, you will die. Surround him and attack together. This must be the Beast Boy who massacred the 5 of the Icy Cold or something. He can use chantless magic. Once again, don't underestimate him." The warriors around him seemed to take the warning seriously, their dismissive expressions replaced with grim determination. Before Rygar could make his move, the Black Troll let out a roar that echoed through the hall and charged forward with overwhelming speed, utterly disproportionate to his massive size. His steps thundered like a storm, and the axe he carried looked powerful enough to cleave through a fortress wall. Rygar spun his sword in time, but the attack was too fast. The impact of the axe against his flaming blade created a shockwave so powerful that it hurled him to the other side of the hall, nearly slamming him into a stone wall. "This guy is incredibly strong, maybe even stronger than me," Rygar thought, but there was no time to hesitate. Before he could recover, he noticed a dagger spinning toward him. In the blink of an eye, he used Flash Step, vanishing from his position at the last moment. The dagger embedded itself in the wall with enough force to crack it. Gallus watched with cold eyes and a smirk, his hand still extended from the calculated throw. "You're fast," Gallus remarked, amused. Rygar reappeared in the middle of the hall, ready to strike at anyone in sight. But before he could reorient himself, the advanced warriors began to encircle him, their footsteps echoing against the stone floor. He could hear the whispered words of magical incantations being chanted in the background. Damn, he muttered, his eyes sparking with determination. In one fluid motion, he raised his sword. The flames enveloping it danced with ferocious intensity. Without wasting time, he unleashed a fiery blade in a devastating arc, striking 3 warriors advancing from the left. The impact was brutal, incinerating the enemies in a burst of heat and fire. But there was no time to celebrate. The black troll, now with an even more furious expression, appeared behind him again, swinging his axe in a horizontal blow that promised to cut Rygar in half. Rygar spun on his heels, his sword still ablaze, and blocked the massive blow at the last moment. The force of the impact made his hands tremble, sparks flying as the blades collided. He felt the weight of the axe pushing him backward. The black troll roared, holding the axe with one hand while throwing a sideways punch with the other, aimed at Rygar. At the same time, Rygar aimed a kick at the troll's ribs. The blows collided, creating a powerful pressure in the air from the impact. Once again, Rygar confirmed that this creature was stronger than him as he was pushed back. He quickly raised an earth wall to block 2 warriors and the water cannon spell the mages had fired at him. He channeled magic into his legs and exploded to the side with a flash step, escaping the range of the axe chasing him. In the same motion, he spun his sword, creating a fiery arc around him that forced the nearby warriors to retreat. The advanced mages had already completed their incantations. 2 massive spells hurtled toward Rygar, a spiked earth projectile and a sharp ice lance. He channeled his magic into a barrier strong enough to withstand the spells and turned his attention back to Gallus, blocking yet another ambush. If it weren't for his instincts and senses warning him, he was sure Gallus would have landed a few hits by now. The ice lance struck the shield with a resounding crack, shards of ice flying in all directions, while the spiked earth projectile activated harmlessly against the barrier. As he moved through the structure, Rygar leaped to the 2nd floor, which was already on the verge of collapse after so many spells and impacts. He planted his sword into the wooden floor to halt his momentum. He must be getting tired, one of the advanced warriors whispered, jumping to pursue Rygar. Press now, if we attack together now, we can kill him. Another warrior nodded, circling around. Be careful, this kid is a monster. One wrong move, and we're the ones who'll fall. Their exchanged glances were brief but filled with determination. With a battle cry, they charged in unison. Rygar noticed the approach of multiple warriors surrounding him. In one fluid motion, he launched himself into the air, spinning in an acrobatic leap. He then created his most lethal and still unrefined magic of vacuum sphere. Without aiming in a specific direction, he unleashed the sphere, which exploded outward while he retreated with burst step. The vacuum sphere detonated, riddling several warriors with holes and destroying the building's main support pillar. As he landed, Rygar raised a stone platform beneath his feet, elevating himself above the enemy attacks. Jumping to another platform he unleashed spikes of earth that erupted violently from the ground, impaling 2 pursuing warriors. They fell lifeless as Rygar landed on a 3rd platform, but the troll smashed it before it fully formed, forcing him to confront the beast again. What's the matter, boy? You invaded so boldly, and now you're running. The troll, caught in the frenzy of battle, let out a wild laugh. The troll was powerful, but Rygar was faster. He quickly outmaneuvered the creature in combat. Rygar's sword shot upward with incredible speed toward the troll's solar plexus, but as it struck, a shining black barrier reappeared from the demon's body. The impact ricocheted, generating a wave of energy that sent Rygar flying backward. While airborne, he continuously used healing magic to mend his minor injuries and raised another earth barrier to protect himself from a massive fireball launched by a mage. What an irritating racial ability, Rygar murmured, thinking of a way to bypass it. Suddenly, he burst forward with a burst step toward the mages. Annoying flies, he muttered, slashing his flaming sword and cleaving the 2 mages in half with the longsword of light. The black troll chased him relentlessly. Despite its strength, its intelligence seemed lacking. Rygar was more concerned about Gallus, who had stopped appearing. He had already noticed some of the warriors fleeing and hoped Gallus wasn't one of them. The troll swung its axe in a vertical strike. This time, Rygar was ready. He used the first stage of flow from the water god style, dodging by mere inches, and thrust the longsword of light at the troll's chest, confident it would pierce the armor. But instead of using the shining dark energy again, the troll blocked with its arm, taking a clean slash that cut through the armor and deep into the bone, the scent of burning flesh filling the air. Unfazed, the troll used the sword embedded in its flesh to hurl Rygar into a pillar with a roar. Well, boy, I thought you were stronger if you dared to attack us. One of the warriors mocked from a distance as he and 5 others approached slowly. Rygar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Don't worry. I'm just getting warmed up. He channeled magic into his sword again, but this time with even greater intensity. The blade began to blaze with blue flames, roaring uncontrollably. The complex was in ruins. Walls that were once solid now lay in shattered pieces. Chunks of stone and wood were scattered across the ground, and entire columns had collapsed. With every move, Rygar and the troll created a spectacle of chaos. His body moved like a flaming blur, while sword strikes ignited the air around them. He leapt through the rubble, dodging coordinated attacks. 3 advanced warriors pursued him relentlessly, striking with glowing swords. The black troll followed closely, crushing what remained of the ground with every step. Rygar felt the weight of the battle, but he wasn't tired yet, and surprisingly, he wasn't even close to exhausting his mana. The heat of his sword mixed with the sweat on his brow as he kept fighting. He spun, blocking an attack from one warrior, and kicked a pile of debris into another's face. In the same instant, he unleashed a horizontal slash with his flaming blade, incinerating one of his pursuers with deadly precision. I won't last forever like this, he thought. Every time I get a chance to land a fatal blow on the troll, my instincts tell me otherwise. Gallus is just waiting for an opening. As he dodged another strike from the troll, Rygar decided to feign exhaustion to lure Gallus in. To his surprise, he felt a presence behind him. It was fast, almost imperceptible, but he was trained to react to moments like this. With a swift turn, he moved his sword backward, planning to strike Gallus by surprise. Finally, he thought. But what he saw upon turning made his mind falter for a millisecond. Gallus was holding a beast girl, one of the servant maids. The Northern Saint's hand was firmly around her neck, using her as a shield. The girl's eyes were wide with fear, tears streaming down her dirt-covered face. In that instant, surprised, Rygar hesitated for a fraction of a second. He knew he should attack. But that sliver of doubt was all Gallus needed. Swish! The steel sliced through the air. Gallus lunged with impressive speed, his longsword tracing a perfect arc. Rygar managed to move at the last moment, avoiding the blade from piercing his heart, but the sword left a deep gash across his chest. Blood gushed out, staining the ground crimson. Arg! Rygar cried out, leaping backward with a sonic burst, using magic to create an explosion of air and escape the troll's deadly follow-up strike. The monster's axe crashed into the ground where Rygar had been, destroying another section of the hall and scattering debris in all directions. Gallus smirked in amusement. Caught you off guard, boy. I thought you were more ruthless. Rygar took a deep breath, blood dripping from his wound. He began channeling his regeneration magic. The pain subsided, but the weight of the situation remained. Gallus is dangerous, he thought. Alone, I could finish him with a single blow, but he's cunning. He exploits every opening in the middle of my fight with the others and doesn't let me breathe. Rygar gritted his teeth. If I'd known he would use the girl as a shield, I wouldn't have hesitated. But he caught me by surprise. That won't happen again. While still healing the wound, Rygar was forced to dodge another attack. The three advanced warriors and the black troll charged in unison, coming from every side. Swords and axes swung from all directions, forcing Rygar into a frantic defense. He rolled to the side, climbed a pile of rubble, and used Flash Step to appear behind one of the warriors. But the troll was always close. It kicked a chunk of a pillar with tremendous force. The massive projectile flew toward Rygar, who jumped at the last second, narrowly avoiding the blow. Standing amidst the ruins, Rygar felt the gravity of the situation. He knew this battle would be challenging, but it wasn't supposed to be this hard. The main reason was that he couldn't use his most destructive attacks. A massive fireburst or a localized earthquake would give him a significant advantage. But he also knew the slaves were trapped in the underground levels. If I destroy everything, they'll die, he thought, wiping sweat from his brow. Not that I'd sacrifice my life to save them, but they're the main reason for this invasion. Everything I've done so far would be pointless. If he ended up in a dire situation where he was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy everything with large-scale magic, but this stalemate had persisted since the start of the fight. He needed to kill Gallus or the troll. If either fell, he would gain the upper hand. The troll had already proven hard to kill, so Gallus was the target. He needed to change his approach. An idea formed in his mind. What if I froze everything? Nothing would be destroyed, and it would surely be enough to kill Gallus at point-blank range. He just needed to create an opening to channel the magic without being noticed. Gallus, he murmured, his eyes fixed on the Northern Saint. Let's see how you handle this. Rygar formed a plan. He used the longsword of light and charged at the remaining warriors, engaging in battle while creating walls of earth and wind bullets to maintain a stalemate with the remaining opponents' 7 advanced warriors, the troll, and Gallus. Meanwhile, he began preparing his next move. Wind started swirling over a wide area, slowly but steadily forming a tornado. Gallus was too cunning and knew he would lose in a direct confrontation. I need to lure him into a trap, he thought, already sketching a strategy. His slaver's base was now a battlefield in ruins. The wreckage of collapsed structures, scattered flames, and debris covered the chaotic scene. At the center of it all, Rygar stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the enemies encircling him. His breathing was heavy, not from genuine exhaustion but as part of a convincing act. He had already noticed Gallus's extreme caution and needed to feign fatigue in everything he did to lure the man out. He raised his sword, Tsukikage, its blade still emanating golden flames with each strike. Gradually, he was conjuring a tornado around himself, lifting the surrounding debris and causing a momentary uproar among the slavers. The wind roared, scattering shards of wood and metal into the air. But just as the whirlwind seemed to reach full strength, something changed. The flames enveloping his blade vanished abruptly, and the tornado began to falter, its winds becoming erratic and failing before causing any significant damage. While pretending his mana was depleting, Rygar secretly channeled power into his left hand, preparing to unleash an extremely powerful freezing nova. The standoff dragged on, and Gallus showed no signs of appearing. Rygar was already at a disadvantage, fighting without magic against the warriors. Luckily, his superior speed allowed him to maintain the stalemate. He's not taking the bait. I need something more, Rygar thought, adjusting his posture and purposefully letting one shoulder droop as though he were exhausted. He raised his hand and attempted to conjure an earthen wall, something he often did to shield himself in close combat. This time, however, the magic faltered. The wall cracked and crumbled almost immediately. The surrounding warriors attacked him with ferocity, while the black troll grew impatient, its massive axe slamming against the ground with a deep, menacing thud. This isn't enough. I need something more drastic, Rygar thought. He realized he'd have to take some damage to truly convince them he was at his limit. Taking a calculated risk, Rygar moved explosively. He lunged at one of the nearest warriors, a burly man wielding a greatsword. With a single swift motion, Rygar deflected the blade with his own and delivered a devastating punch straight to the man's chest. The blow shattered his armor, crushed his ribcage, and sent him flying backward, already lifeless. The scene was quick and brutal, leaving the remaining warriors momentarily frozen in shock. But this move opened an opportunity for the troll. With a roar, the enormous demon raised his axe and struck a vertical blow with all his might. Rygar spun his blue sword to block the attack, but the impact was monstrous. The force of the blow broke through his defense, throwing him backward like a rag doll. He was hurled into the wreckage of a destroyed wall, which collapsed around him. The pain was real this time, but Rygar turned it into part of his performance. He tried to recover, pretending to cast another earthen wall to cushion his fall, but let the spell fail at the last moment. He hit the ground heavily, groaning in pain. Blood dripped from his forehead, and he trembled as if he were at the limit of his strength. Hey, maybe I should try acting if being a warrior doesn't work out. Finally, he sensed a presence closing in behind him, advancing with speed and certainty. The warriors and the troll were already catching up to him from the front as well. Rygar heard the quick steps and felt his instincts scream. He didn't need to turn to confirm it, he knew Gallus was approaching. With half-closed eyes, Rygar focused all the mana he had been secretly gathering. His gamble now was that Gallus would be confident enough to fall into his trap. Now, Rygar rolled to the ground, raised his hand, and unleashed his magic as fast as he could. A sphere of icy energy expanded rapidly, growing in intensity. The temperature dropped drastically in an instant, the air turning freezing. Gallus, who had been approaching with a smirk, realized the danger too late. His eyes widened, and he began to run away. But Rygar, with a cold smile on his face, muttered, "Too late." The freezing nova exploded, unleashing a wave of extreme cold that froze everything within its reach. The warriors, the black troll, and Gallus himself were caught in the icy blast. Debris, flames, and bodies were instantly encased in thick layers of ice. The sound of the explosion echoed through the ruined base, followed by an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of ice as it expanded. POV, Gallus cleaner. As I watched the boy fight, I felt a growing sense of unease. This boy was too strong. I had already heard reports about him being stronger than most advanced-level warriors 3 years ago from one of the mercenaries who managed to escape a failed attack. I expected him to have grown stronger in those 3 years, which was why I had allied with that idiot. But he exceeded my expectations. He wanted to kill the boy here. According to his sources, the boy appeared to be only 9 years old. Letting him grow stronger would harm his future business, especially since he was uniting the Great Forest under one banner with that so-called Iron Legion. But I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that the boy was holding back his strength. Moreover, his stamina and mana seemed endless. It's decided if he doesn't tire or run out of mana soon, I'll retreat. At worst, I'll have to seek protection in Ashura. I doubt he would hunt me down there. Fortunately for me, the boy started to show signs of exhaustion. He wasn't entirely monstrous yet, but it was better to be cautious, he might just be faking it. When the boy made a desperate strike against one of the warriors and the troll hit him, I realized it was my chance. There it is. He can't even stand anymore. As I rushed forward to finally finish the boy off, that nagging sense of unease returned. It exploded when I saw the boy smirking at me. Damn it. The last thing I saw was an explosion of white and blue. Rygar fell to his knees, panting. He was badly injured and even a bit tired, but alive. The cold around him was biting, but he remained steady. I did it, he thought, as he surveyed the frozen battlefield he had created. Gallus, the black troll, and the other warriors were motionless, trapped in ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise and fear. Everything was frozen. Rygar's freezing nova had turned the slavers' base into an icy graveyard. The ruined structures, the bodies of the warriors, and even the unconscious slaves in the main hall were covered by thick layers of crystalline ice. The surrounding temperature was sharp, and the landscape had become almost unrecognizable. Rygar breathed heavily, his eyes scanning the frozen field until they fixed on a figure ahead. Gallus, turned into an ice statue. Around him, 6 other warriors who had fought alongside the leader were also immobilized, caught in the icy blast. Despite the cost, Rygar felt the sacrifice had been worth it. I did it, he thought, trying to steady his breathing as he placed a hand over his chest, focusing on healing his wounds. He had controlled the magic to divert some of the impact from himself, trusting his extraordinary physique to endure the rest. Now, he was freezing, but he wanted to be sure after all. He had watched plenty of movies to know what might happen in this situation. As he cast a wind spell to shatter the statues, what he expected happened. A deep, resonant sound broke the silence. Before his eyes, the ice encasing the black troll began to crack, and the ice exploded in all directions. Rygar raised his arm to shield himself from the shards, his apathetic eyes observing as the enormous figure broke free. Seriously? Did I raise this flag? The black troll shook off the remaining chunks of ice from his body. His breathing was heavy, and the black aura that had once surrounded him was slowly dissipating. He was injured, frostburn was visible on his thick skin, and his body trembled slightly, but he was still standing. The giant laughed, a deep and guttural sound that echoed across the frozen battlefield. Ha 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 ha, did you really think you could kill me with that, boy? His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unshakable confidence. Rygar allowed a faint smile to appear on his face. He couldn't fathom where this guy was drawing his confidence from. After all, the advantage was clearly his now. His wounds were slowly healing, and the troll was visibly weakened. How long do you think you can last without your friends helping you? Rygar replied calmly, his voice laced with a provocative tone. He was impressed that this guy wanted to talk. It only gave him more time to heal further. The troll narrowed his eyes but quickly softened his expression into a smile, as if the provocation hadn't affected him. I'll carve your body into pieces and drink your blood in honor of my brother, he said as he stepped forward, dragging his gigantic axe across the ice. But I must admit, you're strong, boy. Few have managed to injure me like this. Let me introduce myself before I kill you. I am River Kinkard of the demon tribe Kinkard, and I am the leader of this glorious organization. He spread his arms in a dramatic gesture, as if expecting applause. Rygar stifled a laugh but couldn't suppress the thought, how did someone with such a low IQ manage to create an organization like this? Does he not realize I already killed all his allies by myself? He must have had some excellent assistance. Even so, he decided to play along with the troll, using the conversation to buy more time to fully heal. Rygar Adoldia, of the Adoldia tribe, leader of the Iron Legion. He raised his blue sword, pointing it at his opponent. Shall I consider those your last words? River laughed heartily again, seemingly amused by Rygar's boldness. If I die here, at least it will be at the hands of a great warrior, he replied before raising his axe with both hands. But don't think it'll be so easy, boy. Rygar remained in position, carefully analyzing every move the troll made while continuing to heal his wounds. During the exchange, he had managed to regenerate most of the damage he'd sustained, and now he was confident he could kill him without much trouble. Then come, Rygar said, stepping forward, his sword poised for combat. Show me what you're capable of. With a ferocious roar, River Kinkard charged, his axe slicing through the air as he prepared a deadly blow. Their final battle was about to begin. The troll's protective dark aura, though weakened, was still a formidable barrier that Rygar needed to overcome. He had enough mana to keep fighting, but wasting it like before was no longer an option. As he evaded the massive axe's attacks, Rygar retreated strategically, using the debris from the destroyed base as cover to buy himself a few seconds to think. He was weaker than the troll but faster and more skilled. If the fight continued, it would only drag on unless he found a decisive solution, something to break through the troll's defenses without exhausting himself completely. That's when an idea struck him, a technique inspired by one of his favorite characters, Ryujin Jaka, specifically Yamamoto's Zenkan no Tachi, East, where extreme heat was concentrated at the tip of the sword. He didn't need to replicate the technique perfectly, a functional version would suffice. After all, his sword had already cut about 2 centimeters through the black energy before. Piercing a few more centimeters into the troll's chest didn't seem impossible. If I can concentrate all the flames at the tip, I can destroy him from the inside in one strike. Rygar thought as he dodged another brutal blow that split a stone pillar in two. The idea seemed solid, execution would be the real test. The combat grew fiercer. Rygar moved with speed and precision, while River Kinkard relied on brute strength and endurance. Each swing of the troll's axe shook the ground, while Rygar evaded and counterattacked with calculated movements. Yet the troll seemed to revel in the fight, as if it were just a game. Rygar began channeling his magic. The blade of his blue sword, always engulfed in flames, started to glow with even greater intensity. The golden flames turned blue, then began to shift to a purplish hue at the tip of the blade. He was transferring all the heat and energy to a single point, turning the sword into a weapon of concentrated destruction. River noticed the change but showed no concern. Instead, he roared and attacked with even more ferocity. In a swift move, Rygar dodged a downward swing of the axe, which created a crater in the ground, and seized his chance. Spinning into position at a perfect angle, he delivered a precise strike to the troll's chest. The blade pierced through the enemy's weakened, melted armor and struck the dark shield that formed once more to protect the impact point. This time, however, the barrier wasn't enough. The extreme heat focused at the tip of the blade shattered the protection, piercing about 4 centimeters into the troll's torso. River's eyes widened in surprise as Rygar gave one final push with all his strength. Before the troll could react, Rygar unleashed the accumulated energy in his sword. An explosion of fire erupted from inside the troll's body, obliterating his torso and leaving only the left half of his body intact. Due to their height difference, the explosion was directed upward. The purple explosion lit up the night sky, creating a pillar of fire that seemed to connect Earth to the heavens. The surrounding debris was pushed away by the impact, and the heat melted parts of the remaining ice covering the base. As the dust and flames subsided, the mutilated body of the troll fell to its knees, still clutching the axe. With one final breath, River smiled, even in defeat. Ha ha ha, if I had to die, I'm glad it was at the hands of a great warrior. He repeated before collapsing to the side, his body finally lifeless. Rygar stood silently for a moment, surveying the now-destroyed battlefield cloaked in ash. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the combat and the destruction around him. Make better choices if you live again, he murmured before sheathing his sword and heading toward an entrance to the underground. He still had work to do. The chilling mist still lingering in the air served as a silent reminder of the massacre that had just occurred. As Rygar moved across the debris-strewn terrain, his thoughts returned to Gallus. He hadn't destroyed the ice statues. The thought struck him, quickening his pace. If he's escaped, Rygar muttered to himself, that would be troublesome, or perhaps Gallus would simply flee to another country. Still, Rygar wasn't willing to take that risk. He silently prayed that Gallus was still there, trapped and unable to escape the ice that encased him. When Rygar arrived at the location where the statues stood, he exhaled a sigh of relief. They were still there. The frozen forms of the mercenaries remained motionless, their expressions twisted in pain and shock, eternally etched into the translucent ice. Gallus was among them, though his condition was different. Rygar stepped closer, narrowing his eyes to examine him more carefully. The ice encasing the advanced warriors was complete, penetrating deep into their bodies. Rygar could sense no trace of life within them. However, Gallus, with his robust toki, had resisted more than the others. The ice had not penetrated as deeply, leaving him partially frozen but still immobilized. His wide eyes reflected the terror and agony of someone who had endured indescribable torment. Rygar recognized this as a truly terrible way to die. In such a situation, being weaker might have been better, as death would have come instantly. This ends here, he murmured, raising his hand. A sharp gust of wind surged from his palm, obliterating the ice statues in an instant. Shards glittered in the air like crystalline rain, dissolving into the blood-stained ground. With that done, Rygar climbed atop a mound of rubble and surveyed the entire complex. He closed his eyes and activated his mana vision, allowing energy to flow into his field of view. Every corner of the structure was analyzed, his senses attuned to any signs of life. There was no one left on the surface. All enemies who hadn't fled were dead. Unfortunately, even the servants and slaves in the upper levels had succumbed to the chaos. Still, Rygar detected movement below ground. The underground area teemed with activity, mana signatures pulsing with desperation or confusion. He closed his eyes again, deactivating his mana vision, and took a deep breath. There was still more to be done. With firm steps, Rygar left the ruins to meet his group, who awaited him outside. The sight he encountered brought a mix of relief and concern. Scattered around them were bodies, evidence that the battle had extended there. At the center, Yen lay wounded and unconscious on the ground. Rygar paused for a moment, realizing he had completely forgotten about Yen, whom he had ordered to attack the base with him. Idar, were there any complications? He asked. Idar, breathing heavily, nodded. 2 advanced warriors showed up. The Dadia warriors, and I managed to handle them together. Rygar turned to Rufus, who was staring at the lifeless bodies on the ground but seemed unharmed. And you, little one, how are you? I'm fine. Rufus replied. Rygar's gaze fell on Yan, whose breathing was irregular. Kneeling beside him, Rygar quickly examined his injuries before raising his hands to cast a healing spell. Luminous energy enveloped Yan's body, gradually closing his wounds. Once finished, Rygar stood and looked at Idar with a grave expression. How did he survive? I froze the entire base. I thought no one could escape. Idar ran a hand through his hair. He managed to infiltrate, killing 3 people by pretending to be an ally. But when they discovered him, an advanced warrior chased him down. He barely escaped with his life. Rygar studied him for a moment, assessing his words. He knew Yan wasn't particularly skilled, which made the extraordinary luck that had kept him alive all the more evident. He's incredibly lucky. I really had forgotten about him, Rygar said, a shadow of a smile crossing his lips before turning to the rest of the group. Okay, let's free the slaves. Let him recover here. Rygar's statement was met with resolute nods. Despite their evident exhaustion, a glimmer of determination shone in everyone's eyes. They knew the fight wasn't over just because their enemies were dead. As they prepared to re-enter the building, Rygar cast a glance over the battlefield around him. The weight of his actions hit him like a wave. He knew that day would be remembered, both by the people they saved and by the enemies they made. Moving forward, he led the group back into the building. The slave rescue would now begin. The group approached one of the entrances to the underground area, where a heavy, frozen, reinforced wooden door blocked their path. Rygar raised his hand and conjured a powerful gust of wind. The cutting blast shattered the ice instantly, scattering gleaming fragments into the air. One of the group's warriors stepped forward and pushed the door open with a loud creak, revealing a staircase descending deep into the earth. Rygar led the way for a moment, carefully observing each step before abruptly stopping. He turned to the group and spoke in a firm yet controlled tone. There are 4 guards lying in wait to ambush us ahead. They aren't strong. You handle them. Idar and the Dadia warriors nodded promptly, stepping ahead without hesitation. Rygar glanced around before crouching down to pick up Rufus. The 4-year-old looked at him curiously, sensing his mentor's reflective tone. What do you think of this mission? Rygar asked as they descended, his voice softer this time. Rufus tilted his head, pondering for a moment before replying, I think it's cruel. Rygar smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. You're right. It is cruel. Many things in life are like that. Sometimes, you have to choose, weighing the benefits. He paused, looking at Rufus seriously. I don't want you to think that the Iron Legion is an ally of justice. To some people, we'll be exactly the opposite. We just protect our own and fight our enemies. There will always be differences in opinion between people, perhaps even within the Legion itself. And that's when strength makes the difference. Rufus remained thoughtful as Rygar paused. Then he continued, I want you to keep this in mind during your training. I'll teach you to be strong, and you'll always use that strength to defend your own justice. There will be moments of doubt, and when they come, you can always ask me anything. The child nodded slowly, absorbing his mentor's words as the sounds of battle echoed ahead. Within minutes, the group caught up with the others. The 4 guards who had planned the ambush lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies motionless. Idar and the warriors were unharmed. They continued descending until they emerged into a vast underground chamber. The sight was striking in its immensity, lit by torches mounted on the walls. Metal cages lined the space, forming endless rows housing hundreds of slaves. The conditions were horrific, many were malnourished, some already in critical condition. Various races were present, but most were humans and members of beast folk, with some demons scattered among them. Rygar looked up at the ceiling. It was full of cracks, with some stones already fallen to the ground. The entire structure seemed on the verge of collapse. He walked slowly down the main corridor, his gaze somber as he surveyed the scene. Start freeing everyone, he ordered. The others immediately dispersed, forcing the cages open and helping the slaves out. Many were too weak to walk on their own. Some initially resisted, scared, or distrustful, but Rygar's calm presence and the others' efforts eventually convinced most to cooperate. Rygar, in turn, focused on healing those on the brink of death. With his hands enveloped in luminous energy, he moved from person to person, restoring just enough vitality for them to move. Unfortunately, not everyone survived. In some cells, lifeless bodies were piled up, and the pain on the survivors' faces was a stark reminder of the horrors they'd endured. Finally, after long minutes of work, the group managed to gather all the slaves on the surface. The sight awaiting them was striking. The complex, once an imposing fortress, was now a frozen landscape, with structures covered in ice and stalactites glistening under the first light of dawn. Many of the freed slaves stood in awe, unable to fully process the scene before them. Rygar remained silent, observing the expressions of shock and relief around him. He knew this was just the beginning. Freeing the slaves was a victory, but now they needed a path forward. Rygar stepped into the center of the group of newly freed slaves, his relatively small figure standing tall on a stone platform he created, drawing the confused and fearful gazes of dozens toward him. The chill still emanating from the surrounding ice heightened the atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. He took a deep breath, projecting his voice firmly but without aggression. You are free now. His declaration echoed across the open space, reverberating among the nearby trees and the frozen walls of the destroyed complex. Some slaves exchanged glances, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. I don't know where you all come from, whether you became slaves voluntarily, were sold, or attacked, nor do I care. I saved you primarily because of those of my own race. But I know that many of you have no place to return to, some younger ones don't even know a trade to live by. Rygar paused, his gaze sweeping over the tired faces marked by pain. I'm offering you a choice. You can join us, become part of the Iron Legion. You'll work alongside us, fight alongside us for your lives and for the lives of others like you. If you decide to stay, you'll have security and support. I won't promise an easy path, but you'll have a chance to make a difference. The Iron Legion isn't an alliance of justice. We don't fight for an absolute ideal but for ourselves and those who choose to stand with us. We are the shield and blade for those who trust in our strength, but that doesn't mean we are free from mistakes or judgment. What matters is that we walk with purpose, determined to bear the weight of our choices. Some expressions shifted to curiosity, while others remained skeptical. He continued. If you don't want to stay, no one will force you. You're free to follow your own path, return to your homes. But always remember this debt, and if we ever need your help for any reason in the future, I hope for your cooperation. The choice is yours. There was a heavy silence after his words, broken only by the sound of the wind rustling through frozen branches and hesitant murmurs among the slaves. Most of the beast folk had already made their decisions, but the other races remained hesitant. A human man stepped forward. He looked slightly stronger than the others, but his body was still marked with deep scars. Will you give privileges to your own race? I have nothing left, and I'd likely become a mercenary after this. But if you tell me your organization will be based on merit and not race, I'll give it a chance. Rygar looked directly at him, surprised by the man's perspective. I don't discriminate against any race. Everyone is welcome, and everyone has equal opportunities. Of course, those who join earlier will have more chances to prove themselves. I'll give you all time to think it over. The man hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Others began murmuring among themselves, and gradually more figures started stepping forward. Turning around, Rygar saw 10 individuals from the beast folk race approaching. He greeted them warmly and then turned to the 2 Dadia warriors accompanying him. He noticed their emotional expressions as they looked at 2 of the newly freed captives. Do you know them? Rygar asked, curiosity evident in his voice. One of the warriors, a man with brown hair and deep-set eyes, responded with a trembling voice. Yes, they're from our tribe. We thought they were dead. They were captured years ago. He swallowed hard, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Rygar nodded, understanding the weight of the moment. Then, he continued. I'll need your help. Take these 10 to the underground chamber. There's a room where the organization hid its treasures. It's too much for just the two of you to carry, so take them along. Your mission is to retrieve everything you can and bring it to the surface. The two warriors nodded immediately, now filled with renewed energy. They turned and began leading the 10 volunteers toward the underground chamber. Rygar watched them disappear into the entrance before turning his attention back to the remaining slaves. He also made his way to the battlefield, retrieving weapons and valuables, including the black troll's axe and a black gem embedded in the troll's chest. It appeared to be part of the creature's body. He theorized that it might be the source of the troll's dark energy and decided to take it for further investigation. Rygar gave the slaves time to decide their fates. Many were still confused, discussing in small groups, some with teary eyes as they pondered the young warrior's words. Meanwhile, the Daudia warriors returned from the underground chamber, carrying everything of value they could find, sacks of gold, jewelry, and high-quality weapons. Some beast folk who had joined Rygar helped carry heavy chests. Rygar observed silently as the group reorganized. Once the final load was brought out, he approached the entrance to the underground chamber. His expression hardened, and his heart raced. Everyone, step back at least 100 meters, he commanded, his firm voice cutting through the murmurs. The warriors, slaves, and even Idar retreated, forming a wide circle around him. Rygar drew his sword in a slow, deliberate motion. Its blade shimmered in the icy light around them but was soon engulfed in flames. At first, the fire was a timid flicker, but it quickly grew, fueled by his magic. He intertwined compressed wind, amplifying the flame's intensity. The fire roared now, burning in shades of orange, red, and finally, violet. The temperature skyrocketed. Rygar could feel his skin burning from the heat radiating off the blade, but his gaze remained fixed on the frozen base before him. He murmured to himself, justifying what he was about to do. Killing 2 saints was a statement. But I don't know if it's enough to deter the more powerful organizations. And it's certainly not enough for melees. They need proof. Something they can't ignore. Something to show that I am not someone to be trifled with. As he continued gathering fire into his sword, Rygar sharpened his senses. He wanted to ensure there were no innocent lives in the direction of the impending destruction. His perception confirmed, no villages, no nearby life, just a vast forest with animals and a few monsters. The wind around him began to spiral violently, driven by his magic. Everything nearby started to melt, the ice, the stones, even the ground seemed to dissolve. The heat was unbearable, but Rygar's supernatural resilience healed his burns as he fed more power into the growing inferno on his blade. The violet fire reached an intensity he had never seen before. His blue sword seemed alive, pulsating with the accumulated energy. He knew this was the most powerful spell he had ever cast, a strike not just of destruction but of declaration. Hellish slash, he whispered, naming the move as he pulled the sword back. With a devastating swing, he unleashed the blade's power. The world seemed to freeze for a moment before a wave of violet fire consumed the slaver's base. The explosion was deafening, a surge of heat so intense that even those far away felt their lungs burn from the scorched air. The base and its underground chamber were obliterated in seconds, reduced to ash. The devastation didn't stop there. The forest behind the base was engulfed in flames, a voracious wave of fire consuming everything in its path. The impact was so powerful that the ground trembled, and the sky was lit by a purple glow that rivaled the sun. As the smoke and echoes of destruction began to fade, Rygar stood still, staring at the scene before him. The blast's radius could have destroyed a city 5 times over. A smoldering, fiery void replaced the former complex. The distant forest was gone, with a few lingering flames still spreading. He looked up at the sky, noticing rain clouds gathering, and decided to let the rain extinguish the remaining fires. Slowly, he turned to face the group behind him. Their expressions were a mix of fear, admiration, and shock. Many were speechless, unable to find words for what they had just witnessed. Idar was the first to approach, his expression serious but respectful. Before he could speak, Rygar said, "I'll help the others." His voice was calm but carried unyielding determination. He looked at the slaves and added, "Let them make their choices. Those who wish to join us, take them to the city." Without waiting for a response, he turned and ran toward the city, the violet light of his flame still burning in his memory. The proof he left behind was not just an act of destruction, it was a warning. One he hoped he would never have to use again. The city buzzed with unusual commotion, even though the sun had just risen. The hurried footsteps of guards echoed through the streets as civilians watched from a distance, murmuring among themselves. Nights in Zant were typically quiet, but today, tension was everywhere. Rygar moved across the rooftops. He didn't need to listen to understand that news of the attacks on the bases had spread. Combined with the large explosion outside the city, it had caused fear and concern, leaving Zant on high alert. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for signs of the two groups led by Taze and Kedar, who were supposed to be completing their missions. After a few minutes, he heard familiar sounds from one of the main streets. It was Taze's group. He quickened his pace, moving like a blur until he positioned himself on a nearby rooftop, from where he could observe everything clearly. Taze led the group with authority, followed by a crowd of freed people. Some of the slaves, tears streaming down their faces, knelt at the warriors' feet, offering their profound gratitude. Others, quieter, stayed with the group, hesitating to part from their rescuers. Rygar watched as Taze organized the freed individuals into small groups before guiding them to a safe location. He didn't approach. He didn't lead the Iron Legion alone and needed them to handle this on their own. Instead, he turned and set out to find Kedar's group. It didn't take long to locate them. They were heading toward the outskirts of the city, their group slightly smaller but just as efficient. Kedar also seemed to have completed his mission without significant problems, with the freed slaves being guided in an orderly line by his comrades. Rygar counted silently, satisfied to see that the number of rescued individuals was significant. He stayed hidden, as before, merely a shadow observing from the darkness. The mission was nearly complete, but there was still one more thing to do. The Lord's mansion in Zant was a monument to opulence, illuminated even at night. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, and the movement at the gates reflected the unrest brought on by the recent events. Rygar approached silently, scaling the outer walls until he reached a vantage point where he could see the main courtyard clearly. That's when he spotted him, the Lord of Zant, hurrying out of the mansion. His expression was a mix of fear and anger, his eyes focused on something distant on the horizon. The sky still bore remnants of the flames and glow that marked the attack on the base. Surrounded by a dozen guards, the Lord appeared to be giving orders, but Rygar didn't care about his words. He jumped from the shadows, appearing in the courtyard as an imposing figure, his presence overwhelming. I advise you not to get involved. His voice cut through the air like a blade, carrying an intensity that made even the most seasoned soldiers step back. The bloodlust emanating from Rygar was suffocating, a reflection of the accumulated fury from the night's events. The Lord stumbled backward, nearly falling, as he stared at Rygar with wide eyes. What do you want? Rygar stepped forward, and the guards, frozen, didn't move to protect their master. Tomorrow, we will leave the city with a large number of freed slaves. If you wish to avoid the fate of the traffickers, return to your mansion and pretend you saw nothing. Before the Lord could respond, Rygar vanished. One moment he was in front of him, the next, only a sharp wind remained, leaving a superficial cut on the Lord's throat. The man clutched his neck as blood trickled lightly, his body trembling. The guards looked around desperately, but Rygar was already gone, like a shadow that had never been there. As the lights of the mansion faded behind him, Rygar made his way through the deserted streets toward the tavern. The tavern buzzed with activity, though the atmosphere carried a palpable tension. People came and went, some carrying crates of supplies, others delivering hurried messages. At the center of it all, Pycock stood at a table covered in papers and lists, orchestrating the commotion like a conductor leading a chaotic orchestra. Rygar was thoroughly impressed. This man was truly efficient. No, the wheat goes straight to the tavern's kitchen, not the warehouse. And he turned to another group. Bring me the receipts. If I can't keep track of the expenses, we'll be bankrupt before we even get started. In the middle of his rant, a shadow appeared beside him. I see the preparations are going well. Pycock jumped, knocking the papers off the table and clutching his chest. Could you stop appearing out of nowhere? I'm too old for these surprises. Rygar smiled, crossing his arms. Sorry, but I don't waste time with introductions. He glanced at the scattered papers. You seem busy. Of course, I am. Pycock huffed, quickly gathering the papers. I've already spoken with the main suppliers. They can provide everything you need, but as I said, it's last minute. This will cost a fortune. He shot Rygar a pointed look. Do you have the money to pay for this? Rygar nodded confidently. I do. Prepare enough supplies for 300 to 400 people. He estimated this number based on the freed slaves and how many he expected to join the Iron Legion. Many would have places to return to, but a significant number would likely stay with them. Pycock's eyes widened, nearly dropping the papers again. 300 to 400. Are you insane? What are you going to do with so many people? Before Pycock could continue, Rygar raised a hand to interrupt. He leaned slightly forward, continuing, I suggest you warn your merchant friends that there will be a significant increase in demand for travel supplies. Many people will be looking for work or leaving the city soon. Pycock blinked, processing his words. He began connecting the dots: the explosion at the slavers' base, the city's current unrest, and now an influx of new members to the Legion. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as the bigger picture became clearer. Seeing Pycock's discomfort, Rygar gave an enigmatic smile. Besides that, Pycock, I have an invitation for you. Pycock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An invitation? I want you to join the Iron Legion. The surprise on Pycock's face was evident. Me? Exactly. You would be our logistics manager. Before you respond, I suggest you investigate and understand what we accomplished tonight. But this is just the beginning. We're going much further. Pycock seemed torn between shock and curiosity. I extended this invitation because, from what I understand, you value interests above all else, Rygar continued. Think carefully. At 50 years old, you still have the chance to achieve something great. This is your opportunity to be part of something bigger. Pycock opened his mouth to respond, but Rygar raised his hand again. I'll only make this offer once. Consider it carefully. Before he could say anything else, Rygar disappeared into thin air, leaving only the rustling sound of papers falling to the ground. Pycock stood still, confused and stunned, his hands instinctively clutching the papers. Rygar's words echoed in his mind as he struggled to process the unexpected proposal. Outside Zant, a clearing bustled with activity, resembling an improvised small village. Tents lined the area, filled with people engaged in various tasks. The air was rich with the smell of fresh food as makeshift cooks stirred large pots over open fires. Healers used magic on injured and weakened ex-slaves, while others trained with rudimentary weapons. Wagons laden with supplies were parked near the forest, and the clanging of hammers and tools echoed as workers prepared for a long journey. Bringing everyone into the city for a day would have been wasteful, and here they could learn how to set up camp more securely. Inside a large central tent, Rygar was meeting with Taze, Kedar, and Joseph the human mercenary who had spoken to him the previous day. Although Joseph still seemed somewhat out of place among the Legion's warriors, he had already earned a degree of trust with his straightforward demeanor and efficient reports. Taze began his report. "Boss, we had some delays, but everything will be ready for departure tomorrow." He glanced at the sheet in his hands. "There's still one issue to resolve. One of the bases I attacked had a large number of animals and monsters in captivity. What should we do with them?" Rygar crossed his arms, considering the matter. "Kill the adult monsters and sell the adult and young animals. As for the monster cubs, are there any noteworthy ones?" Taze quickly scanned his notes before replying. "Yes, there are 3 ebony wolf cubs that survived. They're cubs now, but when fully grown, they become rank monsters." Rygar smiled, clearly pleased with the news. "Excellent. Bring one to me, I'll try to raise it. Keep one for yourself, and the third. Kedar, you take care of it." Kedar folded his arms and shook his head. "Sorry, but I don't want to take care of any monster." "Then give the third to Rufus. He'll appreciate it," Rygar replied without hesitation. "Our goal is to tame them. Additionally, encourage others to choose monster cubs to raise. For those left unclaimed, either kill them or use them as food for the ones that are." Rygar's gaze shifted as he reflected. The history books Verdia had shown me described how people tamed monsters as allies in ancient times. I've always kept that idea in mind, but other priorities have kept me from pursuing it. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I won't let it slip away. If this works, the Iron Legion could take our vision even further in the future. Taze nodded, though he still found the idea of taming monsters a bit strange. Kedar seized the moment to continue his report. "As for final numbers, 450 have decided to join us." Rygar raised an eyebrow in surprise. 450? That's more than I expected. Kedar gave a faint smile and elaborated. "Many were impressed and inspired by the display of power you gave." Rygar contemplated this. It helps create a temporary sense of unity. Even without a clear chain of command, at least they have an absolute leader to follow. Of course, this will only work as long as I remain overwhelmingly stronger, which I plan to be for a long time. He nodded, seeing the logic. "This will be useful until we fully establish the hierarchy." Kedar continued. "We've already begun the screening process you suggested, dividing everyone into the divisions you created: training and education, internal control and security, commerce and diplomacy, exploration and reconnaissance, medicine and alchemy, communication and intelligence, administration and human resources, research and development, logistics and support, and combat and tactical operations. But it'll take a few days to finish. We're assessing their skills and figuring out where they fit, as you instructed." Kedar let out a sigh. "But it's confusing, and most of them have no idea what their roles will entail. Is Killian applying the same system in the Great Forest? Because even I don't know what some of these divisions are supposed to do." Taze couldn't suppress a laugh, which drew a faint smile from Rygar. "It doesn't matter if they don't understand for now, just call them first, second, third, etc. To simplify things," Rygar replied. "I'll explain gradually during the journey what each division is responsible for. And yes, Killian is implementing the same system in the Great Forest." He then turned his attention to Joseph, who was waiting to speak. The human began as soon as Rygar looked at him. "All the children without parents or guardians chose to stay, that's the majority of them. I spoke with Pycock and managed to integrate most of the freed slaves into temporary jobs. They plan to save some money and then travel to their homes. Many decided to travel with us for safety." Joseph paused briefly before concluding. "We're finalizing the last details now. Everything should be ready by nightfall." Rygar nodded, satisfied with the progress. Looking at Taze, he asked, "What about the Lord? Any movement?" Taze shook his head. After some guards investigated the trafficker's base ruins and made their reports, he hasn't left his mansion. Rygar smiled. "Good. We'll leave at dawn." At that moment, a warrior entered the tent with a message. "Boss, Pycock is here. He wants to see you." Rygar gestured with his hand. "Let him in." Pycock entered with firm steps, his posture brimming with pride. He crossed his arms and looked directly at Rygar. "I accept your proposal." Rygar grinned broadly, clearly pleased. He glanced at the others in the tent and made an enthusiastic announcement. "Meet our new commander of logistics and support." The others exchanged surprised looks as Pycock tried to maintain his composure under the sudden attention. Rygar, however, seemed more than satisfied with the decision. It had been a few days since they had left Port Zant. The sun rose on the horizon as the first rays touched the damp earth, awakening the city. A faint mist still lingered in the air, rendering the landscape ethereal, as if nature itself wished to prolong the peaceful silence of dawn. Slowly, the Iron Legion's camp came to life. Warriors and group members moved with precision, dismantling the last tents, loading carts with supplies, and adjusting the horses' saddles. At the center of it all, an open space had been chosen for the morning training. The rhythmic sound of wooden swords meeting water echoed in the distance. Rygar stood facing Idar, his body relaxed but his eyes sharp. Both wielded wooden swords, practicing the water god style, their postures fluid and graceful, like the movement of a river. Rygar's focus was clear, to master the flow. The flow is akin to the longsword of light of the sword god style. Once fully mastered, one becomes a water saint. But even knowing how to use it was the key to being considered a truly advanced level warrior in the water god style. He had already learned all the necessary techniques, but he needed to apply them flawlessly. One mistake and the flow would break, and the technique would fail. Control your haste, Rygar, said Idar calmly, pausing momentarily and assuming his fluid posture. If your body and mind are not in sync, the flow will never come and you are too hasty. Rygar nodded, closing his eyes for a moment. He took a deep breath, concentrating. The sound of footsteps, voices, and horses in the distance seemed to fade. His mind focused only on the movement. When he opened his eyes again, he struck. Their wooden swords clashed, but Rygar didn't stop. He continued the movement with a spin, gracefully dodging Idar's counterattack. His sword followed like a current of water, flowing from defense to attack and back to its original position without breaking rhythm. It was an agile and graceful dance. But it wasn't perfect. You're almost there, Idar praised. You have as much talent as I do in this style, perhaps a little more. But you still feel the need to force the movement. Flow is natural, it's letting the sword decide the path, not you. Rygar paused and observed Idar assume the posture once more. The 15-year-old youth didn't hide the confidence in his movements. He was on the verge of mastering the flow completely, and when he did, he would be recognized as a water saint-level warrior. An impressive feat for his age. He had been a bit shaken when he first met Rygar, questioning whether he was truly talented. When he asked Idar about it, Idar simply told him that he was a monster and that he shouldn't compare himself to monsters. Rygar smiled faintly. Indeed, Idar could be considered talented if he was close to reaching the saint level. He just needed a push. You're really talented, Idar. I also have some talent for it, but I'm not focusing on it as much as I should. Anyway, counterattacks and techniques to cut through magic are too useful for me to abandon. Idar laughed, relaxing his stance and resting the wooden sword on his shoulder. You're a monster, Rygar. If you wanted to, you could surpass me in this style in no time. Rygar shrugged and averted his gaze, noticing another scene not far away. Rufus sat on the ground, his brows furrowed in concentration as he murmured the words of a chant. Beside him, two brown wolf pups rolled on the ground, playing and nibbling at each other. The fear they had shown in recent days seemed to have vanished, replaced by the pure, childlike joy that only someone like Rufus could inspire. After being fed, cared for, and, most importantly, welcomed, the pups had finally calmed down. Rygar decided to name them after the legendary wolves, but there already seemed to be a Fenrir in this world, so he named his wolf skull, Rufus Jerry, and Taze Freaky. Rufus noticed Rygar's gaze and smiled, jumping to his feet and stretching his arms wide as if showing off a treasure. Chief, I finished memorizing the chant. Rygar approached, leaving his sword aside and observing the small boy carefully. Next to them, the wolves momentarily quieted, as if they knew something important was about to happen. Ready? Rygar asked with an encouraging smile. Rufus nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm ready. He turned to a thin tree, raised his hand, and took a deep breath. His voice came out clear and firm, filled with determination. Let the earth's solidity manifest and answer my call. I summon a rock, swift and true, here and now. Stone bullet. At that instant, a small stone formed in the palm of his hand and shot toward the tree. The stone bullet flew fast and true, striking the trunk and shattering it with a dry crack. The thin and fragile tree wavered for a moment before falling. Rufus froze for a second, eyes wide. Then, he let out a shout of joy and began jumping around, celebrating as if he had won the greatest battle of his life. I did it! I did it! He shouted, running circles around the fallen tree. Rygar smiled broadly, satisfied. Very good, Rufus. Now that you managed to cast it with the chant, I want you to try to replicate the feeling and cast it without it. Rufus stopped jumping and looked at Rygar. Okay. Rufus had always seen them using magic without chants, so Rygar hadn't told him it was a rare skill, thinking the challenge would be easier if the boy simply believed it was possible. Without hesitation, Rufus focused again. Perhaps because he had never doubted the possibility, or maybe due to a natural talent, he closed his eyes, extended his hand once more, and took a deep breath. A moment later, a small stone bullet formed in his palm and shot forward, though less powerful than the first. Rufus opened his eyes, widening them in surprise. I did it! I did it again. This time, he looked at Rygar with almost indescribable joy. Rygar nodded, placing a hand on the boy's head. Well done, Rufus. Always remember what I told you, don't teach magic to anyone without my permission, don't hurt anyone without my permission, and always use up your mana every day. That will ensure you keep growing strong. Rufus smiled broadly, his face glowing with confidence and happiness. He nodded vigorously before running off toward Idar to show what he had done. From afar, Rygar watched the small boy, feeling a slight warmth in his chest. He truly saw himself in the child he believed he would have turned out like Rufus if he hadn't been a reincarnate. He looked around and saw Kedar approaching, wearing a serious yet calm expression. We're ready to leave, Chief. Rygar looked at Kedar with a faint smile, accepting his suggestion. Let's go, then. It'll be a long journey. He cast a thoughtful gaze at those accompanying him. Tanaver, a city near Milishan, the capital of Meles, was their destination. He knew Verdia had a wealthy friend in the city and had lived with her for some time. Now, they planned to use her help to secure a base in that location, a unique opportunity, perhaps. Rygar looked at the horizon as the group prepared to depart. Over the coming months, he would need to instill in everyone the future workings of the Iron Legion. He needed to be ready for the challenges ahead, which involved training, coordination, and, of course, building bonds within the group. The journey to Tanaver wouldn't be difficult. The Holy Sword Road, famous for being safe, cut through the lands and was far from the usual monster attacks. He felt relieved by this but, at the same time, curious. That road, what had made it so different from the others? Was it truly carved by human hands? He couldn't help but be impressed by the idea. If so, it would be incredible. As the group marched, Rygar observed his companions. Up ahead, Taze was in lively conversation with some of the former Beast People slaves, including a Beast Girl. If he remembered correctly, in a few months, the mating season would start again. Just thinking about it made Rygar feel an exhaustion building. Beast Girls, they always brought that subject up, and with it came arguments, tensions, and, often, a mental burden for him. The instinctive nature of his new body and the difficulty of balancing it with his human thoughts made him avoid such relationships, but he couldn't avoid it forever. He sighed, looking ahead once more, trying to focus on the path before him. More important than that was the future of the Iron Legion. Establishing a base would be the next step, and time was passing far too quickly. The convoy began to move along the road, the creaking sound of the wagons echoing as their wheels rolled over the packed earth. The sun stood high in the sky, and the landscape around the Sacred Sword Road was peacefully beautiful. Rygar settled himself onto one of the wagons, sitting cross-legged as the gentle movement of the vehicle seemed to invite him to relax. He glanced back and then heard Pycock's voice, loud and clear, shouting something he couldn't quite make out. The sound was distant, but the force of Pycock's words remained evident. Rygar smiled, appreciating the man's unyielding spirit. He sighed again, his thoughts drifting away from the group's voices and focusing instead on his own mind, where a storm of thoughts mingled. Although they were moving, with their destination of Tanaver still months away, Rygar felt the weight of his responsibilities growing heavier with each passing moment. His savings were still considerable. After all, they had looted the treasure of an entire network of slave traffickers, one of the richest on the continent, and the money they had recovered was enough to secure a good amount of resources for his legion. But he knew what that meant. Those resources wouldn't last forever, and soon, they would need to find a sustainable way to keep the legion running. A pragmatic, but necessary, realization. He reflected on what he had discussed with the key leaders of the Iron Legion. Decisions had been made. The future of the Legion would be built not just with swords and magic, but with actions that ensured its financial stability. Part of the members would become adventurers, traveling across the continent in search of contracts to earn resources. Others would join the Legion's mercenary group, protecting villages and towns, and taking on missions for clients. But it wouldn't end there. Other members of the Legion would spread out into businesses, small enterprises they would start and sustain over time. The former slaves possessed various valuable skills, and Pycock, always pragmatic and clever, had offered some excellent ideas on how to utilize them. Once again, Rygar felt grateful for bringing Pycock along. Over the past days, the man had proven to be more than just a simple tavern keeper, offering creative solutions and organizing the Legion's operations in ways Rygar could never have imagined on his own. It was good to have someone he could trust, someone who thought about the future and the logistics of everything they were doing. Looking at the scenery before him, Rygar thought about the people of the Legion, the members who had fought by his side and who now, with the Legion's growth, would need to learn to live more organized lives, work together, and build something lasting. As the convoy moved along the peaceful road, Rygar's thoughts also drifted elsewhere. He looked around, observing the Legion's members, and his mind naturally turned toward others in distant places. How were Killian, Persna, and the others doing in the Great Forest? Rygar always worried about everyone's training, but he knew that those who were farther away, like his friends in the forest, ran the risk of neglecting their training. He sighed again. If there was one thing that always irritated him, it was when someone, especially those two heirs, fled from training whenever the opportunity arose. They, more than anyone, needed to focus on perfecting their abilities. But this also made him reflect on his own situation. He hadn't neglected his own training and knew that, for the Legion to grow and prosper, he needed to become even stronger. Training would never be enough, it would never be easy. He also thought about how his parents were doing. He worried about them, but even more so about his master. The few months he had spent away from her had been harder than he had expected. A quiet longing gripped his heart, something he tried to hide under the facade of the Legion's leader. He needed to send them a letter once they reached Tanaver, sharing news about his journey and the Legion's future. He also knew he had to tell them about Ghislaine, what had happened to her and how she was doing. He wasn't sure how they would react, but he felt no need to hide it. Rygar made a mental list of his goals for when they reached Tanaver. Establishing and organizing the Iron Legion effectively was, undoubtedly, the most important task. But there were other things that needed to be done. He had to buy back Idar's brother from the Lord of Tanaver or, alternatively, kidnap him if circumstances turned favorable. He also knew that the opportunity to approach other territories might arise, and at some point, he needed to find a way to reach the rank of Sword King. Furthermore, he needed to travel to the dwarves' territory and embed a magic stone into his sword. His master had said that doing so would instantly increase his strength, as all of his magic would be amplified to some degree, depending on the magic stone. Beyond all this, there was another, darker, more personal goal. He needed to investigate the joinery house and, when the opportunity arose, assassinate Leinster Joinery. The reason was crystal clear in his mind. Leinster had attempted to kill his master, and Rygar couldn't let that go unpunished. He also knew that, depending on the situation, greater retaliation against the entire joinery house might be necessary. But he also had to tread carefully. It wasn't yet the right time to become a direct enemy of Mealy's, not yet. He wasn't strong enough, and he knew it. The convoy pressed forward on its journey, and Rygar felt the weight of his own thoughts piling up. Yet, while the others continued their conversations and tasks, he forced himself to focus on the present. He looked around, observing the people with him, and noticed something curious. Most of the gazes he met were respectful and reverent. Few showed fear. He realized that, over the past days, his frequent interactions with the Legion's members had shown them that he was more approachable than he seemed. The gazes that might once have been filled with distrust were now laced with trust. He had become someone they could rely on, not a distant leader, but someone flesh and blood who shared the same struggles and difficulties. He decided to try to learn lightning magic again. He attempted to create a small cumulonimbus cloud in his hand, as he had done on previous occasions. He concentrated, feeling the magic flow through him, and, to his surprise, the cloud formed. A moment later, a small lightning bolt crackled within it. A satisfied smile crossed his lips. Finally, he managed to create the first lightning. He looked forward once more, feeling that the long road ahead would hold many more obstacles. But for now, he was ready to face whatever came. Rygar walked slowly through the empty building, observing the details of the space around him. His steps echoed through the imposing rooms, filled with dust but with sturdy structures still well preserved. He stopped in the middle of the main hall, a spacious area that could easily be turned into a large meeting point. The tall windows allowed sunlight to illuminate every corner, and Rygar let a subtle smile escape. Not bad, he murmured to himself, satisfied with the place. He exited through the main door and, outside, saw the vast grounds surrounding the property. The open fields and abandoned gardens needed some care, but they were also space to be used for other purposes. Near the entrance, a small but impressive figure awaited him. It was an elderly lady with purple hair, tied up in an elegant bun. She was dressed in fine clothes and a decorated hat, exuding the aura of someone who had achieved everything they wanted in life. She was Rubia, the richest person in Tanaver, a lady who commanded much of the real estate industry, restaurant chains, and tavern rentals in Tanaver. Beside her, in silence, stood Kedar, with a serious expression, as if he were the elderly woman's bodyguard. Rubia smiled warmly as Rygar approached. "Is the size enough, my young man?" she asked in a firm yet warm voice. Rygar looked again at the place and nodded. "Yes, it's very good. We also have plenty of space to build new things. Thank you for your attention." The lady chuckled softly, hiding part of her smile behind her hand. "Fufu. No problem, my dear. This property once belonged to a noble house here in Tanaver. They moved to the capital, and I decided to hold on to it until a good price came along. But," she paused and smiled even more, "it also serves to pay off a favor." Rygar's heart weighed slightly as he remembered the past. Rubia was the same young woman who had been saved by Verdia, his master, many years ago. When he introduced himself as Verdia's disciple and handed her the letter, Rubia became extremely kind and eager to help. It was a precious connection. "You can send the payment to my property," Rubia continued. "I'll have someone reliable to receive it. If you need anything, just let me know, young Rygar." "I appreciate your generosity," Rygar replied with a slight nod. Rubia turned towards her luxurious carriage, where a coachman and a guard were already waiting. Before stepping in, she waved her hand delicately. Goodbye," she said with a smile. Once the carriage left and disappeared down the busy street, Rygar looked at Kedar, who still silently accompanied him. "Kedar, call everyone and settle them at this property. I want Pycock to organize the members into divisions and start planning new constructions. And ask the commander of the trade division to conduct a market survey here in Tanaver." Kedar gave a brief bow and nodded. "Understood. Will you be leaving, Chief?" "Yes," Rygar replied, adjusting his sword at his waist. "I'm going with Idar to rescue his brother." Kedar didn't question him and quickly departed to carry out the orders. Rygar then glanced to the side, where Idar, the promising young swordsman of the Legion, was attentively observing the property, as if already calculating what they could do there. "Idar," Rygar called. Idar immediately turned, his eyes sharp. "Let's go. We have to get your brother back from the city center." The young man nodded, and the two of them began walking together toward the bustling heart of Tanaver. During the journey, Rygar took the time to reflect on the progress of the Iron Legion. It had been almost 2 months since they left Port Zant. The trip had taken longer than expected, both due to the size of the group and the need to keep everyone organized. He had spent that time guiding, training, and assigning roles to each member of the Legion. The work had been exhausting, more tiring even than the physical training, as he had to consider all the future possibilities in his organization. They hadn't yet mastered everything they needed to, but at least they had a basic understanding of their responsibilities. The division commanders he had chosen had already taken up their roles solidly, so he no longer had to be as involved. Rygar took a deep breath as he walked, feeling a mix of fatigue and relief. Tanaver marked the beginning of a new phase. The Iron Legion was starting to strengthen, and now the focus would be on building a solid base so they could operate as a true organized force. Moreover, something else had been bothering him in recent days. The mating season was about to begin. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, bringing a strange anxiety he preferred to ignore, for now. Rygar, how do you plan to talk to him exactly? Idar asked, breaking the silence. Rygar looked at the young man and smiled slightly. I haven't really thought about it. I'll just give him a beating if he's too expensive. Idar laughed. They continued their walk in silence, as the city of Tanavar revealed itself in all its grandeur, bustling streets, shouting merchants, and imposing stone buildings. The noise and lively atmosphere of the city were signs that a new phase was just beginning. The good news was that, a month and a half ago, Rygar had finally learned lightning magic. Although his first attempts were still rudimentary, he could already cast a basic, straight lightning bolt. The problem, however, lay in control. After casting the spell, he lost nearly all precision, and the bolt would follow a wild, uncontrollable path. But Rygar didn't worry about that. His mastery was improving quickly, and he was constantly advancing. Now that he had mastered the basic spells he considered essential like fire, wind, water, earth, healing, and lightning, he could finally start working on more complex projects that had been brewing in his mind. Gravity, summoning, and spacetime magic were the next long-term goals, but he soon realized that the theoretical knowledge he had wasn't enough to perform these spells. The theory only helped visualize the processes, not make them a reality. Creating a lightning bolt from scratch, for example, only became possible due to practical inspiration, the cumulonimbus spell, which he had studied and replicated. Without an example, he would be limited to what he could imagine, and trial and error could take years or even decades. He remembered stories of people easily creating magic based on theoretical knowledge, but the issue was that these physical elements from his previous world weren't controlled by magic. The interaction between the natural mana of this world and these elements was the key. Of course, when you had a practical example of magic, that theoretical knowledge helped further develop your spells. The idea of invading the flying fortress and talking to the armored dragon king seems more and more feasible. Rygar murmured, frustrated with the limitations. However, he didn't let himself get discouraged. While searching for information on more advanced magic, there was still much to explore in other areas. In recent months, Rygar had begun developing elaborate ideas related to Toki, manipulating its properties to make it faster, more resistant, or stronger. His idea was that different fighting styles shaped Toki differently, replicating different effects. He theorized that if he could manipulate these changes instantly, he would react faster and be much more versatile than his enemies. Another thing he needed to experiment with was the black gem he had pulled from the chest of the black troll. Some demon races had strange powers derived from magical gems, but that was for the future. Combining this with barrier magic and magic circles, the potential was almost unlimited. Ironically or not, barrier magic was the one Rygar had the least natural talent for so far, but at the same time, it was the one that gave him the most ideas for application. He had already concluded that magic circles and barriers worked similarly to programming from his old world. Both required structure, modularization, and logic. It's almost like someone is actually trying to apply that knowledge to magic, he whispered to himself as he scribbled a magic circle in the dirt with his hand, testing small effects. For a long time, he hadn't dedicated himself to this. He knew it wouldn't be a quick and straightforward study, and there were always other, more efficient spells that would increase his immediate strength, something he had needed since the beginning of his life. But now, with the Legion beginning to stabilize and having established a deterrent force for the Great Forest, he could invest time in the magic circles, which had much greater long-term potential. Rygar had already applied many of the concepts almost from the beginning, using modularization to break spells into smaller, more manageable parts. For example, summoning a stone cannon, harden the bullet, increase rotation, add propulsion force. It was basic, but the principle was clear. Modularizing a spell into independent parts allowed for more precision and better results. However, the true potential of magic circles lay in the more advanced possibilities. Rygar began to sketch more complex applications. Automatic reactions: if I'm attacked with fire, automatically cast a fire barrier. Magic circuits in items: create spells that activated under specific conditions, like an instant healing spell upon use, focused on specific parts of the body. These were just the simplest applications he thought of at the moment. Rygar's mind was buzzing with ideas for magic, enchanted items, and possible combinations that could revolutionize his combat style. This would go far beyond just shooting fireballs or wind blasts, he thought, excited. It's like creating magical programs that perform actions automatically. I could even replicate many technologies from Earth with this. However, he knew he would need to keep working on magical control. Mastery over mana would never be a problem. On the contrary, the more control, the better. Elemental magic still had a lot to explore too, like vacuum magic and flight magic, underwater breathing magic, earth molecular magic, nuclear magic. These first two in particular would be a gift for his master, Verdia. It would be perfect if he could create enchantments for them, but if not, he would personally bring them to her. Rygar also believed that magical control would be essential to mastering advanced barrier magic. Even though it was one of his weakest spells, he was determined to use it in a way no conventional mage would even consider. If I can control the barrier with extreme precision, I could use it like Toki, sticking it directly to my skin. By using the barrier in direct contact with his body, he could drastically increase his defense and, at the same time, surprise unsuspecting enemies. After all, who would expect a barrier usually used as static defense to be mobile, flexible, and offensive? Rygar felt a surge of motivation flow through his body. With the Legion finally settling into Navar, he would have the time to experiment, fail, and perfect these new ideas. Every little advancement brings me closer to the top of the world, he murmured, closing his eyes for a moment. Idar, who had been silently walking beside him, finally glanced over, intrigued. Rygar, are you okay? You suddenly got quiet. Huh? Oh, yeah, Rygar replied, snapping out of his thoughts with a smile. I was just thinking about a few things. Thinking? Like battle strategies? Idar asked, curious. Something like that, Rygar answered without going into details. Let's keep going. We still have your brother to rescue, don't we? Idar smiled, full of hope, and nodded. The two continued walking as the gears in Rygar's mind spun faster and sharper than ever. Hey, I think it'd be much better to just kidnap him, Idar suggested, breaking the silence with a firm tone. Some of the beast race will be heading to the Great Forest soon. A blacksmith is going to teach them how to forge weapons, and others are delivering letters. My brother is blind, Rygar, and he's still so young. He's only 6. I'd rather send him to live in the Great Forest with my grandmother. There, he can learn something in safety. Rygar paused for a moment, processing Idar's words. His logic was simple and direct. That's true. If the Lord of Tanavar finds out we're here to buy him, he'll probably jack up the price. And if we kidnap him later, we'll be the prime suspects. So, why not just take him now? Rygar glanced over at the sprawling city ahead and smirked. Alright, Idar, I'll go get him. In the meantime, post a job at the Adventurers Guild. Something like a magic instructor. The requirement will be an advanced mage proficient in all attack magics. We'll need someone to train the more common members of the Legion too. Idar smiled, satisfied. I'll leave that to you, then. Some time later, Rygar stood before the Lord of Tanavar's mansion, an imposing structure of stone and fine wood. But to him, it was far too vulnerable. This is too easy. With his monosight activated and his keen sense of smell and hearing, Rygar moved like a shadow through corridors and windows. No guard, no servant escaped his perception. His stealth was impeccable, the result of years of training and refinement. I could also create an alarm system with barriers. My master mentioned that in Milishan, they have barriers like these to protect large mansions. This has to be a priority. If I can infiltrate this easily, others can too. After combing through the halls and eavesdropping on snippets of servants' conversations, he finally found the boy. The child, with dark hair and worn clothes, stood in the middle of a grand hall, cleaning the floor with an old cloth. The way he moved meticulously and in sections showed that he was guided only by touch due to his blindness. Rygar paused for a moment, observing the scene. He felt some compassion, or perhaps pity, but there was something about the boy, perhaps his calm or resolve, that made him hesitate briefly. I don't feel like wasting time with conversation. In one swift motion, Rygar covered the boy's mouth, preventing any scream or reaction. The boy flinched but quickly went still, likely realizing that resistance was futile. Rygar grabbed him firmly and, like a speeding shadow, escaped the mansion as easily as he had entered. He gently placed the boy in a chair, then knelt in front of him, speaking firmly but without aggression. Hey, kid. I'm a friend of your brother, Idar. I came to rescue you. You'll see him soon, so just wait patiently. To Rygar's surprise, the boy didn't ask questions or struggle. He merely nodded, remaining quiet. His behavior caught Rygar's attention. He's not shaken. He didn't scream or try to run. He's probably been through worse. This calm, it's like he's used to being treated this way. For a moment, something inside Rygar stirred. A feeling of empathy. You'll be okay soon, he murmured before standing up and leaving. Back at the new base of the Iron Legion, the activity was already bustling. Members of the Legion were carrying crates, arranging makeshift furniture, and training in small open spaces. Rygar arrived carrying the blind boy in his arms. Upon entering, he looked at one of the nearby members and ordered, "Tell Joseph to come talk to me." Out in the makeshift training ground, Rygar observed Rufus practicing with Skull and Jerry, the two wolves that were growing rapidly. Rufus was becoming increasingly skilled with earth magic, raising pillars and controlling projectiles with impressive precision. Noticing Rygar, Skull trotted toward him, tongue hanging out, ready to pounce. "Chief," Rufus shouted, stopping the wolf before it could leap. Rygar simply waved back with a faint smile. "Good work, Rufus. Keep training." He then walked to the room he had designated as his office. Closing the door behind him, he dropped into his chair, feeling the weight of all his accumulated responsibilities. "I'll have to deal with mealies diplomatically at some point." Heya, this looked so much easier on TV. Rygar ran a hand through his hair and smiled faintly. "I'll need to prepare. The more we advance, the easier it will be to attract unwanted attention. But for now." He leaned back in his chair, satisfied with their current progress. POV, Taze Dadadia. The wind of Tanavar blew gently through the stone streets, carrying the distant smell of active forges and goods being unloaded. Taze walked calmly along the sidewalks, his hands in his pockets and a serene expression on his face. Beside him, Lisa walked with short, almost skipping steps, her eyes sharp and observant of everything. "It's so different here, don't you think?" she said, with a light smile as she watched the merchants shouting their offers. Taze glanced down at her. Lisa was small for a beast girl, perhaps due to malnutrition before he rescued her, but her eyes were lively, full of an energy he couldn't ignore. It was something he increasingly liked as the days passed, that smile, which seemed out of place in the dirty and cruel world they lived in. Different enough to keep the mind distracted, Taze replied, shifting his gaze to the horizon. His calm, almost bored tone contrasted with the constant vigilance in his eyes. Even while walking, he was alert. Never let your guard down, the chief always said. They passed through a more isolated alley, where the movement dwindled. Lisa paused to watch a group of children playing with a cloth ball. For a moment, Taze allowed himself to relax, crossing his arms as he watched her. She really is small, he thought, almost smiling. That's when they appeared. Two men stepped out of the shadows, blocking their path. Their expressions were those of opportunistic predators, filthy grins plastered on their worn faces. One held an improvised club, while the other had a dagger strapped to his belt. Well, what do we have here, said the first, his malicious gaze lingering on Lisa. Beasts wandering through isolated alleys? Did you get lost, or are you offering yourselves up? Taze said nothing. He remained still, his expression unchanging. Lisa, however, stepped back slightly, feeling the weight of the men's intentions. He could see she was scared and about to say something, but Taze raised a hand slightly, cutting her off. Just as the chief said. Taze took a deep breath, looking at the two men with no emotion. Ignorance was a blessing. The major organizations on the continent already knew of the Iron Legion. They knew enough to keep their distance, at least for now. But these small fish, as Rygar liked to call them, had no idea what they were up against. They were far too bold or just stupid. I was in a good mood, Taze spoke for the first time, his voice almost lazy, yet laced with something cold. Let's get this over with. The first man laughed, but the sound quickly died. In an instant, Taze moved. He advanced with a speed the men hadn't expected. His right hand grasped the hilt of the small blade at his belt, and in one clean, calculated motion, he stabbed the first attacker directly in the neck. The man choked, his eyes wide, and fell without making a sound. Lisa gasped, surprised. The other man turned pale, terrified. He pulled out the dagger with trembling hands, but Taze didn't move. He simply watched him, letting the fear grow. Do you have a group? Taze asked, his voice devoid of emotion. The man opened his mouth, trying to form words while staring at his fallen companion's lifeless body. Why yes, he cried, almost sobbing. Yes, we have a group, it's just us and 3 more. Only a small group, I swear. Where? Near the abandoned market, in the back? Please, don't kill me. Taze thought for a moment. He still didn't know all the details of the city. Take us there. He turned without looking at the man lying on the ground. Lisa hesitated but followed him, still stunned by how quickly the situation had unfolded. She glanced at the man, who ran ahead eagerly. As they walked toward the market, Lisa finally asked in a low voice, Are you going to let him go? Taze didn't answer immediately. He just kept walking, his eyes fixed straight ahead. That depends on him. The abandoned market was a cluster of broken stalls and crumbling structures, covered in dust and cobwebs. Taze's footsteps echoed through the empty walls as Lisa followed closely, her gaze more serious now. The small group of bandits wasn't hard to find. Loud voices and laughter could be heard behind an old wooden building. Taze stopped at the entrance, observing 5 men and 1 woman, all seated around an improvised campfire, chatting without a care in the world. 6 small cages were arranged beside them, and inside, 8 thin and filthy people stared at him in silence, their eyes full of fear and despair. Slaves. Lisa looked at Taze, waiting for his order. He drew his blade once more and smiled faintly, an empty smile, as if he were merely carrying out any other task. Wait here. Lisa nodded and stayed behind. Taze advanced alone, like a predator in the night. The group didn't notice his presence until it was too late. The first one fell with a clean strike to the nape. The others screamed, grabbing makeshift weapons, but Taze's calm and methodical expression never wavered. He moved like a shadow, blending the flexible techniques of the North God style with chantless magic, each strike precise and fatal. Within minutes, it was all over. Silence once again dominated the abandoned market, and the slaves looked at him with tears in their eyes. Taze wiped his blade on a piece of cloth and turned to Lisa, who approached slowly, her gaze fixed on him. Let's go, Taze said, beginning to unlock the cages. As they walked back to the base, the slaves following in single file, Lisa moved closer to Taze. Something in her expression had changed. She watched him with a mixture of admiration and something more. You're not just a boy, are you? Lisa whispered, her face flushed. Taze didn't reply, but a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. POV narrator. Rygar sat at the end of the long wooden table, his sharp eyes scanning the faces in front of him. The key commanders of the Iron Legion, responsible for keeping the Tanaver branch thriving and well-managed, occupied their seats, exchanging attentive glances as the meeting progressed. The housing constructions are nearly finished, Chief, said Derek, a robust human with his arms crossed over his chest. He was the commander of the Administration and Human Resources Division. The eastern part of the base can already shelter 50 more people, and the blacksmiths managed to finish most of the tools we requested. Good, Rygar nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. And what about supplies? We're well stocked until the end of winter. Some merchants here in Tanaver have shown interest in doing business with us. It seems we're starting to draw attention. We've also started your idea for livestock farming, but we have some concerns about the area where the animals are kept, as many are escaping, Pycock added, a hint of doubt in his voice. Rygar let out a quiet sigh. It was expected that nobles and merchants would begin to approach. The Legion's success wouldn't go unnoticed for long. I'll take a look and see what can be done about the stables. Nearly all the meat consumed by the population came from hunters and adventurers, since monsters were far more dangerous than common animals. He hoped to start a new trend, but it wouldn't be easy. Which merchants have reached out? He asked, looking at Launirk, an elf who was the commander of the Trade and Diplomacy Division, taking notes beside him. A few, the elf replied calmly, his blue eyes focused on the paper before him. The Redwald family sent a representative to probe for potential agreements. They're prominent along the southern caravan routes. Additionally, there's a merchant named Lorian, who primarily deals in minerals and weapons. He's been quite insistent. Keep in touch, but don't commit to anything yet. Evaluate these names and find out what you can about their intentions. Understood, Chief, said Derek, bowing his head. Rygar then turned to Taze. Taze, is the eradication of hostile forces complete? Some groups fled, but they've all been dissolved in Tanaver, Taze promptly responded. The meeting continued, touching on other matters, patrol schedules, reinforcing external defenses, and even negotiations with other small mercenary groups operating in the city. Everything seemed in order, but Rygar knew appearances could be deceiving. It was then that Gorham, the dwarf commander of the intelligence division, cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. Gorham was a relatively old dwarf with a long, graying beard braided into strands and a sharp gaze that always seemed to see beyond the obvious. His presence carried a natural air of seriousness. Regarding that investigation the chief asked me to conduct, Gorham's deep voice filled the room. He raised a worn parchment and placed it on the table. About the joinery house we questioned some key figures in Tanaver and uncovered a few things. Rygar leaned in, needing as much information as possible before acting against them. Gorham leaned forward, pointing to the parchment. The joinery house is a noble family, decadent, in theory. At least in the public eye. They maintain a facade of humility and discreet businesses, but we have reason to believe they're behind certain clandestine operations in the city, including some sacrificial rituals and slave trafficking. They're quite an extremist noble house in Meles. Silence fell over the room. Rygar wasn't surprised it had to be something like this for them to become enemies of his master. Location? Strengths? He asked after a few seconds. We have the location of what we believe to be one of their main mansions, closer to the center of the capital, Milishan, Gorham replied. It's well protected, with hired guards and a surveillance system with classic noble barriers, nearly impenetrable, which suggests a well-funded family. However, we still need a deeper investigation to be sure of what's happening inside. Rygar nodded, reflecting on the words. He felt the need to remove this thorn as soon as possible. After all, Linster Joilery had already hired a saint to kill his master. He had to resolve it before it grew into a real threat for the Legion. All right, he said, breaking the silence. Continue the investigation, but don't alert the enemy. I want every possible detail before we take any action against the joinery house. As you wish, Chief, Gorham replied, bowing respectfully. Rygar leaned back in his chair, relaxing for a brief moment. It was good to know things were progressing, but another issue had been on his mind for some time. He looked at Taze and Kedar. As soon as we're fully established here in Tanaver, I'll leave for a quick trip to the Dwarven territory. What? Kedar looked up from the map he was analyzing, surprised. I have plans for my sword. I need to embed it with a magic stone. Master Verdia told me several times it would greatly increase my strength, as long as it's a powerful magic stone, Rygar explained, touching the hilt of the blade at his waist. And the only ones capable of modifying one of the 49 swords are dwarven blacksmiths. Are you going alone? Taze asked, concerned. Yes. It'll be faster that way. I won't take more than a few months. You'll all be responsible for maintaining order here while I'm away. The commanders exchanged brief glances, but no one objected. They knew that even if Rygar wasn't there, his strength still existed, and few would dare to cross them. As you wish, Kedar finally replied. Great, Rygar said, resting his arms on the table. For now, focus on strengthening our base. Derek, finish the constructions. Kedar, investigate these potential partners. And Gorham, continue gathering intel on House Joilery and other noble houses and factions in Meles. I want results by the end of the week. Understood, they responded in unison. Rygar watched as the commanders stood and left the room one by one. Once alone, he let out a low sigh and stood up, walking over to the window. The city of Tanaver stretched out before him, bathed in the light of the setting sun. One step at a time. But before anything else, he needed a sword worthy of his ambitions. After the meeting with the commanders, Rygar left the Iron Legion's base and made his way to the bustling center of Tanaver. His boots struck the stone ground firmly, and the noise of the busy streets barely fazed him. This time, he had a clear goal, to register as an adventurer. That was the first thing I thought of when I realized I was in a magical world. It was a distant memory, back when he was just a child surrounded by forest, dreaming of all the things he could achieve. Becoming an adventurer had seemed like such a simple and straightforward dream back then. The idea of exploring ancient ruins, hunting legendary monsters, and amassing fame and fortune made his heart race with excitement. But in the tribe, there were no guilds, no nearby cities. It was just the Dadia tribe and the forest. The world felt too small back then. Now, however, the circumstances were different. Becoming an adventurer was no longer a distant dream, it was a necessity. Some members had registered as adventurers some time ago, but their progress had been frustratingly slow. Of course, it's not as advantageous as I once thought. Rygar reflected as he walked. There were many types of adventurers. Solos, those who acted alone. Few could survive this way, but they existed. Groups, which were the norm. To form a group, there were no restrictions except that members' ranks could not be more than one level above or below the group leaders. Clans, created when at least two groups joined forces. Recently, some members of the Legion had formed their own adventuring groups and naturally united to create a clan. It was a positive step, but it brought a new problem, the lack of available jobs. Most of the missions in Tanaver were too simple for large groups or offered little reward, and Rygar knew that, over time, members of the Legion would scatter across the world. This problem will eventually resolve itself, but for now, we need a solution. One way to fix this was for him to become an S-class adventurer. If I can achieve a higher rank, I'll gain certain privileges. The clan will be able to take on more challenging missions, reducing the scarcity of jobs. But will the administrators allow it? It was an ambitious thought, but Rygar always preferred fast, direct results. If rank became an obstacle, he'd negotiate with those in charge or use more persuasive methods, if necessary. The Adventurers Guild was a large two-story building with a facade reinforced by dark wooden beams and a golden emblem above the door. Inside, it was filled with adventurers of all kinds, from poorly equipped rookies to veterans boasting gleaming armor and impressive weapons. As soon as Rygar entered, the hum of conversation seemed to dip for a moment. He could feel the eyes on him. It wasn't surprising. His present silver hair, fierce eyes, and an intimidating aura rarely went unnoticed. Ignoring the whispers, he walked straight toward the main counter. Before he could say a word, a man leaning against the wall in light armor called out to him. "Hey, beast boy," the voice carried a mocking tone. "You part of that iron group or something? I'd suggest you bring some backup." Rygar paused, turning his head in the man's direction. He was a tall human with an irritating smirk and a superior gaze, like someone used to provoking newcomers. For a moment, Rygar considered ignoring him. But the weight of the past few weeks had worn his patience thinner than he cared to admit. This is getting increasingly irritating. He took a deep breath. Lately, he found himself less willing to deal with these kinds of situations. Strong or not, he still looked like he was in his early teens, an easy target for intimidation. Many times, he thought about simply killing anyone who acted this way but always chose not to. Maybe I should start training Skull to intimidate these people. One growl from him would make any idiot think twice before opening their mouth. Rygar stared coldly at the man, releasing a faint killing intent without another word. The subtle pressure made the adventurer hesitate for a moment, as if he realized he'd stepped onto dangerous ground. Rygar turned back and continued to the counter, where a half-elf receptionist waited for him, her expression neutral. "I want to speak with the person in charge of this branch," he said bluntly. The receptionist blinked, surprised by his direct approach, but maintained her composure. "The guild master is currently busy. Do you have a specific matter to discuss?" "Registration and rank classification," Rygar replied. "Tell him I'm the leader of the Iron Legion." The receptionist hesitated for a moment, but something in Rygar's gaze convinced her to comply. "Very well. Please wait a moment." While waiting, Rygar crossed his arms and surveyed the hall. Adventurers came and went, discussing missions or showing off their rewards. It was a dynamic world, one where everyone chased their own glory. For a moment, he thought of his younger self, the one who dreamed of standing where he was now, becoming an SSS-class adventurer, a rank that didn't even exist in this world. If I told my younger self this, he'd never believe it. But he wasn't here chasing glory. Rygar had a greater purpose and he was willing to use every resource at his disposal to achieve it. After some time waiting, the guild receptionist returned and said, "He is waiting in his office. Allow me to escort you there." Rygar followed her deeper into the guild's building. "He is in this room. You may enter." She bowed and left. The office of the Adventurer Guild branch leader was spacious yet simply decorated. Books and scrolls lined the shelves, while a detailed map of the region covered the main wall. Behind a sturdy desk, the leader, a tall bearded man, gazed at Rygar with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. He gestured toward the chair in front of the desk and said, "Who would have thought that the leader of the Iron Legion would be just a boy barely entering adolescence?" Rygar sat calmly, showing no emotion. He was used to being underestimated, though the comment still mildly annoyed him. After all, he was nearly 140 centimeters tall, which made him look older than his 9 years. However, he didn't bother correcting the man. "I'll get straight to the point," Rygar said, his voice calm but firm. "I want the Adventurer Guild to grant me an S-rank classification, along with 5 S-rank classifications for the core members of the Iron Legion. I also expect certain benefits when it comes to mission selection." The leader raised an eyebrow, surprised by the bold request. Crossing his arms, he replied, "Unfortunately, it's not that simple. There are rules to follow. It wouldn't be fair to other adventurers if we just handed you all S-rank classifications. High rankings require a proven record of successful missions. These missions are also a way for us to evaluate adventurers. We have a code of conduct here and can't allow just anyone to reach S rank." Rygar remained impassive. I don't think it's wise for you to refuse this proposal, he said, leaning slightly forward. You've probably done your research on me as soon as I entered the city, but let me be clear. I'm only 9 years old and already a king-tier earth and wind mage, as well as a sword saint. The Iron Legion is constantly training and systematically growing stronger physically, economically, and politically. Soon, it will be a force recognized worldwide. I can guarantee that. What I can't guarantee is that you'll have the advantage of supporting us while we're still in our early stages. The leader narrowed his eyes but didn't interrupt. Rygar continued. Moreover, granting these classifications would benefit the guild. With the reputation the Legion will have in the future, there will be a significant influx of high-level adventurers through the Legion, boosting public trust in the guild and attracting more mission requests. The man rested his elbows on the desk, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Before he could speak, Rygar concluded, releasing a faint magical pressure into the room. And, of course, I'd strongly recommend you accept. I'm still somewhat displeased with the reception I received upon arriving here. The pressure in the air wasn't suffocating, but it was enough to make the leader uncomfortable. He took a deep breath before hesitantly responding. I can grant you the S rank, but only for you. As for the other 5, I can offer A rank classifications on one condition. They'll need to complete specific missions to justify their promotions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make it official, as even I cannot bypass the rules. Rygar tilted his head slightly, as if considering the proposal. In truth, he already knew his request was bold, but that's how negotiations worked, and he had the advantage of his strength. Pushing the limits was part of the strategy. Securing 5 A-rank positions for his members was a win, as his primary goal had always been obtaining his S rank. Very well. I'll send the members in question to speak with you later. What mission would I need to complete? The leader sighed in relief, visibly relaxing as Rygar agreed. He pulled a scroll from the cabinet behind him. This is a material hunting mission, but it's been gathering dust here for quite some time. A noble requested blue dragon scales to forge a flashy armor. The scales can only be obtained in the Blue Dragon range, an extremely dangerous region, which is why it remains incomplete. The reward is quite good, though. I recommend taking a group. Rygar quickly read through the scroll, analyzing the details. Internally, he felt satisfied. He was already planning a trip to the Dwarven territories, and with this mission, he could combine his goals. Perfect. I'll accept this mission. The conversation became more relaxed after the two established an initial cooperation. They discussed future collaborations, such as sending members of the Legion to guild branches in other parts of the continent with fewer adventurers, strengthening the guild's presence while Rygar expanded the influence of his organization. Both recognized the potential for a mutually beneficial partnership. When Rygar finally left the guild, he looked at the new adventurer card he had received. His name gleamed with the S rank beside it. He couldn't help but feel a slight sense of pride. This was just another step toward consolidating his position in the world. Name, Rygar Adoldia. Gender, male. Race, beast race. Age, 9 years. Job, magic swordsman. Rank, S. Group, Iron Legion. With a faint smile on his face, he tucked the card away and walked back to the barracks, already thinking about how to inform the selected members of the Legion about their future rankings and the new mission awaiting them. Dash. The sound of heavy footsteps and labored breathing echoed through the clearing. Skull, the massive ebony-colored wolf, charged with ferocity, his coat shimmering in the sunlight. Though he was already the size of a horse, he was still just a pup. Ebony wolves seemed to grow very large. His eyes shone with determination as he tried to bite Rygar, who moved with superhuman agility. Around them, Taze, Kedar, Idar, Joseph, and 5 other members of the Iron Legion encircled Rygar, coordinating their attacks. It was an uneven battle, 10 against 1, with Rygar limiting himself to auxiliary magic, relying on his sword, monstrous strength, and extraordinary senses and combat instincts. Yet the difficulty of the match was evident. Kedar was the first to strike, his enormous sword roaring as it cut through the air. He aimed a direct blow at Rygar's side, who parried with his blade. The earth around them immediately shifted into spikes, but Rygar sidestepped using Flash Step, vanishing momentarily and reappearing several meters to the left. Before he could catch his breath, Skull was already on his heels, his claws tearing through the ground. With a swift spell, Rygar used earth manipulation to raise a rock barrier between himself and the wolf, but Skull shattered it with brute strength, leaping at him. Rygar spun his azure sword with precision, deflecting the attack and creating a gust of wind that forced Skull to retreat. Nice try, kid. Rygar smiled, even as he analyzed the movements of the group around him. Idar then took the lead, engaging in close combat, his water god style evident in his fluid movements and counterattacks. He advanced with a series of rapid strikes, exploiting the gaps created by Taze and Joseph. Taze, with his fire-imbued sword, used earth and wind spells to create distractions, while Joseph alternated between the ferocity of the sword god style and the versatility of the north god style, switching between quick attacks and weapon throws. Rygar blocked Idar's strikes with impressive ease but had to manipulate the surrounding earth again to deflect Taze's magical barrages. Joseph seized the opportunity to attempt a strike from behind, but Rygar was already prepared. He vanished again with Flash Step, reappearing behind Joseph and knocking him down with a punch to the ribs, sending him flying. The combat unfolded at breakneck speed, with the clearing constantly reshaped and destroyed by the impacts. Joseph retreated, groaning. Skull took advantage of the distraction to lunge at Rygar from the side, his enormous jaws aiming for the azure sword. Rygar moved swiftly, dodging and channeling Toki to enhance his strength. He then delivered a flying kick to the giant wolf, sending it sprawling. Kedar shouted as he swung his massive sword in a powerful attack. At the same time, Idar re-engaged Rygar in close combat, while Taze, from the opposite flank, unleashed supercharged fire and wind spells at Rygar. The coordinated combination forced Rygar to fight on multiple fronts. Rygar retreated a few meters, blocking Kedar's blade with his own and using flow to cut through Taze's combined magic with a vertical slash, splitting the fiery wave. In a fluid motion, he dodged Idar's strike and created a shockwave by spinning his sword, knocking down two of the weaker members of the group. The battle continued at a stalemate for a while. Shockwaves, explosions, clashing blades, and the destruction of trees filled the forest. Whenever Rygar was about to take someone out, Taze would save them with some creative use of magic or face him head-on with his sword. "You're improving," Rygar noted, deciding to end it for today. With an explosive leap, Rygar soared above the field, landing directly in front of Taze. Before he could react, Rygar struck the ground with force, using earth magic to create tremors and cracks that unbalanced the entire group. Skull tried to intercept him, but Rygar leapt again, slamming his sword into the ground to create another shockwave. What followed was a swift and relentless hunt of the disoriented group. When the dust finally settled, only Rygar was left standing. Rygar spun the blue sword, brushing off the dust from its blade, before turning to Taze, who was still kneeling, catching his breath and healing himself. "An adventurer told me something about the North God style at the saint level and beyond the other day," Rygar began. "It requires the use of any tricks or methods necessary to win, and you utilized that very well today." Taze lifted his head, still panting heavily. "Even though you're still lacking in terms of physical strength and Toki," Rygar paused, observing the young man. "However, overall, your battle strength has already reached the level of a saint." Taze's eyes widened in surprise. "I can't officially name you as such, but you can already consider yourself a saint of the North, Taze." For a moment, the young man remained silent, trying to process what he'd just heard. Then, a wide smile spread across his face. "Thank you, Chief. I won't let you down." Taze had always worked hard to reach this point. As a child, he'd trained tirelessly to defeat and surpass Rygar. But during the attacks of slave merchants on the tribe, his perspective began to shift. He realized it might not be such a bad idea to follow Rygar, and time had proven his decision right. He had often worried his strength was falling behind. His leader improved so quickly that Taze feared his own abilities would become obsolete. This drove him to never relax in his training, copying Rygar's methods and developing various magical combat techniques. Today's event was a major step in the right direction. He was confident he was no longer a burden and felt genuinely happy. Rygar nodded slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. Taze returned the gesture, still wearing his radiant smile. "But don't get complacent. You only reached this level through magical tactics. Without those, you're still at the advanced level." "Understood," Taze replied, his enthusiasm unwavering. Rygar then said his goodbyes to the rest of the group and left the clearing. As he reached the edge of the training grounds, he spotted Pycok waiting for him, looking eager to talk. Rygar walked along the trail leading back to the headquarters of the Iron Legion, listening to Pycok beside him. The logistical commander was deep in thought, discussing the steady growth of the Legion and some important decisions that needed to be made. Pycok asked about all sorts of matters: new recruits applying to join, trade agreements, training methods, and plans for future outposts. Rygar knew that if he were to manage the Iron Legion alone, the work would never end. That's why he instructed Pycok to only bring him the most critical issues. Meles has also shown no signs of interference or hostility so far. Pycok glanced at Rygar with an approving expression. "It seems your strength is a greater deterrent than we anticipated. This gives us room to operate with more peace of mind." Rygar nodded. For now, things seemed to be under control. He could proceed with his plans to travel to the Dwarven territories without significant concerns. It had been over a month since the Iron Legion established itself in the region, and the base was more solid than he had expected. Even so, something continued to trouble him. "The Joilery House is also quiet. Too quiet. They must have learned by now that I'm Verdia's student. I was expecting a stronger reaction," he said, frowning as his unease became evident. Pycok snorted. "Maybe they've backed off after the last saint you killed in the Great Forest. Or they're planning something big." Rygar didn't respond immediately, his thoughts drifting over the possibilities. Another matter, however, had been occupying his attention more frequently. The mating season had started again, and it was creating complications. He let out a soft sigh as he recalled the behavior of the Legion over the past few weeks. Taze was already involved with Lisa, one of the slaves who had joined the Iron Legion after being rescued, and he seemed to handle the situation well. But for Rygar, things were different. Almost all the single beast women in the Legion were trying to seduce him in every way imaginable. Even some who were still children, were attempting to impress him with glances or small gestures. No matter how much he tried to stay calm, Rygar couldn't ignore the growing strength of his instincts. He was only 9 years old, but the blood of his race already coursed through his veins with intensity, and controlling himself was becoming increasingly difficult. He still had enough self-discipline, but he knew this control wouldn't last forever. More importantly, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Some of the women in the Legion genuinely attracted him, and denying that would be a lie. Still, two things kept him cautious. First, he was too young. The little Rygar still hadn't grown much, so he preferred to wait a bit longer. Second, there was the risk of losing control to his instincts during sex. Having a child impulsively wasn't part of his plans for the next few years. I'll just hold myself back, for now, he thought. When he finally arrived at the Legion's headquarters, his gaze was immediately drawn to several beast women watching him. Some smiled openly, while others cast furtive glances. Rygar took a deep breath, crossing the gate with firm steps, as a faint, mischievous smile formed on his face. His journey was just beginning, and every step brought him closer to his destiny and to challenges that only continued to grow. Rygar walked through the Iron Legion base, observing the activities and progress of each sector. Wherever he passed, the members greeted him with respect, some with evident enthusiasm. He waved back, offering a discreet smile as he continued. It was fascinating to see how everything was developing. As he crossed one of the training zones, his gaze settled on a group of children led by Rufus. Yan, the former slave trader, had reinforced the training of the younger children in the Legion and seemed to be adapting well to this new life. In fact, his son was among the young trainees, showing dedication and determination. Rufus, in turn, seemed to have befriended a peculiar boy from the Beastman race named Garrison. He was part deer, with small horns beginning to sprout from his head. Despite his delicate appearance, Garrison demonstrated remarkable combat talent, particularly with spears, which was his favorite weapon. However, Rygar couldn't help but notice some prejudice associated with the use of spears among warriors. He knew this was deeply tied to stories about the Superd, a demon race described as terribly evil. His master, Verdia, once told him she had met a Superd. According to her, he was incredibly strong, but Rygar had never seen reason to judge someone just based on the weapon they wielded. Still, he had yet to meet a Superd to form an opinion on them. In fact, he made it a point to cultivate diversity in weapons within the Legion. To him, the predominance of swords as a symbol of combat was too restrictive. There were countless possibilities beyond that, and he wanted his warriors to explore each of them. Rufus Wolf, Jerry, was also growing quickly and helped with the children's and Rufus training. The animal seemed to be almost a celebrity among the children, admired as much as Rufus himself. Rufus' skill with magic and having such a large wolf made him a kind of unquestionable leader among the youths. After watching for a long time, Rygar couldn't help but smile as he noticed Rufus trying to imitate his way of giving orders. It was an endearing sight, and he felt proud of the boy's progress. He had already taught Rufus most of the beginner-level magic and even some advanced spells. His latest advice had been for the young man to focus on improving his magic control and practical skills without chanting, something crucial for future magic. As he observed the training, a beast girl from the Adoldia tribe approached him. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with reddish-brown hair and strikingly beautiful features. Pushed by her friends, she took a few hesitant steps, her ears twitching nervously. "Hey, leader," she began, her voice trembling. "Would you like to go for a walk around the city with me?" Rygar turned to her, surprised for a brief moment before giving her a kind smile. The girl's tail wagged frantically as she waited for a response, revealing her excitement and nervousness. "Unfortunately, I don't have time at the moment," Rygar replied politely and sincerely. "But I appreciate the invitation. Maybe another time." Her poorly expressed words left her, and the girl's expression changed noticeably. Her ears drooped, and her tail stopped moving. "Of course," she murmured, disappointed, before slowly moving away. Rygar sighed softly, feeling a little concerned, but he knew he had priorities to attend to. He thought about all the divisions that the Legion's outer branch currently had. First Division, Combat and Tactical Operations. Commander, Taze Adoldia, Beastman, Feline. Vice Commander, Dravu's Bloodscale, Demon Race. Second Division, Training and Education. Commander, Anara Wiener, Human. Vice Commander, Yan, Human. Third Division, Logistics and Support. Commander, Pycock, Human. Vice Commander, Liana, Human. Fourth Division, Communication and Intelligence. Commander, Goran Redwine, Dwarf. Vice Commander, Tavan Adoldia, Beastman, K9. Fifth Division, Internal Control and Security. Commander, Joseph Longrob, Human. Vice Commander, Myron Frostvale, Elf. Sixth Division, Research and Development. Commander, Jory Ginavrio, Dwarf. Vice Commander, Kolda, Human. Seventh Division, Exploration and Reconnaissance. Commander, Idar, Human. Vice Commander, Iluza Ragebear, Elf. 8th Division, Medicine and Alchemy. Commander, Lyra, Human. Vice Commander, Elian, Human. 9th Division, Commerce and Diplomacy. Commander, Launirk, Elf. Vice Commander, Selena Warith, Beastman, Rabbit. 10th Division, Administration and Human Resources. Commander, Derek, Human. Vice Commander, Louise, Beastman. Estimated number of members, 844. It was quite a lot, and their numbers were growing rapidly, as one of the main activities of the Combat and Tactical Operations Division was attacking and recovering slaves from various places. In the Commerce and Diplomacy Division, Rygar found Darvin negotiating with a local merchant. 15 gold pieces for the lot is a robbery, the merchant exclaimed. Darvin, calm, countered, with our protection on the roads, the profit will triple. Rygar sat down, listening to the conversation. He's right, Rygar said. But remember, we want allies, not just business. Offer a small discount as a gesture of goodwill. The merchant thanked Rygar. Thank you, sir. You won't regret it. Rygar walked calmly through the base, his eyes scanning each sector attentively. He arrived at the Research and Development Division, where he was greeted by Kolda, the vice commander of the division. Master Rygar, Kolda said, bowing respectfully. We were expecting you. How's the research on the black gem going? Rygar asked, getting straight to the point. Kolda sighed slightly before responding. We've confirmed that it is the same type found among the demon races. The type that grants specific abilities, but we're facing difficulties extracting the black energy you mentioned. Before parting ways, Rygar looked at Kolda and asked, and the other research? Any progress? Kolda adjusted his glasses and answered, we're testing the compatibility of minerals with mana for the mass-built magical weapons project and investigating simpler, easier enchantment symbols. There's still a lot of work, but the initial results are promising. Rygar nodded, satisfied. Great. Make sure to keep this well documented. Rygar pondered for a moment before giving his orders. Designate someone to continue the research on the black gem. The rest of the team can disperse to other projects. I don't want all focus to be on this. Understood, sir, Kolda replied, agreeing. With that settled, Rygar left the sector, walking through other areas of the base. He observed the divisions of the Iron Legion functioning at full capacity and felt a pang of pride at the progress. The base was growing day by day, and the members were becoming increasingly well organized. Rygar paused for a moment, observing Skull, Jerry, and Freaky playing in a corner of the training field. Despite their already intimidating sizes and the strength they displayed, they still had a youthful energy that made the Legion's children adore them. Taming them had been easier than he expected, perhaps because they resembled dogs so much, or because many of them were of Beastman descent. He still had time to figure that out. He didn't dwell on the future. In a few months, it would be his 10th birthday. The members of the Legion had planned to throw a big celebration, but he wouldn't be present to take part. His next journey would take him to the Dwarven territory, and he would be leaving soon. Rygar didn't pay much attention to birthdays. In his current life, he had only celebrated once with his mother when he was 5, and he didn't miss it. However, before leaving, he wrote a few letters. Messages were sent to the Great Forest, addressed to his master, Verdia, his parents, Haunter and Selene, Killian, and Gustav. He wrote about his progress, expressed how much he missed them, and mentioned he was preparing to travel to the Dwarven territory. He had decided that his wolf, Skull, would travel with him. These animals had grown faster than expected and had shown remarkable loyalty to their owners. Skull would be his trump card, his final ace in case something went wrong during the journey. Although he was out of action, he didn't think he could do much, but hey, why not? As his thoughts wandered, he decided to give some basic instructions to those who would focus on things in his absence. He would hold a meeting. Rygar considered himself a good leader, as he carried ideas from his previous world to implement innovative and efficient strategies. More importantly, he was strong enough that no one questioned his orders, only offered suggestions. Rygar found this quite useful. Even with his previous life, there were people who had lived 10 times longer than he had, and their experience was valuable. Sometimes he wondered if he was worthy of such a position, but he quickly discarded the thought. The first step toward doubting himself would be doubting his own abilities. He would do his best and correct his mistakes with their help. In the days leading up to his departure, Rygar gathered the commanders of all the divisions in a large meeting room at the center of the base. They sat around a circular table while Rygar stood, observing each one with a firm and determined look. As you may have already been informed, I will be away for some time, he began. I want everything to continue running perfectly in my absence. Each division has an essential responsibility for the growth of the Iron Legion. Trust each other, support one another, and stay focused. In my absence, follow the leadership of Kedar Dadadia. The commanders nodded, but one of them, Joseph, in charge of internal control and security, crossed his arms. With all due respect, sir, it's difficult to maintain order without your presence. The members rely more on you and your strength than on us. Rygar didn't hesitate. This is why we are building this structure. The Legion cannot depend only on me. If something happens to me, you must be able to lead. Believe in your abilities. I believe in you. The weight of Rygar's words eased the tension, and Joseph, though reluctant, nodded. During the meeting, Rygar delegated specific tasks to each division and made it clear that he trusted each commander to maintain a stable base. Later, Rygar found Idar in the main courtyard. Are you really going alone? He said. That doesn't seem wise. The blue dragons are rank S monsters, and they almost always travel in groups. Rygar replied, I won't be alone. Skull will be with me, and I trust my own strength to escape from a group of flying lizards if necessary. Maybe you're one of the few people who calls dragons flying lizards. Rygar laughed. It's necessary. The other day I tried using a staff from one of the Legion members to cast magic, and it made a normal fire spell 3 times stronger. It's an excellent staff, and it made me realize how much of a leap it would be if I could have a magical stone embedded in my sword. It's essential for my future plans. Idar sighed but respected Rygar's decision. The next day, Rygar gathered Rufus, Garrison, and the other children of the Legion for one last training session before leaving. He watched Rufus giving orders to the others, and the resemblance between the young boy and himself made him smile. Rufus, Rygar called. Come here. Rufus moved over with Jerry at his side. Yes, Chief. While I'm away, you are the leader of the children's division. I want you to take care of them and continue their training. Teach them what you've learned and keep the order. Can I count on you? Rufus puffed out his chest with pride. You can count on me. Rygar stroked the wolf Jerry's head before standing up. I trust you. Don't disappoint me. Finally, Rygar visited the base's forge. The heat of the flames was intense, and the sound of the hammer striking metal filled the space. He spoke briefly with the blacksmiths, ordering repairs for his weapons and checking the supplies. Before leaving, he thanked them for their hard work. On his last night before departure, while watching the base lit by moonlight, a messenger approached. Sir, we've received information about House Joilery, still no movement, like most of the noble houses in Meles. At this moment, there are no issues with your departure. Rygar stared at the horizon, where the territory of the expected years awaited him. Understood. Keep monitoring and inform me of any updates. The Iron Legion was strong and united, but he knew that the next step of his journey would bring even greater challenges. Rygar Adoldia. Age, 9 years and 10 months. Titles, Flaming Beast, Red Wolf. Mana Reserves, God Level. Weapons, Tsukikage, of the 49 blades of the Dragon King Kajakat, Auxiliary Short Sword, Hidden Daggers. Magical Skills. Fire Magic, Advanced. Earth Magic, King. Water Magic, Saint. Wind Magic, King. Healing Magic, Advanced. Detoxification Magic, Advanced. Barrier Magic, Advanced. Howling Magic, Conqueror's Haki. Combat Skills. North God Style, Advanced. Sword God Style, Saint. Water God Style, Advanced. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. Advanced. Battle Strength, King Level Warrior. Intellectual Skills. Reading and writing in Beast God, Demon God and Human languages. Mathematics, University Level. Practical Skills. Excellent hunter, good teacher, very bad cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death. Excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer, between others. Taze Dadia. Age, 13 years and 1 month. Mana Reserves, Advanced Level. Magical Skills. Fire Magic, Advanced. Earth Magic, Intermediate. Water Magic, Elementary. Healing Magic, Intermediate. Howling Magic, Mastery. Combat Skills. North God Style, Advanced. Sword God Style, Intermediate. Battle Strength, Low Saint Level. Intellectual Skills. Reading in Beast God and Human languages. Mathematics Basic. Practical Skills. Good hunter, good leader. The dawn rose over to Navar as Rygar made the final preparations for his departure. In front of the Iron Legion base, a small group waited to say their goodbyes. Taze, Rufus, Kedar, and the wolves, Jerry, Freaky, and Skull, were lined up. Taze, with a firm gaze, was the first to speak. Take care, Chief. I know you're strong, but it's like you always tell me. Never let your guard down. Rygar nodded with a confident smile. Don't worry, Taze. You all take care of the Legion while I'm away. Rufus, looking anxious, handed over a small wooden talisman. He was anxious because he hadn't been apart from Rygar for a long time after being rescued. It's a protection talisman. Mr. Pycock said the dwarves use one when they go on long journeys. Rygar took the talisman and tied it beside the sheath of his sword. Thanks, Rufus. I'll use it as a reminder to come back in one piece. He ruffled the little dwarf's hair. Kedar, who would now take command of the Legion, stepped forward. Don't worry about anything here. I'll keep the Iron Legion in order. When you return, we'll be even stronger. Rygar placed a hand on Kedar's shoulder, showing his trust. I trust you. I know you'll do a great job. The wolves approached, led by Skull. The large wolf, with ebony fur, looked at Rygar excitedly, as if he understood the importance of the moment. Rygar petted his companion's head, climbed onto his back, and adjusted his posture. The silence was broken by a howl from Skull, echoing through the forest, followed by others from Jerry and Freaky. Rygar gave the group one last look. See you later. And then, with a swift movement, Skull dashed down the forest trail, leaving a trail of dust behind. The run was intense. Skull's speed made the trees blur around Rygar. He was used to moving fast, but riding Skull was a unique experience. Despite this, he estimated the journey would still take about 15 to 20 days, even at that speed. If I ran alone at full speed, I'd probably get there in less than half the time, Rygar muttered to himself. But I think I can use this time to hunt some monsters, train some techniques, and test new tactics. Rygar felt that he was about to enter a period of great physical growth in the near future. His senses were becoming sharper with each passing year. He could hear the faintest snap of twigs on the ground or the distant sound of a river flowing. His eyes, adapted to the wild environment, could distinguish shapes and movements even in the twilight of the forest. His physical strength was already impressive, capable of rivaling weaker saint-level warriors even without Toki. However, his mana capacity was slowing his growth. He felt that his progress was becoming slower with each passing day. Rygar knew from his experiments that a person's mana capacity increased exponentially during childhood but slowed as they approached the age of 10. After that, growth would be insignificant, often taking decades to notice any significant change before eventually halting completely. Maybe it's something that varies from person to person, but I don't have to worry about that for now. I think I'm already one of the people with the most mana in the world right now, and I know more than 100 spells of different elements and uses, he reflected. That, combined with my physical strength and Toki, already places me at a level that few can reach in their lifetime, and I'm still only almost 10 years old. Still, Rygar was not satisfied. He desired more. In his thoughts, the idea of becoming the strongest in the world surfaced. But he knew that such a title was not easily attained. He didn't even know who the three first of the 7 great powers were. The demon god Laplace, the 4th ranked, was the strongest known, and his mentor, Verdia, had described his strength as divine. Rygar thought that, eventually, he could surpass him after learning a bit about what he was capable of. But the others, the dragon god, the god of technique, and even the missing fighting god were enigmas. It's no use thinking too much about it now. I have plenty of time ahead, Rygar said, giving a light pat on Skull's neck. A long lifespan means many opportunities to improve. He also pondered his future plans. The Iron Legion was just starting, but he already envisioned its influence expanding throughout the central continent, reaching Meles and maybe even the demon continent. His goals were grand, but he knew he needed to be cautious and patient. After hours of running, the sound of the forest changed. Skull slowed down, his ears standing up, signaling danger nearby. Rygar dismounted carefully, adjusting his sword while scanning the surroundings. Monsters, he murmured. From the trees, a group of grotesque creatures emerged. They were mutated wolves, with black fur and red eyes, larger than any ordinary wolf. Rygar counted at least 5 of them, moving in formation. Well, looks like the training has already begun. He signaled for Skull to take a defensive position. I'll handle this alone. With a swift movement, Rygar advanced. He used reinforcement Toki on his legs, increasing his speed. The first strike was direct, snapping the neck of one of the wolves. He spun in midair, dodging the attack of another while kicking the attacker in the jaw. Rygar's senses were at their peak. With each step, each movement, he anticipated as if he could predict the next few seconds. When the last wolf attacked, he grabbed the creature by the neck with his bare hands and slammed it into a tree with brutal force. That was a good warm-up, he said, wiping his sword with a quick swipe. Skull approached, barking softly, as if approving of the performance. That night, while they rested around a campfire, Rygar looked up at the starry sky. Skull was lying beside him, his eyes alert to the surroundings. There's still so much to do, Skull. The large wolf responded with a small grunt, resting his head on his front paws. Rygar smiled, watching the flames dance. Let's see what tomorrow brings. And so, the journey continued, with new challenges and discoveries ahead. As Rygar and Skull continued their journey through the vast and wild land, Rygar's thoughts wandered far beyond the dangers of the road. His immediate goal was clear, reach the dwarven territory. But in moments of silence, his mind occupied itself with matters he had long avoided. I need to start looking for a wife when I return. It would be good to find someone soon, Rygar reflected, with a slight sigh. Among his many thoughts about the future of the Iron Legion and his own plans to become the strongest in the world, he had always wanted someone by his side. The first person who came to mind was his master, Verdia. At least the first step has already been taken. I need to win her over gradually when I meet her again. Rygar murmured to himself, with a small smile, though there were obvious complications. It was widely known that elves, even the most affectionate ones, had a low libido, which initially left Rygar conflicted about it. He didn't see himself as an insatiable sexual beast, but he knew he wanted a more active relationship with his future wife. This dilemma, however, was gradually resolved as he adapted to the social peculiarities of this world and to his master's teachings, who had said that she herself had once had a passion for someone who already had 3 wives. Polygamy was common in this world, especially among nobles, tribes, and cultures like his own, and he realized this could be a solution to his dilemma. He still remembered the moment when Gustav, the tribe leader, suggested with absolute seriousness, "You should take the 2 heirs and your master as wives." At the time, the suggestion shocked him. But the more time passed, the more he grew accustomed to the idea of polygamy, as long as he had the approval of his other eventual wife. Of course, it would have to be someone I really like, and who likes me too, Rygar pondered. He began to catalog his preferences. I like more mature women. That hasn't changed since my past life, he thought. He still remembered the women he admired back on Earth, but here, in this world, something had changed. He had developed an admiration for powerful women. Not just physically, but those who possessed undeniable strength of character, skill, and presence. Back on Earth, strength or power didn't mean much. Maybe if the girl went to the gym and did some workouts, she'd gain some points, he thought with humor. But here, it's different. Strength is a symbol of effort and influence, of domination. And I really want someone who shares that. He mentally evaluated the women in the Legion. Some were attractive and competent, but he knew they would fall far behind in terms of strength, power, and skill. This thought made him wonder if his preference for strength and power had been influenced by living among beast folk. Maybe I've been more influenced by the tribe's culture and my bestial DNA than I realized, he thought, laughing to himself. But even amidst these reflections, the name of his master always returned to the center of his thoughts. Verdia. He whispered, remembering her fondly. Her image was clear in his mind, her golden hair waving in the wind, her eyes full of wisdom and kindness, the confident posture of a mage with countless accomplishments and stories, and a teacher. It was an irresistible combination. Verdia was not only beautiful, but also strong, experienced, and caring. He thought about the things his master still desired, flying through the skies and diving into the depths of the seas. Among her goals was the development of flight magic. He had clear ideas for creating it, as he could already fly with wind magic, but it was still rudimentary, based on multiple small wind bursts. He had an idea, but needed to gather practical information to make it work. His main reference would be the Chaos Breaker, the floating fortress of Perosius, the armored dragon king. He believed that, by understanding the principle of magical buoyancy applied there, he would be able to replicate something similar, even on a smaller scale. I'll need to reach the central continent to see this up close, he murmured. In addition, there was water magic. He had a skill in mind that he had seen in Avatar in his past life, something related to precise control of water and air to create protective spheres that maintained oxygen inside. This would be relatively simple with the amount of mana he currently possessed, he just needed magical control. Even so, there was something that worried him, the creatures of the ocean depths. Even in his previous life, where there was no mana, marine animals were terrifying. He didn't want to imagine how dangerous they could be in this world, where even the most common beasts were already lethal. I'll need to be cautious when I get to that stage, he thought. For now, Rygar decided to leave those thoughts for the future. He was confident that time would bring him the answers. And if he couldn't find anyone to interest him, his master would suffice. With a determined smile, he looked at Skull, who was tirelessly running through the forest. Yeah, Skull, the goals keep piling up. But, one step at a time. And so, Rygar continued his journey, his thoughts divided between the challenges ahead and the possibilities of a future yet to be built. The metallic sound of swords being unsheathed echoed through the forest. Rygar had already noticed the ambush even before the bandits revealed themselves. 5 men emerged from behind the trees, their faces marked with greedy smiles and cruel gazes. All were armed, surrounding him. Hey, kid, why don't you leave your stuff and save us the trouble, one of them said, wielding a heavy axe and looking at Rygar with disdain. Rygar responded with an incredulous look. Did this guy not notice that he was mounted on a massive wolf? This was getting ridiculous. Was his intelligence being reduced by the plot? He advanced without a word. One of them attempted an initial strike, swinging his sword toward Rygar. Rygar dodged with an agile movement, leaning to the side, and in the blink of an eye, drove his fingers into the man's throat. A choked sound echoed as the bandit fell, clutching his neck. Next. Rygar's voice was focused. The others hesitated for a moment, but rage quickly spurred them on. 2 of them charged together, attempting to coordinate an attack on both flanks. Rygar spun his body, dodging a vertical strike, and in a fluid motion, delivered a kick to the knee joint of one attacker. A sickening crack echoed as the man collapsed to his knees, screaming in pain. Before he could react, Rygar delivered a straight punch to the man's temple, knocking him out instantly. The second bandit tried to seize the moment, but Rygar was faster. He ducked, passing under the opponent's strike, and with a savage movement, drove his fingers like a blade into the man's heart. The bandit fell backward, dead before he hit the ground. The 2 remaining bandits were terrified. One of them took a step back, but the leader shouted, "Don't retreat." Hesitation proved fatal. Rygar dashed toward the leader, his movements like those of a wild beast, agile and unpredictable. He landed a direct punch to the man's chest, shattering his sternum. The bandit dropped his axe and fell to his knees, coughing blood. The last bandit dropped his sword and tried to run, but Skull appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him from behind with a ferocious bite. The man fell, screaming desperately as the wolf held his limp body between its teeth. Rygar stood in the clearing, looking at the bodies strewn around. His breathing was controlled, his gaze disinterested. Weak. He approached Skull, who still held one of the bandits by his tattered clothes. "Drop it." The wolf released the corpse, licking his lips, his tail wagging. Then Rygar heard a sound coming from the road, shouting and the sound of a moving wagon. He turned toward it and saw a small caravan being attacked by another group of bandits. Without hesitation, Rygar climbed onto Skull. "Let's go." With a few powerful leaps, Skull crossed the forest, quickly reaching the caravan. The bandits turned toward him, startled at the sight of Rygar mounted on a colossal wolf. They barely had time to react before Rygar leaped off Skull and dispatched them with the same ease as the previous group. The travelers, initially terrified, soon approached with looks of relief and gratitude. A man, apparently the group's leader, bowed. "Thank you, sir, for saving us. We can never repay you." Rygar waved a hand, cutting him off. "Just move along. Take care of yourselves." He climbed back onto Skull and left without looking back. It had been 7 days since he began traveling, and the recent fights had helped him refine his technique. Rygar was developing something unique. Deciding to start unarmed, his recent battles had helped him lay the groundwork for what he had long planned to create, a versatile and powerful style adaptable to any situation. Inspired by the aggression of the Sword God style and the versatility of the North God style, he incorporated constant movement, precise and brutal attacks on the enemy's weak points. He also adapted elements from his previous life, recalling an Israeli combat style focused on survival Krav Maga, attacking quickly at lethal points like the throat, heart, and joints. Mixing these techniques with the wild style of the Dadia tribe and some grappling advances, he created something unique, a fighting style that embodied the ferocity of a beast. It was still just the beginning. He knew he had much to learn. The three great styles still held many secrets he needed to master, and there were other fighting styles scattered across the world that he had yet to discover. But he wasn't in a hurry. There was time for everything. His goal now wasn't to instantly create a combat style but to have an initial idea in his mind of his preference in battle. As Rygar reflected on this, a name came to him. Beast God style. He murmured to himself. He smiled. That would be the name. One day, when he became worthy of carrying the title of God, the style would be complete. With Skull running through the vast forest and the road ahead of him, Rygar felt he was on the right path. The future was promising, and he was ready to conquer it. Rygar felt the cold wind on his face as he rode atop Skull. The scenery around him had changed drastically. Trees still spread out on one side of the landscape, but on the other, immense mountain ranges began to dominate the horizon. He knew he was nearing the Blue Dragon Mountain Range, a legendary formation that harbored tales of ancient glories and blue dragons. At the foot of those mountains lived the Coal Mine Tribe, renowned for their exceptional skills in mining and forging. Rygar's destination was close, and he couldn't wait to reach the dwarves to finally strengthen his sword. Skull advanced with steady strides, his sharp eyes scanning the terrain. It was then that Rygar noticed something peculiar in the distance. A small camp of about 20 people stood out among the trees, near a trail leading to the mountains. Rustic tents made of hides reinforced with wood surrounded an extinguished campfire. Curious to find out who they were, Rygar decided to approach. However, before he could get close, a metallic glint caught his attention. It was fast, almost imperceptible, but instinct and training acted faster. An axe hurtled toward him at high speed, slicing through the air with a menacing sound. Rygar raised his hand in an automatic gesture and conjured a physical barrier in front of himself and Skull. The impact was loud, echoing through the area. The axe ricocheted off the barrier, flying to the side and embedding itself in a nearby tree. Skull halted his run with an agile leap, landing on a boulder as if preparing for the next move. Rygar, still mounted on the wolf, looked toward the camp with a firm gaze. His voice rang out clear and commanding. Is this the Coal Mine Tribe's welcome? He wasn't certain, but the odds were high. The impact of his words was immediate. The dwarves, who had been grabbing weapons and shielding their women and children, froze, confused. Murmurs spread among them, and then, from the trees, a dwarf emerged. He was short, as expected, but of sturdy build. His skin was marked by the harsh life of mining, and his reddish hair was tied back with leather strips, while a thick beard adorned with metallic beads hung down to his chest. A runic axe, heavy and lethal, rested on his back. Adoldia, the dwarf shouted, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. Forgive me. I saw an ebony wolf charging toward the camp and attacked without thinking. Is it yours? Rygar nodded, maintaining his composure atop Skull. Yes, he is. The dwarf scratched his head, visibly uncomfortable. His eyes shifted between Rygar and Skull, clearly impressed by the wolf's imposing presence. Well, you don't see a Dadia around here often, let alone one commanding a beast like that. Come in, lad. Let's make up for this misunderstanding. Despite the welcoming words, Rygar noticed the camp was still on edge. The dwarf's eyes remained alert and suspicious as he and Skull approached. Rygar dismounted when they reached the camp's center. The weight of wary stares still lingered, but the tension began to ease as the dwarf, who had introduced himself as Rainfall, walked ahead. Youth from the Dadia tribe, I am Rainfall of the Coal Mine Tribe, he said, extending a calloused hand. Apologies for the incident. It's not every day we see an ebony wolf in these parts, especially one tamed. Rygar shook the dwarf's hand, feeling the strength in his grip. It was clear Rainfall wasn't just a miner or blacksmith but a seasoned warrior. Rygar Adoldia, he replied simply. And this is Skull. I thought the dwarves lived deeper in the mountains. What brings you here? The wolf sniffed the air, watching the dwarves cautiously. Some still hesitated, but others looked at Skull with curiosity and admiration. Rainfall gestured for Rygar to follow him. We're just a caravan. Our mission is to deliver a shipment of weapons to a group that ordered them from our clan. We're not used to unexpected visitors, but since you're here, have a seat and rest. Rygar followed Rainfall to the center of the camp, where weapons were neatly organized in reinforced crates. Swords, axes, and spears, all of exceptional quality, gleamed under the sunlight filtering through the trees. As they talked, Rygar couldn't help but study Rainfall. The way he moved, the muscles in his arms, and the runic axe on his back all spoke of his experience in combat. An idea began to take shape in his mind. You seem strong, Rainfall, Rygar said suddenly. How about a sparring match? The dwarf blinked, surprised, but then broke into a wide, enthusiastic grin. A spar, he laughed, stroking his beard. You want to test your luck against a dwarven warrior, boy. I want to test your strength, Rygar replied seriously, crossing his arms. I want to see what you're capable of. The dwarves around them, already attentive, began to buzz with excitement. Murmurs spread, and soon the small crowd gathered to watch the challenge. Very well, Rainfall bellowed, pulling the axe from his back. But let me warn you, I don't go easy not even on guests or kids. They moved to a more open area, with other dwarves eagerly following to watch, forming a circle around them. The match began, and Rygar immediately realized Rainfall was a formidable opponent. The dwarf attacked with brute force, swinging his axes in powerful arcs and using earth magic to create obstacles and project attacks. Though he still required chanting, limiting his efficiency, the mere fact he could use magic was a testament to his skill. His abilities were those of a well-trained advanced warrior, perhaps even close to a saint-level fighter. Rygar retreated and observed, studying Rainfall's every move. Despite the dwarf's strength, Rygar felt confident Taze could probably defeat him. But that didn't mean this fight would be easy. Finally, after understanding the patterns in Rainfall's attacks, Rygar decided to end the match. He used the Longsword of Light, the ultimate technique of the sword god style. The sword's brilliance illuminated the battlefield as he disarmed Rainfall and stopped the blade just a centimeter from the dwarf's throat. Silence fell. The dwarves, who had been cheering moments before, were now stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. He beat Rainfall. One of them murmured, incredulous. Not just anyone defeats one of the strongest warriors of the coal mine tribe. And isn't he just a kid? Rainfall raised his hands in surrender, smiling despite his exhaustion. I'll admit, boy, you're far more than you seem. It was an honor to cross blades with you. Rygar lowered his sword and sheathed it, nodding. Thank you. It was a good fight. The dwarves seemed less suspicious of him after the victory, and many approached to congratulate him. Some even tried to get close to Skull, but the wolf growled softly, making them retreat with nervous laughter. As night fell, the camp transformed into a festive place. Without any apparent reason, the dwarves decided to celebrate. Barrels of beer were opened, and abundant food was distributed. Rygar joined in the celebration, impressed by the hospitality of these people who, just hours before, barely trusted him. Skull seemed to be enjoying himself too. Some bolder dwarves played and pretended to fight him, laughing as the wolf growled playfully or pushed them away. Between sips of beer and hearty laughter, Rygar felt the dwarves were far better than he had imagined. He had formed a great first impression of the coal mine tribe and was beginning to better understand the dwarven society. They were gruff and distrustful but also knew how to welcome someone who proved their worth. Dawn brought a frantic rhythm to the dwarven camp. They were preparing to move on, loading their weapons and supplies into large carts pulled by sturdy oxen. Rainfall, as the caravan leader, was organizing the final details when he approached Rygar. Young Rygar, before you go. Rainfall extended a small object to Rygar. It was a piece of ore carved into the shape of a shield, with 3 crossed swords engraved on its surface. Show this to the guards at the main city of the coal mine tribe and tell them you're my friend. This should reduce their initial suspicion. Also, if you show them this sword and say you're here to modify it, they should let you in more easily as well. Rygar accepted the gift and examined it, admiring the craftsmanship in the details of the carving. Thank you. This will be useful. Rainfall smiled. If you're truly looking for a blacksmith capable of working on your sword, seek Gogbird. He is the current god of ore, the best we have. He prefers forging weapons from scratch, but if anyone can embed a magic stone into one of the 49 blades of Dragon King Kashakat, it's him. Rygar nodded respectfully. I will seek him out. Before leaving, Rygar handed the dwarf some magical scrolls, carefully drawn with advanced level attack and healing circles. In case you're attacked on the road, these scrolls might save lives. Good luck on your journey. Rainfall was surprised by the gesture but thanked him with a firm nod. You're more than a skilled warrior. If we encounter anyone from the Iron Legion you mentioned, we'll be friendly. May your journey be safe. With that, Rygar stepped back a few paces and leaped high into the air. In perfect synchronization, Skull dashed beneath him and caught him midair with ease before speeding off toward the horizon. The dwarves watched the scene, impressed by the bond between the young man and the wolf. After a few more days of running, Rygar began noticing changes in the environment. The dense vegetation gave way to rockier terrain and majestic mountains rising in the distance. He knew he was nearing the main city of the coal mine tribe. When he spotted the first dwarves, they were on guard, weapons in hand. Clearly, the sight of Skull, large and intimidating, had alarmed them. Rygar decided to proceed cautiously. He dismounted Skull and walked alone toward the guards. Stop right there, one of the dwarves shouted firmly. Who are you, and why have you come here? Rygar raised his hands in a gesture of peace. My name is Rygar. I was told to seek a dwarven blacksmith for a special weapon. They say only you can handle something of this level. He slowly unsheathed Tsukikage, the blue blade gleaming in the daylight. The dwarves approached, fascinated by the weapon. A sword like this. One of the guards murmured. You're right, lad. Only a dwarf could work on something like this. The dwarf declared proudly. Rygar felt like saying it wasn't a dwarf who forged it but kept the thought to himself. The guard hesitated for a moment before continuing. All right, you can enter, but the wolf stays. Rygar frowned. Skull comes with me. He's domesticated. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. Before they could insist, Rygar whistled and called Skull. Sit. The wolf immediately obeyed. Roll over. Skull spun on the ground without hesitation. Play dead. Skull dropped to the ground, motionless. Also, Rainfall is my friend. He told me to show this to you so I could be allowed entry. He showed them the emblem. The dwarves were astonished, murmuring among themselves. It was rare to see an ebony wolf, and even rarer to see one so well trained. After more discussions and hesitations, the guards finally relented. Very well, he can enter, but if he causes any trouble, it's on you, and we won't go easy. Don't worry. He's more disciplined than he looks, Rygar replied with a slight smile, calling Skull to follow. With that, he and the wolf passed through the gates that marked the beginning of the coal mine tribe's territory, ready to discover what the legendary dwarven city had in store. One of the guards followed Rygar to ensure he wouldn't be stopped for entering with a beast in tow. As they passed through the gates into the dwarven city, Rygar noticed a subtle change in temperature. The air became heavier, laden with heat and the scent of molten iron. Walking beside him was Fortwind, a dwarf with a thick, unruly beard and sharp eyes that never strayed from him or Skull. The finely crafted hammer in Fortwind's hand symbolized his strength and rank. The entrance was a vast gallery leading to a larger cavern. The walls were adorned with runes and reliefs depicting ancient battles, blazing forges, and what appeared to be dwarven gods wielding tools instead of weapons. Fortwind remained silent as they descended a gentle slope, their footsteps echoing in the passage. With each step, Rygar noticed the environment transforming. The natural rock gave way to tunnels reinforced with wooden beams and intricately carved stone. Using his magical eye, he detected faint mana flows within the walls, like shimmering veins pulsing in rhythm. Magical minerals, he thought. The energy was denser here than on the surface, almost as if the mountain itself were alive. When they reached the city proper, Rygar paused to take in the sight. The dwarven city was entirely subterranean, built within a colossal cavern that stretched for what seemed like miles. Massive crystals in the ceiling shone like stars, casting golden and orange hues that mimicked an eternal sunset. The air was filled with the rhythmic clanging of hammers striking metal, resonating from all directions. The buildings were sturdy, carved from stone with intricate details. Rounded doors and small windows adorned homes that, though compact, exuded resilience. Suspended bridges connected various parts of the city, while small underground rivers flowed along the edges, channeled through artificial canals likely used for drinking water or cooling the forges. The city wasn't solely comprised of forges, it hosted a variety of trades, though the dwarves' penchant for craftsmanship was unmistakable. The stares were unavoidable. Dwarves paused their work to watch him pass. Some eyed Skull with obvious distrust, while others seemed genuinely curious. Rygar noticed children, even smaller than the adults, pointing at them, whispering excitedly to each other. A bolder group attempted to approach, only for an adult to pull them back with a stern glare directed at Rygar. You sure cause a stir, Fortwind remarked without turning around. Maybe they're not used to visitors, Rygar replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Visitors, yes, we see plenty merchants coming to sell rare minerals or buy the world's finest weapons. But you and that beast, he gestured slightly with his thumb towards Skull, are something they don't see every day. As they continued walking, Rygar reactivated his magical eye, observing more closely. Behind the walls and structures, he detected intense mana presences concentrated in certain areas of the city. Some were clearly enchanted objects likely weapons, but others seemed to move, belonging to people. These dwarves had an impressive latent strength, something Rygar resolved not to underestimate. They eventually arrived at what appeared to be the heart of the city, an even larger cavern than the one before. It resembled a natural amphitheater, with tiers of structures encircling a massive central stone pillar that stretched from the ceiling to the mountain's depths. Here, the activity was at its peak. The hammering was louder, and the heat seemed to pulse through the air, creating subtle visual distortions. This is the heart of the city. If the forges are our veins, this is the heart, Fortwind explained, glancing sideways at Rygar. Rygar nodded. It feels alive, he said, his tone reflecting a mix of admiration and caution. Fortwind let out a short laugh. You're here to see Godbird, right? He's over there. He pointed toward an isolated but clearly significant structure built around a crack in the cavern wall. Heat visibly radiated from it, and Rygar could feel the pulse of energy even from where he stood. I'm not sure he'll want to speak with you, Fortwind said hesitantly. He will, Rygar replied confidently. Without further words, they began walking toward the structure. Along the way, Rygar continued to absorb every detail, the suspended bridges over glowing rivers, dwarf children darting among adults, artisans intently shaping iron and steel, and the powerful presences he felt pulsating beneath the surface. This city was a place filled with history and secrets, and he was ready to uncover them all. His master, Verdia, had once mentioned meeting the last Ore God. He had been a legitimate Earth God level mage. From him, Verdia had learned her Earth King level magic and had nearly mastered the Emperor level Earthquake spell. However, he was at the end of his life when he taught her, having lived since the Laplace Wars. Verdia had also mentioned the good fortune of Godbird's emergence as a talent in recent centuries to replace him. For the dwarves to have had a God-level mage in their final generation was impressive enough. If possible, Rygar wanted to attempt to learn that God-level spell himself. The closer they got to Godbird's forge, the more the heat intensified, reaching stifling levels. Rygar could feel it but paid it little mind. His resistance to heat was extraordinarily high due to his combat style and extraordinary physique. Fortwind, walking ahead, was drenched in sweat but pressed on, as though accustomed to such an extreme environment. Skull, usually impassive, let out a low growl, clearly uncomfortable. The rhythmic sound of hammering grew louder and steadier, resonating like a heartbeat in the cavern's core. When they reached the entrance, Fortwind pushed open the heavy metal doors. As soon as they entered, Rygar was struck by the sight of the forge, a vast space illuminated only by the fiery glow of flames, which danced in furnaces scattered along the sides. At the forge's center stood the current Ore God, leader of the dwarven tribe, Godbird of the splendid celestial peak, deeply focused on his work. The dwarf had the average stature of his race, but his presence was immense. His physique was honed, and he wore a leather apron darkened by years of use. His muscular arms, covered in soot, moved with absolute precision. His long, thick beard was braided and adorned with small iron rings engraved with runes. His eyes glowed like embers, reflecting the intensity of the surrounding furnaces. Rygar activated his magic eye, and what he saw made his heart race. The amount of mana in Godbird was colossal, rivaling his own. Rygar could confidently say he'd never seen anyone with more mana than Godbird, except himself, not even his master, Verdia. He wasn't sure if it was enough for a god-level mage, as his magic eyes, while incredibly useful, weren't perfectly precise. Mana always appeared somewhat blurred. However, without a doubt, Godbird's mana was at least Emperor level. It emanated from him like an almost tangible aura. At that moment, Godbird was finishing a sword. The blade was made of a dark iron that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He cooled it in a vat of frigid water, releasing a blast of steam that filled the room. When the mist cleared, the blade gleamed with a dangerous intensity. Rygar, who had witnessed the work of some of the most skilled blacksmiths in Tanavar, some of them quite renowned, had to admit, none compared to this dwarf. Every hammer strike seemed to sculpt perfection, and the sword before him was a masterpiece that transcended mere craftsmanship. After the final touches, Godbird lifted the blade, examining it with critical eyes. Then, with a calm gesture, he set it on a nearby workbench and turned to face his visitors. Fort Wind quickly knelt, bowing his head in respect. "Orgod, this boy wishes to speak with you. He wields one of Kajakut's 49 swords and is a friend of Rainfall," he said, his voice full of reverence. Rygar remained standing, with Skull by his side. The wolf eyed the dwarf, as though sensing his strength. Godbird's eyes, deep and filled with stern wisdom, fell on Rygar. He raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "And who might you be, Beast Boy?" he said, his voice resonating like the sound of a hammer striking metal, to stand without bowing before the Orgod. As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Rygar's golden gaze with evident interest. The tone wasn't aggressive but carried unquestionable authority, as though he was more curious than offended. Even so, the atmosphere seemed heavier, as if the sounds of the surrounding hammering had softened slightly, awaiting Rygar's response. Rygar stood his ground in the forge's center, his golden eyes fixed on the dwarf before him. "I am Rygar Adoldia, leader of the Iron Legion," Rygar began, his voice firm and full of authority. "I believe you've heard of me." Godbird didn't respond immediately. Instead, his narrowed eyes scanned Rygar from head to toe, taking in every detail, his crossed swords, his commanding presence, and especially his golden eyes, glowing like molten gold. After a moment of silence, Godbird tilted his head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his face. "The Red Wolf," Godbird said, testing the nickname. "I suppose that title suits you better in battle." He crossed his arms, adding with a tone that blended curiosity and subtle sarcasm, "I've heard you fight with a flaming sword, and that you breathe fire from your mouth." He chuckled softly, though his eyes continued to assess Rygar with caution. Rygar understood the underlying message immediately. Godbird was testing him, gauging his strength and character. The purpose of Rygar's visit wasn't just to modify his sword, though that was part of it. Why not seize the opportunity to bring the Coal Mine tribe into the Iron Legion? His goal was to make them allies, though from what he'd seen so far, they might be better as equals rather than subordinates. Rygar decided to increase the pressure. Without saying another word, he took a step forward and, with a controlled motion, unsheathed Tsukikage, the blade shimmering in turquoise hues under the forge's light. Fort Wind moved instantly, gripping his hammer as his eyes locked onto the sword. He seemed ready to act at any moment. "Do you want a demonstration?" Rygar asked, his voice laced with challenge. Without waiting for an answer, he began channeling mana into the blade. Flames ignited around the sword, casting a bright glow that illuminated the surroundings. The temperature, which had already been uncomfortable, started to rise rapidly. "Skull, wait outside," Rygar said calmly. But before he could finish his sentence, the wolf had already exited, as if anticipating what was about to happen. Godbird observed intently, his focus sharpening. An experienced blacksmith who had spent a lifetime in scorching forges, he was accustomed to intense heat. But now, his skin began to burn as if the air itself were aflame. Fort Wind, on the other hand, was already at his limit. He stepped forward, visibly uncomfortable, and opened his mouth to protest. "Sir, perhaps it would be better. Wait outside as well, Fort Wind," Godbird commanded, cutting him off. The guard hesitated, casting a worried glance at his leader, but eventually obeyed. The moment Fort Wind left, Rygar intensified the flow of mana. The flames around Tsukikage began to shift in color. First, they transitioned from orange to a deep blue, then to a radiant purple. Each change brought a surge in temperature, and even the heat-resistant materials nearby started to succumb. Metal tools melted, and the stone floor beneath Rygar's feet began to warp and distort. Despite Rygar's careful control to prevent the heat from spreading across the subterranean city, the surrounding dwarves felt its effects. A wave of nearly unbearable heat radiated from the forge, stopping many in their tracks as they turned to look toward the building. Inside the forge, Godbird stood motionless, though his skin burned as it never had before. Still, he maintained a stoic posture, his eyes fixed on the boy before him. Rygar, too, felt the heat. Standing at the epicenter of his own magic, the flames around the blade were nearing catastrophic levels. However, with his exceptional physical resilience, the toki flowing across his skin for protection, and a regeneration spell constantly mending any damage, he bore the intense environment with little visible strain. Lifting Tsukikage high, he spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. This is one of the 49 blades forged from the bones of the Dragon King Kajakat. Tsukikage. You can guess its ability just by looking at it, can't you? Godbird didn't reply, his gaze locked on the blade, a mix of awe and dread in his eyes. Then, slowly, Rygar began to lower the sword. The flames surrounding it burned fiercely, and it seemed as though the blade was about to strike the ground and unleash an unimaginable explosion of heat. Godbird tensed, fully aware of what such magic could do to the heart of the city. But at the last moment, Rygar extinguished the flames entirely. The fire vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. However, the residual heat released one final shockwave through the forge, causing tools and materials to rattle and vibrate. The blade touched the molten stone floor with a soft metallic sound. Rygar sheathed the sword with the same composure with which he had drawn it. Then, turning to Godbird, he ignored the dwarves who had started to gather around the forge, drawn by the intense heat. I'm here to modify it, Rygar said firmly, but I'd also like to discuss some cooperation. For a moment, Godbird remained silent, his eyes still fixed on the young man. But the initial astonishment on his face slowly gave way to something more profound, respect. Taking a step forward, he crossed his arms and inclined his head slightly, the heat still radiating from the ground beneath his feet. You have my attention, leader of the Iron Legion, he said, his deep voice now tinged with genuine acknowledgement. All right, Rygar Adoldia, correct. Let's take this conversation to a more appropriate place, Godbard said, cleaning the excess coal from his hands and walking toward the forge's exit. As they left the forge, the entrance was surrounded by armed dwarves. The dwarven guard, Fort Wind, stood at the forefront, seemingly preventing them from storming the forge. Their armor was dense and solid, with the dark sheen typical of mountain iron. One of the dwarves stepped forward, raising a calloused hand to block their path. God of Ore, the dwarf said with a slight bow, his voice hoarse. Who is this stranger? Godbard raised a hand to calm the group. It's all right, Galdar. This young man is an esteemed guest of the coal mine tribe. You can return to your posts. Galdar eyed Rygar suspiciously for a moment but then nodded, signaling to the other dwarves. They dispersed, some returning to the forge and others assuming positions around the tunnel. A few dwarves approached and greeted Rygar, thanking him for saving them at Zandport. Rygar was surprised, but after some thought, he realized it made sense. He had visited Tanavar and taken his time along the way. The dwarves who traveled directly to their homeland must have arrived much earlier. These interactions helped ease the other dwarves' acceptance of his presence. Many regarded him with admiration and skepticism upon hearing of his feats. Rygar observed the scene of soldiers moving in an orderly manner, impressed by the dwarves' level of organization and discipline. The dwarves' strength surpasses my expectations, he commented, attempting to lighten the tension. But he was genuinely impressed. The dwarves were all equipped with excellent weapons and armor, and their average mana levels seemed higher than the beast race. We do what we must. It wouldn't be feasible to have such fine weapons without warriors to protect them, Godbird replied as he resumed walking. Our people have suffered greatly because of thieves, slavers, and raiders. Much like the races of the Great Forest, the strategic location of this city and the alliances we've forged with some powers in human territories ensure that, at least within this city, you won't be attacked. Indeed, it's certainly a difficult place to lay siege to, Rygar remarked while imagining ways to invade. But it's not invulnerable. And as you said, you're confined to your territory, aren't you? Godbird gave Rygar a cautious look. That's right. There are some monsters that could wipe this mountain off the map, rendering any siege defenses useless. I've heard about what you did outside Zandport. Rygar simply smiled. Skull let out a low growl, seemingly complaining about the heat around them. They continued following Godbard through a tunnel that opened into a vast cavern. At the cavern's center, a monumental structure captured Rygar's attention. A massive tower, carved directly from the rock, rose to the cavern's ceiling like a supporting pillar. Magical lights glimmered along its spiral stairs, giving the environment an ethereal touch. The council tower, Godbird said, noticing Rygar's impressed gaze. This is where we make all the decisions for the tribe and safeguard our legacy. I can summon a council meeting tomorrow, depending on the terms you wish to discuss, but I'll hear you out alone today. Incredible. Rygar murmured, feeling small before the grandeur of the construction not because of its size, but because of the intricate details and sculptures winding around the tower. It was truly a masterpiece to behold. The group climbed several staircases until they reached an ornate room. The walls were covered with detailed tapestries depicting dwarves in epic battles and legendary forges. At the center of the room, a long stone table dominated the space, surrounded by chairs with intricate carvings. Godbard motioned for Rygar to sit, but he remained standing, approaching a pedestal near the table. He observed Rygar for a moment before speaking. You wanted to talk about your sword, Godbird began, gesturing for Rygar to present it. Rygar nodded, carefully drawing the weapon from its sheath. He placed it on the table, where the blue gleam of the blade captured the torchlight, reflecting a nearly living azure glow. I want to embed a magic stone into it, he explained. Something similar to what's done with wands and staffs used by magicians, but without compromising its abilities. I want it to help me reach a new level of skill. Godbird stepped closer, his eyes scrutinizing every detail of the blade. He remained silent for long moments, his fingers tracing invisible lines in the air above the sword, as if sensing its energy. Finally, he shook his head. No. Rygar blinked, surprised. The conversation had been going well, and he expected this part to be relatively simple. What? But, why? I am a creator, Godbird replied, his voice firm and definitive. I do not modify existing weapons. My work is to create from scratch, imbue each piece with my vision and purpose. Altering this sword would be a disrespect to its essence. It is already a masterpiece. Rygar frowned. He had traveled far to have this sword modified, and this was his answer? Couldn't you make an exception? Just this once. Godbird narrowed his eyes, as if the suggestion were almost offensive. No, this is my principle, and I will not break it. However, he gestured toward the room around them. Here in the tower, there are other blacksmiths, some almost as skilled as I am, and not all share my personal philosophy. I'm sure you'll find someone willing to help you. Rygar sighed, feeling disappointment settle over him. But he quickly pushed it aside. I understand, he said, trying to sound composed. Thank you. Skull approached, sitting beside Rygar as if sensing his mild frustration. Fort Wind, on the other hand, floated in circles, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Rygar had come to the dwarven territory determined to hire the best of the best to modify his master's gift, whether through force or payment. But judging by Godbird's personality and what he had seen so far of dwarven society, the blacksmith could become an excellent ally under the right circumstances. He didn't want to ruin this chance just to make the sword a bit stronger. Besides, if he forced the matter, the final work might turn out poorly. In the ornate chamber atop the tower, Rygar and Godbird settled into intricately carved stone chairs, illuminated by a crystal chandelier that cast golden light across the walls. The atmosphere held a ceremonial weight. Rygar glanced at Skull, resting calmly beside him, and then at Fort Wind, hovering near Godbird. Godbird, as you've likely guessed, I'm not here just to seek your help with my sword. I want to propose something bigger, something that would benefit both your tribe and the Iron Legion. The dwarf raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his broad chest. Go on. Rygar unfolded a map from his bag, highlighting Tanavar, the Great Forest, and Meles. He pointed to strategic regions. My legion is establishing bases throughout Meles, and we won't stop there. I'll spare you an inspiring speech about our goals. You probably already know enough about our activities. My proposal is simple. I want coal mine tribe dwarven blacksmiths working in these locations and teaching as well. In exchange, you'll receive full protection from our forces to trade safely outside your territories. I also have a mineral that might interest you. Godbird stroked his beard thoughtfully. Dwarves rarely leave their lands, Rygar. Not because we fear the outside, but because the world beyond the mountains is chaotic. And what exactly do you expect from our blacksmiths? I want to give dwarves the chance to operate on a larger stage, Rygar responded without hesitation. You're the best at crafting weapons, armor, and tools. I want that excellence to be available to those in need. With our protection and secured trade routes, your products could reach markets that were once unimaginable. On paper, that sounds very nice. But does the Legion already have that capacity? Godbird still seems skeptical. We're far beyond what the dwarves have likely heard, and we'll keep growing as long as I'm there to defend them, Rygar said confidently. Godbird seemed to ponder for a moment. You mentioned a mineral. Rygar smiled, prepared for the question. He pulled a small, shiny stone from his bag, not an ordinary stone, but a piece of mineral he had shaped himself using earth magic. The piece had a unique metallic black luster, with blue veins and a texture that seemed to defy the laws of nature. I call it erathium, he said, placing the stone on the table before Godbird. A mineral I created myself using earth magic. It's incredibly dense, durable, and resistant to any kind of impact. It's not easy to produce. It consumes a lot of mana and requires absolute concentration, but it's proof of what we can achieve working together. Godbird's eyes lit up as he examined the erathium. He turned it over in his hands, tapped it lightly with his fingers, and even pressed it against a short blade he carried at his belt. The metal seemed unyielding. Interesting, he murmured, carefully placing the stone back on the table. I've never seen anything like this. I'll need to test it in forging to see if it's as good as it looks, but if you could teach someone how to mold it, that would be ideal. Rygar nodded. That's the plan. I can teach the process of shaping erathium, but only to those who join the Legion. This will strengthen both your people and our cause. The dwarf leaned back, rubbing his chin. Interesting. We'd send only the young, the most promising, those with much to learn. And in return, you guarantee they'll have the freedom to return whenever they wish. Rygar nodded again. Agreed. More than that, if your tribe needs anything, raw materials, protection, military assistance, the Legion will be there. They spent hours refining the details, discussing terms, and outlining potential trade routes. Godbird suggested safe stops through the mountains, while Rygar mentioned how the elves of the Great Forest could collaborate with the dwarves, trading rare herbs for tools. The more Rygar spoke with Godbird, the clearer it became that the dwarf cared for two things above all, his tribe and his forge. As long as either benefited, Godbird would remain an ally. Rygar had brought both to the table. With each passing agreement, Godbird's demeanor grew warmer, his tone more like that of an old friend. Finally, when everything seemed settled, Godbird laughed, slapping the table. Young Rygar, you talk like a merchant but have the heart of a warrior. Tomorrow, we'll present these ideas to the council. Tonight, we'll seal this alliance in true dwarven fashion with a celebration worthy of the occasion. Rygar chuckled, relieved. A celebration? That seems fitting. Hope you're ready, Godbird teased. Dwarves throw parties that topple even the strongest. A grand feast was quickly announced, and the meeting hall transformed into a lively banquet. Long tables were set with roasted meats, rustic breads, fragrant cheeses, and barrels of frothy ale. The rich aroma even stirred Skull, who rarely showed such interest, into growling in anticipation. Rygar started cautiously, serving himself a large cut of meat while observing the dwarves around him. They were already downing tankards and singing boisterous songs accompanied by rustic but skillfully crafted instruments. Fort wind hovered above the crowd, vibrating in tune with the lively music. Skull, enjoy yourself, Rygar said, tossing a hefty chunk of meat to the wolf, who caught it effortlessly midair. As the night wore on, Rygar decided to sample the dwarven ale. It can't be that strong, he muttered, raising the tankard. The golden liquid burned on the way down, but he laughed. Not bad. A few hours later, moderation was a distant memory. Rygar stood atop a table, thumping his chest and gesturing enthusiastically. And then, he declared, his voice slurred but triumphant, I drove my blade into his chest and blew half his torso apart. The dwarves roared in approval, urging him on. One particularly impressed dwarf shouted, and what happened next, lad? Rygar grinned, launching into another tale. After that, I swept through the black troll's base and took out everything in that direction with a single sword strike. He twirled his blade dramatically, a move that nearly toppled a tray of mugs. Skull, sprawled nearby with a belly full of meat, let out a lazy growl of contentment. Even the wolf seemed to enjoy the infectious energy of the celebration, occasionally howling along with the rhythm of the songs. From across the hall, Godbird observed Rygar with an intrigued expression. Slowly, he approached, stopping before the young warrior and tilting his head. Those eyes of yours, golden, aren't they? Now I remember why they seem familiar. Rygar blinked, his drunken grin still intact. My eyes? What's so special about them? Godbird crossed his arms. The same eyes as the ancient god of Or, my master. He could see mana with those eyes. Can you? Rygar blinked again, the words cutting through his haze of drink. I can, but was he a dwarf? I thought that was unique to the beast race. Maybe it's more mysterious than I thought, he murmured. To the golden eyes. Rygar lifted his tankard high. The dwarves laughed and joined in the toast, the festivities carrying on with more tales, songs, and food. Despite the revelry, Rygar felt truly welcomed. The dwarves were uninhibited and cheerful, their camaraderie making him feel as though he were among old friends. He knew this night would be etched in his memory not just for the alliances forged but for the laughter shared. After the party's intensity, Rygar finally found a moment to retreat. Though the hall still echoed with singing and laughter, he slipped away to a room offered to him for the night. Skull lay beside the bed, snoring softly, clearly as exhausted as his master. Still feeling the dull weight of drink, Rygar took a deep breath and cast a detoxification spell. The magic coursed through him, washing away the effects of the ale and leaving him clear-headed. A satisfied smile crept across his face. The dwarves are strong, but I can still best their ale, he murmured before collapsing onto the comfortable bed, his eyelids growing heavy. Sleep came swiftly, but instead of peaceful rest, Rygar felt himself being pulled elsewhere. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the dwarven halls. Instead, he stood in an infinite white expanse. There were no walls, no floor, no ceiling, only an oppressive, endless void. Where am I? He murmured, glancing around, trying to sense any magical presence. But there was only silence. Then, a figure appeared in the distance, walking toward him. The humanoid shape was pure white, without any discernible features, its face a blank mosaic save for a chilling, malicious smile that stood out unnervingly. Hello, Rygar. I believe this is our first meeting, the figure spoke, its voice resonating from every direction at once. Point of view, Lilia Greyrat. Central Continent, Azura Kingdom, Fido region. It had been exactly 1 year since the birth of my daughter, Aisha Greyrat, and Zenith's daughter, Norn Greyrat. A year, and I still wondered how much my life had changed in such a short time. Lilia Greyrat, the woman who almost ruined the Greyrat family's life, was now a part of it, and everything I did seemed tied to this strange twist of fate. He forgave me. After everything I did, after who I was, he forgave me. I didn't know how to process it at the time. I couldn't understand it, but I knew that something in me, something in my heart, had shifted. Rudeus, that boy who had always made me uneasy, who frightened me with his intelligence since birth, a mix of innocence and wisdom, had saved me. Saved both me and my daughter. That boy, whom I believed incapable of understanding the world around him with those enigmatic eyes of his, became my savior. I owed him everything. Of course, I also owed Zenith for allowing me to stay, and I would never forget that either. What they did for me, for Aisha, it was as if they had granted me a second life. From that day onward, I made a decision. I would raise my daughter to serve him. After all, she wouldn't even exist if not for him. She was still young, yes, but she already displayed an intelligence I hadn't expected from such a small child. I worried about it a little, knowing that Zenith's daughter, Norn, didn't share the same vigor or curiosity. I felt it was my responsibility to teach Aisha to respect her sister, so she wouldn't grow arrogant. At that moment, the two of them were seated at the table, eating porridge. Aisha, always lively, was more focused on playing with a toy that, without my noticing, she had stolen from Norn. Aisha, you must treat Miss Norn with respect, I said, taking the toy and returning it to Norn, trying to maintain authority. Aisha looked annoyed at my scolding but soon sighed and gazed out the window as if wishing to escape the situation. I followed her gaze, distractedly, toward the sky. It was a beautiful day, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze in the air. But as I kept looking, I noticed something strange. The sky in the direction of ROA, the city governing the Fido region, was growing darker. Sinister clouds were forming, spreading in vibrant and bizarre colors across the horizon. A tightening sensation gripped my chest. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it wasn't normal. I grabbed Aisha and Norn, holding them close to my chest, trying to ward off the growing sense of dread. Aisha seemed excited by the sight, captivated by the sky's strange movements, but I was uneasy. It was a bad omen, something terrible was about to happen. Paul and Zenith were too engrossed in their own affairs to notice the change in the atmosphere. Paul, with his lascivious looks, was attempting to flirt with Zenith as she hung clothes on the line, but neither of them seemed to notice the storm brewing. Almost without thinking, I turned to warn them, but before I could open my mouth, an explosion of light illuminated the sky, advancing rapidly toward the village. A light so intense it blinded my eyes for a moment, and a deafening roar followed in its wake. I pulled the two children closer to me, holding them tighter than ever, and screamed desperately, "Watch out." It was the only thing I managed to say before being consumed by the light. Point of view, Rudeus Greyrat. I was sitting at the base of the tree, with Sylphy by my side. I was teaching her the principle behind cooling and heating using water magic. It was something fun, and Sylphy seemed to think of it as a game. Both of us were 7 years old now, and while I hadn't advanced much in magic since Master Roxy had left, I knew enough to teach her plenty of things. She was trying to modify an ice spell after it had been cast, but the ice cannon trembled and exploded into small shards, and her ears drooped in disappointment. "I failed again," she said, sitting down. "Don't worry, Sylphy, you'll get it. Try again, just focus a bit more," I said, trying to encourage her, and her mood instantly brightened. It wasn't anything new, Sylphy always seemed extremely happy with any praise I gave her. She was very cute, and that only made me want to protect her even more. Sylphy had no one else but me. She didn't have other friends, no one to play with, no one to lean on besides me, and I knew that. How could I leave her? How could I abandon such an adorable girl? I had received a letter from my master, Roxy, saying she had become a king-tier mage, and I had told Sylphy that I planned to go to Renoa to study. But she was devastated and begged me not to go. I had made up my mind, when I returned home today, I would ask my father, Paul, to help pay for Sylphy tuition too. I was about to correct Sylphy magic again when something happened. A massive rumble shattered the tranquil silence of the afternoon. It was so powerful that the ground seemed to tremble. I looked up and saw an explosion of light heading toward us, fast as lightning, shining intensely with a color beyond description. Before I could do anything else, I threw myself forward, shielding Sylphy with my body, as if that could make any difference. The light engulfed everything. My senses blanked out momentarily, the flash completely blinded me, and the sound of the explosion seemed to come from everywhere, swallowing everything around us. I held Sylphy tightly, trying to protect her from it, but, in the blink of an eye, everything went white. Point of view, Ghislaine Adoldia. The sun was rising when I started training with Eris. She was focused, attacking fiercely with her sword, as she always did. Heya! Her energy was uncontrollable, something that reminded me so much of myself when I was younger. At the same time, she had extraordinary talent. I corrected the details in her stance, all while thinking about the heights she could reach. "Lower your shoulder," I said, watching closely. "Your feet are too close together. Remember, your stance is key to every strike." She was so eager that she didn't always focus on the finer details, but that didn't surprise me. Eris had boundless energy, and I liked that, but I knew it needed to be controlled. I glanced to the side for a moment, and there was Philip, Eris's father, and the son of the Lord of Fido, Soros Boreas Greyrat. He was watching the training from the second floor of the house. He seemed calm as always, but I knew he was paying attention to every move. He was so involved in the household affairs that he rarely had time to watch the training, but even so, he occasionally observed from a distance. I looked at Eris as she came at me again and thought, if she could reach the saint level of swordsmanship by age 15, under my guidance, I would plan to take her to the sword sanctuary. But that was still years away, and on top of that, being a noble, she likely wouldn't have as much time to dedicate to the sword. Currently, she was at the beginner level of the sword god style, almost reaching intermediate. That was already impressive for a 9-year-old girl who had only started 2 years ago. However, something worried me. Eris didn't care much about anything else. She was exactly like me, a child who only cared about the sword, about fighting, about training. As a noble, she should learn more than just how to fight. She should be concerned with studying languages, proper noble etiquette. But, like me, she showed no interest in any of that. Personally, I had struggled with this as an adventurer, but that was for her parents to deal with. As she tried to dodge my strikes, my senses sharpened. Something was wrong. I stopped the training abruptly, and Eris shouted excitedly, full of energy, "What is it, Ghislaine?" I momentarily ignored her, my gaze fixed on the sky. Something was happening. I lifted my eye patch, using my magic eye, What a colossal amount of mana, I thought to myself. I had never felt anything so massive, so powerful. This wasn't normal. Something was coming, and it was immense. Master Philip, I said firmly, without taking my eyes off the sky. Alert the guards. He noticed the seriousness in my eyes, and after looking up at the sky, he made a gesture with his hand, signaling to the guards nearby. They began to prepare, and Philip moved toward the stairs to give more specific orders. Young miss, I said, already turning to her, let's go to your mother. She looked confused, agitated, and shouted. What's going on, Ghislaine? I didn't know, but I felt that something big was about to happen. We needed to act fast. On the way, as we left the training field, something happened. An explosion of light illuminated the sky and the earth. I instinctively threw myself over Eris, trying to shield her. The light was so intense, so immense, that it seemed to swallow everything around it, including the entire Phyto region. And then, everything turned white. Point of view, Rygar Adoldia. Rygar was surrounded by an absolute void. White stretched in all directions, dense and immeasurable. He felt his instincts screaming danger, as if a predator was watching him. Hello, Rygar-kun, I think this is our first meeting, a voice said, casual and carefree, but the malice in its tone made every hair on Rygar's body stand on end. He reacted instantly, trying to draw his sword, but his hand found nothing. Looking down, he noticed something strange. He was completely naked. While his body still had the appearance of a beast man, with his defined muscles and familiar features, he had no weapons or clothes. A mocking laugh echoed. This is your spiritual body, explained the white figure in front of him. A man entirely white, with a mosaic-like face and a carefree smile, looked at him with amusement. You don't carry your weapons here. Fascinating, isn't it? Rygar frowned, ignoring the comment. He prepared his claws and focused, trying to sense his surroundings. He closed his eyes, searching for anything with his magical perception. But he found nothing. Only an oppressive void. Who are you? He asked, keeping his tone cold while his eyes assessed the strange being from head to toe. I am a god, said the man, still smiling. The human god, Hitagami. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Many people assume grand titles without any qualifications. What qualifications do you have? Hitagami seemed surprised but laughed again. That's quite offensive. I've been protecting you this whole time throughout your life. As he spoke, Rygar analyzed his options. Every primal instinct within him screamed that this man was exceedingly dangerous. He tried gathering magic, experimenting with summoning different types of barriers, but it was challenging. Something was blocking his magic, making everything harder than it should be. Protecting me, Rygar retorted, keeping his tone dry. I don't recall you helping me with anything, and why would you? I'm not human, human god. And how did you enter my dreams? He feigned disinterest but was paying attention to every detail. I told you, I'm a god, replied Hitagami, smiling as if amused. I rarely get the chance to talk to someone. Certain things need to align. Today, I came to give you advice. Rygar narrowed his eyes further. Answer my questions first, then say what you want. Hitagami raised his hands in a theatrical surrender. Calm down, calm down. I'm your ally here. Rygar's eyes gleamed with defiance as he sarcastically thought, and I'm Superman. He didn't believe him one bit. His instincts had never failed him since arriving in this world, and everything about that being felt wrong. Well, Hitagami continued, still in his relaxed and sarcastic tone, it's up to you whether you follow my advice or not. But it will help you become much stronger. Rygar remained on guard, alert for any clue on how to escape. But before he could pressure the strange man further, Hitagami tilted his head and said, Speak to the dwarf outside the city. Brightstone of the deep earth. Ask him to improve your sword. That will help you grow much stronger. Before he could respond, Rygar woke up with a start, his heart pounding. He was back in his room in Godbird's house. Skull, who had been sleeping on him, was startled by the sudden movement and looked at him with confusion. Rygar ran a hand over his face, trying to process what had just happened. Rygar started his morning by calming Skull, who had been restless ever since waking up tense and battle-ready. After some time, the wolf finally settled down and accompanied Rygar to his commitments. He headed toward Godbird's forge, while the dwarves around him were already immersed in their work, as if the previous day's festivities had never happened. It was impressive how they managed to return to their routine without detoxification magic to help them. As he walked, Rygar's thoughts wandered to the dream he'd had. It felt too real to be just a product of his mind. He didn't trust this human god, Hitagami, not in the slightest, but investigating the motives behind that vision seemed inevitable. Moreover, he needed to find a way to shield himself from these dreams, perhaps some kind of mental barrier if such a thing even existed. When he arrived at Godbird's forge, he found the dwarf working intensely, testing the erathium that Rygar had negotiated with him. Upon seeing him, Godbird greeted him warmly, stepping away from his tools for a moment. Good to see you, lad, said the dwarf, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. This erathium is fascinating. You did a great job with this. I'm glad it's useful, Godbird. As we agreed, I hope you will make a short sword with this first piece of ore. I've been looking for a durable secondary weapon for a while now, Rygar replied with a slight smile. Godbird laughed. Sure, but is that the only reason you came here? Rygar spoke in a neutral tone. There's another reason. The dwarf raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I still want to embed my sword with a magic stone. And since you said you couldn't help me with that, I thought I'd ask, who do you recommend among everyone? Godbird pondered for a moment and began listing several skilled blacksmiths, all dwarves, renowned for their ability to work with rare metals and magic stones. However, none of them was Brightstone, the name Hidegame had mentioned in the dream. Rygar frowned. In truth, it would be better if that were the case. He could ignore that god if this person turned out to be insignificant. He set the topic aside for the time being. All right. And who's the best among them? Who's the best enchanter among the dwarves? Godbird's expression grew serious for a moment. All the ones I mentioned are among the best. Rygar noticed the evasive tone and pressed further. But who's the best? The dwarf let out a deep sigh, showing some reluctance. You won't want to work with him. He may be the best, but he's also a madman. His name is Brightstone of the Deep Earth. Rygar raised his eyebrows, intrigued. There it was, the dwarf the god had recommended. So, he was the best? Madman. Yes. Nobody likes him around here, Godbird replied, with a faint expression of disdain. But honestly, I won't lie, he's probably the best weapon enchanter there is maybe in the entire world. Rygar felt inclined to ignore this, but Godbird's words held weight. Where is he? Outside the city. As I said, nobody likes him here. The young warrior nodded, but his mind was already working through the possibilities. Just as Hidegame had said, the dwarf resided outside the dwarven city. Before moving on, Rygar fixed his gaze on the dwarf and asked, Godbird, do you know anyone named Hidegame? Godbird's reaction was one of pure confusion. Hidegame? Never heard of him. Is he some famous enchanter among humans? Rygar observed closely, paying attention to the dwarf's heartbeat, the hairs on his arms, and the subtle changes in his facial expression. Over time, he had honed his ability to read body language to detect lies. It wasn't foolproof, but overall, it worked well. Godbird seemed to be telling the truth. He's no one, Rygar said calmly. But if you ever hear that name or find out anything, let me know. All right, Godbird replied, not giving it much thought. With the topic closed, Godbird resumed talking about the blacksmiths. Rygar decided to follow his recommendation and set out through the city to meet them. A guard named Fortwind was assigned as his escort. As they walked, Rygar remained lost in thought, already planning his next steps in the investigation. Rygar carefully held a sword, analyzing every detail as the blacksmith explained the technical limitations with a firm but patient tone. The problem is the size of the magic stone. If it's too large, it won't fit properly into your sword. The dwarf pointed to the narrow blade with a thick, calloused finger. Broadswords allow more flexibility for this type of work, but ideally, it should be a mage's staff. Only they can house the enormous magic stones of rank B beasts and above, as their purpose isn't to cut or strike. Rygar frowned. So, is it impossible? The blacksmith shrugged, crossing his arms. For me, yes. But I've heard stories about Brightstone. They say he can handle this kind of thing with a technique he created, but... He paused, scratching his beard with a look that suggested he was carefully choosing his words. But what? Rygar asked, tilting his head slightly, already anticipating something unusual. But he's extreme. Crazy, maybe. A true genius, but no one around here likes the way he does things. Rygar sighed, glancing back at the sword. He had already visited every forge recommended by Godbird. He had analyzed their work, asked each blacksmith about Brightstone, and without exception, all praised him as an unrivaled enchanter. But the stories of his eccentric personality and dangerous methods were always the same. Rygar hesitated. The fact that Hidegame had mentioned and recommended Brightstone's name only made him more suspicious. He wondered, if that self-proclaimed god hadn't brought up the dwarf, would he have sought him out anyway? Or would he simply have followed the standard recommendations? After a long moment of silence, he finally made a decision. I like your swords, Rygar said, looking at the blacksmith. But I'll visit Brightstone. If I don't like him or what he offers, I'll come back to your forge. The dwarf gave a satisfied smile and inclined his head in appreciation. You're welcome here anytime, kid. I hope you find what you're looking for. With that, Rygar left the forge accompanied by Fortwind, who walked at his side like a shadow, and Skull, who seemed eager to leap and run around at any moment. As they made their way toward the exit of the dwarven city, Rygar used the walk to learn more about Brightstone. What do you know about him? Rygar asked, glancing at the guard. Fortwind scratched his chin before answering. Brightstone's always been peculiar. I've known him since I was a kid. They say that the first time he saw magic, he became utterly fascinated. When they taught about mages' enchantments, he was way more excited than when it came to forging. Rygar raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He always preferred magic over weapons or armor, and he had an obsession with magical stones and shiny minerals. Fortwind paused, shaking his head. That's how he got the name Brightstone. But that obsession also brought problems. He started doing crazy experiments, constantly causing explosions and destroying nearby houses. That made the other dwarves distance themselves from him. Over time, he was completely ostracized. He was eventually exiled after destroying a sword crafted by the former god of ore while attempting a new technique, and now no one visits him except his son, who they say still brings him supplies now and then. Rygar listened attentively as they walked. Brightstone's story wasn't much different from what he had expected, but the fact that the dwarf was rejected by his own kind still made him question his decision. How old is he? Rygar asked. Over 300, Fortwind replied. He was born more than 100 years before me, so he must be around 350 now. Few still remember him. They continued walking along the stone trails winding through the mountains. The sunlight reflected off the rocks, and the sound of strong winds in the ridges created a tense atmosphere. The silence between them was broken only by Skull's footsteps as the wolf ran excitedly, leaping from rock to rock. Skull, stay close, Rygar shouted. And watch your footing. The wolf paused, turning to Rygar for a moment before continuing more cautiously. After hours of walking, they finally spotted the entrance to a cave. It was a massive opening, more than 7 meters tall, surrounded by stones faintly glowing with minerals. Fortwind stopped beside Rygar, pointing to the cave. There it is. Brightstone's home. Rygar took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the darkness that awaited inside the cave. Let's go in, he said. They moved into the cave, observing their surroundings. Rygar noticed magical items fixed to the walls, resembling lamps with magical flames inside. These lights illuminated the path with a soft orange hue, highlighting the irregularities of the damp walls. Curious, Rygar activated his magic eye, analyzing the details. He realized that the entire cave contained a surprising amount of mana in its walls. The magical lamps seemed to draw small amounts of mana from the environment to keep the flames continuously lit. It was unlike anything he had seen before, a symbiosis between the natural environment and magic. Although it wasn't uncommon to find mana-rich locations, seeing such an efficient and constant application was intriguing. Fortwind walked calmly beside him, seemingly accustomed to the sight. They ventured deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing against the walls, until they arrived at a large metal door that appeared centuries old. The structure was sturdy, with various runes etched into it, faintly glowing to indicate active magic. Fortwind stopped in front of the door and knocked firmly, producing a sound that reverberated through the corridor. Then, he shouted, "It's me, you old lunatic. Open up already." For a moment, all was silent. Then, a muffled voice responded from within. All right, I'm coming." This was followed by the sound of objects falling, glass shattering, and something heavy being dragged. Rygar raised an eyebrow, while Fortwind just sighed, clearly used to the scene. After a few minutes, the door creaked open, revealing a stocky dwarf with disheveled silver hair and beard cascading down his robust frame. He looked slightly annoyed, but his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he glanced at Fortwind and then at Rygar. "To what do I owe this visit?" asked the dwarf, his tone shifting between irritation and interest. Rygar stepped forward, inclining his head respectfully. "My name is Rygar Adoldia. I may have a job for you." The dwarf crossed his arms and tilted his head, clearly intrigued. "A job, huh? Come in, kid, and tell me what it is." The group entered the workshop, and Rygar immediately noticed the chaos of the place. It was an incredibly spacious and well-lit area, but utterly disorganized, with tools, scrolls, blades, and magical crystals scattered everywhere. Tables were covered in unfinished projects, and forge equipment occupied much of the room. A peculiar smell filled the air, a mix of hot metal, coal, and something he couldn't immediately identify. The dwarf watched Rygar with interest while picking up something from one of the tables, as if expecting to hear something extraordinary. Rygar remained alert, analyzing the man carefully, before asking, "Before we discuss the job, I need to know one thing." "What?" the dwarf asked, frowning. Rygar met his gaze directly, his eyes reflecting caution. "Do you know someone called Hitagami?" The dwarf scratched his head and, completely nonchalantly, stuck a finger in his nose. "Hitagami? Never heard of him. Why? Is that necessary to take the job?" Rygar continued observing the man intently, activating his magic eye once again to try and detect anything unusual. He analyzed every detail, body movements, tone of voice, the mana flow around him. To his surprise, nothing raised any suspicions. Internally, he sighed in relief. "No, it's not necessary," he said, changing the subject. "But to be honest, I'm still hesitant to follow that god's advice. Everyone says you're the best at what you do, but I want something different this time." The dwarf raised an eyebrow, now even more intrigued. "And what do you have in mind?" "I want to imbue a magic stone into my sword." As he spoke, he drew the blue blade, its surface shimmering faintly under the workshop's light. "Its name is..." Before he could finish, Brightstone jumped in excitement, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Tsukikage." Without hesitation, he rushed over to Rygar and carefully took the blade from his hands as if it were a sacred artifact. Rygar observed cautiously. His instincts told him the man wasn't a threat, he lacked any signs of someone accustomed to combat. However, the fact that the strange god Hitagami had recommended Brightstone kept him on edge. Brightstone examined the sword with a gleam in his eye, turning it this way and that, inspecting every detail. "I've made something similar before," he said, without taking his eyes off the blade. "In fact, I have an example for you." Before Rygar could respond, the dwarf disappeared into an adjacent room, rummaging through the clutter. The sounds of metal being dragged and objects falling echoed through the workshop until he returned, carrying an enormous sword. "Here it is. This is a magic sword I found in a labyrinth, and I embedded it with the magic stone of an A-rank beast," Brightstone announced proudly. The weapon was impressive, a broad blade about 1.7 meters tall and 20 centimeters wide, made of shiny silver metal. Several dark magic stones were embedded along its surface, emanating a powerful aura. Rygar took the sword with both hands. The moment he held it, he could feel the magical efficiency it provided. The blade's monoconductivity was remarkable, offering refined and powerful control. However, he knew that his affinity with Tsukikage, the sword given to him by his master, was irreplaceable. Its compatibility with his fighting style was perfect. He swung the sword a few times, activated his magic eye, and analyzed the dwarf's craftsmanship. Every detail of its construction confirmed Brightstone's reputation. It seemed he had used some technique to split the magic stone into small gems without losing any of their power, allowing larger stones to be utilized in his creations. His skill was indeed far beyond any other blacksmith Rygar had encountered. Impressive. Rygar handed the sword back, now fully convinced of Brightstone's mastery. The dwarf finally took his eyes off Tsukikage and looked at Rygar with a confident smile. Yes, that sword will be perfect. And I already know the ideal payment for this job. Rygar raised an eyebrow, curious. And what would that be? Brightstone crossed his arms and declared. Convince the dwarves to kill the white-eyed blue dragon. Fort Wind, who had been leaning against one of the walls, scoffed in frustration and exclaimed. Not this again, Brightstone. We've already told you that thing can't be killed. How many more are you going to send to their deaths before you understand? Rygar furrowed his brow. White-eyed blue dragon. Fort Wind sighed and explained. It's a mutant blue dragon. He's been trying to hunt it down for years to get its magic stone. The argument is that it lives alone, making it one of the few blue dragons that can be hunted without attracting others. But it's not that simple. It's an S-class mutant beast? Whatever the price, Rygar, refuse this. Brightstone, completely ignoring Fort Wind, shouted. Fort Wind? Wait outside? I think the boy can decide for himself. After all, only a strong warrior could wield a sword like that. Fort Wind muttered something under his breath but stayed put, arms crossed, glaring at the dwarf. Rygar took a deep breath, carefully considering his options. Don't worry, Fort Wind. If I decide to do this, I'll go alone and won't involve the coal mine tribe. Brightstone grinned, clearly delighted. Don't worry, boy. The dragon may be strong, but it's blind. It relies primarily on its hearing and sense of smell. I'll provide you with 2 magical items to mask both your scent and the sound around you, completely erasing your presence. Rygar remained silent, deep in thought. He wasn't concerned about whether he could kill the dragon. As part of his S-class adventurer mission, he already planned to hunt blue dragons. What truly troubled him was the possibility that this was part of Hidegama's scheme, but he was beginning to think he might be overthinking it. He analyzed the circumstances once more. Brightstone, despite his eccentricity, was genuine. His blacksmithing skills were real, and Rygar felt he would have ended up in this situation even without the gods' interference. Still, he promised himself to retreat at the slightest sign of anything suspicious. Having made his decision, he finally said, Very well, I accept. Where is this dragon? The blue dragon range rose imposingly against the horizon, a vast mountain chain that seemed to touch the heavens. Its jagged peaks were dusted with snow, while the lower slopes displayed dense forests and hidden valleys. Strong winds howled between the cliffs, carrying the echo of distant roars, a reminder to all who dared challenge this domain that the wildlife here was ruled by colossal winged creatures. The rising sun bathed the mountains in a golden hue, creating a striking contrast between the soft gleam of the snow and the deep shadows of the rocky formations. Leaping nimbly between the mountains, a young beast boy navigated the terrain with remarkable agility. His silver hair reflected the glow of the rising sun, while his dark skin seemed to absorb the light, accentuating his golden eyes, which shimmered with intensity. This was Rygar, moving with the grace of a predator intimately familiar with his surroundings. After obtaining a small map from the dwarf Brightstone, he had not hesitated. Determined, he immediately set out for the range. Fort Wind had wanted to accompany him, but Rygar declined. Go to Godbird and inform him that I'll work with Brightstone to improve my sword, he ordered before heading off alone. Now, standing on a high peak, Rygar observed the path he had traveled. The mountains stretched in every direction, imposing and majestic, as the wind whipped against his body, bringing a sense of renewal. He took a deep breath, feeling the cold, rarefied air fill his lungs. In the distance, the sun slowly rose, painting the world in shades of orange and gold. It was as if the universe conspired to make this moment unforgettable. The roars of dragons echoed far off, mingled with the occasional sounds of other monsters that inhabited the region. It was a wild symphony, a constant reminder of the dangers that surrounded this place. Yet, Rygar felt an inexplicable sense of freedom. He thought about his previous world. He had surpassed by leagues anything a human from his old life believed possible and even what most of his tribe in this world could achieve. That feeling was refreshing, a testament to his growth and how he had embraced the world he now called home. He scanned the surroundings once more, absorbing the view. The mountain range extended as far as his eyes could see, with green forests in the distance and valleys hidden among the peaks. From that vantage point, he could even glimpse the edges of the great forest, a green mantle stretching to the horizon. His sharp senses caught every detail, the subtle sound of leaves in the distance, the fresh scent of vegetation mingled with the mineral aroma of the rocks. It was as if all of nature presented itself to him. After a few moments of contemplation, he took a deep breath and resumed his journey. There was something about the mountain range that captivated him. As he ran, leaping from rock to rock, he thought that he might return here in the future, just to explore and once again enjoy this unique environment. As he approached the point marked on the map, Rygar realized he no longer needed it. There was only one cave in the vicinity. From within, he could hear deep, steady breathing, and a slight shiver ran down his spine, a primal sense of danger. This was the place. He took out the black cloak Brightstone had given him and put it on. Immediately, he felt his own scent disappear. With his keen sense of smell, he could barely detect any trace of his own presence. Next, he donned the triangular-shaped necklace around his neck. As soon as he did, the sound around him vanished. The absence of noise was disconcerting but also effective. Once again, he marveled at the quality and potential of magical items. Even with my senses, I can barely perceive my own presence. These items are incredible, he thought. The usefulness of these tools reinforced his ideas about the value magical items could hold in this world. It was something he could not afford to ignore. With that in mind, Rygar unsheathed Tsukikage, the gift from his master, which reflected the faint light within the cave. His steps were silent as he moved deeper into the darkness. The dragon's breathing grew louder with each step, and the tension in the air heightened. The air inside the cave was dense, steeped in a darkness that seemed to swallow all light. The walls, uneven and covered with patches of phosphorescent moss, gave the space a macabre atmosphere. The ground, littered with sharp stones and fragments of bones, crunched under Rygar's deliberate steps. The acrid, metallic scent of old blood lingered in the air, mingling with the moisture dripping rhythmically from stalactites overhead. The sound was muffled, almost non-existent, but Rygar could feel the immense presence ahead before even seeing it. There, in the heart of the cave, lying atop a massive rock surrounded by bones, was the white-eyed blue dragon. Its sleek, aerodynamic body defied the stereotype of a cumbersome creature. It measured about 40 to 50 meters in length, with scales that gleamed under the faint light, appearing as though carved from sapphire. Its triangular head, adorned with spikes, held enormous, wide-open eyes that stared unblinkingly at the cave entrance. The bones around it told grim tales. Crushed dwarf skulls and shattered beast ribs lay scattered amidst a bluish mist that slowly escaped the dragon's nostrils, drifting through the air. Rygar held his breath for a moment, his heart pounding. The dragon's eyes were open and fixed, as if watching him directly, but the creature's rhythmic breathing revealed it was asleep. It was strange and unnerving, but it made sense the dragon was blind. Even so, its other senses were undoubtedly sharp. This was an S-rank beast, a mutant among its kind, with exceptional strength and speed. Few had survived encounters with it, and most accounts claimed no weapon could pierce its scales. Rygar was confident in his speed and strength but certainly didn't want to test them against a mutant S-rank monster. Rygar knew he had to be swift and decisive, otherwise, the battle would drag on. He didn't underestimate the creature, but neither could he retreat. His strategy was clear: kill it before the dragon became aware of his presence. He prepared Tsukikage, the blue sword resembling the dragon's scales, and assumed an Iaido stance, channeling magic into the blade. Streaks of lightning coiled around the sword, illuminating Rygar's determined face in the dim light. Fire wouldn't be as effective against a dragon, but electricity was another matter. Though his control over lightning was still limited and not something he would typically use in combat, this ambush scenario was different. He knew a well-placed strike could make all the difference. The dragon still hadn't noticed him, a testament to the effectiveness of the items. It couldn't see, hear, or smell him now. With lightning crackling around the blade, Rygar took a step back, charging his burst step to maximum power. He cast a physical barrier spell infused with a significant amount of mana at the cave entrance to prevent the dragon from escaping. Brightstone had mentioned that the creature possessed above-average intelligence for dragons, and Rygar wasn't about to underestimate that information. Everything was ready. With a single thought, he surged forward, becoming a blur of speed as he executed his most familiar technique, the longsword of light. The sword sliced through the air with blinding speed, aiming straight for the dragon's neck. But before it could strike its target, Rygar noticed a contraction in the creature's neck muscles. The dragon suddenly reared back, throwing its body with surprising agility and mobility. Its movement was almost graceful, confirming the dwarves' warnings. It was incredibly fast for something of its size. As it retreated, the dragon let out a low, guttural roar, but Rygar was already on the move. It sensed the movement of the air. Rygar thought, shocked. Even so, his strike wouldn't be stopped so easily. The dragon had only moved slightly back when Rygar closed the gap. The lightning-wreathed blade slashed toward the dragon's neck. The cut was visceral. Tsukikage grew sharper and sturdier the hotter it became, and the lightning provided supreme heat, capable of reaching extraordinary temperatures. The blue blade was honed to its maximum, but Rygar still felt resistance as it cut through the dragon's scales, as if they were made of an exceptionally tough mineral. However, the lightning around the sword and his immense physical strength helped him break through the defenses, slicing halfway into the dragon's neck, leaving a trail of blood staining the surrounding rocks. The dragon recoiled again, unleashing a deafening roar. Blood gushed from the wound, mixing with the blue mist emanating from its nostrils. The pain seemed to ignite the dragon's fury, causing it to thrash wildly, but every movement only worsened the injury. Rygar took a slight step back, his senses on high alert. The battle was nearing its end. He had gravely wounded the monster, and fighting in this condition would be extremely disadvantageous for it. Now, he needed to prepare for a decisive final strike. He began analyzing the dragon's next move and quickly formulated an idea. The cavern fell into an almost absolute silence, broken only by the occasional sound of small stones shifting, silent witnesses to a battle yet to unfold. The blue dragon, an imposing creature about 50 meters long, moved nimbly through the space, as if fearing to stay still and become a target. Its lean but powerful frame betrayed its mutant origin. The wound on its neck continued to bleed, thick drops mixing with the dust and bones scattered across the ground. The fine mist from its nostrils enveloped the area, making the air heavy and oppressive. Despite its impressive vitality, the dragon was already showing signs of fatigue. Its dull eyes scanned the cavern in a desperate attempt to locate Rygar. But the beast boy was entirely camouflaged, his magical items masking any sound or scent that could betray him. Even if the dragon were to look straight at him, it wouldn't see him. Rygar remained motionless, focusing his magic on a stone cannon aimed at the dragon's likely location. Carefully manipulating its composition, he transformed it into an extremely resilient metal. Every second was precious, and Rygar used the time to prepare an explosive strike. When the blue dragon, unable to detect its opponent, attempted to release its signature flames to ignite the entire cavern, its body betrayed it. The wound on its neck caused it to choke on the flames, which escaped through the exposed gash, delivering excruciating pain. A groan of agony echoed through the cavern, but its vitality kept it standing, though unsteady. Instincts warned the dragon of imminent danger. Fleeing was the only sensible choice. In a single fluid motion, the dragon dashed toward the cavern's entrance, its scales scraping against the rocks as it moved with surprising agility for its size. However, as it reached the entrance, its skull collided violently with an invisible barrier, and the impact reverberated throughout the space. A significant crack formed in the barrier, but it wasn't enough to break it. Before the dragon could react, Rygar seized the moment of confusion. The stone cannon, now dark as obsidian, fired with relentless force and precision. The creature, though unstable, tried to dodge by jerking its head to the side, but it wasn't enough. The stone cannon pierced through the dragon's neck near the previous wound, completing what the initial strike had started. The dragon's head was severed from its body, which convulsed in involuntary spasms. Blood flowed in rivers across the cavern floor as silence fell once more, interrupted only by the dripping of vital liquid. Rygar stood beside the imposing corpse, observing the result of his strategy. Reflecting, he thought, information and preparation truly are dangerous weapons. If I had encountered this dragon in the middle of the mountains, it would be hard to say who would win. Its strength, speed, the resilience of its scales, and its ability to fly would make it an incredibly dangerous opponent. Still, he believed he would have a chance, though the confrontation would be far riskier. This realization underscored the importance of always being prepared. Today, he was the hunter, but if he could exploit the abilities and weaknesses of this dragon, others could surely do the same to him. He had witnessed firsthand how easily an enemy could be ambushed if their skills were known and natural counters were available. From now on, he decided to keep some of his abilities hidden as trump cards. At the same time, he acknowledged a hint of arrogance, even if unconscious, in his actions. This realization came despite constant reminders to himself and warnings from others. Turning to the corpse, Rygar resolved to make full use of the dragon's resources. Activating his magic eye, he searched for the blue dragon's magic stone. Once he found it, he carefully retrieved it, aware of its immense value. He wouldn't leave the precious scales behind either and planned to take the entire creature back with him. First, though, he crouched and placed a hand on the ground, closing his eyes to focus. Utilizing his heightened sense of hearing and earth sensitivity, he searched for other blue dragons or subterranean activity. This ability, honed after learning the king-level magic earth fissure from his master, proved invaluable. Gradually, he detected distant movement, kilometers away. Faint sounds of impact and struggle echoed through the underground. He frowned, pondering. Perhaps the blue dragons are simply fighting each other, he thought. He planned to hunt more dragons. His visits to this area would be rare, and dragon materials were both precious and scarce. He also had his mission from the Adventurers Guild and certainly wouldn't use the mutant dragon's scales to complete it. Concluding his investigation, Rygar created an improvised stone box and used ice magic to preserve the dragon's meat. Perhaps it would yield an exceptional feast after all, he had never tasted dragon meat before. With everything prepared, he turned toward the sounds of battle, determined to hunt more dragons. Rygar moved swiftly through the mountains, ready for any ambush, his figure barely discernible due to his speed as he followed the sounds of battle. As he approached, the smell of blood, scorched rocks, and many dragons grew stronger. His master had taught him that all dragon species lived in groups. Now, seeing it firsthand, he realized she hadn't been exaggerating when she said she hadn't met a single person who returned alive after venturing into a dragon's lair. And he hadn't even truly entered the blue dragon's territory yet. He was only on the outskirts. His master had described their true territory as being filled with dragons everywhere. He wouldn't venture there today, but he had plans to do so in the future. Secretly, he harbored a dream of taming a dragon. After all, what man hadn't dreamed of riding a dragon? As he drew closer, the echoing roars gave way to the metallic clash of steel against scales. Confusion settled over him. It wasn't just dragons fighting, there was steel? How? Each step brought him nearer to the source of the conflict but also heightened his sense of confusion and caution. His brow furrowed, his senses on high alert. The sound of weapons was unexpected. Who could possibly be fighting dragons in such a dangerous place? This could be a trap, Rygar thought, his gaze sharp as a predator's, assessing the terrain. The name of the human god echoed in his mind as a constant warning. His instincts were tingling with danger, though it wasn't as intense as when he'd first met Hidegami. He remained wary of him because of that encounter, but nothing was going as wrong as he'd expected. Slowly, he began to consider the possibility that he might be mistaken. Rygar had already decided not to bring Skull with him, a calculated precaution to avoid unnecessary complications. If things went awry, he wanted the freedom to retreat without having to protect or abandon his wolf companion, whom he had grown fond of. As he got closer, new information reached his senses. A new scent. A dense, pervasive odor of dragons, many of them hung heavy in the air. But there was something more. He sniffed again, this time focusing. Intertwined with the sulfuric stench of dragons was something familiar. A scent he would recognize anywhere. It was someone of the beast race? Rygar's heart quickened, and his thoughts raced. Someone of his own kind was in that cave. And from the sound of clashing steel and dragon roars, that person was fighting. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered, a beast race member, but who? And why? A wave of sulfur hit his nose, and he instantly knew the dragons had used fire in the battle. The smell of nearly solidified molten earth indicated the fire had been unleashed hours ago, suggesting this battle had been raging for quite some time. This only heightened his caution. Even for an experienced warrior, fighting in an enclosed space against high-level dragons was a recipe for disaster. Whoever was inside had to be incredibly strong to endure this long. Rygar stopped at the cave's entrance. Strangely, there were no blue dragons guarding it. The gaping opening in the mountain was large enough to accommodate massive dragons, yet the darkness inside was oppressive, as though the mountain itself sought to swallow anyone who dared approach. His frown deepened, his thoughts racing. Could this be any more obvious? This feels like a perfectly laid trap. He knew his strength, but he was also aware of his stamina's limits. If he were surrounded by A and S-rank dragons in a confined space, it would be the end of him. Crossing his arms, he tapped his fingers against his forearm. Should I just turn back and pretend I didn't see anything? The thought deeply unsettled him. He was starting to wonder if he was being overly paranoid about a god who might have little to no power over him. Then he sniffed again. Beyond the scent of the beast race member and the dragons, there was another distinct scent. Fainter, but unmistakable, a human. His eyes narrowed. This made things even more complicated. Who could this human be? An ally? An opponent? Or just another pawn caught in the chaos? Rygar deliberated. His instincts were usually right, and he didn't sense an overwhelming threat as long as he avoided going deep into the cave. Yet prudence urged caution. Still, the thought that they might simply be random victims lingered in his mind. That didn't obligate him to save them, of course, but he felt compelled to try. Finally, he let out a deep sigh, making his decision. I'll assess the situation. If it's within my capability, I'll save them. If it's too dangerous, well, too bad. Despite his rational words, a latent determination burned in his eyes. But he wasn't a fool. I'm definitely not entering that cave. With that resolve, Rygar took a step back, leaped into the air, and began circling the mountain. He would use some unconventional methods to ensure his escape route. His senses were at their peak, registering every sound and scent with sharp precision. Rygar skirted the mountain, keeping to higher ground where he could hear the sounds of battle and feel the vibrations in the earth below through his magic. Once again, he wondered how these fighters had ended up here. This far into the cave system, it was likely crawling with dragons. Pausing to reflect, a sly grin spread across his lips. Some might ask how he could save anyone when dozens of meters of rock and stone separated him from his target. The mountain walls were thick and sturdy, but he had spent years studying magic, learning to use it in every conceivable way. Why enter through the cave's door when I can just create a new one? Gathering his mana, he focused intensely. Placing his hands on the ground, he felt the earth stretching out over several kilometers. The more he connected with the geological structure, the clearer his plan became. Slowly, the ground began to tremble. A faint yellow glow emanated from the soil beneath his feet, and the mountain itself seemed to respond to his command. Rygar thought to himself, I could create a smaller hole if I had more time, but using Earth Fissure as a base gives me a faster way to do this. Plus, a small hole would restrict my movement. I need to be extremely careful not to cause a collapse inside. With my current level of Earth control, this spell should work. While continuing to sense the underground movements, he realized the battle inside the cave seemed to have ceased due to the tremors. The two combatants were running, perhaps trying to escape. After a few more seconds of intense concentration, Rygar finally thought, this is it. The structure is ready. Now I just need to put it into action. I hope it works. Determined, he slightly lifted himself off the ground, using wind magic to float. Flying skillfully and at high speed like a dragon was still a challenge for him, but floating was a simple task. While reflecting on how to name his spell, he heard dozens of roars coming from within the mountain. That sound echoed in his mind like a warning, but it also brought an epiphany as he observed the mountain from above. I've got it, he thought with a spark of satisfaction. Raising his hands, he shouted, Mountain Divider. Afterward, he amusingly thought he looked like Pain when he destroyed Konoha. At the command of his mana, the mountain seemed to respond as if it were alive. The rocks and walls began to turn malleable, moving like clay molded by a giant sculptor. In a motion reminiscent of an earthquake, the mountain began to open. But unlike a natural disaster like Earth Fissure, this process was more orderly, a symphony of control and power. Every stone, every rock moved precisely, creating a path before Rygar as if he were parting the sea. The surrounding mountains and ridges trembled in response, birds and smaller animals fled the source of the tremor, while the roars of blue dragons in the mountain's heart grew louder. Some dragons had already started heading toward the exit, frightened by the noise and disturbance. The scene was breathtaking, and Rygar, floating above the ever-expanding opening, prepared himself to face whatever lay ahead. As the mountain began to open before Rygar, the scene emerging from within was, at the very least, unexpected. Amid the dust, rocks, dragons, and roars, he saw two figures. The first was a tall woman, about 1.85 meters, wearing minimal clothing in the traditional style of the beast race. Her long silver hair and ears contrasted with her dark skin, and her eyes, one red and the other green, shone with fierce intensity. She carried a red sword in one hand, while the other firmly held the hand of a child. The girl, with vibrant red hair, looked around 9 or 10 years old and struggled to keep up with the warrior's pace. Despite this, she made no complaints. Both were injured. Scratches of various sizes, bruises, and burns were scattered across their bodies, but the beast woman's injuries were far more severe, with a deep gash across her back shaped like long claws. Rygar observed the situation with a mix of urgency and caution. The two were running toward a formation of taller rocks, seemingly trying to leap toward the opening he had created in the mountain's ceiling. Quickly, he assessed the dangers using his senses and his magic eye. Despite the presence of several blue dragons, his instincts detected no traps. Floating slowly into the cavern, he concentrated magic in his hand. Targeting a blue dragon about 60 meters long that was pursuing the two, it was almost upon them, and he needed a quick, high-impact spell that wouldn't harm the pair, he declared aloud with theatrical confidence, lightning. He felt a bit embarrassed afterward, realizing he had thought about showing off in such an urgent situation. The magic in his hand burst into lightning that sliced through the air, striking the dragon almost instantly. The impact launched it a few meters away, leaving it paralyzed and halting its pursuit. The echoes of enraged dragon roars filled the cavern as others began turning their attention toward him. Wasting no time, Rygar manipulated the tall rocks around him, creating an improvised staircase to help the woman and the girl reach the top. There was no denying it, the beast woman was incredibly fast, evading most of the dragons trying to chase them. One dragon sprinted forward, flapping its wings for a short flight toward the pair. Anticipating the attack, Rygar moved slightly ahead and used his howling magic, releasing a powerful shockwave that spread through the cavern like a deafening roar. At the same time, he raised a physical barrier in front of himself. The dragon, slightly intimidated and stunned, lost some of its momentum. When it collided with the barrier, a crack formed but wasn't enough to break it. The dragon hesitated, retreating cautiously. Meanwhile, the beast warrior and the girl were almost at the end of the platform. Seeing they were about to escape, Rygar floated back through the opening in the ceiling. The woman, noticing the proximity of the exit, picked up the girl and leapt with all her strength out of the mountain. Inside the cavern, blue dragons began pursuing them. Rygar, however, was prepared. He cast a quick spell, creating a thin earthen barrier that temporarily covered the opening. It was easy to break through, but the dragons wouldn't know that, at least. He hoped they wouldn't. The earthen walls rose rapidly, blocking the dragons and muffling their furious roars. Rygar sighed in relief. These dragons were beasts, after all, so accustomed to always having a roof overhead that they assumed everything was back to normal when it reappeared. Outside, the warrior landed with the girl, both gasping for breath and on the brink of collapse. Rygar, reinforcing the rocks further, ran toward them. When he approached, he stopped 10 meters away, observing cautiously. The beast woman, exhausted and gravely injured, still held her red sword aloft, shielding the girl behind her. Her eyes could barely focus, the blood loss had pushed her to her limits, but her intent to protect the girl was clear and unwavering. Rygar raised his hands in a gesture of peace and calmly said, "It's all right. You're provisionally safe now." Surprisingly, as if his words were a signal to shut her down, the warrior's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed heavily onto the rocks. The girl screamed in despair, crouching beside her as tears streamed down her face. Amid sobs, she cried out, "Ghislaine." And so, silence fell over the mountain as Rygar reflected on what he had just witnessed. POV, Ghislaine Adoldia. The explosion of light was all I saw before the world around me disappeared. Instinctively, my body reacted. I held Eris tightly, shielding her with my own body as the overwhelming energy enveloped us. My sharp hearing and keen senses were overloaded by a deafening sound, and for a moment, everything went blank. When I opened my eyes, the scenery was entirely different. We were in a gigantic cavern, so vast and dark that the ceiling seemed to merge with the horizon's shadow. The walls, hundreds of meters away, glimmered faintly as light reflected off sparse crystals, just enough to reveal the cavern's immensity. The ground was uneven, covered with sharp stones and massive claw marks. The air carried a metallic scent, mixed with something damp and putrid, as if this place had not seen sunlight for centuries. I carefully placed Eris on the ground. The young girl was stunned, looking around, unable to comprehend what had happened. "Stay close to me," I said firmly, drawing Hiramune. The sword gleamed faintly in the crystal's light, its blade reflecting the cold determination in my eyes. I tried to understand where we were. My trained senses, sharp as those of a beast, caught the oppressive silence around us. It felt as if the entire cavern was watching. A shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, a heavy presence dominated the space. My gaze instinctively shifted to the top of a rock pile a few meters away. Two pairs of yellow eyes shone in the darkness, fixated on us. Pupils narrow like a serpent's studied me with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Slowly, the creature emerged. Its massive silhouette became visible as it moved into the dim light. Its breath produced a faint, icy mist that dissipated into the air. Enormous teeth, shimmering blue scales like sapphires, and long membranous wings projected its dominance. It was a dragon. A blue dragon, at least 40 meters long, the apex predator of the entire world. I kept my expression serious and stoic, though my heart beat faster. This was no ordinary foe, and I knew it. I took only a moment to adjust my stance. Every fiber of my body, trained to the limit, was ready to kill. The dragon tilted its head slightly, its eyes evaluating the warrior before it. Its long, muscular tail moved slowly, dragging stones across the ground. But I didn't waste time. In the blink of an eye, without giving it a chance to react, I launched myself forward. My speed was devastating, impossible to track with the naked eye. Everything around me seemed to slow as I advanced with lethal precision. The dragon tried to retreat, realizing the danger too late. I slashed through the air with Hiramune, its blade resonating with fierce brilliance as I executed the signature technique of the sword god style. When I stopped, I was already on the other side of the creature. The dragon remained motionless for a moment before its head flew off, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud, its eyes lifeless. The impact of my speed was so immense that stones were hurled into the air, and my hair rippled with the wind displacement. There was no hesitation in my movements. I spun on my heels and ran back to where Eris was without stopping to admire my work. Ghislaine? Where are we? Where's the mansion? Eris shouted, her voice filled with confusion. Her scream echoed and reverberated throughout the cavern. The scream was a prelude to something even more terrifying. Guided by my sharp senses, I sensed the danger before it materialized. Without hesitation, I didn't stop as I grabbed Eris by the collar and dragged her away, just moments before a colossal claw struck the spot where she had been standing. The ground trembled with the impact. A deep roar echoed through the cavern, so powerful it seemed to make the ground vibrate. I stopped on a higher rock and placed Eris behind me. My expression was serious but controlled. Young lady, do not leave my side under any circumstances and do not run off. We are in a very dangerous situation, I said, my voice firm but calm. It was an unquestionable order, and Eris, though scared, trusted me completely and would not disobey. Before I could plan my next move, more roars began to fill the cavern, each louder and closer than the last. The darkness was suddenly filled with dozens of golden eyes, all fixated on us. I tightened my grip around Hiramune, preparing for battle. The smell of blood and burnt flesh lingered in a small section of the massive cavern, now littered with debris and steam rising from nearly molten stones. 4 blue dragon corpses lay on the ground. I had taken cover with Eris in a small alcove, a crack in the wall of the vast main cavern. The space was about 3 cubic meters, just enough for us to squeeze in and wait in silence. The dragons were far too large to fit through the narrow opening, but safety was far from guaranteed. Eris was lying on Ghislaine's lap. Her young body was marked with bruises and burns, signs of the battle they had faced. Ghislaine held the young girl firmly, but her heart weighed heavy with shame and guilt. She had fought with all her strength, yet Eris had been injured and had come close to death. Protecting a life amidst the chaos of a cave infested with blue dragons was an almost impossible task. Even as a sword king, Ghislaine thought that not even the sword god, her master, could protect someone in such a situation. Her serious expression reflected her frustration. Ghislaine knew she wasn't skilled in complex strategies or deep reflections. She didn't bother questioning where she was or why she was there. Her only priority at that moment was ensuring Eris's safety. Her strength lay in combat, but fighting against dozens of A and S rank blue dragons while protecting someone was a challenge she had never faced before. Her body bore multiple wounds. Even so, giving up wasn't an option. Nor did she count on anyone coming to rescue her from a cave filled with dragons. Young lady, she began, her voice calm yet firm, I won't be able to carry you while fighting our way out. You'll have to run with me. I'll hold your hand. Eris opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion and fear. She had silently cried for a while when she thought Ghislaine wasn't looking. But upon hearing Ghislaine's words, a spark of hope ignited within her. Staggering, the young girl stood, barely able to keep her balance. I won't hold on to you. Ghislaine smiled faintly, a rare expression of pride on her face. Let's get out of here. They left the shelter, running quickly through the rocky formations, dodging dragons that roamed the area. Their small size helped them remain hidden for a time. But every step was a fight for survival. Ghislaine was swift and precise, slicing through the head of an approaching dragon with a devastating strike. Yet with every blow, she felt her strength waning. The dragons kept appearing, their roars as overwhelming as a shadow of death. As she fought, Ghislaine released Eris for a moment and advanced, leaping between rocks and cutting down a dragon with a lethal strike. She then returned to grab Eris and continued their escape. With every moment, it became increasingly evident they were surrounded, and the exit was still far away. After a long time, Ghislaine let go of Eris again to deal with an opponent in front of her. But another dragon targeted Eris. After defeating the dragon, Ghislaine rushed back to Eris, shielding her with her body. She felt the blue dragon's claws tear into her back as it roared and prepared a fiery breath. Ghislaine ignored the severe wound and hid with Eris behind a rock. She continued to fight as the dragons amassed due to the noise. She was losing a lot of blood and could feel the cave's exit was still far away. She prioritized fleeing, but the dragons kept coming in dozens. As her strength began to falter, a loud crash echoed through the cave. Ghislaine stopped, her sharp senses detecting a new danger. The dragons also paused, their watchful eyes turning to the ceiling. A massive opening began to form, with chunks of rock falling as if the world were collapsing. In this critical moment, Ghislaine didn't stop to question why it was happening. Her instinct screamed that this could be their only chance. She changed direction, running toward the highest rocks near the fissure with Eris. Her plan was clear, leap to the outside, even without certainty she could reach the exit. What she saw next, however, was something she would never forget. From within the opening in the ceiling, a young beastman descended, floating as if he were strolling. His silver hair shone under the light invading the cave, and his golden eyes calmly surveyed the environment as though he were merely passing by and decided to take a look. His aura was overwhelming, his mana immense, the greatest she had ever seen. It was visible to her magic eye. As the rocks moved to form the opening, she noticed with her magic eye that he was manipulating the stone with magic and seemed to be the one responsible for the fissure. Although genuinely surprised, Ghislaine didn't hesitate for a second. She kept running, ignoring the mysterious figure, focused on reaching the exit. The young man looked at them with interest and, in a seemingly casual gesture, raised his hand and said, "Lightning." A streak of blue lightning shot from his palm, striking a dragon that had been approaching from behind her. The dragon's roar of pain echoed through the cave, drawing the attention of the others and causing them to roar even louder and more ferociously. The cave trembled as he moved the earth, creating steps leading to the opening. It seemed he was helping them. She was still stunned by his use of magic but continued onward. Even as he did this, a winged dragon charged at them. The young man advanced and used magic from the Daudia tribe. An ear-splitting roar erupted, a howling magic she had seen once before. Yet, as with everything else he did, this was on another level. The roar echoed through the cave, disrupting the cohesion of the dragon's unity. The dragon chasing them appeared to slam into an invisible wall created by the young man. A large crack formed, but the barrier held. Ghislaine ran as fast as she could, holding Eris's hand. Her body was injured, her muscles burning, but she couldn't stop. She weaved through paths clear of dragons, moving agilely over the rocky terrain. Finally, they reached the top. The boy had already floated out of the cave, and with a final leap, she gathered all her strength to cross the fissure. In midair, as she felt blood streaming from her wounds, she saw the boy blocking the dragons with more earth magic and approaching her. He seemed calm despite the chaotic situation. She raised her immune, eyeing the young man. She felt no danger from him but had to be cautious. The blood loss was nearly making her unconscious, and she needed to ensure Eris was safe. He raised his hands and spoke in a reassuring voice. "You're safe for now." Those simple words dissolved her tension. And as she relaxed for a second, her body finally collapsed from the severe injuries. The red-haired girl knelt beside her, tears streaming down her face. Ghislaine. POV, Rygar Adoldia. Rygar looked at the crying girl next to the warrior he realized was his relative, Ghislaine Adoldia. He doubted there could be two beast women as strong and skilled in the sword god style with the same name. It had to be her. He approached to heal her, but the red-haired girl, noticing his approach, grabbed Ghislaine's sword and pointed it at him. Her hand trembled slightly. "You there, do something to help her," she shouted, her tone commanding but nervous and desperate. Rygar raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is that how you ask for a favor from your savior?" She grew irritated for a moment but looked at Ghislaine, bleeding profusely, and spoke, stammering. My grandfather has a lot of money. He can pay you." Rygar chuckled. If he played around much longer, Ghislaine's life would be at risk, and he wanted to leave the area quickly since the dragons could decide to break through the wall at any moment. "I don't want money. I have enough already. Don't worry, Ghislaine is from my tribe. I won't let her die like this." That seemed to lift Eris's spirits, and she quickly responded. "Then hurry." Rygar approached Ghislaine. Her wounds were severe, especially the one on her back, which had shredded several organs and deeply fractured bones. If it had been just a bit deeper, he wouldn't have been able to heal it even with advanced healing magic. He poured as much mana as possible into his healing spell, and after some time, he managed to close the wounds. Ghislaine was no longer in danger but was still exhausted and would need time to recover. Rygar then turned to the girl and grabbed her arm. She recoiled at first and asked, "What are you doing?" She almost punched him but hesitated, finally noticing he was using healing magic on her. After treating the girl's injuries, Rygar picked up Ghislaine in his arms. He looked at the warrior more closely this time. "This woman is extraordinarily beautiful and attractive," he thought. "I hadn't taken a proper look before, but she has all the right proportions in all the right places." Shaking off those thoughts, he addressed the girl. "She needs time to recover. Follow me to a nearby cave. By the way, what's your name?" The girl looked extremely nervous and worried but eventually replied, "Eris. My name is Rudeus Greyrat," she finally shouted. Rygar looked at her blankly and said, "All right, Rudeus Greyrat, stop shouting. You're attracting dragons and beasts. Or I'll leave you in the middle of this mountain for the dragons to hunt." He said this and walked off without waiting for her reaction. The girl almost yelled, "Wait," but lowered her voice at the last second. Rygar ran toward the mutant dragon's cave, carrying Ghislaine and with Eris tagging along. His pace was slow, as Eris couldn't keep up. Rygar helped by creating platforms of earth for her to cross the mountainous terrain more easily. Even so, she nearly shouted many times, growing impatient and asking about Ghislaine. However, a single glance from him reminded her of his threat to leave her behind. He quickly realized Eris was an extremely energetic and temperamental child with an incredibly strong personality. Even surrounded by dragons, the situation seemed to affect her only superficially, failing to traumatize her, or perhaps she processed trauma differently. He also noticed how much she cared for Ghislaine, which made him curious about their relationship. Was she her daughter? They looked nothing alike. Finally, they reached the mutant dragon's cave. Its scent still lingered, keeping other beasts from daring to approach, and Rygar intended to use this to his advantage. He fashioned a makeshift bed with soft sand and placed Ghislaine on it before turning his attention to Eris. He then stared at Eris, analyzing her until she lost her patience and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Rygar rubbed his temples, already irritated. "Can you stop shouting? I hear perfectly well. I want to know what you two were doing inside a cave full of dragons." Eris seemed to think of the cave as a safe place. Perhaps that was why she felt somewhat at ease. Even so, she replied defiantly, as if to provoke him. "I have no idea," she yelled, as though not knowing was some sort of achievement. She yelled even louder this time. Rygar narrowed his eyes, a thought crossing his mind. She reminded him of Linnea as a child, but Eris seemed like an even worse version, spoiled, extremely aggressive, and noisy. Fortunately, Linnea had learned some lessons to curb her behavior. Perhaps it was time to try something similar? Without a word, he moved in the blink of an eye. Accelerating instantly, Rygar grabbed Eris by her collar and carried her out of the cave to a cliffside. Before she could react, he held her by the leg and dangled her upside down. For a moment, she was stunned. But then she began screaming as she saw the height. "Ah! Let me go! Ghislaine! Ghislaine! Help me! My grandfather won't let you get away with this." Rygar ignored her screams, keeping her suspended as she tried to grab his arm. She was dressed in training clothes, so he didn't worry about her discomfort in that position. Still emotionless, he said again, "Stop shouting." Then, he briefly let go of her leg before catching her again. The motion made Eris let out a terrified scream. "Ghislaine? Ghislaine? Let me go." Rygar was surprised by her determination, even in such a situation. He decided to let her go completely. Eris screamed, her voice growing fainter as she fell. He watched for a few seconds before jumping after her. During the fall, Rygar created a stone platform to stop their descent. He caught Eris midair, cradling her like a princess. The girl was pale, clearly frightened this time. Rygar looked at her firmly and said, "Do you think I wouldn't dare let you go?" Not another scream. Without waiting for her response, he jumped back to the cave with fluid ease, landing gracefully and setting her down. Walking back inside, he remained silent. Eris, now mute, followed with a burning glare and a barely concealed murderous intent. Despite this, Rygar was impressed. The girl's strong and determined personality was remarkable. Any other child would have been utterly terrified after what she had been through. This was a point in her favor. She's even more stubborn than Linnea. Unfortunately, Rygar wasn't known for his patience with irrational children. Upon returning to the cave, he sat on a rock while Eris stood next to Ghislaine, still unconscious. He repeated his question, "How did you end up in there?" Eris hesitated but replied, less aggressively this time, I really don't know. We were in the mansion, and then a white light appeared, and we ended up here." Rygar raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Mansion? Eris, right? Where are you from?" She replied aggressively but stopped herself from yelling at the last second, "What are you talking about?" "We're from Fito, obviously." Rygar was stunned and stood up abruptly. "Fito? You mean, in the kingdom of Azura?" Eris frowned, visibly confused by his reaction, and hesitated before answering, Where else would it be?" Before Rygar could fully process what he had just heard, a movement nearby caught his attention. Ghislaine was starting to wake up, much earlier than he expected. He decided to wait for clearer answers from her directly. Eris watched Ghislaine with a worried expression as the warrior began to awaken. Her eyes opened slowly, and she tried to sit up quickly, but a muscle spasm sent a wave of intense pain through her body. Ghislaine gasped, forcing herself to support her weight with her hands. Her wounds were deep, and the pain was nearly unbearable. She turned her eyes toward Eris, ensuring she was safe. The young girl's calm appearance seemed to ease some of the tension in her body. Finally, Ghislaine looked at Rygar, who was sitting at a distance, silently observing her. "Hello," Rygar said with a light smile. Ghislaine reached for her waist, searching for her sword, but it was not there. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed the blade was missing. Rygar pointed toward a distant rock, where the sword rested. "Your sword is over there, but your injuries were severe. I recommend you rest a bit before moving again." Ghislaine sat up slowly, still feeling the pain, and looked around. The place was different from what she remembered, but she didn't feel rushed to understand her surroundings. She glanced at Eris once more before returning her attention to Rygar. Silence hung in the air for a moment until she finally spoke with unmistakable seriousness. "For saving us and keeping Eris safe until now, I owe you a debt." "Thank you." Rygar looked slightly surprised, a shadow of confusion crossing his face. "Don't you want to know who I am? Or why I saved you?" Ghislaine remained impassive. "A debt is a debt, regardless of who you are or your motives. But yes, I'd need to know your name to repay it in the future. For now, my concern is ensuring Eris's safety and returning her to Lord Soros's mansion." Before she could finish, Eris interrupted anxiously. "Ghislaine, you need to teach him a lesson?" Eris stopped mid-sentence, looking at Ghislaine's injuries, her worry growing. Ghislaine looked at her with an expression of doubt and confusion. Frustrated at not being able to seek revenge, Eris turned her gaze toward Rygar with an irritated, almost murderous look. Rygar, however, remained unperturbed and chuckled softly. The girl mentioned, "You're from Fido, on the Azura continent." Ghislaine, still alert and vigilant, confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." Rygar let out a muffled laugh. "Well, this really is an impossible situation for you, then. You're now on the other side of the world. This is the Blue Dragon Range, in Milis. I don't know how you ended up here, but the journey back might be a bit long." Ghislaine froze, her expression a mix of shock and apprehension. Eris beside her frowned, not fully understanding. "Is that far, Ghislaine?" she asked, her tone growing more concerned. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful, and whispered, "Indeed. Tall Hand once told me the only home of the Blue Dragons was in the Blue Dragon Range, but I didn't think of it during the battle." She looked at Eris with a reassuring smile, trying to hide the worry in her eyes. "Young miss, don't worry. I will get you back home. However, the journey might take some time." Eris brightened at those words, smiling happily. But moments later, she frowned, glared at Rygar, and, with renewed determination, demanded, "What's your name? I won't forget what you did." Rygar chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of humor. "Pleasure to meet you both. I'm Rygar Adoldia." After confirming Ghislaine was stable and Eris seemed fine, Rygar stood up and left the cave, saying he'd be back soon. The faint light outside revealed a sky filled with blue dragons flying in circles, roaring in evident irritation. He watched them for a moment, attentive, before descending the uneven terrain in search of twigs and firewood. When he returned, he carried what was needed to build a fire, ensuring the area remained secure. Inside the cave, Rygar stacked the wood, using fire magic to light the flames with precision. Then, he opened a stone box, pulled out a piece of the mutant dragon he had defeated, and began preparing it. He molded the ground around the fire with magic to create an improvised grill. Both Ghislaine and Eris watched in fascination as he manipulated the elements with incredible skill. Eris was the first to speak, her eyes shining with curiosity. "Hey, how do you do that?" Ghislaine, more serious, added, "Indeed, I'm also surprised. I've seen some mages in my life, but none of them were capable of what you're showing. Your magical proficiency is almost unbelievable, considering you must be only 12 or 13 years old." As she spoke, Ghislaine observed Rygar closely with her magic eye. Noticing the strain was beginning to weigh on her vision, her normal eye patch was lost during the battle with the dragons. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and improvised a new one to rest the overworked eye. Rygar chuckled lightly, looking at both of them but mostly at Ghislaine. "That's chantless magic. It's certainly a rare skill, but you could say I had the best teacher to teach me magic. And, to correct you, I'm 10 years old, miss." Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, not with distrust but rather careful analysis. Before she could respond, Rygar continued, looking directly at her, "I've heard many stories about Ghislaine Adoldia in the Great Forest. None of them were very good. I never imagined you'd become such a powerful swordswoman after leaving." Eris crossed her arms with a proud smile as if the compliment were directed at her. Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her serious demeanor, studying Rygar. Finally, she spoke, "From what I see in your movements, you're also a practitioner of the sword god style." "Yes," Rygar replied, inclining his head slightly, "but not as skilled as you." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. "You're also a very powerful mage. I've never heard of that lightning magic you used. It's extremely fast and hard to dodge." Rygar smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Even so, I don't think it'd be fast enough to use against you in a fight." Ghislaine remained silent for a moment before responding, her voice laced with respect. "Perhaps not." Eris, gradually regaining her energy now that Ghislaine was awake, interrupted the exchange of words with a direct challenge. "Hey, so you know how to use a sword too, don't you? Fight me, but no magic." Rygar looked at her with an amused expression as he pulled the skewers from the fire. He had found some herbs and natural spices around the cave and was curious to test their flavor on the meat. Calmly, he asked, "And your sword? Where is it?" Eris looked around, confused, before blushing as she realized she had lost it during the fight in the cave. Rygar chuckled softly, though his eyes gleamed with interest. He recalled watching her as they ran into the cave. Eris's instinctive use of Toki was promising, though she herself seemed unaware of it. Testing her would be interesting. "Forget it," he said as he used earth magic to create a stone sword. Tossing it to her, he created another one for himself. "Take this." Eris hesitated for a moment but soon grinned and assumed a stance from the sword god style, her eager smile revealing her excitement. She had the look of a beast, and Rygar couldn't help but wonder if she was of mixed blood. She was truly ferocious and seemed impatient to fight him. "Hey, she yelled, charging with a wild cry. Rygar didn't move. He stopped her strike with ease, holding his stone sword firmly. Eris stepped back and attacked again, this time switching between several different positions. Rygar remained impassive, carefully analyzing her movements. After a few moments, he sighed, disappointed. "Is that all?" Before she could reply, he moved his sword swiftly, disarming her with a light strike to her wrist. The stone blade was pointed at her neck before she could recover. Eris froze, her eyes wide in shock. "You've got talent," Rygar said, pulling the sword back. "But you need a lot of training to be a real threat." Eris clenched her fists, furious, while Ghislaine observed the scene with an appraising look. The young man seemed far more skilled than she had expected, and not just in magic. An advanced swordsman could easily defeat Eris, but not like this. He hadn't exerted himself at all, as if he were merely evaluating her skills. Young lady, don't bother challenging him again. He's already at the Sword Saint level, Ghislaine stated emotionlessly. Eris stared at her in shock and chose to deny it. Him? Impossible. Ghislaine then turned her gaze to Rygar. Though her expression didn't show it, she too was extremely surprised. Rygar merely smiled as Eris grew increasingly frustrated. Changing the subject, Rygar decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. How did you end up in the cave? He looked directly at Ghislaine, expecting an explanation. The swordswoman seemed to ponder for a moment. We were in Roa, in the Azura Kingdom, when it happened. She paused, searching for the right words. A white light exploded after a large concentration of mana appeared in the sky. The next thing I knew, we were thrown into this cave. There were blue dragons everywhere. They attacked us the moment we arrived. Eris remained silent, clenching her fists. Rygar nodded, visualizing the scene. He could imagine the fierce battle against the creatures and the desperation of finding shelter. What about the rest of the city? Do you think the entire city of Roa was affected? Was everyone teleported? Ghislaine seemed to consider this. I don't know. We didn't see anyone else in the cave with us. It might have been a local event, or something much larger. Rygar fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the implications. If it was an isolated incident, their luck was worse than he'd imagined. But if an entire city or even more places had been affected, the impact would be catastrophic. So you don't know who or what caused this? Rygar pressed. No, Ghislaine replied in a tone that closed the topic. Meanwhile, the aroma of roasted meat began to fill the cave, bringing a temporary sense of calm. The confrontation might have ended, but the respect and curiosity between them had only started to grow. Rygar silently observed as Ghislaine grabbed one of the skewers and bit into the meat, her serious expression unchanged. Beside her, Eris, still furious over the fight and seemingly frustrated for some reason, grabbed another skewer. She eyed the meat with a mix of doubt and determination before taking her first bite. It didn't take long for Rygar to notice their reactions. Ghislaine remained expressionless, chewing slowly, while Eris made a slight grimace but said nothing. Didn't like it? Rygar asked, intrigued. To be honest, I've never been a good cook. Ghislaine stared at him, her voice firm as she replied, it's very good. I've eaten worse. Eris, who seemed on the verge of complaining, glanced at Ghislaine and quickly agreed. Yes, it's good. Rygar frowned. He was absolutely certain the meat was terrible. He'd tried it himself and almost spat out the first bite. The meat was overcooked, the spices he'd found were nothing more than moss that left a faint muddy taste, and the smell was a strange mix of smoke and damp earth. Still, while Eris was clearly lying just to agree with Ghislaine, he could see in the swordswoman's eyes that she was being sincere. That left him both confused and curious. What could be worse than this? He shook his head, unable to find an answer. Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. We'll stay here until tomorrow. By my estimation, you should be fully recovered by then. He paused, nodding toward the cave entrance. The dragons are still agitated. With any luck, things will calm down by tomorrow, and we can head to the dwarves' city. You can rest there before continuing your journey. Ghislaine finished her skewer and stood, crossing her arms as she stared at him. She remained silent for a few moments as if evaluating something. Finally, she asked directly, why are you helping us? I'm still indebted to you for saving us, but what's your reason for continuing to guide us? The question made Rygar pause for a moment. He stared into the campfire, trying to formulate an answer. At first, he thought of the justification he had given himself before and planned to tell them, Ghislaine was of the same race as him. Perhaps it was natural to help her. But as he reflected more deeply, he realized that wasn't all. There was something more. He was intrigued by Ghislaine. She was the first person he had encountered who truly seemed stronger than him after reaching the Sword Saint level. Until now, he hadn't met anyone individually as strong as he was. Not the black troll he fought, not Fendril, not Gallus, nor any of the dwarf warriors in the dwarves' city. None had given him a real sense of threat. Ghislaine was different. Even after reaching the Sword Saint level and king rank in 2 magic disciplines, Rygar had never felt a clearer threat than when he saw her fighting the dragons. Of course, he could easily win if he attacked from a distance, but he was almost certain he'd lose his head before he could do anything if he fought her up close. Furthermore, there was still Hitagame. Could he tell that he wasn't acting exactly as he wanted? Beyond that, the teleportation incident also piqued his curiosity. And Eris, being a noble, could be a valuable asset in his long-term plans for the Iron Legion. Finally, he smiled at Ghislaine, a light, almost teasing, but honest smile. Just curiosity, he replied. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes but didn't press further. She turned and returned to where she had been sitting, seeming to accept the answer. The improvised wooden sword cut through the air with force, a hum that filled the silent, mountainous road. A child, Rudeus Greyrat, her hair as red as fire, felt sweat trickling down her forehead as she swung the sword, gritting her teeth in frustration. Each swing was a muffled cry, an attempt to ease the turmoil boiling within her. Anger at the situation, the strange place they were in, and at herself. She paused for a moment, panting, hands on her knees as she took a deep breath. She glanced to the side, where an enormous stone cart rested. It was so massive it seemed impossible to move, yet there it was, perfectly functional, with solid stone wheels and a blue dragon's corpse inside. 2 days had passed since they left the cave, and her anger and frustration grew daily. She was grateful he had saved them and planned to ask her grandfather to reward him, but he wasn't helping her mood at all. Not that he mistreated her, but he wouldn't give in to her demands and would match her aggression with equal stubbornness. She'd learned the hard way that she had no chance of defeating him. She had even asked Ghislaine to teach him a lesson once she recovered from her injuries, but she refused. The thought hit her like a flood. She gripped the sword hilt tightly and looked at the stone transport he had crafted. Besides being so strong, he also had those strange magics. She hadn't found anything he couldn't do with magic, everything seemed so convenient for him. How could someone be so infuriating and impressive at the same time? When he made that cart, Eris had almost wanted to jump up and scream in excitement. It was just so cool. He said it wasn't difficult, but when he tried to explain, well, she and Ghislaine had exchanged confused looks. Nothing he said made sense. It was something about forces, levers, and other words she couldn't even pronounce. She wanted to learn magic, but she refused to ask him for help. She returned to swinging the sword, now with more force, as if the blade could cut through the thoughts tormenting her. Each strike made her emotions clearer. He's an amazing mage. According to Ghislaine, he's absurdly skilled with a sword too. She bit her lip, remembering how she had miserably lost to him when she challenged him. She had even thought for a moment about ambushing him while he slept, but he had saved her. He had saved Ghislaine too. And that made her hesitate. He's so arrogant. Always talking about complicated things like it's easy, like he wants to show off how much smarter he is. I feel stupid every time I talk to him. And yet, she let out a grunt and swung the sword harder, the blade humming louder. Why does he have to be so cute? She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to calm herself, but an image formed in her mind. Rygar's ears, always alert, swaying gently in the wind. His tail, seemingly alive, swaying back and forth as his emotions dictated. It was cute. Annoyingly cute. Eris suddenly opened her eyes as if the vision were an affront. She felt her cheeks burn and swung the sword with all her strength. I can't think that. I can't. She was about to scream, but a sound from the forest interrupted her. A crash. Loud enough to make her stop mid-swing and turn her head quickly toward the noise. Eris took a deep breath. Didn't they go that way earlier? POV, Rygar Adoldia. I raced through the mountains like lightning ripping across the morning sky. My feet barely touched the ground before propelling me forward again, and wherever I passed, the terrain roared and collapsed, rocks flying high from the impact's force and speed, causing shockwaves. My speed was insane, but the danger behind me was even greater. I sensed the threat before I saw it. Without much thought, I instinctively raised a massive earthen wall, as dense as I could shape it in the minimal time I had. This should buy me a few seconds, I thought. But my instincts, sharp as blades, screamed in warning. With a burst step, I vanished from my position as the ground collapsed from an explosion. In that instant, I heard it. No, I felt it. An absolute slash ripping through the world. The air seemed to falter, and the still-forming wall I had created was sliced horizontally in a clean, lethal line. Not just the wall, but the ground, the rocks, and even the horizon within reach of the strike had been cut. And there, behind that perfect cut, I saw her. Ghislaine Adoldia. A beast in human form. Her silver hair whipped wildly in the wind, and the green glow of her magic eye seemed to pierce my soul. Despite her absurd speed, her presence was impossible to ignore. She wielded here immune, the sword given to her by her master, and her stance exuded menace and strength. When was the last time I had to flee for my life in a fight? I thought quickly, trying to ignore the cold shiver running down my spine. Ah, yes. The mutant wolf in the great forest. But this is different. This is worse. My blue sword, Tsukikage, roared at my command, enveloping itself in intense flames. With a single motion, I unleashed a flaming wave in her direction. A wave of fire that would have reduced any ordinary enemy to ashes. But Ghislaine was not ordinary. The ground ahead was obliterated, stones melting, and trees being destroyed. But she vanished in the middle of the attack. I lost sight of her for a second and felt the air around me shift. Damn, she can see when I'm about to cast magic with that magic eye. The world turned into a silver blur as she charged toward me. My sword rose instinctively to block the strike, but something felt off. At the last second, my instinct saved me again. With hurried magic, I conjured a transparent physical barrier around my neck. The clang resounded like thunder. Even so, the blood-colored blade sliced through the barrier with little resistance, stopping mere millimeters from cutting into my flesh. I had saved my life by a thread, but the impact was enough to make me stumble a few steps back. Finally, I managed to see her clearly. Fierce. Relentless. A true predator. Her eyes shone with determination, and her face remained expressionless, befitting a seasoned warrior. Her speed was overwhelming, her attacks calculated with deadly precision. She was faster, stronger, fiercer than me. Even her senses seemed to surpass mine. The only reason I was still alive was my versatility with magic. She charged again, and I barely had time to defend. Rising pillar. The ground exploded into a giant column in her path, but Ghislaine split it in two before it could even hit her. I seized the second of opportunity and shot an electric blast directly at her. Lightning. The bolt roared toward its target, but Ghislaine dodged with superhuman agility, using the explosion of light and debris to conceal herself before rushing at me like a bullet. I raised my flaming sword to block, but her strike was so strong that the shock reverberated through my entire arm. The stones around us cracked. She didn't stop. Ghislaine was a whirlwind of blades, and I was the prey trying to survive. Every attack was too fast to follow and too powerful to ignore. Within moments, I was covered in cuts of varying depths. Explosive circle. The ground around us erupted in flames, but she leapt out of the area as if she already knew what I was going to do. She reads all my magical moves with that eye, but it's more than that. Even if she can see them, it should be impossible to always make the best decision. She doesn't make mistakes. I retreated, casting healing magic to close the deep cuts and burns already marking my arms and legs. My breath was slightly labored, something I hadn't felt in a long time, and the tension in my muscles was evident. But she charged again. I kept my guard up, but I couldn't find any openings. Ghislaine gave no openings. Not a single mistake. As I thought that, I felt something to my left. I moved Tsukikage to intercept the strike, only for it to pass through an afterimage. Damn it. I realized it too late. Before I could swing my short sword to block the real attack, I felt Hiramune's blade graze my neck. A small trickle of blood dripped before she stopped. I looked at her, panting, facing the 6 feet 1 inch woman who was smiling slightly with a fierce gaze. Even after such an intense battle, she seemed in complete control. I smiled, exhausted. I lost. Ghislaine sheathed her sword, relaxing her stance but still radiating authority. Your magic is truly dangerous. If I were ambushed from long range, I wouldn't stand a chance. She looked at me seriously. You just need a few more years to completely surpass me. Even hearing that, my admiration for her only grew. She was formidable, yet she looked at all possibilities objectively, without arrogance or humility. I sheathed my sword, taking a deep breath, and glanced far off where Eris should be waiting for us. We had already left the dangerous dragon territory, so we left her there while we fought. Let's head back. She must be tired of waiting. And, side by side, we began our way back, as the mountains echoed the roars of the battle we had just fought. Dash. The way back was silent, interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of Rygar and Ghislaine's steps on the beaten earth. The wind gently rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees, carrying with it the damp scent of the forest. In the distance, Rygar's stone cart could be seen, carrying the corpse of the blue dragon he had hunted. He glanced at Ghislaine, who walked with the firm yet relaxed posture of an experienced warrior. Despite the strength she exuded, there was something more, a sense of discipline, like a beast that only attacked at the right moment. Ghislaine, he called, breaking the silence. She turned her head and saw the golden eyes fixed on her attentively. I would like you to be my sword master, he said, looking at her expectantly. For a moment, she held his gaze, assessing him as if trying to gauge his determination. Then, she slowly shook her head. I can't accept, she replied, her voice firm but not harsh. You're already nearing my strength. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to become your master. If you truly wish to learn, perhaps only my master could take you as a disciple. Rygar frowned, intrigued. Golfarian? Is he much stronger than you? He had never met a god-ranked warrior, but he assumed they must be incredibly powerful, or they wouldn't have such a title. Recently, however, he began to think that perhaps he wasn't that far from that rank. This wasn't due to ignorance or arrogance but rather the absolute confidence people placed in him. Anyone who experienced such a sense of strength would develop this confidence, especially when every enemy he encountered couldn't defeat him by a wide margin and only had a chance in groups. After all, he had been a human in his previous life and was now capable of wiping mountains off the map and moving at supersonic speeds. Who wouldn't develop some confidence after that? Ghislaine nodded. He's the strongest person I know. I've never faced anyone who came close to his power. If there's someone who can teach you something I cannot, it's him. Rygar crossed his arms, thoughtful. From the few days he had spent with her, he knew Ghislaine wasn't the type to underestimate her own strength, so her mention of Golfarian as a much superior warrior sparked an inevitable curiosity and battle intent. I plan to travel there soon, Rygar said, looking at the horizon, but the journey will be long, and I don't want to stagnate during that time. So, would you at least be my instructor to help me reach Sword King level? Ghislaine pondered for a moment, her face remaining impassive. That wouldn't be a problem, she said with a slight nod. But in return, I'd like to ask you a favor. Rygar raised an eyebrow. A favor. He paused for a moment. What would that be? I'd like you to help us return to the Azura Kingdom, Ghislaine began. Her voice carried a serious tone and an unexpected emotional weight. Neither Eris nor I know how to read, write, or do arithmetic. Besides, many have told me that I'm not very intelligent. I traveled alone for a while after my adventurer group dissolved. By then, I had already become a sword queen and faced several near-death situations problems my sword couldn't solve. I ended up being sold as a slave in the end before being saved by the Boreas family. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. I thought I could protect her from any opponents along the way, but now I'm not so sure. I also can't properly feed her, give her a place to sleep, or even know the right direction to the Azura Kingdom. I could ask around, but that didn't work out very well last time. With your strength, intelligence, and magic, I believe we'd have a better chance of completing this mission. Rygar noticed a slight tremor in her voice, though it wasn't from weakness. It was as if she were forcing herself to ask for help, something clearly uncomfortable for someone so proud. You've already saved my life and Eris's, she continued, and I already owe you a great debt. But for the young lady's safety, I'm asking for this additional favor. If you accept, I'll owe you for the rest of my life and ensure you're rewarded. Ghislaine seemed extremely serious, but Rygar didn't find it difficult. He liked Ghislaine and wouldn't let her out of his sight so easily. At that moment, they arrived where Eris was. The young girl was training incessantly, swinging her improvised sword against the air beside the cart. She didn't even look at them when they arrived, focused on each strike, with sweat running down her determined face. Rygar lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. Was this a coincidence? I see no reason not to help them. In fact, I want to help. But would I just be following Hitagama's plans if I agree? Or does he even have plans? While Ghislaine waited patiently, he pondered for a few moments, battling the nagging feeling of being manipulated. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided, I hope I'm just overthinking this. All right, he said, looking at Ghislaine. I'll be happy to help. But know that I won't travel there immediately. Can you stay with the Iron Legion for a few months? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, considering the proposal. Before she could respond, Eris, who seemed oblivious to the conversation, stopped training and looked at them curiously. That won't be a problem, Ghislaine finally replied. As long as it's not for too long. Rygar smiled and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Eris, who was now watching them with a confused expression and a slight blush on her face. Looks like we're officially travel companions, young lady. He swore he saw steam coming out of her ears as the redhead fumed with rage, her face completely red. Rygar chuckled softly but quickly looked back to the horizon. Time to upgrade my sword. And with that thought, he kept walking, his determination renewed to face whatever lay ahead.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.